The Earth has suffered an unprecedented disaster, with extreme weather, floods, and viruses raging, and the collapse of human civilization is almost an instant. In this world, the survivors are trying their best to survive in the ruins. Food is in short supply, viruses are rampant, and social order has completely collapsed, leaving only endless chaos and the instinct to survive. The arrival of the end of the world has changed the fate of everyone. My name is Su Chen, an ordinary young man. Just after I attended the auto show, the whole world changed dramatically. The end of the world is coming, the climate is extreme, and the threats of floods, viruses, and zombies have pushed human civilization to the brink of collapse. In order to survive, people have to endure sewage and rotten flesh. However, when I went out to look for supplies, I was betrayed and died in the siege of zombies. However, fate gave me a chance to be reborn. I went back to a month before the end of the world and was in the vibrant summer auto show. Looking at everything around me, I feel that everything is so familiar, yet so strange. In the past, I made a choice at this auto show, but now, I not only have to survive in the apocalypse, but also change those who have hurt me and regain control of my own destiny. I walked into the auto show and saw a car I once envied, the Mazda Ankasela. It has a high appearance, good performance, and low fuel consumption. In the past, I would choose it as a means of transportation. I have no interest in this car. After all, after the end of the world, this car is just a piece of junk. I walked through the crowd and came to the center of a car exhibition. It was a giant RV, the Nomadison. It stood on the stand like a steel beast, exuding a shocking atmosphere. For me, this car is not just a dream. It is my guarantee of survival in the end times. I need it. It will be my fortress against future disasters. I started to communicate with the staff at the booth, but was stopped by the security guard. It turned out that ordinary people were not allowed to visit luxury cars like this. I looked at the spectators who were watching and heard them whispering that this car was a luxury that ordinary people couldn't afford. I smiled and my heart was filled with determination. For me, getting it was not a problem at all. I said to the security guard, "I plan to buy this car. Please call the person in charge over." Hearing what I said, the security guard looked very surprised, and the people around him also looked at me in surprise. Nomadison, a luxury car worth tens of millions, was actually asked by an ordinary person to buy it. At that moment, no one could believe their ears. The security guard hesitated for a moment, and finally stopped stopping me, and quickly contacted the person in charge. "No matter how much Nomadison costs, I will make it mine." Everything at the auto show was no longer important to me. I walked towards the booth, my heart beating faster. Standing in front of this RV, I couldn't help but feel shocked. The huge tires almost reached my chest, and the height of the car body made me almost look up at it. Every part of the car was meticulously crafted, from the luxurious sofa to the fully automatic toilet. All the facilities were top-notch. I thought, if I could own this car, I would be able to live peacefully in it when the end of the world comes. However, what shocked me most was that a white light suddenly flashed in the control area above the door, and a screen appeared. The screen clearly read, "Doomsday Fortress RV System," along with some information such as vehicle level, energy points, durability, etc. What surprised me even more was that this car actually had functions such as storage space and energy store. It was like the perfect tool for surviving the apocalypse. I immediately tried to operate the screen and clicked the storage space button. The inventory in front of me suddenly became blank and displayed 0/9999. I looked down and saw the water cup next to me was on the table. Suddenly, the water cup disappeared and appeared in the inventory. At that moment, I was so excited that I couldn't control myself. It turned out that this car could not only store items, but also stack them. I quickly moved more items into the storage space, and the number gradually increased. The appearance of energy points made me look forward to it, which might be the most important resource in the end times. While I was immersed in excitement, the security guard of the exhibition hall told me that the manager was coming. A middle-aged man came up and looked at me with a hint of doubt, but soon returned to smiling. He had obviously met many wealthy people, but he was surprised that an ordinary person like me could be interested in the Nomadison. I told the manager briefly that I planned to buy the car. Hearing what I said, his expression instantly became complicated. Nomadison is an unattainable luxury for most people, but I said I wanted to buy it in one breath, which made him a little unbelievable. But after confirming that I was not joking, he quickly agreed and began to prepare the contract. However, I made a request. I didn't have that much cash on hand. Could I sign the contract first, pay a down payment of 1 million, and pay the remaining balance 1 month later? The manager agreed to my request without hesitation. He knew that a 10 million transaction, even with delayed payment, was a big deal. After the contract was signed, the manager handed me a bank card. I took it and felt a lot of emotions. All of this was for survival. I could no longer be content with the status quo like before. The end of the world is coming, and I must prepare in advance. Even if I can't raise all the money now, at least, no medicine is mine. I walked out of the auto show, and the RV started up, attracting the attention of the audience around me. Everyone was wondering how this young man could be so low-key and yet rich. I didn't look back at Lu Linger and Xiaomi. Their faces were full of surprise and regret. In the past, I had given so much to Lu Linger, but now she only felt guilty and unwilling to see me succeed. The car was driving on the street, and the surrounding scene was still bustling and prosperous, but I knew that everything would change soon. The end of the world would soon come, and the whole world would fall into chaos. Chapter 4. Right now, what I need to figure out most is this so-called doomsday fortress system. When I was talking to the driver, Lao Su, just now, I found that he had no reaction to the white screen at all, and it was obvious that he could not see this system. This way, the system only works for me. When I walked to the center console, the white screen quietly appeared again. I reached out and clicked on the storage space option and began to study it carefully. I found that anything within 30 meters of nomadicin can be directly stored in the storage space, and similar items can be stacked. But this stacking has an upper limit, and the maximum stacking is 9,999. Moreover, the time of the storage space seems to be frozen, and the items will remain the same when they are put in. However, there are some restrictions. For example, living things cannot be stored, such as birds flying in the sky, or things that are closely connected to the ground, such as floor tiles and trees, cannot be collected. Despite these limitations, I was still excited. If I could fill up the storage space, I wouldn't have to worry about running out of supplies when the end of the world came. With this in mind, I began to focus more on studying other functions of the system. I clicked on the energy store option, and two items immediately appeared: gasoline and water. The exchange rate is 1 energy point for 1 liter of gasoline or 1 kilogram of water. This made me very excited. In the apocalypse, water and oil are undoubtedly the most important resources. If this system allows me to exchange these supplies at any time, then when the apocalypse comes, I will be able to cope with it easily. The problem, however, was that I had no idea how to get energy points. Although I was a little disappointed, I didn't care too much. It was still early, so I could take my time to study these issues. Looking at the sky outside, I decided not to go home to rest, but instead lay on the luxurious big bed of nomadicin, preparing to fall asleep with excitement. The next morning, after I woke up, I washed up in the bathroom in the car as usual. Lao Su also brought breakfast, and after filling my stomach, I began to think about the next plan. The most important thing right now is to stock up on daily necessities. In addition to these, I also have to make some modifications to the nomadicin. The off-road capability of the nomadicin is strong enough to cope with most harsh environments, but the arrival of the apocalypse means extreme climate, zombies, and dangerous humans. I have to modify it to ensure that I can survive the apocalypse safely. But whether it is storing supplies or refitting, a lot of money is needed. To be honest, although money is not omnipotent, but without money, many things cannot be carried out. I have already paid Lu Ku a down payment of 1 million yuan, and now I don't have much money left. What should I do? After some contemplation, I suddenly thought of a solution: loan sharking. In this society, borrowing money is risky, but sometimes it is necessary. I decided to find a loan shark company to raise funds to support my plan. I asked Lao Su to drive, and according to the instructions on the mobile phone map, I came to a place called Qiangxing Financial Company. This company looks ordinary, but I know that it is actually engaged in loan sharking business. As soon as the car stopped, passers-by gathered around to look at the huge RV. Everyone was talking about it. It was estimated that they had never seen such a luxurious car. I got out of the car and everyone looked at me with curiosity and awe. I ignored them and walked straight to the company. After entering the company, I quickly met the general manager Gaochi Chiang. He seemed to be very perceptive, knowing that I could afford a luxury car like the Nomad Ison, so I must not be an ordinary person. So he stood up enthusiastically and took the initiative to extend his hand to shake my hand. "Hello, I'm Gaochi Chiang, the general manager of Qiangxin Company." He introduced himself. I responded briefly, and then got straight to the point with my request. "Manager Gao, I've been having some difficulties in my business recently, and I want to apply for a loan. Could you help me?" Gaochi Chiang smiled after hearing this and said, "No problem. I'm in this business, and you should know that the interest rate is a bit higher." His tone was somewhat tentative. I nodded and responded, "Of course I know. That's why I came to you. In fact, I don't mind the risk of usury. After all, the end of the world is approaching, and the value of money will soon become insignificant." Chapter 5. I told the amount as soon as I opened my mouth. "I want 10 million in cash." After hearing this, Gaochi Chiang raised his eyebrows and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Although he was generous, 10 million was not a small sum. I saw his reaction, smiled, and said half-jokingly, "Why, Brother Chang can't even take out this little money?" Gaochi Chiang snorted, "You must be joking. Not to mention 10 million. I can even come up with 100 million. Although my method of provoking him was old-fashioned, it worked, and Gaochi Chiang fell for it. He then asked, "What guarantee do you have that you can pay back the money?" I calmly pointed to the Normadison RV parked at the door. "I just bought it and spent 12 million. I also have a house in the city center. If I really can't pay it back, you can take it away. Although the house is a bit old, it is in a good location and is in the school district. It is worth at least more than 1 million. Gaochi Chiang narrowed his eyes and stared at me intently, as if he wanted to see through my thoughts. But there was no expression on my face. My heart was as calm as water, and even my eyes did not move. He was obviously a little hesitant, probably weighing whether I was trustworthy or not. He had been in society when he was young, and the oppression he felt was not something that most people could bear. But I just stood there, motionless, not even nervous. He probably saw that I was not easy to mess with, and he didn't want to offend me. After thinking for a while, he nodded. "Okay, I'll do as you say." He asked his men to prepare the loan contract and personally reviewed my car and property certificates. When I signed the contract, I noticed that although I borrowed 10 million, he only gave me 9 million, but the contract stated 13 million. This is the legendary 9 out, 13 back. It's really cruel. I know in my heart that this is the usury method. Many people have died from it. But I'm not afraid. In a month, the whole world will change. By then, Gaochi Chiang might not even be alive. How can I count on him to collect the debt? Happy cooperation. He held my hand and smiled brightly. This business made him a net profit of 4 million per month. No wonder he was grinning from ear to ear. I sneered in my heart. Wait until the end of the world comes, and see if you can still smile. I looked up at him and said, "Brother Chang, I want to trouble you with 2 more things. You tell me, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you with it. I want to get some gasoline, the more the better." He was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect me to want this. "Gasoline? You can't just buy this stuff now." "I know. That's why I want to get it through you. The kind with standard oil barrels, the more the better." Seeing that I had no intention of explaining, he was too lazy to ask more questions and just nodded and said, "Okay, I'll ask someone to help you find out and give you an answer later." I then said the second thing. "Brother Chang, can you get a gun?" After listening to me, his face changed and he quickly waved his hands. "Don't joke. I'm a serious businessman." I smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. I just want to protect myself. I won't use it to do anything illegal." He was still a little hesitant, so I added, "We just did a big deal, and you won't help me with this little bit?" He scratched his head and said, "This is not easy to do. It's very risky." As he said this, he chuckled and said, "But you can do it with a little more money." "No problem." I agreed readily. The end of the world is coming, and the more weapons we have, the more chances of survival we have. We chatted for a few more words, and then I said goodbye and returned to the RV. As soon as I sat down, Lao Su asked me through the intercom, "Mr. Su, where are we going next?" I looked at my watch. "Go to Walmart supermarket." "Understood." Old Su nodded and started the RV immediately. A place like Walmart is much larger than an ordinary supermarket. It is like an urban warehouse. The supplies stored inside are enough to support a large city for a week. I came here to start large-scale purchases. I went straight to the staff and said I wanted to see the person in charge. When Manager Zhao heard that a young man driving a motorhome wanted to see him, he immediately received him warmly. I handed him the shopping list I had prepared in advance. As soon as he saw the list, his eyes widened. Drinking water, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, beef, mutton, alcohol, a dazzling array of items. They were all daily necessities, and the quantity was ridiculous. For example, I ordered 10,000 barrels of 12-liter Waha water at once. There were also various canned foods and meat products, all ordered in boxes, and the prices were very high. A rough estimate shows that these materials are worth at least 30 million. An ordinary person can probably live for 300 years just relying on this batch of goods. Manager Zhao was a little dumbfounded. "Mr. Su, these things, are you using them alone?" I was too lazy to explain and just replied, "This is my personal privacy." He waved his hand quickly. "That's not what I meant. It's just that we have limited stock of some supplies. For example, instead of Waha water, why not change it to Nongfu Spring?" "No, I only want Waha." I immediately refused. I know that there will be a water shortage at the end of the world, so the water source must be carefully considered and cannot be ambiguous. "Okay, then we have to transfer water from other places, and it will take a few days. It must be delivered within a week," I said firmly. Manager Zhao nodded. "No problem. Then do you decide on the delivery and payment method?" After the goods are loaded, transport them to this parking lot, and I will arrange for someone to unload them. I sent him the address. Manager Zhao nodded and took note, saying that he would arrange for the transfer and delivery of the goods as soon as possible. I know that time is running out, and I must hurry up to prepare. I really don't have much time left. Chapter 6. I sat in the office of Walmart and discussed with Manager Zhao with a smile. The payment method is this. I will pay a deposit of 5 million first, and the remaining balance will be paid in a month. What do you think? Manager Zhao thought about it and nodded in agreement. Although he was a little hesitant, he didn't ask any more questions. After all, I was driving that luxury car worth tens of millions, and there was nothing suspicious in my eyes, but I looked very confident. He may not realize that in a month, society will collapse and everything will no longer be under his control. That is why I dare to do this without worrying that he will cause trouble. After the deposit was paid, Manager Zhao immediately began to arrange for the material preparation. Walmart employees began to load boxes of materials onto trucks. I couldn't help but smile with satisfaction when I saw the materials piled up like a mountain. Old Su couldn't help asking, "Mr. Su, why did you buy so many things?" I smiled and said, "You know, I like wilderness survival and adventure. Otherwise, why would I buy this Normandison?" Old Su just nodded. Although he was confused, he didn't ask any more questions because he saw that I didn't want to talk more. Just as we were about to leave, I suddenly slapped my forehead and remembered something important. An idea suddenly flashed through my mind. The system of the Doomsday Fortress can store all the supplies within a radius of 30 meters. In other words, I can park the Nomadison next to the Walmart warehouse and quietly get these supplies for free. However, we can't rush this plan. Walmart will definitely call the police if the items in the warehouse disappear. When the police investigate, they will find my RV parked at the scene and will definitely focus their attention on me. Thinking of this, I quickly gave up the idea and decided to wait until the time is more mature before making plans. After a busy morning of visiting Xiaomi Company and Walmart, it was already noon. In order to relax, I generously decided to take Lao Su to a Michelin 3-star restaurant in the city center. This kind of place not only has delicious food, but also ridiculously high prices. How can an ordinary person like me afford to eat here? When a table full of delicious food was placed in front of us, paired with fine red wine, Lao Su and I couldn't help but salivate. Old Su ate particularly voraciously, one mouthful after another, which made the guests around him a little uncomfortable. Some people were laughing, and some were pointing and talking. After all, Michelin 3-star restaurants are usually frequented by high-ranking guests who are particularly elegant when dining. Old Su's eating manner was indeed a bit disrespectful and attracted a lot of attention. However, I didn't care at all. Instead, I smiled and said, "Why should I care about them? We're eating our own food. What's wrong with that?" "Mr. Su, isn't it a bit unhealthy for us to eat like this?" Old Su asked me in a low voice. I wiped my mouth and burped, saying nonchalantly, "When the apocalypse comes, how can civility and courtesy still be of any use? To get a bite of food, many people will do anything, including murder and arson." After eating and drinking, the two of them leaned back in their chairs and leisurely looked at the scenery outside the window. "Mr. Su, what are we going to do this afternoon?" Old Su asked me. "I'm going to the pharmaceutical factory this afternoon." I replied calmly, then looked at Lao Su and asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you taking medicine?" Lao Su smiled and took out a medicine bottle. "Medicine for high blood pressure. You have to take it every day." After hearing this, I suddenly remembered that I still needed to prepare some medicines. The end of the world is coming. Not only are there shortages of daily necessities, but also medicines. Without medicines, many people will die of illness, and I don't want to die of illness after I have prepared all the supplies. Let's go to the pharmaceutical factory. I stood up and walked out of the restaurant with Lao Su. In a pharmaceutical company, the manager was yelling at a tall girl named Lin Yingying. "Your performance this month is at the bottom again. According to the rules, you will be fired if you are at the bottom for 3 months." Lin Yingying listened to these words, keeping calm on her face, but she couldn't help but feel a little nervous inside. She knew that if she didn't improve, she would really lose her job. The manager's eyes became more and more malicious. "Yingying, don't be so nervous. If it really doesn't work, I can help you." As he spoke, the manager walked up to Lin Yingying and reached out to grab her hand. "Don't touch me." Lin Yingying dodged suddenly, her heart full of disgust. Seeing her refusal, the manager's face darkened and he said coldly, "Then follow the rules, it's just the basic salary." Lin Yingying felt sad. She knew that in such an environment, if she was unwilling to bow her head, her performance would never improve. She turned and walked out of the company, feeling depressed. Just as she was about to go home, a luxury RV drove over from a distance and stopped in front of the company. Although Lin Yingying didn't know much about RVs, she could tell from the appearance that this car was worth a lot of money. Chapter 7. When I got off the car, I saw the pharmaceutical company building in front of me and Lin Yingying at the door, and suddenly an idea came to my mind. I walked towards her and greeted her politely. "Hello, are you an employee of this pharmaceutical company?" She glanced at me and smiled slightly. "Yes, my name is Lin Yingying. What is your name, sir?" I nodded and introduced myself briefly. "My last name is Su, and I came here today to purchase some medicines." Her eyes lit up, and she was obviously interested in what I said. She thought to herself that this was a good opportunity for her to solve her performance problem. "I am the medical representative of this company. Mr. Su, please tell me if you need to purchase any medicine." She warmly invited me into the meeting room. I took out the list of medicines I had prepared in advance and handed it to her. Lin Yingying glanced at the list, and a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. Her beautiful eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. The list of medicines and equipment was huge, ranging from the most basic saline solution to painkillers, antibiotics, and even high-end medical equipment. The entire batch of goods was worth at least several million. She originally thought that I would be a small customer who would buy hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of medicines, but she didn't expect that I would want so much at once, which was completely beyond her expectations. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" I asked softly when I saw that she was a little dazed. "No, no problem." Lin Yingying quickly returned to normal, and her eyes were a little complicated when she looked at me. She made a decision in her mind. If she could close this deal, her sales next month would definitely improve significantly. We continued talking for a while, and then I looked at the price list she gave me. The prices were more than 10 times higher than those in other pharmacies, and some drugs were even dozens of times more expensive. This also explains why the current drug prices are so high. It turns out that the middlemen make so much money. "I can accept this price." I nodded, and then added, "But I have a condition. Pay 1 million first, and the remaining balance will be paid in a month." This was obviously my usual way of getting something for nothing. Lin Yingying was a little hesitant. "Well, I have to say hello to the manager first." She was obviously a little hesitant. After all, this was a multi-million-dollar business, and she couldn't just make a decision casually. "Okay." I shrugged to show my understanding. After a while of talking, our relationship became more familiar. Lin Yingying also flattered me. I didn't expect Mr. Su to be so successful in his career at such a young age. I just chuckled and replied, "Ms. Lin is not bad either. She is beautiful and smart." Hearing my compliment, Lin Yingying was very happy, and her face flushed slightly. "Mr. Su, you are too kind." Just then, my cell phone rang, interrupting our conversation. "Well, okay, I'll go back right away." I simply responded and hung up the phone, then said to Lin Yingying, "I'm sorry, Miss Lin, I have something to take care of here. After you have consulted with the manager, we will contact each other again." After saying that, I stood up and left in a hurry without waiting for her reaction. Lin Yingying stood there in a daze, watching me leave. She looked at my back as I left, and for some reason, a faint sense of loss surged in her heart. On the other hand, Walmart's goods were ready and had to be received quickly. I returned to the parking lot on the outskirts of the city and told the driver, Lao Su, to leave. I had to handle everything that followed. Soon, 20 or 30 large trucks drove in and stopped at the parking lot. I didn't ask the drivers to unload the goods, but asked them to open the doors, park the trucks, and come back tomorrow to unload the goods. The drivers were so happy that they were ready to leave. I made sure that no one was paying attention before I got on the Nomadison. Although I didn't have a driver's license, after asking Lao Su for advice, I basically mastered the driving skills. I started carefully and drove the Nomadison around the trucks. In less than 20 minutes, the truck that was originally packed full became empty. However, the storage space in my RV increased by nearly 100 compartments. After parking the car with satisfaction, I looked at the supplies in the storage space, feeling a sense of accomplishment. At this rate, I will be able to prepare all the supplies and modify the Nomadison in another week. After the modification is completed, the next step of the plan can begin. Just as I was thinking about the future, my cell phone suddenly rang. I picked up the phone and saw that it was Lin Yingying's call. Chapter 8. I picked up the phone and heard Lin Yingying's voice. "Mr. Su, our manager has agreed to your request. Are you free? Let's have a face-to-face meeting." I looked at the sky outside, which was about to get dark, and hesitated a little, so I suggested, "It's a bit late today, why don't we do it another day?" But Lin Yingying seemed to hear the meaning of refusal in these words, especially the last sentence, "some other day," which made her face red and feel a little uneasy. She bit her red lips, still refusing to give up. "Mr. Su, it is really my honor that you purchased such a large amount of medicines. I should treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. If you refuse again, I will be really sad." At this point, I couldn't refuse anymore, so I nodded and said, "Okay, tell me the address and I'll be there right away." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yingying looked at herself in the mirror with a complicated expression on her face. She thought to herself, if I really want to go down this road of no return, I might as well start with myself. After all, I am young, handsome, rich and charming. She sighed in her heart, then reached out and picked up the newly bought black Balenciaga stockings, slowly put them on her slender legs, and prepared for the upcoming dinner. As night fell and the lights came on, I didn't drive the Nomadison because I wasn't skilled enough. I took a DD and followed the address Lin Yingying gave me to a 5-star hotel in the city center. As soon as I entered the private room, I saw Lin Yingying. Tonight she was wearing a tight off-white knitted dress, which showed her exquisite figure. Her round and shiny legs were tightly wrapped in black stockings. Her face was delicate, and after putting on makeup, she looked even more charming. Compared to the OL outfit she wore during the day, she was so charming tonight that it was impossible to ignore her. I couldn't help but stare at her, while Lin Yingying was a little shy, but at the same time she felt a little proud. "Mr. Su, please take a seat," she coughed lightly and said in a tender voice. After I sat down, the waiter began to serve the dishes. For this cooperation, Lin Yingying obviously spent a lot of money, not only inviting a table full of delicious food, but also ordered 2 bottles of Maodai. I originally thought that she would be looking forward to this meal, but I was surprised to see her so calm. After all, I just spent tens of thousands of yuan today to have a big meal at a Michelin 3-star restaurant, so this meal is nothing to me. Lin Yingying tried her best to make this meal extra special. "It is my blessing to meet Mr. Su. Here, I would like to offer a glass to Mr. Su." She raised her glass with a smile and drank it all. I was a little surprised. I didn't expect her to be so proactive. She poured another glass and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Su, for reaching a cooperation with me. Let me toast you another glass." She tilted her head back. Her fair neck looked particularly attractive, and drank another glass. "To wish our cooperation a successful one, I'll toast you another glass." Soon, Lin Yingying had drunk 3 glasses of white wine, and her originally smooth cheeks were now somewhat rosy, making her look particularly beautiful. I was a little surprised and said with a smile, "Miss Lin." "Don't call me Miss Lin, just call me Yingying." She suddenly walked to my side and sat down. I felt her approaching and could smell the heat of her delicate skin. My nose was filled with the faint scent of her perfume and alcohol. At this point, I'm not stupid, and I can clearly sense her motives tonight. Before the apocalypse, I might have been just an ordinary man, but after the apocalypse, many people gave up morality in order to survive. I am not a moral saint, and since Lin Yingying took the initiative, I had no reason to refuse. After all, before the end of the world, I hadn't enjoyed this kind of thing for a long time. "Okay, Yingying, in that case, don't call me Mr. Su. You can call me Gidge or Brother Chen," I said with a chuckle, and at the same time stretched out my hand and gently put my arm around her waist. She trembled slightly, but then leaned on my shoulder. Her body was so small, but so charming. "Brother, I have prepared a private room for us tonight. Please don't go back tonight," she whispered with a dazed look and an ambiguous tone. Seeing the desire in her eyes and hearing her invitation, I couldn't help but be moved. If I rejected her, I'm afraid not only she, but also the readers would not forgive me. I naturally wouldn't refuse, and agreed easily. Since Yingying has a request, how can I refuse? The two of them drank a few more glasses, and the atmosphere became more and more ambiguous. As I watched the glass being filled with wine, my heart was already stirred. Soon, we stood up and left. Lin Yingying's steps were a little unsteady, but she still walked with her hands on my shoulder. Seeing the table full of leftover food, the waiter showed envy in his eyes. Why don't I have money? If I had money, I would definitely be as carefree as him, the waiter thought to himself. When the elevator reached the guest room area upstairs, Lin Yingying was almost unconscious, her steps were shaky, and she could only stand firmly with the help of me. I successfully opened the door with the room card she gave me, and watched her limp towards the bathroom. I'll go wash up first." Lin Yingying stood up slightly, swaying slightly, refused my help, and walked into the bathroom. I didn't rush to follow her, but sat on the sofa, crossed my legs, and started watching TV. However, after waiting for a long time, Lin Yingying still didn't come out. I had some doubts in my heart, thinking that she had just drunk so much alcohol, whether something happened in the bathroom. Out of concern, I walked to the bathroom and knocked gently on the door. Chapter 9. Lin Yingying did not respond to me, but a slight crying sound came from the bathroom. I pushed the door open and saw that she had finished washing and was standing in front of the mirror, sobbing softly. This scene made me laugh and cry. What tricks was Lin Yingying playing? I sighed and said softly, "If you don't want to, I won't force you." Lin Yingying looked up at me with red eyes, and then threw herself into my arms without hesitation. Feeling her soft body, I couldn't help but feel a little shaken and distracted. She whispered, "Actually, I really don't want to. 55,555. Her tone was a little helpless. I was angry and amused at the same time. It was you who took the initiative to find me. Why do you want to regret it now? Lin Ying hugged me tightly and poured out all her feelings of the past few days. Her aggrieved words made me suddenly realize something. So that's how it is. Ying, don't worry. Even if nothing happened tonight, I would definitely sign a contract with you, I said in a firm tone. Lin Ying raised her head. Her eyes seemed to be examining me, wanting to confirm whether I was lying. I shrugged and turned to leave. However, Lin Ying took a step forward, hugged me tightly, and whispered, "No, don't go." Things had come to this point, and if I left again, it would be a bit unromantic. I turned around helplessly, picked her up gently, and strode towards the bed. Wait a minute, I'll take off my black stockings. As soon as Lin Ying finished speaking, I held her hand. I smiled wickedly. No, I prefer you wearing it. I won't go into details about what happened next. Everyone knows it tacitly. The next morning, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Lin Ying and I stared at each other. Neither of us spoke. I broke the silence, coughed lightly, and said, "Ying, bring the contract over here." Lin Ying took out the contract from her bag and handed it to me. I glanced at it and signed my name. The room fell silent again. Fortunately, my cell phone rang and saved me. "Hello, Brother Su, it's me." Gaochi Chiang's voice came from the other end of the line. "What's up, Brother Chang? I think the matter you mentioned yesterday has come to fruition. If it's convenient, come and see me." "Okay, Brother Chang, I'll be there right away." After I hung up the phone, I said to Lin Ying, "I have something to do, so I'll leave first. If you're tired, take a rest. Don't go to work today." I handed her a bank card. "There's 1.5 million in this card, and the password is 6 sixes. 1 million is my advance payment, and the remaining 500,000 is my compensation to you." Lin Ying took the card, and I stood up and prepared to leave. Women will only affect the speed of drawing the sword. I thought to myself. At the moment, my preparations are not complete, and I really don't have the energy to entangle these love affairs. After leaving the hotel, I took a taxi directly to Qiangxin Company and met Gaochi Chiang. After a brief greeting, he took me mysteriously to a hidden warehouse. Hundreds of oil drums were neatly arranged in the warehouse. According to my request, these are standard oil barrels, more than 200 barrels in total. Gaochi Chiang said with a smile, "But don't worry, there will be more later, at least 4,000 to 5,000 barrels." He got it from a friend who was in the smuggling business and could get the goods from there. As for the baby you want, it's really difficult to do, but this shotgun should be able to help. Gaochi Chiang then took out a gun. This gun looks like a common hunting rifle, but the muzzle is shortened, and it looks more like a short-barreled shotgun in the game. Although the range is shorter and the accuracy is poor, it is much more convenient to carry. I was not disappointed. I took the gun and played with it for a few times, then smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you, Brother Chang, but can you get some more bullets?" Gaochi Chiang readily agreed. "No problem, 200 for you." We chatted for a while and talked about money. Gaochi Chiang said that the money for the fuel would be discussed after the equipment was installed, and he would give me the gun as a gift. I couldn't help but feel grateful. Brother Chang really helped me a lot. "I'll call you the total amount later." Gaochi Chiang smiled and waved his hand. "I have helped you this time. As for the fuel cost, we will calculate it after you load the truck." Then, he lowered his voice and asked me, "I am a little curious. What do you want to do?" I smiled slightly. "Brother Chang, don't worry. I am just trying to protect myself." Although I didn't tell him the truth, he obviously didn't ask any more questions. After all, what I said made sense. After we chatted for a few more sentences, Chang Chi Chiang handed me the key to the warehouse, and we reached an agreement that he would be responsible for shipping the goods tonight, and I would be responsible for transporting the materials away during the day. In the following days, I was extremely busy. Every morning, Lao Su drove to Gao Chichiang's warehouse and delivered the fuel to the designated location, and I put the materials into the storage space. In the afternoon and evening, I had to sign for medicines and supplies delivered by pharmaceutical companies and Walmart in the parking lot. After nearly a week of hard work, I finally prepared all the necessary materials. The 9 million that Gao Chichiang lent me had been spent, and I also borrowed more than 1 million from the bank using my own house. Chapter 10. My Nor Madison has almost filled up its storage space. In addition to the most basic necessities such as drinking water, food, and fuel, I also stored some entertainment items, such as PS5 and some standalone game masterpieces. After all, the end of the world is long, and without entertainment in life, it is easy to collapse mentally. I signed the contract, confirmed that I had received the drugs and equipment, and said casually, "It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. I will pay the balance to your company in a month." Lin Ying looked at me with some complicated emotions in her eyes. Although we had not known each other for a long time, she gave me her first time that night after all, and I knew that she had some different feelings for me. However, after that night, I gave her $500,000, and she never heard from me again except for the delivery. I felt like I had spent $500,000 to buy her virginity. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I nodded, and when I was about to leave, I turned to her and said, the end of the world will come soon. You'd better start stockpiling some supplies and leave the Magic City as soon as possible. After I said these words, I boarded the Madison without looking back. The end of the world? Stockpiling supplies. Lu Linger was a little stunned and didn't react at all. Before she could come to her senses, Madison had already driven away from her sight. She bit her red lips, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to follow my advice and prepare some supplies. Having experienced the apocalypse, I have become extremely tough. After all, I once witnessed a man and a woman who slept together the night before and killed each other over food the next day. I left Lu Linger 500,000 yuan and reminded her that the end was approaching. I have done my best. As for whether she can survive, it has nothing to do with me. Mr. Su, where are we going now? Old Su asked through the intercom. I put aside my thoughts about Lu Linger, pondered for a while, and said, I want to modify the car. Old Su, do you know anyone in this field? Yes. Lao Su replied. I have a friend named Zhang Qi, who used to be a professional racing driver. Do you know the Beambuluk rally? He is the king of Beambuluk. After he retired, he opened a car repair shop. In addition to repairing cars, he also did some modifications. Old Su kept talking while driving. Okay, let's go find him. I nodded. After a while, Lao Su took me to a car repair shop on the outskirts of Mo City. Lao Su made a phone call, and soon after, a middle-aged man in oily work clothes came out. Old Su, long time no see. Zhang Qi greeted Old Su with a smile. When he saw Madison behind me, he was surprised and said, You've become rich? You actually bought a motorhome worth more than 10 million yuan. You misunderstood. I'm just the driver. This car belongs to Mr. Su. Old Su hurriedly explained and told Zhang Qi the purpose of my modification. So you want to modify the RV? Don't worry, Mr. Su. I can help you with whatever you want to modify it into. Zhang Qi patted his chest and said confidently. I smiled and slowly began to state my modification requirements. Zhang Qi and Lao Su were stunned after hearing my request, because my request was beyond their expectations. I asked to replace the body of the car with bulletproof steel plates and the windows with bulletproof glass. In addition, the front of the car was originally separated from the body. In order to facilitate access to the cab, I asked to connect them together so that I could enter the RV directly from the cab. In addition, I also asked for cameras to be installed around the car body to ensure that there is no blind spot in 360 degrees. The car body also needs to be absolutely soundproof and heat insulated. Mr. Su, are you modifying your car to prepare for the end of the world? Zhang Qi asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yes, I am worried about the end of the world, so I have to prepare in advance. I said without any concealment. Zhang Qi seemed to suddenly realize that he had heard before that some foreigners were also preparing for doomsday and stockpiling supplies in case of emergencies. You are so young, yet you are so worried. Zhang Qi complained in his heart, but smiled on the surface and said, however, I can meet most of your requirements. It may be difficult to remove the elevator on the second floor and create a second floor space. I smiled calmly. Don't worry, just modify it according to my requirements. Okay then, I'll listen to you on everything else. Zhang Qi nodded in agreement, but 3 weeks is too tight. Modifying a motorhome is not a small project. Normally it takes 1.5 months. Everything else can be negotiated, but not this. The modification must be completed within 3 weeks. I said in a firm tone. In 3 weeks, the end will come. If I can't complete the modification in advance, how can I stay safe when the end comes? If it can be completed within 3 weeks, I will pay double the price. I added. Zhang Qi's eyes lit up instantly. That's easy, Mr. Su. Don't worry, I will add more people to work overtime and try to complete it on time. Both parties signed the contract, and I left the Madison in the auto repair shop. In the next few weeks, Zhang Qi will be responsible for the modification. I didn't sit idle. I went home to sort out my own belongings and packed up my parents' belongings. After that, I found a boxing gym and hired a coach at a high price to teach me martial arts. Although it is impossible for me to become extremely powerful in less than a month, at least I can strengthen my body and increase my chances of surviving the apocalypse. Chapter 11. Pa Pa Pa. In the boxing gym, I was punching the sandbag in front of me frantically. Every punch was powerful, until I stopped, sweating profusely, panting slightly, but the expression on my face looked very satisfied. Speaking of which, I was a sports athlete in college. With my excellent physical fitness, I chased after the school beauty Lu Linger. It was also the advantages accumulated over the years that allowed me to persist in the doomsday world. After Rebirth, I found that my physical fitness seemed to have improved more than a little. After the guidance of a special coach, I made rapid progress in less than half a month. Although I am not at the level of being able to challenge the coaches of national athletes, those who have been training for more than 2 years in the boxing gym are no match for me. Brother Chun, wipe off your sweat. A female coach with a graceful figure wearing tight yoga pants came over and handed me a towel. She even stood behind me while I was wiping my sweat and offered to massage me. Her movements were gentle and had a hint of allure. This treatment made other people in the gym envious, but everyone also knew that I was rich. After entering the boxing gym, I directly spent hundreds of thousands of yuan to hire the entire coaching team. Those female coaches really wanted to stick to me every day. The end is coming. I recruited these female coaches. Not only did I not refuse, but I made them all obedient. When I was about to take a shower, I suddenly received a call from Gaochi. Hello, Mr. Su. The modification you requested has been completed. Gaochi's voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, I'll be there right away. I was delighted. I didn't expect Gaochi to complete the task ahead of schedule. As soon as I hung up the phone, the female coach behind me came closer to me and said softly, Brother Chun, are you free tonight? Stay with me all night. It was really hard to refuse these words, but the end of the world was approaching and time was running out. I'm busy tonight. Let's do it another day. I could only reject her invitation. Looking at her slightly disappointed eyes, I sighed, quickly took a shower, changed clothes, and went straight to Gaochi's auto repair shop. Gaochi and the driver, Lao Su, had been waiting there for a long time. When they saw me coming, they came to greet me with a smile. Mr. Su, the modification is done. What do you think? Gaochi pointed at the modified Normadison. The original yellow body has been changed to camouflage color, which greatly improves its concealment. The body is made of bulletproof steel plates, and Gaochi confidently said that this car can withstand the attack of RPG rockets. The front and body of the car have also been perfectly integrated, and the driver's cab and the body can be freely shuttled without leaving the car. I looked at it and nodded, expressing my satisfaction. Not bad. Thank you for your hard work. Mr. Su, you are too polite. Gaochi replied with a smile. Then the modification fee. Okay, I'll transfer the money right away. I didn't delay and directly transferred half of the money to Gaochi's account according to the previous agreement. The remaining balance will be paid in a month. No problem. Gaochi was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. After all, car modification is a huge profit, and customers like Su Chen are rare. I turned around and transferred the 20,000 yuan belonging to Lao Su. This is your salary. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lao Su was also very happy. After confirming that there was no problem with the car, I started the Normadison and drove away from Gaochi's auto repair shop. Gaochi and Lao Su seemed reluctant to see me leave. After all, I was a sucker. After the modification, the height of the Normadison exceeded the limit, and it would definitely be checked by the traffic police if it entered the city. But I didn't need to go back to the city anymore. Everything at home was packed, and after leaving the city, I went straight to Walmart's warehouse in the suburbs. I parked the car next to the warehouse on the pretext of discussing business with manager Zhao, and put all the materials that could be loaded into the storage space. Fortunately, today was a working day, and there were not many people in the warehouse, so everything went very smoothly. After finishing all this, I drove to the parking lot on the outskirts of the city. The modified Normadison cab is very comfortable, and I won't feel tired even if I drive for a long time. I leaned back in my seat, crossed my legs, and listened to the music played on the car stereo. I originally thought this kind of DJ music was very tacky, but when I was driving on the road, I suddenly felt that this kind of music was quite exciting. It was late at night, close to midnight. At this moment, the light outside my car window suddenly became unusually bright. I looked up through the skylight on the roof and saw groups of meteors streaking across the night sky. Although it was late at night, such a spectacular sight still attracted many people to watch, and even the internet was flooded with this meteor shower. Why is there a meteor shower all of a sudden? Is there any handsome guy to watch the meteor shower with me? The guy upstairs, looking for a handsome guy? Take a look at yourself first. There's a lot of noise on the internet, but I know that this meteor shower is not as romantic as everyone imagines. It is a sign of doomsday. Before that, I was actually in a very conflicted mood. On the one hand, I didn't want the end of the world to come, to see humans die, society collapse, and the world become extremely dangerous. But on the other hand, I hoped it would come sooner because I had already placed all my bets. If the end of the world didn't come, I was afraid that even Gaochi Chiang would not let me go. Looking at the meteor in the sky, I sighed silently, and then my eyes became determined. Since the end of the world has come, I must survive in this new world. I started the car and drove westward at an accelerated speed. The next stop was the Phoenix Mountain Scenic Area located west of the Magic City. Chapter 12. Phoenix Mountain is not far from the Magic City. If you take the highway, it will take 2 or 3 hours at most. However, my car cannot go on the highway after being modified. I can only take the National Highway and drive slowly to Phoenix Mountain. When I arrived at the foot of Phoenix Mountain, it was already noon the next day. I took a deep breath of fresh air and looked at the lush Phoenix Mountain in the distance, feeling satisfied. The temperature on Blue Star has begun to rise sharply. Soon after the meteor shower, the temperature will soar to nearly 60 degrees, until the extreme high temperature gradually stops. This is undoubtedly a sign of the coming of doomsday. As the high temperature continued, the glaciers in the Arctic and Antarctic began to melt, and the sea level rose rapidly, followed by violent storms and floods. Almost all the coastal cities in Xia were submerged. Next, a cold wave is coming, with temperatures dropping to -40 or 50 degrees Celsius, and even -100 degrees Celsius in some northern regions. The extreme weather has caused heavy casualties among humans, and before the remaining humans have a chance to catch their breath, a mysterious virus breaks out. This virus turns the infected into zombies, which constantly attack, infect, and devour other humans. The surviving humans can only gather together to build shelters and safe bases, resist natural disasters, and scavenge for daily necessities in order to survive. There are 2 reasons why I chose Phoenix Mountain as my initial stop. First, the climate in Phoenix Mountain is pleasant, with warm winters and cool summers. Second, it is not a holiday, so there are not many tourists on the mountain. So even if a zombie crisis breaks out, it will not be too dangerous. Even so, the thermometer in the car showed that the temperature outside was as high as 40 degrees. Fortunately, there was air conditioning in the car, so I felt more comfortable. After a quick meal, I sped up and finally arrived at the Green Forest Hotel halfway up the mountain at dusk. The tourism industry in Phoenix Mountain is already very developed. In addition to the surrounding villagers, most of the mountains are homestays and hotels. The most famous of them is the 5-star Green Forest Hotel. In order to facilitate the tour groups, the hotel specially built a huge underground parking lot, which is just right for my nomadism. Although the car has been protected, I still don't want to expose it to the sun. When the car drove into the underground parking lot, the tourists and service staff around were all staring. This huge luxury RV is a rare thing in their eyes. After checking in, I leisurely went to the Hotel Sky restaurant. As expected, the 5-star hotel was extraordinary, and the dishes served tasted first-rate. This might be the last time I enjoyed a meal outside, so I didn't hesitate to eat all the food in one go. After eating and drinking, I looked out the huge French window at the Phoenix Mountain dyed red by the sunset. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that such a beautiful scenery would soon be gone. Just then, a nonchalant voice came from the side. "Dude, is that Norma Decent in the parking lot yours?" I looked up and saw a handsome young man smiling and greeting me. He was wearing designer clothes, so I could tell he was from a wealthy family. Although he looked a little unwell, I guess he was just drinking too much. "Yes." I nodded and replied. Seeing my attitude, his face changed slightly, but soon returned to a smile. "My name is Zhang Mingyuan. The chairman of Mingyuan Group is my father. Are you interested in making friends?" Zhang Mingyuan, the young master of Mingyuan Group. I was a little surprised when I heard this name, but I didn't care too much. After all, the powerful people I had seen in my previous life were much more powerful than him. But even so, after the end of the world, they also had to humble themselves for a bite of food. Not interested. I rejected him directly and prepared to leave. But he blocked my way, showing a trace of disdain on his face. "You just bought a Normadison with a loan. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant?" Hearing Zhang Mingyuan's sneer, I felt something in my heart, knowing that he was deliberately looking for trouble. "Hee, brother Mingyuan is the real rich second generation. Why are you pretending in front of him?" The voice sounded delicate. I turned around and saw that it was Xiaomi. Xiaomi was wearing black stockings and high heels, and her figure was enchanting. When she walked around, she looked provocative. Her face was full of mockery, while Lu Linger, who was standing next to her, had a complicated look on her face. Yesterday, Xiaomi and Lu Linger came to Phoenix Mountain together. Originally, Xiaomi planned to come alone without telling Lu Linger, but she finally decided to bring her along. Xiaomi knew that Lu Linger was more reserved than she was, and she was the one who could control the situation. However, things changed after I met Zhang Mingyuan. Zhang Mingyuan was a typical playboy. After knowing my background, he quickly found out all my information through his connections. The young master of Mingyuan Group really had this ability, so Zhang Mingyuan and Xiaomi, with a few friends, came to Fenghuang Mountain to make trouble for me and wanted to humiliate me. Luckily, we have brother Mingyuan, Otherwise Linger and I would have been cheated by this poor loser. Xiaomi patted her chest and pretended to be thankful, her words full of disdain. Chapter 13. Faced with Xiaomi's sarcasm, I said expressionlessly, "Get out of the way." "What if I don't?" Zhang Mingyuan sneered and walked forward, poked my chest with his hand, and said provocatively, "Hit me if you dare." I shrugged and replied calmly, "This is the first time I've heard of such a request." Before I finished speaking, I raised my leg and kicked him. Because I have been training hard during this period, my physical fitness is much better than before, and I kicked quickly, so Zhang Mingyuan had no time to react. Bang! He was kicked out and fell heavily to the ground. His whole body curled up into a ball, bending in pain like a cooked lobster. Everyone around was stunned. After all, Zhang Mingyuan is the young master of Mingyuan Group, with extensive connections in the Magic City. If you offend him, almost no one will have a good life. Mr. Zhang, are you okay?" Zhang Mingyuan's friends quickly gathered around and helped him up. "Su Chen, you bastard, how dare you hit Mr. Zhang?" Xiaomi's face changed, and she immediately rushed over, scolding me angrily, and ran towards Zhang Mingyuan at the same time. Zhang Mingyuan's face was filled with pain, and he was so angry that his face turned blue. He shouted, "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." He roared angrily, his eyes full of anger. "What are you still standing there for? Kill him for me, and I'll take the blame if anything happens." Several young men looked at each other. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in their eyes, and then they all rushed towards me. I stood calmly, picked up a chair next to me without panic, and threw it directly at the person who rushed up in front. Dang! The sound of the chairs hitting each other was heard, and the man immediately rolled his eyes, fell heavily to the ground, and fainted. Before the others could react, I quickly hit the second person who rushed up, and that person was also knocked to the ground and lay down in pain. "You dare to come up and try again?" I glanced at the remaining people coldly. My eyes were cold and my tone was full of threats. Zhang Mingyuan's companions were shocked by my actions and stopped in their tracks, their eyes full of fear. After all, they were just some dandies who loved pleasure. Where had they seen a character as ruthless as me? In just a few rounds, 2 of my companions had already fallen. Lu Linger stood aside, stunned, as if she was meeting me for the first time. She had always thought that I was too weak and not strong enough, which was one of the reasons why she decided to leave me. But today, my performance completely overturned her view. If I knew what she was thinking at that moment, I would probably laugh at her in my heart. How shameless. Wu Jing version. After I successfully intimidated Zhang Mingyuan and his gang, I ruthlessly dropped the chair in my hand, turned around, and walked away coldly. Although according to my previous personality, I would never show mercy, but now the social order has not completely collapsed. If I really kill Zhang Mingyuan, it will probably cause unnecessary trouble. "Young Master Zhang, should we call the police?" One of his companions asked cautiously. "Call your head." Zhang Mingyuan's face twisted, and he cursed viciously, then took out his cell phone and made a call. "Abbeyo, take your people and drive to Phoenix Mountain. Bring your weapons." Hearing Zhang Mingyuan's instructions, Xiaomi and the others all showed smug smiles on their faces. But Lu Linger, for some reason, felt a little worried, afraid that I would get into trouble because of this. Back in the RV, I locked the door and lay down. I didn't take the conflict with Zhang Mingyuan seriously. After all, I knew he was just looking for trouble. But at this moment, my phone suddenly vibrated. I picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from Lu Linger. "Su Chen, are you asleep?" Her message surprised me a little. "What's the matter?" I replied. "Zhang Mingyuan has a very powerful background. He will definitely not give up after suffering such a huge loss. I heard that he has already found a team of thugs, and they are heading this way. If the situation is not right, you should leave quickly tonight." When I saw this message, my heart moved. I didn't expect that Lu Linger would remind me. Although she and I no longer have any relationship, her reminder still touched me a little. "Got it," I replied to her briefly, then put my phone down and went back to sleep. In another room, Lu Linger looked at the 3 cold words I replied and felt a little disappointed. She always thought I was too weak and not domineering enough, but today was a complete reversal. "Linger, what are you thinking about?" Xiaomi came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, wiping her wet hair, breaking Lu Linger's contemplation. Nothing. Lu Linger came back to her senses and hurriedly put away her phone. Xiaomi didn't think much about it and sat next to her with a smile. "Zhang Mingyuan is a top 2nd-generation rich man. If you marry him, you will enjoy all the wealth and glory. How could a playboy like him marry us?" Lu Linger shook her head and said softly. She knew clearly that even if Zhang Mingyuan was willing, his parents would never agree to her and Xiaomi's conditions. Moreover, Zhang Mingyuan was lustful and had countless women around him, so it was impossible for him to really value them. It doesn't matter. Zhang Mingyuan's friends are all rich people. Just find one of them. Xiaomi smiled confidently and changed the subject. I just heard them say that Zhang Mingyuan hired bodyguards from Mingyuan Group. These bodyguards are either veterans or experienced fighters, and they are all very skilled. She said with a hint of pride. Do you know? Some people offended young Master Zhang and ended up having their limbs broken by those bodyguards. Hearing these words, Lu Linger's expression changed slightly. She began to worry about Su Chen's safety and silently hoped that he could listen to her and leave Phoenix Mountain as soon as possible. The next morning, when I woke up, I looked at the thermometer. Although it was morning and I was still in the underground parking lot, the temperature outside the car had reached more than 30 degrees. According to this trend, it should be no problem to break 50 degrees today. I muttered to myself, and after washing up, I decided to go to the restaurant for my last breakfast. On the way to the restaurant, I passed through an open-air corridor. As soon as I got out of the elevator, I felt a wave of heat coming towards me, and I hurriedly quickened my pace. In the restaurant, Zhang Mingyuan and his gang were gathered in a corner complaining about the weather. Why is the weather so weird today? It's so hot so early in the morning. When they saw me come in, their faces turned unhappy and they all shut their mouths. Obviously, they didn't dare to look down on me anymore. Chapter 14. I just glanced at Zhang Mingyuan without saying anything and walked straight to the window to sit down and start ordering. After yesterday's conflict, Zhang Mingyuan and others seemed to have learned their lesson and did not dare to come up and provoke me again. After breakfast, it was already noon. The thermometer in the restaurant showed that the temperature outside had exceeded 40 degrees, reaching an astonishing 45 degrees. Although the central air conditioner was turned on very high, the heat wave could still be felt through the window. I decided not to delay any longer and got up and left the restaurant quickly. Zhang Mingyuan was relieved to see me leave and threatened in a low voice. Let him be arrogant for a while. When Abbeyo and the others come, he will be in trouble. Lu Linger was upset and worried and a little angry. She thought to herself, I have kindly reminded me. Why doesn't Su Chen leave? Soon, the temperature outside approached 50 degrees. In such hot weather, no one wanted to stay outside. Everyone went into the room and turned on the air conditioner to escape the heat. Red alert for high temperatures. The temperature is expected to exceed 50 degrees today. The reminder came on the radio. Please avoid staying outdoors and try to stay in a cool environment. At this moment, the TV in the restaurant suddenly stopped, and the central air conditioning also stopped working silently. The temperature in the restaurant began to rise rapidly, becoming stuffy. Zhang Mingyuan looked at this situation and couldn't help but slam the table and said, What the hell is going on? The hotel manager came over quickly, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and explained, Mr. Zhang, there was an explosion in the hotel's power distribution room, and the fire was just put out. What? How could such a thing happen? Zhang Mingyuan and others were obviously surprised. The high temperature in summer often causes the equipment in the distribution room to overload, but it is indeed unusual for this situation to happen in a 5-star hotel like Green Forest Hotel. How long will it take to fix it? Zhang Mingyuan asked impatiently. Well, it will take until at least the evening. The person in charge hesitated. Although there were professional electricians in the hotel, they needed to transport the equipment from the foot of the mountain. It was so hot outside that no one was willing to go. At night? Won't we be killed by the heat? Zhang Mingyuan was immediately furious. What kind of 5-star hotel is this? It will collapse if it gets a little hot. Let's go to another hotel. Several of his friends also started to complain. Just as Zhang Mingyuan was about to take people away, the door of the restaurant suddenly opened, and a group of people holding parasols, wrapped tightly, quickly rushed into the restaurant. Manager, it's so hot today, let's cool down here. These people took off their coats as they entered the restaurant, sweating profusely. They were obviously local residents of Phoenix Mountain. The hotel manager was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, you guys. He tried to shirk. Don't you have air conditioning at home? Don't mention it. The appliance is broken and can't be fixed today. The resident sighed. We've also been to several other hotels, and they all had power supply problems. Hearing these words, the people in the restaurant looked at each other and their faces changed. The heat outside was scorching, and without air conditioning it would really kill people. Why don't you go back to the room and take a bath? Lu Linger suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement and returned to their rooms. The viewing room chosen by Lu Linger and Xiaomi had a huge floor-to-ceiling window. They had originally intended to enjoy the beautiful view, but now they felt that the room, which was exposed to the sun, was like a furnace. As soon as they entered the room, they were hit by the heat wave. They quickly drew the curtains and ran into the bathroom to turn on the faucet, preparing to use water to cool down. Although the water temperature was not low, it could barely bring a little coolness. Unfortunately, It didn't take long before most of the water in the bathtub evaporated and the water temperature rose. Lu Linger turned the faucet helplessly, but no water came out. What's going on? Maybe there's a power outage? Xiaomi frowned. The Green Forest Hotel draws water from the mountain. If there's a power outage, there's no water. Xiaomi was a little angry. This is too unreliable. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door, and Zhang Mingyuan's voice came in. Linger Xiaomi. The two girls hurriedly wrapped themselves in bath towels and opened the door. Seeing Zhang Mingyuan standing outside the door, his eyes were obviously full of greed, and his face was flushed with heat. I just heard that many people in the hotel have suffered from heat stroke and are unconscious. I came to see you, Zhang Mingyuan said with a smile, his tone showing his concern. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Zhang. We are fine. Xiaomei responded tenderly, with a hint of helplessness on her face. But it's so hot. I'm afraid I can't stand it if I continue to stay here. Zhang Mingyuan looked around and smiled. The underground parking lot of the hotel is very cool. The manager said that he has organized people to go there. Why don't we go together? Okay, Mr. Zhang, wait a moment. Lu Linger and Xiaomei exchanged glances, quickly closed the door, and began to change clothes. When they changed their clothes, they chose suspender tops and hot shorts, which were sexier than bath towels. Even though Zhang Mingyuan had seen countless women, he almost popped his eyes out when he saw the two women's outfits. Chapter 15 Car, Air Conditioning. Fortunately, the weather is hot now. Although Zhang Mingyuan wanted to do it, the conditions did not allow it. He took Lu Linger and Xiaomei along the emergency stairs to the underground parking lot. The underground parking lot is always warm in winter and cool in summer. Although it was still much hotter in here than usual, when a few people came in, they clearly felt the temperature dropped a bit. This immediately made Lu Linger, Xiaomei and others feel much more comfortable. It is not the peak tourist season in Phoenix Mountain right now, but there are still quite a few people here, including staff and nearby villagers. At this time, about 100 or 200 people had gathered in the spacious underground parking lot. The hotel manager is organizing people to maintain order. Seeing Zhang Mingyuan coming, the manager hurriedly bowed and ran over. Master Zhang, we have prepared a place for you. In order to curry favor with Zhang Mingyuan, the manager reserved a ventilated area for him and his friends, and also laid several mats on the ground. Thank you for your hard work. I won't treat you unfairly when the weather returns to normal. Zhang Mingyuan waved his hand. Mr. Zhang is so polite. The manager immediately smiled happily. Mr. Zhang is really capable. Xiaomei, who was standing by, quickly complimented. That's natural. Zhang Mingyuan smiled, pretending to be reserved, thinking to himself, once I get you two in a bed, you'll know how powerful I am. He took Xiaomei and Lu Linger to reunite with his companions. Sitting on the cool mat, feeling the intermittent breeze, the few of them breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. However, as time goes by, new problems arise again. Although the underground parking lot is much cooler than outside, the temperature rises with so many people crowded together. Before long, everyone's faces turned red and beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping down. Regardless of gender, age, or status, everyone took off as many clothes as possible. There were many spring scenes during this period, but at this point, people were so hot that they were dizzy and too lazy to watch. This weather, why is it so hot? Yeah, it's already past noon. Why is it still so hot? Mr. Zhang, this weather won't stay this hot forever, will it? Zhang Mingyuan's friends couldn't help but whisper. How is that possible? If it continues to be this hot, won't everyone die of the heat? Zhang Mingyuan turned over and said weakly. At this moment, Xiaomei's eyes suddenly lit up and she pointed to the distance and said, Look! Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. I saw Su Chen's Normandison parked at the entrance of the parking lot. What's wrong? Zhang Mingyuan frowned and said impatiently. Listen, his RV is always running. I guess it's using the air conditioner. We can use the air conditioner, too. Xiaomei's words immediately reminded Zhang Mingyuan and others. Yes, although there is a power outage outside, the air conditioner in the car is burning gasoline. Zhang Mingyuan and his people all drove to Phoenix Mountain for a self-driving tour. Thinking of this, he quickly jumped up and ran towards his car. When he started the Porsche sports car, turned on the air conditioner, and felt the cool breeze, Zhang Mingyuan almost burst into tears. As Zhang Mingyuan and others started the car, the other people present also reacted. Anyone who comes by car should quickly get into their car and turn on the air conditioner. And those who don't have a car can only look at them with envy. For a moment, the only sound in the parking lot was the hum of car engines. While enjoying the cool breeze, Zhang Mingyuan took a sip of the mineral water in the car and immediately felt refreshed. Mr. Zhang, can we both go in and get some fresh air? Xiaomi knocked on the car window and spoke in a weak voice. Of course, I'm not a stingy person. Zhang Mingyuan laughed, opened the car door, and let Xiaomi and Lu Linger get in. Mr. Zhang is so nice. When the temperature returns to normal, I will definitely treat you to a meal, Xiaomi said in a delicate voice. No need to eat. Zhang Mingyuan said this, and added in his heart, let's do it another day. Those who own cars enjoy the air conditioning in their cars. People who don't have cars can only continue to endure the high temperature outside. But they all believe that this horrific high temperature will pass within 2 days. At the same time, Su Chen in Madison sat in a comfortable boss chair with his legs crossed. Looking at the situation in the parking lot, a sneer appeared on his lips. Using the air conditioner in the car to cool down is indeed a good idea. But Zhang Mingyuan and others had no idea that such horrific high temperature would last for half a month. How long can they last with a little bit of gasoline in their car? Moreover, when so many cars are started at the same time, the carbon dioxide generated will only make the temperature in the parking lot higher. But what does all this have to do with me? As expected, after a while, the temperature in the parking lot also rose a lot. Those who don't have cars have been unable to bear the heat. They had no choice but to walk forward and knock on the car windows one by one, hoping that the people inside would allow them to go in to enjoy the cool air. However, most of the tourists come with their families and drive small cars that can only accommodate 1 or 2 people at most. There are only dozens of people left, and they can only endure the high temperature. Soon, 1 or 2 people with weaker bodies suffered from heat stroke and fell into a coma. Seeing this situation, the hotel manager sitting in the car suddenly became anxious. He didn't know that the end of the world had already arrived. In his opinion, it wouldn't be long before the climate would return to normal. But if a guest died in the Green Forest Hotel, it would be a huge blow to the hotel's reputation, and he might even be fired. But no matter how anxious he was, it was of no avail. Because there were already 6 people in his car, including himself, and there was really no room for more. Just when the manager was in a dilemma, Zhang Mingyuan drove a Porsche to his car. Manager, I have a way to help these people. Zhang Mingyuan rolled down the car window and said with a smile. What good ideas do you have, young Master Zhang? The manager's eyes lit up and he asked quickly, isn't there a Norma Decent over there? Zhang Mingyuan pointed at Su Chen's RV and said in a kind voice. That RV is so big, if we really want to squeeze in, 30 or 50 people should be able to fit in it. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? The manager suddenly realized what was going on and quickly called out to the people outside the car, asking them to follow his car and rush towards Madison. Looking at the backs of the manager and his group, Zhang Mingyuan showed a sinister smile on his face. He made this suggestion not out of any kindness. Instead, he thought that Madison was a famous luxury RV. If I could stay in the RV, it would be much more comfortable than it is now. Zhang Mingyuan winked at his companions and also drove the car, following behind the manager and his group. Chapter 16, No Morality, No Kidnapping. Su Chen was lying on a big Simmons bed in the RV, leisurely browsing a certain audio app. Today is only the first 2 days of the apocalypse, and social order has not yet completely collapsed. There are still quite a few young ladies in black stockings on TikTok who are working hard to wipe the edges in an air-conditioned room. Su Chen was so excited that he sent a few big rockets to the other party, causing the female anchor to scream in pleasure. Thank you for the rocket, love you. The female anchor gave Su Chen a heart with her hands and applied to add Su Chen as her friend. Su Chen just smiled and passed it off. If it had been before, he might have been interested in getting the other party to drop in through his friends. But in the current situation, he has no interest at all. Seeing that it was time for dinner, Su Chen thought about it and casually opened a food blogger's video, intending to decide what to eat in the evening in this way. Son of the soul, pour it. Listening to the devil's whispers coming from a certain audio source, Su Chen was also cheered up. He opened the storage space, and after searching for a while, he finally found a few frozen sheep heads. Put it in the microwave to heat for a while, then prepare the hot rapeseed oil. Just as he was about to pour the water, there was a knock on the door. Su Chen frowned, put down the rapeseed oil in his hand, and walked to the car door. Through the car's camera, he could clearly see that dozens of people were gathered outside the car door, led by the hotel manager. What's the matter? Su Chen pressed the button and spoke politely. In addition to the camera, Su Chen also asked Zhang Qi to install a microphone in the car so that he could communicate with the outside world without getting out of the car. Hearing Su Chen's voice, the manager was slightly startled and quickly smiled and said, Mr. Su Chen, right? I have something to do here. Is it convenient for you to come in for a chat? Inconvenient. Su Chen refused bluntly. Having experienced the end of the world, he has a deep understanding of things like a cuckoo occupying a magpie's nest. How could he possibly let someone in? The smile on the manager's face suddenly froze. That's right, Mr. Su. As you know, the temperature is so high today, and there is a problem in the hotel's power distribution room, so all the air conditioners are out of service. It's so hot. Several elderly people and children have already suffered from heat stroke. Your RV has so much space. Why don't you do a good deed and let them all stay inside? Do good things? I'm just afraid that I'll let a wolf into the house. A sneer appeared on Su Chen's lips. In his previous life, he had seen many kind-hearted people who, in order to help others, ended up sacrificing themselves. Sorry, not interested. After being rejected by Su Chen again, the manager's face was obviously a little embarrassed. Sir, you are in the underground parking lot of our hotel. If you want to stay here, you'd better cooperate. If I don't cooperate, can you chase me away? There was a hint of teasing in Su Chen's tone. Well, the manager was embarrassed for a moment. If Su Chen didn't cooperate, he really didn't know what to do. Sir, please be kind. Yes, my old lady is over 70 years old and is now in a coma. Seeing that the manager's words were not working, other passengers around came forward and spoke at once. Su Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, so he went straight back to his seat and started enjoying his sheep's head. When the people outside the car saw that Su Chen was motionless, they immediately became angry. You are such a heartless person. That's right, seeing the elderly and children suffering. Why don't you have a kind heart? After this matter is over, I will definitely expose him. Listening to the accusations outside the car, Su Chen smiled. Without morals, you won't be kidnapped. Fortunately, I didn't let them in. Otherwise, with their character, I'm afraid they would get even worse. A group of passengers complained for a long time, but there was no movement in the car. They had no choice but to lick their dry lips and go back to rest. The manager also drove to the side of the Porsche. He shook his head at Zhang Mingyuan and said angrily, Master Zhang, this guy named Su Chen is really a piece of shit. Zhang Mingyuan was also a little surprised. Even if it were him, seeing so many people begging him for help, it would be impossible for him to remain indifferent. However, he did not miss this opportunity, but pretended to be angry. How can this person be so unsympathetic? Oh, sorry, Linger. I shouldn't have said that about him. It doesn't matter, Mr. Zhang. That Su Chen is just Linger's ex-boyfriend. Xiaomi's pretty face was full of disdain for Su Chen. I didn't expect that he would be such a person who would not help others in need. Fortunately, Linger, you broke up with him early. Lu Linger, who was standing aside, frowned slightly, her heart full of doubts. She has known Su Chen for so long, and she can be sure that Su Chen is definitely a kind person. But what happened to make him so cold and callous? Although he failed to trick the car door open and get into the Nomadison to enjoy himself, he at least ruined Su Chen's image. Zhang Mingyuan laid the groundwork for himself to push down Lu Linger next. As for Xiaomi, in his opinion, she was already in his pocket. As time passed and the sun set, the originally scorching temperature also dropped a little. Although it was still quite hot, people could still bear it compared to noon. But a new problem also emerged, food shortage. As a 5-star hotel, Green Sun uses ingredients that are transported up from the mountain every morning. The hotel had good intentions and wanted travelers to enjoy the freshest ingredients. However, today's sudden high temperature and power outage caused the freezer to stop functioning, and a large amount of food directly rotted and deteriorated. The manager led his men back to the hotel and searched the hotel thoroughly. They finally managed to find some instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and other foods that were not easy to spoil and were durable to store. But there wasn't much food, and after distributing it among 100 or 200 people, there wasn't much left. Master Zhang, I left this for you specially. The manager was holding a cardboard box and said in a flattering manner. In order to save gasoline, most people chose to leave their cars when the temperature dropped to a tolerable level. Zhang Mingyuan is no exception. He took the cardboard box from the manager, opened it, and saw some canned food inside. Manager Dang, sure. Zhang Mingyuan was surprised and delighted, and couldn't help praising the manager. You can't mistreat young Master Zhang, right? Manager Dang said with a smile. Mingyuan Group is a super company and also has shares in Lucin Hotel. This is why he is so trying to please Zhang Mingyuan. Xiaomi Linger, come, let's eat together. Zhang Mingyuan pretended to be generous and greeted Xiaomi and Lu Linger. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Young Master Zhang is indeed very capable. The two girls were also a little hungry, so they didn't bother to be polite with Zhang Mingyuan and started enjoying the canned food. Young men of status like Zhang Mingyuan usually eat delicacies from land and sea. But in this situation, the canned food in my hand seems particularly delicious. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they lay down to rest. At this moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the underground parking lot. Chapter 17, Isn't he your liquor? Could it be that the rescue team has arrived? Manager Dang stood up subconsciously with an excited expression on his face. As early as noon when the power went out, he called Yolan and Yujiu for help. Although they replied that they knew about it and said they would send someone over as soon as possible, there has been no movement. After hearing what Manager Dang said, everyone else present looked as if they had been saved. However, to everyone's surprise, what appeared before them was not the so-called rescue team, but 7 or 8 strong men. With the help of the emergency escape light, Zhang Mingyuan recognized at a glance that the person coming was Abbeyo, who was in charge of security in Mingyuan Group. But Abbeyo's image at this time was really a bit miserable. He and his security guards had all taken off their clothes except for their shorts, and their bodies were sunburned and peeling. Abbeyo, what's wrong with you? Zhang Mingyuan stepped forward and spoke in a somewhat bewildered manner. Master, I finally see you. Abbeyo was breathing heavily. When he saw the bottle of mineral water next to Zhang Mingyuan, he didn't bother to talk and quickly took it and started drinking it. Several other security guards also grabbed a few bottles of mineral water and started drinking them crazily. After they calmed down a little, Abbeyo told them the whole story. Originally, according to Zhang Mingyuan's request, he led his men out from the Magic City. If all goes well, we will arrive at Phoenix Mountain this afternoon. But they didn't expect such a terrifyingly high temperature to suddenly appear. When the car was still 4 or 5 kilometers away from Green Forest Hotel, the engine broke down halfway due to overheating. You know, it's as hot as 50 degrees outside. When the engine stops running, the air conditioner in the car also stops working. The group was instantly enveloped by terrible high temperatures. Fortunately, Abbeyo reacted in time and quickly abandoned the car with his men and went into the forest nearby. Phoenix Mountain has lush vegetation and there are streams in the jungle. In this way, Abbeyo and others avoided being roasted into jerky and luckily saved their lives. But even so, they were all in a miserable state, and one of them even lost his vital signs. After the night slowly fell, Abbeyo came to the Green Sun Hotel with 5 or 6 of his men. Looking at their miserable appearance, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Oh my goodness, it's so scary outside. By the way, what's the situation outside? Is there any rescue team coming? Xiaomi remembered something and asked hurriedly. Abbeyo panted, shook his head and smiled bitterly. There's no rescue team, but I'm afraid the authorities are too busy to take care of themselves now. He told everyone about the situation outside. Because the temperature today is so abnormally high, people have chosen to turn on the air conditioner. This has led to electricity shortages and circuit overloads. The power systems in almost all cities have experienced failures of varying degrees. No maintenance worker would be willing to work outside in such hot weather, unless they risked their life. Without air conditioning to cool down, a large number of people suffered from heat stroke, and the medical system was overcrowded. Although the authorities wanted to rescue and maintain order, they were helpless in the face of extreme weather. The current social order is almost on the brink of collapse. Upon hearing the news, everyone present was shocked. They originally thought that such horribly high temperatures would only occur in the Magic City area. Unexpectedly, similar situations exist all over the country. What shocked them even more was that the authorities were also helpless. Then, did the authorities say when this heat wave will end? Lu Linger couldn't help but ask. Abbeyo glanced at her and said coldly, according to the weather station, it will last for at least a week. After hearing this, despair filled everyone's face. In just one day, they were tortured to the point of wanting to die? If this continues for a week, I'm afraid no one present will survive. No, I have to leave here quickly. Abbeyo, think of a way. Zhang Mingyuan, who had been living a life of luxury since childhood, suddenly became panicked and yelled at Abbeyo. As a security guard of Mingyuan Group, Abbeyo's main job is to act as Zhang Mingyuan's thug and protect his safety. But given the current situation, even though he was the most powerful retired Special Forces soldier, he was worried. Even though it's nighttime and the temperature outside has dropped, if you go out like this and the car breaks down on the road, your life would be in danger. If we want to leave, we'd better get a tour bus, load everyone on it, and leave together under the cover of night. Abbeyo suggested. But where can we find a tour bus at this critical moment? Manager Dang began to worry. It is not the peak tourist season now, and most of the tourists who come to Phoenix Mountain to travel drive themselves or take the bus. There was not even a tourist bus in the huge parking lot. Isn't there a big RV over there at the entrance? Abbeyo suddenly remembered and said in confusion. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other with a somewhat awkward expression. Zhang Mingyuan coughed lightly and gave Abbeyo a general account of Su Chen's situation. Abbeyo knew his young master's temper very well and was not surprised. He stroked his chin and pondered. If we can't get that RV, we may not be able to leave safely. Everyone was in a dilemma for a moment. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan suddenly remembered something and looked towards Lu Linger. Linger, didn't you say that Su Chen was your bootlicker? Yeah, you might as well go talk to him and ask him to lend us the car. If it doesn't work, we'll just buy his RV. Although Zhang Mingyuan's friends were not as wealthy as his family, they were also either rich or noble. Lu Linger looked embarrassed. It's not that she doesn't want to. It's just that the attitude Su Chen showed before was too cold. Even if she went to find Su Chen might not agree. Linger, no matter what, we still have to give it a try. Xiaomi on the side advised tenderly. We can't just wait here to die, can we? Okay then, I'll give it a try. Lu Linger bit her red lips and finally agreed. No matter what, the most important thing is to leave here and survive. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Lu Linger stood up and walked towards Norma-Decent. After a full meal, Su Chen in the car turned on the PS5 and prepared to play some games. Sekiro? No, it's too difficult, and clumsy people can't play it. My cousin too. This is fine, enjoy the western scenery. When Su Chen opened Red Cousin 2, he felt a little regretful. It was a pity that the doomsday came too early and he missed the release of Black Myth. But before he could enter the game, the car door was knocked again. Chapter 18 Attack on Norma-Decent. Su Chen took a look at the surveillance video and was a little surprised to find that it was Lu Linger standing outside the car. He thought about it and pressed a button on the console. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, a steel plate on the side of the car body slowly slid down, revealing a thick glass. What's up? Su Chen looked at Lu Linger and said calmly. Looking at Su Chen standing in the brightly lit car, everyone including Lu Linger was stunned. Everyone in the parking lot was sweating profusely and wanted to take off all their clothes. They only ate canned food, instant noodles, and the like. However, Su Chen in the RV was enjoying the suitable temperature. Not only is he drinking an ice-cold drink, he's also playing PS5. Isn't this such a fucking enjoyment? Forehead. Lu Linger was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. She licked her dry red lips and resisted the urge to take a sip of iced cola. Su Chen, the situation is too urgent now. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid everyone will die. Why don't you drive us away from Phoenix Mountain while the temperature is not so high at night? What do you think? Hearing Lu Linger's words, Su Chen glanced at Zhang Mingyuan, Xiaomi and others not far away, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He naturally understood that Zhang Mingyuan and others wanted to influence him through Lu Linger. It's a pity that Su Chen, who had experienced doomsday, would not be persuaded so easily. To tell you the truth, the end has come. Even if you leave here, you will die. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders and said lightly. Besides, why should I take you away? Lu Linger's beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. Is this still the kind-hearted Su Chen? How did he become so strange? If you're all right, I'm going to go back and play games. Su Chen pressed the button without any hesitation and raised the steel plate back. Put aside your personal qualities and enjoy a bad life. This is Su Chen's current creed in life. Lu Linger stayed for a long time before returning to Zhang Mingyuan and others in dejection. After listening to the conversation between the two, Xiaomi's eyes widened. This Su Chen has a really bad character. It's a good thing you broke up with him early, Ling. Lu Linger remained silent, her expression somewhat gloomy. Xiaomi is right. Linger, don't take it to heart. This kind of person is not worthy of your kindness. Zhang Mingyuan also seized the opportunity to comfort Lu Linger. What do you think Su Chen meant by the end of the world? At this moment, Manager Dang suddenly said in a muffled voice. Everyone was slightly stunned and remembered what Su Chen said about the end of the world. What the hell is the end of the world? He is just talking nonsense. Zhang Mingyuan sneered. Mr. Zhang is right. We can't believe this kind of nonsense. Didn't the Meteorological Bureau say that it would pass after a while? Everyone was talking at once, not taking Su Chen's words to heart at all. But for some reason, Lu Linger felt a little scared. Although Su Chen seems like a different person now, based on her understanding of Su Chen, he is not the kind of person who likes to talk nonsense. Moreover, there were some daily necessities in Su Chen's RV. It seems like he really has made a lot of preparations for the end of the world. Mr. Zhang, what should we do now? Abbeyo looked at Zhang Mingyuan and asked for instructions. Without a tour bus and unable to trick Su Chen's RV into coming, it is almost impossible to leave here. Since we can't resolve it peacefully, we can only suppress it by force. Zhang Mingyuan's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he looked at Manager Dang fiercely. Are there any handy tools in the hotel? Yes, there are. There is a fire axe in the stairwell, and there are hammers, wrenches, and other tools in the utility room. I'll take you there. Manager Dang quickly stood up and left the underground parking lot with Abbeyo and his group. After a while, they returned sweating profusely, holding various tools in their hands. Wait a minute, you guys go smash the glass in the cab, and try to only break one piece. Abbeyo said to several of his men. You guys go watch the car door, and see if you can pry it open. And you, climb onto the roof and see if there is any gap in the roof. Seeing that Abbeyo and his group were about to take action, Lu Linger bit her red lips and said, Mr. Zhang, when we get into the car later, could you please not embarrass Su Chen? Su Chen has treated you like this, and you still want to speak for him? Xiaomi frowned and complained dissatisfiedly. Zhang Mingyuan rolled his eyes and chuckled. Okay, Linger asked, so I have to give her face. Abbeyo, don't embarrass that kid later. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Abbeyo nodded. Mr. Zhang is really good. He is much better than that kid Su Chen, Xiaomi said in a delicate voice. Zhang Mingyuan smiled pretentiously, thinking in his heart that if he took the RV, he could let Abbeyo and the others live in the front. He could totally bring Xiaomi and Lu Linger and live on the big bed in the back. Abbeyo, along with several of his men, quietly approached Madison. But they didn't know that after Lu Linger left, Su Chen activated the sentry mode of the RV. This is the same function as Tesla. After it is started, the cameras around the RV start working. As long as it detects someone approaching, it will automatically alarm. While Su Chen was playing Red Cousin 2 and enjoying the beautiful scenery of the West, the alarm suddenly sounded. He put down the controller and looked at the surveillance screen. When Su Chen saw Abbeyo and his group, holding various tools, stealthily approaching the RV, a sneer appeared on his face. As expected, he knew that with the personalities of Zhang Mingyuan and others, they would never let him go easily. Fortunately, I had modified the Madison in advance, so I didn't have to worry about Abbeyo and others coming in. However, in order to be prepared for any eventuality, Su Chen thought about it and stood up and walked to the control console. He opened the storage space, took out the shotgun that Gaochi Chiang had gotten for him, and waited quietly. Abbeyo and others outside the car had no idea that they had been discovered. After confirming that there was no movement in the car, Abbeyo winked at his men. 2 people with nimble figures climbed directly onto the roof of the car. The other 2 people carefully checked the car door. After a moment, they all shook their heads at Abbeyo in frustration. Brother Abbeyo, no. There's not much gap on the roof, so it's hard to do anything. Abbeyo frowned, walked forward, touched the body of the Madison car, and was suddenly surprised. He was knowledgeable and could tell at once that the car body was made of top-grade bulletproof steel plates. Forget about a hammer or a fire axe. Even an RPG missile may not be able to blast a hole. It seems that the only way to deal with it is from the front glass. Abbeyo nodded to his men and came to the front of the car carrying a heavy fire axe. Chapter 19. Everyone is equal in front of trolls. With the help of his men, Abbeyo climbed onto the hood of the car. He took a deep breath, raised the heavy and sharp fire axe in his hand, and smashed it heavily on the passenger side window. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, Abbeyo felt his palms were shaking, and even the body of the Madison was shaking slightly. But before he could check, the lights in the cab suddenly came on. The door connecting the cab and the living area was pushed open. Su Chen walked in slowly, sat down on the comfortable seat, and looked at Abbeyo with a smile. Abbeyo didn't feel embarrassed at all. He just sneered. Boy, you'd better open the car door yourself and let us in. Otherwise, when we break in through the window, you'll be in big trouble. Facing Abbeyo's threat, Su Chen showed no fear, but smiled and nodded. Okay, I want you to open my eyes. Let me see how you broke this bulletproof glass. When Abbeyo heard this, he was shocked and quickly looked down. It would be fine if he didn't look at it, but once he did, Abbeyo was stunned. I saw that the car window glass was intact, without even a white mark. As someone who had experience as a personal bodyguard for the rich and powerful, he immediately realized that the glass of this Madison car was made of the world's top-level bulletproof glass. This kind of glass is not only smash-proof, but also bulletproof. Even the powerful AK-47 bullet cannot completely destroy the glass. At most, it can only form spiderweb-like cracks. The car used by the President of the United States uses similar bulletproof glass. Abbeyo couldn't help but take a breath. Isn't this too perverted? The car body is made of bulletproof steel plates, and the car windows are also made of bulletproof glass. Are you trying to defend against a terrorist attack? Looking at Abbeyo, who was in a daze, Su Chen smiled, and his smile was extremely bright. Smash it, why don't you smash it? Brother Abbeyo, why bother talking to him? Just keep smashing. The younger brothers on the side immediately became angry. They rushed forward, raised their tools, and started smashing the car windows frantically. However, reality is cruel. No matter how hard they tried, the car windows remained intact, but it really exhausted them. Bang! Just when Abbeyo and his companions were extremely exhausted, a gunshot was suddenly heard. Abbeyo, who was very experienced, reacted first and quickly jumped off the front of the car. The rest of the people also followed him and hid. "Ah, brother Abbeyo, I was shot." One of the men fell beside the front of the car, screaming miserably. Su Chen closed the reserved firing hole, blew away the smoke from the spray gun, and said coldly, "Go back and tell Zhang Mingyuan that if he dares to come and bother me again, don't blame me for being rude." He had a cold expression and sharp eyes. Even though Abbeyo had several lives on his hands, his scalp still felt numb. This kid looks to be only in his early 20s. Why is he so murderous? The worst thing is, where did he get the gun? Abbeyo didn't dare to waste time with Su Chen anymore. He called a few people to carry the injured brother back. Zhang Mingyuan and others thought that if Abbeyo brought his men to take over, it would not take long for Normadison to be captured. But after waiting for a while, they heard crackling sounds from the other side, followed by a gunshot. They were shocked and frightened. It was not until Abbeyo brought his men back that they understood what had happened. "What? He has a gun?" Zhang Mingyuan was shocked. "You have to know that China has very strict control over this thing." "Yes, but it's not an automatic rifle. It looks like a homemade shotgun," Abbeyo explained. After hearing this, Lu Linger and Xiaomi were even more shocked. How come Su Chen is getting bigger and bigger, even to the point of having Abbeyo? "Abbeyo, what should we do now?" Zhang Mingyuan looked at Abbeyo for help. Abbeyo also had a headache. When he received the call from Zhang Mingyuan, he just thought that someone had offended Zhang Mingyuan and asked him to come over and teach the other person a lesson. But I never expected that the other party had a shotgun in his hand. Everyone is equal in front of trolls. In front of the equality device for all beings, even if Abbeyo is a top special forces soldier, it is useless. Besides, Su Chen was hiding in a RV with bulletproof glass and bulletproof steel plates. Even if Abbeyo brought weapons, he couldn't do anything to him. "Mr. Zhang, let's not think about the RV idea." Abbeyo shook his head and suggested. "Without large cutting tools or explosives, it is almost impossible to break open the Nomadison. So what do we do now?" Zhang Mingyuan was quite depressed. "The most urgent thing is to wait and see if the authorities will send someone to rescue us." Apart from this method, Abbeyo couldn't think of any other solution. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment and could only do as he said and dispersed to rest. Abbeyo asked Manager Dang to help find a medical kit to treat the wounds of his injured men. "No, I can't stand it." Suddenly, a strong man stood out from the crowd. He wiped the sweat off his face and said excitedly, "If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid no one will survive. I have a business car. If you want to leave, come with me." "Me? I'll go with you." "And me." The strong man's words quickly received responses from many people. Zhang Mingyuan was about to stand up when he was held down by Abbeyo. He wanted to say something, but Abbeyo shook his head slightly at him. "Mr. Zhang, the situation outside is far more terrible than you can imagine. Instead of leaving with them, it is better to stay here and wait for rescue. If they can really leave safely, the outside world will definitely send people over if they know the situation here. If they are in danger." Abbeyo didn't say anything else, but Zhang Mingyuan understood what he meant, so he didn't insist anymore. Not long after, 7 or 8 people, led by a strong man, got into his business car. After the two sides looked at each other, the strong man and his group drove out of the underground parking lot and disappeared into the night. Watching the car leave, Su Chen was not surprised at all. At the moment of life and death, some people will sit and wait for death, while others will choose to fight hard. This is normal. But they didn't know that no matter they stayed or left, their hope of survival was extremely slim. After the sturdy man and his group left, the underground parking lot fell silent again. Apart from the dim green light of the safety indicator, there was no other light. The people who stayed behind endured the scorching heat and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Zhang Mingyuan, Abbeyo, Lu Linger, Xiaomi and others simply ate some canned food. Just as they were thinking about what to do today, a bodyguard from Mingyuan group ran over in a panic. "Brother Abbeyo, it's bad. Our brother has fallen into a coma." Chapter 20. The funny guy invited by the monkey. "What?" Abbeyo's heart sank, and he quickly stood up and walked towards a place not far away. The security guard who was injured by Su Chen with a shotgun was named Zhang Hang. At this moment, he was lying on the ground with his eyes closed and his face pale. Abbeyo lifted the gauze off Zhang Hang, and his expression suddenly became serious. Although after experiencing the baptism of the end of the world, Su Chen can do anything to survive. But this does not mean that he is a murderer. When Su Chen fired, he intentionally avoided Zhang Hang's vital points and chose his legs. In addition, this homemade shotgun is not very powerful and is loaded with iron sand bullets. Therefore, after a simple bandage, Zhang Hang was not in danger of life. But the problem was that the weather was so hot that the iron sand bullets caused dozens of wounds of varying sizes. Although Abbeyo and others had been helping Zhang Heng disinfect his wounds, infection was inevitable. At this moment, Zhang Heng's wound had begun to fester. His forehead was burning hot, and he fell into a coma. "Brother Biao, we have to think of a solution quickly, otherwise he will die," one of the men said nervously. Abbeyo naturally understood this truth, and immediately turned back and asked everyone, "Is there a doctor here?" After asking 3 times in a row, a middle-aged man with glasses raised his hand weakly. I'm a doctor." Abbeyo didn't hesitate and immediately brought him to Zhang Heng. After the examination, the doctor named Wang Yi shook his head and said, "He had a severe infection and had complications. You must immediately rehydrate, take antibiotics, and clean the wound. Otherwise he won't survive today." Abbeyo and others looked at each other. The hotel's first aid kit only contained simple medicines such as alcohol, gauze, and cold medicine. Where could they go to give Zhang Heng intravenous drips and antibiotics? "I do have these things in my clinic, but it's too far from the hotel," Wang Yi said with some embarrassment. His clinic is located at the entrance of this resort hotel. Even if you drive there on weekdays, it takes about 10 minutes. But the weather is so hot that by the time we get there, not to mention Zhang Heng, even they would be useless. "Even if it's far, we have to try it," Abbeyo said in a deep voice. "Given Zhang Heng's condition, even if he gets treatment, he may not survive. Let's just forget it." Zhang Mingyuan, who was standing aside, said with some disapproval, "Shut up, he's my brother, I have to save him." Abbeyo glared at Zhang Mingyuan fiercely and said sternly, "The employees of Mingyuan Group's security department are basically Abbeyo's comrades in arms, and they have a life-and-death friendship. He couldn't give up Zhang Heng's life." Zhang Mingyuan was shocked, and then he realized that the current situation had undergone major changes. In the past, Abbeyo obeyed him simply because of the power of Mingyuan Group. But now disaster has struck and they are trapped here. The power that Zhang Mingyuan relied on a daily basis was completely useless. As long as Abbeyo wants, he can kill Zhang Mingyuan at any time. Zhang Mingyuan shuddered and didn't dare to say another word. He couldn't help but snort in his heart, "If you have the ability, go out and save him." As if Abbeyo had heard Zhang Mingyuan's thoughts, he gritted his teeth and said to his men, "I'm going to the clinic. Who of you wants to go with me?" "I'll go." "I'm coming too. Take me with you." Abbeyo enjoyed great prestige among his subordinates. With just this call, all 6 of them nodded in agreement. Leaving 2 people to take care of Zhang Heng, Abbeyo asked for the address of Wang Ye's clinic, then walked outside with a few of his men. However, before they walked out of the underground parking lot, they felt a heat wave coming towards them. There seemed to be a flame burning in the air. Just taking a breath seemed to make my lungs ignite. "Forget it, let's go back." Abbeyo hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head. Although he wanted to save Zhang Heng, the temperature outside was so terribly high that he was afraid that they would all die. Looking at Abbeyo who came back, Zhang Mingyuan couldn't help but laugh secretly. "You were so awesome just now, why are you back again?" "Dr. Wang, can my brother hold out until the evening?" Abbeyo asked worriedly. "I'm afraid it won't work." Wang Ye's face was full of regret. If Zhang Heng waited until night when the temperature dropped a little to get the medicine, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold on. But if we set off now, Abbeyo and others will be in danger. For a moment, Abbeyo was in a dilemma. Su Chen, didn't he say that the world is coming to an end? Since he said that, he must have made preparations in advance. There might be medical supplies in the car. Xiaomi on the side suddenly interrupted. That being said, he refused to open the door to let us in. Will he give us medicine? Abbeyo frowned. Human life is at stake. This is not up to him. I'll go ask him. I don't believe he won't give it to me. Xiaomi was smart and realized that in the current situation, Abbeyo seemed to be the strongest person in the crowd. She wanted to get close to Abbeyo, so she took the initiative to propose. "Then I'll trouble you, Miss Xiao." Abbeyo said this, but he didn't agree with it in his heart. "Su Chen doesn't even take me seriously, so will he give it to him if you step forward?" Xiaomi stood up, walked towards Norma Deason, and knocked on the car door. Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen was frying steak in the car. He was startled when he heard the noise. The steak in his hand also fell to the ground. Although it can still be eaten after rinsing with water, Su Chen's mood is obviously affected. He pressed the button and saw Xiaomi outside the car. His face darkened. "What's up?" "Su Chen, the man you shot has an infected wound and is in critical condition," Xiaomi accused unceremoniously. "Do you have any antibiotics or other medicines in your car? If so, take them out quickly. Otherwise, if that person dies, you will be in big trouble." After hearing her words, Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled, an unusually bright smile. But his smile made Xiaomi feel a little confused. "What are you laughing at?" Didn't you listen to what I said? Xiaomi, are you the funny guy hired by Monkey? Su Chen said slowly. You actually scolded me? Xiaomi raised her eyebrows and scolded in a tender voice. Don't even mention scolding you. If I didn't want to go out, do you believe I would dare to hit you? Su Chen smiled grimly. You really have an underdeveloped brain, and your cerebellum is completely underdeveloped. Don't you even look at yourself? How dare you challenge me? Kneel down now and call me Dad. When we run out of food in a few days, maybe I'll give you a few bones. Chapter 21. Smelly Man, Lower Head Man. Xiaomi was completely stunned. Although she could feel that Su Chen had changed after the recent contacts, she didn't expect that Su Chen had become so uncultured. Are you still a man? Seeing Xiaomi's face flushed with anger and her breasts rising and falling, Su Chen smiled wickedly. Am I a man? Do you want to come in and experience it? You. Xiaomi quickly hugged her chest and scolded in a tender voice. You stinky man, you are so disgusting. Even if all the men in the world die, I will not let you succeed. What a coincidence. I'm actually not that interested in a green tea bitch like you. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders and smiled indifferently. Unless you kneel down and beg me, there is only a slight possibility. Xiaomi wanted to curse a few more words, but she saw Su Chen turn around and climb directly onto the steel plate. She stamped her feet in anger and turned away. In her previous life, Xiaomi did all kinds of mischief to destroy the relationship between Su Chen and Lu Linger. She usually looked down on Su Chen and mocked him for being a poor guy. Even after Su Chen went to rescue them and fell into danger, he pulled Lu Linger away. Su Chen's heart was already filled with disgust towards her. After the ridicule just now, Su Chen felt much more comfortable. But he is not in a hurry. Zhang Mingyuan, Xiaomi and others have not yet reached the end of their rope. When that day comes, he will repay Xiaomi for everything she had done to him before. Looking at the dusty Xiaomi, everyone knew the situation without saying anything. Linger, it's a good thing you left Su Chen early. He is such a jerk. Xiaomi angrily told Lu Linger about the conversation between them. Although Abbeyo, Zhang Mingyuan and others were angry that Su Chen did not help them, they could do nothing about it. As time passed, Zhang Heng's breathing became weaker and weaker. Brother Biao, if this goes on, Hangzi will die. The subordinate beside him said anxiously. Abbeyo paced back and forth anxiously. Just when he made up his mind and was ready to go out alone, a lonely sound of footsteps suddenly came from the entrance. Everyone looked at each other. How could there be anyone outside at this critical moment? They quickly stood up and found a figure lying at the entrance. When everyone looked closely, they found that this person was none other than the burly man who drove away in the business car yesterday. But the strong man at this time looked even more miserable than Abbeyo before. His entire body was sunburned and peeling, and it was so red that it seemed like blood was dripping out, and he was dying. A few kind-hearted people tried to reach out and help him, but they were scalded by his scorching body temperature. What's going on? Manager Dang exclaimed. Hearing his voice, the strong man opened his eyes with great effort. Our car broke down on the road yesterday, and everyone else died in the heat. I struggled. Before he could say anything, he fainted again. Dr. Wang Yi stretched out his hand, felt his breath, and then shook his head. He's dead. I guess that was his last burst of energy. Before everyone could recover from the news of the strong man's death, someone behind them started shouting. Brother Biao, it's bad, Hangzi, he's dying. The younger brother who was in charge of looking after Zhang Heng ran over in a hurry. Everyone hurried back, and sure enough, Zhang Heng had stopped breathing. In a short period of time, 2 people died in front of them one after another, which gave everyone a great shock. Abbeyo was silent for a long time. Then he said in a muffled voice, let's clean up their bodies first. The weather is so hot that if left alone, the body will rot in half a day. Several men found some bed sheets, hastily wrapped up the bodies of Zhang Heng and the strong man, and temporarily placed them in the utility room. After everything was settled, everyone returned to their original places and rested. But there was a sense of despair and confusion in the air. While Abbeyo was still immersed in the sadness of losing a good brother, Zhang Mingyuan suddenly came over. The dead cannot be resurrected, so don't be too sad, Brother Biao. Abbeyo's heart moved. Normally, Zhang Mingyuan relied on his family background and ordered me around like a dog. Why is he pretending to comfort me and even calling me Brother Biao? He narrowed his eyes and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Brother Biao, we must think about what to do next. Zhang Mingyuan changed the subject and spoke in a low voice. Mr. Zhang means. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid the authorities won't be able to control us for a while. Zhang Mingyuan pointed to the crowd not far away. But we have about 100 people here. How long can the remaining food in the hotel last? We have to find a way to survive, right? Upon hearing this, Abbeyo fell into deep thought. Zhang Mingyuan's words did remind him. According to official statements, this high temperature will last at least a week. Even if they hide in the underground parking lot and will not be burned to death by the high temperature, they will still face the problem of food shortage. What's Master Zhang's trick? Why don't Brother Biao come forward and gather all the food together and distribute it according to demand, so that everyone can survive this disaster safely? Zhang Mingyuan smiled, with a sinister gleam in his eyes. Abbeyo couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Even if others don't understand, how could he not understand Zhang Mingyuan's selfish character? What is distribution according to needs, so that everyone can survive the disaster? It was simply that Zhang Mingyuan was afraid that there wouldn't be enough food in the end, and he would starve to death. He also understood why Zhang Mingyuan was suddenly so respectful. It turned out that he wanted him to act as his thug, but Abbeyo didn't intend to refuse. First, he and his brothers had to survive. Second, this high-temperature disaster might be over soon, and by then, he would still have to rely on Mingyuan Group. I will do whatever young Master Zhang says. Okay then, let's go find Manager Dang first. Zhang Mingyuan was overjoyed. Although Abbeyo and his men were strong, they were too few in number. Even if Zhang Mingyuan and his friends were included, there were only a dozen people. Only by uniting with the hotel staff headed by the party manager can we suppress everyone. When Zhang Mingyuan found Manager Dang and explained his purpose, Manager Dang readily agreed. His idea was exactly the same as Abbeyo's. It is not only for survival consideration, but also to curry favor with Zhang Mingyuan. After getting the support of Abbeyo and Manager Dang, Zhang Mingyuan suddenly became full of confidence. He asked someone to find a chair, stood on it, and said loudly, "Everyone come here. I have something to say." Everyone was slightly stunned, but didn't think much about it and gathered around. We are in a difficult situation right now, and we must stick together to survive as long as possible. So from now on, everyone needs to hand in their supplies, and they will be managed and distributed in a unified manner. Chapter 22. Don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. As soon as Zhang Mingyuan said this, he caused a commotion among the crowd. No, why should we hand over all the food? Yeah, even if I were to hand it over, why would I hand it over to you? Facing everyone's questions, Zhang Mingyuan snorted coldly and said arrogantly, "This is what the party manager proposed. Do you have any opinion?" Manager Dang stood up and said with a flattering smile, "Mr. Zhang is the future successor of Mingyuan Group. Whether in terms of reputation or ability, it is most appropriate for him to lead us through this difficult time." At the same time, Abbeyo and several of his men also had threatening expressions on their faces and clenched their fists until they made loud crackling sounds. Most people are timid and afraid of things. Seeing this, they could only cooperate obediently and hand the food to Abbeyo's men. But not everyone is willing. When Abbeyo's men came to a young man wearing glasses, he tightly protected his backpack and his face turned red. "No, I won't pay it. Who knows if you guys are going to use it for distribution or if you're going to embezzle it? Young man, don't say anything that is not conducive to unity," Zhang Mingyuan said with a wry smile. Seeing that the young man with glasses still refused to hand over the backpack, he winked at Abbeyo and others, indicating that they should teach the young man with glasses a lesson and make an example of him. Abbeyo walked forward with understanding and stared at the young man with glasses. Being stared at with cold eyes by such a burly man, the young man with glasses couldn't help but feel a little scared. But he still remained stubborn and refused to hand over the backpack. "Why, you still want to hit me?" Before he could finish his words, Abbeyo slapped him with a big slap. Bang! The young man with glasses was knocked to the ground in an instant, and his glasses fell to the ground. Before he could get up, several of Abbeyo's brothers rushed forward and started punching and kicking him. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Zhang Mingyuan called Abbeyo in a hypocritical manner. "Brother Biao, stop it. Look at you. You are too impulsive and beat him up like this. So, young man, are you going to hand over your backpack or not?" The young man with glasses, whose face was bruised and swollen from the beating, did not dare to resist anymore and obediently took out his backpack. "That's more like it." Zhang Mingyuan snorted and looked at the others. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly handed over all their food. The farce that happened between them was seen by Su Chen, who was sitting in the RV. He couldn't help but sneer. It's exactly the same as in the previous life. When the end of the world just came, some people noticed that something was wrong. They relied on their power and status to forcibly seize food from other people, calling it unified distribution. In fact, he put all the food into his pocket. And these people are also the ones who survived the longest in the apocalypse. Looking at the people who were handing over their food like lambs to be slaughtered, there was a hint of pity in Su Chen's eyes. But that's all. Having experienced the evilness of human nature at the end of the world, he will never be kind again. Su Chen crossed his legs, drank iced cola, and opened the Elden Ring. Today he must destroy the boss of the first level, the other side of the underground parking lot. After seeing the young man with glasses being severely beaten, Zhang Mingyuan and others' confiscation work undoubtedly became much smoother. In just half an hour, almost all the food and water for everyone had been collected. Abbeyo asked people to put all these things in another storage room and sent 2 people to guard the door 24 hours a day. No one except himself was allowed to approach. After doing all this, Zhang Mingyuan, Abbeyo, Manager Dang and others returned to their original positions contentedly to rest. Mr. Zhang, you are our boss now. You must take good care of me and Linger in the future. Xiaomi came up to him with a flattering look on her face and spoke in a coquettish voice. Now almost all supplies are controlled by Zhang Mingyuan and others. If you want to live a better life in the future, you must cling to Zhang Mingyuan's thigh. Xiaomi is a smart person, so she naturally understands this principle. Yes, I hope Master Zhang will take good care of him. Even Lu Linger, who still retained some self-esteem, had to bow to Zhang Mingyuan. It depends on the situation. Zhang Mingyuan said lazily. If it were before, he would definitely want to eat both Xiaomi and Lu Linger. But in such hot weather, Zhang Mingyuan was too lazy to move. Besides, it is still unknown whether he can survive. Therefore, his attitude towards the 2 girls became much colder. After Zhang Mingyuan, Abbeyo and others put the food away, the underground parking lot fell into a rare silence. Because they were worried that the high-temperature disaster would soon pass, Zhang Mingyuan and his team did not dare to do anything too extreme. In the next few days, they indeed distributed food equally based on the number of people. Just to save food, the food each person was given was not enough to fill them up, just enough to sustain life. However, the situation showed no signs of improving. Compared to the first 2 days, the temperature outside seemed to have risen a few degrees in the following days. You have to know that the original temperature was already extremely terrifying. On this basis, every increase of 1 or 2 degrees would be a devastating blow to humanity. In addition to Zhang Hang and the strong man, 4 or 5 more people died in the past 2 days. These people were all elderly or children. They were too weak to withstand the hot weather and died. The rest of the people, due to hunger and hot weather, were extremely weak and could only lie on the ground weakly. Mr. Zhang, do you have anything to eat? Xiaomi and Lu Linger came up to Zhang Mingyuan and whispered. After just a few days, the 2 girls' faces had lost their luster. In addition, there was no way to take a shower, so her originally fair skin became covered with dust. The 2 urban beauties who were once beautiful and charming now looked dirty and shabby, almost like beggars. No. Zhang Mingyuan, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes, looked at Xiaomi and Lu Linger, and said bluntly. Relying on his status as the young master of Mingyuan Group, although he did not go hungry these days, Abbeyo's attitude towards him was extremely cold. In this situation, how could he still have food? Mr. Zhang, we are both really hungry. Can you think of a way to ask Brother Abbeyo for something to eat? Xiaomi said pitifully. After this heat wave passes, Master Zhang will let me repay you in any way I want. Zhang Mingyuan wanted to refuse outright, but Xiaomi's last sentence made him somewhat moved. This is the 7th day since the high temperature appeared. The official statement is that this high temperature will last for about a week. The temperature might drop in the next 2 days. Why don't I take this opportunity to help Xiaomi and Lu Linger? Thinking of this, Zhang Mingyuan smiled. Okay, then I'll help you beg Brother Abbeyo. Chapter 23 Plastic Sisters. Zhang Mingyuan stood up and staggered to Abbeyo. Abbeyo was tinkering with a pile of spare parts with his 2 younger brothers. Since the power outage, the base near Phoenix Mountain has also stopped operating. Although everyone can still charge their mobile phones in the car, without signal, the mobile phones are no different from toys. Abbeyo dismantled the car's radio, hoping to see if he could improve it so that he could receive signals from the outside world. After all, being trapped here forever is not a solution. Seeing Zhang Mingyuan coming over, Abbeyo said politely, Mr. Zhang, what's the matter? That's right, Brother Abbeyo. Zhang Mingyuan called out affectionately. The food we give them every day is too little. Xiaomi and Linger can't even get enough to eat. Brother Abbeyo, can you give them more? Hearing this, Abbeyo frowned and said with a smile, I haven't wronged you, young Master Zhang, or let you go hungry these past few days, have I? Of course not. It's just that they are both women. Before Zhang Mingyuan could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Abbeyo. If young Master Zhang really loves them, why not give them some of your food? Zhang Mingyuan was speechless. It is absolutely impossible for him to give his food to Xiaomi and Lu Ling. If you don't want to, Master Zhang, just shut up. You know, There are a lot of people who are hungry, Abbeyo said coldly. Hearing the threat in his words, Zhang Mingyuan opened his mouth, but dared not say anything more. He turned around and left in shame. Hey, I thought he was a high and mighty young master. That's right. Don't you think about the time you're still thinking about picking up girls? What a pretty boy. When there's nothing left to eat, be the first to eat his. Abbeyo's younger brothers were talking recklessly, not afraid that Zhang Mingyuan would hear them at all. Zhang Mingyuan was shocked and frightened, and quickly quickened his pace to leave. Only then did he completely understand that in the face of the end of the world, all identity and status were bullshit. Only if your fist is big can you have the final say. He didn't go hungry because Abbeyo estimated that the end of the world would be over soon. If the end of the world doesn't come soon, I'm afraid Abbeyo will never care about me anymore. Maybe he would even do as those little brothers said and treat himself as food. Mr. Zhang, what's going on? Seeing Zhang Mingyuan coming back, Xiaomi and Lu Linger looked at him expectantly. No, get out. Zhang Mingyuan was filled with anger, and he took it out on the two girls. The two girls were stunned. What's the matter? I've done enough to help you too. Are you still asking for more? To tell you the truth, I just want to have some fun with you too, a threesome. Do you really think I'm into you? Especially Xiaomi, I've seen a lot of sluts like you. Only Lu Linger looks a little tender. At this critical moment of life and death, the viciousness in Zhang Mingyuan's bones broke out, and he started cursing at the two women. Xiaomi and Lu Linger were shocked to see Zhang Mingyuan, who used to be quite elegant, become so crazy. They didn't dare to say anything more and could only return to their seats. Mayor, I'm so hungry, what should I do? Lu Linger said pitifully. What does your hunger have to do with me? I'm hungry too. Aren't you Shui Ling? Why don't you use your pretty face to get something to eat? Xiaomi said unhappily. After being scolded by Zhang Mingyuan, she felt very upset. What made her even more upset was that Zhang Mingyuan called her a slut and actually praised Lu Linger. How can a woman swallow her jealousy? Mayor, you. Lu Linger didn't expect that Xiaomi would turn against her so easily. She was slightly startled and retorted without any hesitation. If it weren't for you, how could I be trapped here? After all, isn't it you who is greedy for vanity? In fact, there are many girls like Lu Linger who are gentle and weak in their daily lives and do not fight with the world. But that's only in front of men. Once they have a private fight with other women, their fighting power is just as strong. I am greedy for vanity. Xiaomi's eyes widened, and she sneered. You talk as if you don't covet vanity. If you weren't greedy, why did you break up with Su Chen? Don't say that I instigated you. If you are really a White Lotus, how could you dislike Su Chen? Haha, when I introduced you to young Master Zhang, you didn't refuse. When they were in trouble, the true colors of the plastic sisters who had once loved each other were exposed. If the weather hadn't been so hot, the two girls would have started fighting. Snort. The two girls exchanged a few words, then turned their backs and ignored each other. However, after a while, Xiaomi was so hungry that she couldn't stand it anymore. She rolled her eyes and moved closer to Lu Linger. Linger, I was impulsive just now. I'm so sorry. Lu Linger didn't want to pay attention to her, but seeing her pitiful appearance, she softened her heart. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have argued with you. In this situation, we two sisters must unite to survive. Do you have any good ideas? I just figured it out. If what Su Chen said is true and the end of the world is really coming, then he must have made all the necessary preparations. Xiaomi analyzed. Thinking of the various supplies she saw in the RV, Lu Linger nodded in agreement. After all, he's your ex-boyfriend. Why don't you go and beg him to let us in? It's not that I haven't thought about it, but I'm afraid he won't agree. Lu Linger said helplessly. How do you know if you don't try? Xiaomi instigated. Thinking about the comfortable environment in the RV and the cool music, Lu Linger gritted her teeth. Good. By this time the sky had darkened. After several days, most of the emergency rescue lights in the underground parking lot had run out of power, and only a few were still working. This made the already dark underground parking lot even more unclear. With the help of the dim light, the two women walked towards the RV cautiously. Although some people noticed them, they had been hungry for several days, and no one was too lazy to care what they were doing. Because he was too clumsy, Su Chen could not get past the first level of the Elden Ring. After playing for a few days, he chose to give up completely. Just as he was wondering whether to play Game 5 or Civilization 6, there was another bang 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 sound from the car door. Who is it? Su Chen stood up and said impatiently. Aiken, it's me. Seeing Xiaomi and Lu Linger outside the door, Su Chen shrugged his shoulders. Why are you two here again? Are you annoying? Chapter 24, Tongyo Inequality. Seeing that Su Chen was about to close the car window, Lu Linger hurriedly stopped him. Aiken, I have something to tell you. Okay, if you have something to say, say it now. And if you have to fart, fart now. Su Chen pulled over a chair and sat down on it. He picked up half of the watermelon, scooped out the middle piece with a spoon, and put it into his mouth. This piece of watermelon looks crystal clear, and there is not a single watermelon seed. Even under normal circumstances, it is a rare dream love. It would be so refreshing to have a bite of this in such hot weather. The two girls' mouths were drooling like crazy. They wanted to give up using spoons and just use their hands to drool. That's it, Aiken. Lu Linger swallowed her saliva and forced a smile on her gray face. During the time I was away from you, I reflected a lot on my own. You were so good to me, but I only knew how to take, not how to give back. I broke up with you. It was really my fault. Yeah, keep going. Su Chen nodded while digging into the watermelon. Lu Linger had no choice but to continue. After all this time, I found that I still can't forget you in my heart. I hope you can forgive me. After she finished speaking, she and Xiaomi looked at Su Chen expectantly. Su Chen did not answer them immediately. Instead, he ate half of the watermelon, burped, and then said slowly, "You seem to have reflected deeply. In that case, I forgive you." Lu Linger and Xiaomi originally thought that it would take some effort to convince Su Chen. But I didn't expect that Su Chen would so easily express his willingness to forgive Lu Linger. It seems that no matter how he changes, he is still that bootlicker. Xiaomi's eyes flashed with contempt, but she still smiled. In that case, Aiken, please open the door and let us in, please. But Su Chen just sat there, with no intention of opening the door. Why would I open the door? Xiaomi was startled and said subconsciously, You forgave Linger, didn't you? Yes, I forgive her, but what does that have to do with me opening the car door and letting you in? Su Chen said with a smile. I forgive her is not equal to I want to let you in. Xiaomi and Lu Linger were stunned. It is quite ironic that the famous Tang Nyo inequality on the internet was actually used by Su Chen on them. If you guys are free, I'm going to play games. Su Chen smiled jokingly. Don't. Aiken, I know you still hate me in your heart. I was wrong. I apologize to you. As long as you can calm down, I will do anything. Lu Linger seemed to be grasping at the last straw and tried desperately to explain to Su Chen. No, you don't know you're wrong. Su Chen shook his head and said lightly, You just don't want to die here. When Su Chen revealed her thoughts, Lu Linger's face turned pale instantly. No, that's not the case. If everything is okay, I'm going to rest now. Su Chen said this, pressed the button, and the steel plate slowly rose up again. After experiencing the baptism of doomsday, Su Chen's character has become extremely tough. After talking with Lu Linger and Xiaomi, he felt no wavering in his heart. He even felt like laughing. Don't they have any sense of AC in their hearts? Do they still think they are bootlickers? But then again, Su Chen hasn't had any meat for a long time since leaving the Magic City, which has made life difficult for his second brother. It is said that if you abstain from sex for 1 day, you will accumulate good deeds. Abstain from sex for 2 days to accumulate positive virtues. How about letting them both in and experiencing the happiness of having 2 wives? As soon as this thought came up, it was directly rejected by Su Chen. Don't think that the 2 girls look pitiful now. No one knows what will happen if they are really let in. What if they each took a knife and killed me while I was sleeping? For the sake of his own life, Su Chen gave up the idea of letting them in. After all, you only have 1 life, but women have countless. Su Chen suddenly thought of Lu Linger, who had been in a good relationship with him before. After getting to know her, I feel that she is a good girl. If I had known this earlier, I would have taken her away from the Magic City and let her do things when there was work to do and do things when there was nothing to do. Just as he was daydreaming, a rustling sound suddenly came from the radio in the car. When asking Zhang Qi to modify the nomadison, Su Chen specifically asked him to help add a satellite receiver specifically for receiving satellite signals. This is also the reason why when the power went out, Zhang Mingyuan and others had no signal on their mobile phones, but Su Chen could still watch Douyin. But in the past few days, Su Chen can no longer receive any signal. Suddenly, the radio started ringing and he was still in shock. Dear residents, this place has entered a disaster period. On behalf of the government, I hereby declare that from now on, all residents are requested to work hard to save themselves. Su Chen was in an underground parking lot, and due to the high temperature, the satellite signal was unstable. The sound from the radio is also intermittent. However, Su Chen still understood that the authorities use satellite signals to inform people to try to save themselves. This can only mean one thing, that in the face of such horrific high temperatures, the authorities have become useless. Su Chen was not particularly surprised. After all, he had experienced this once in his previous life. Although the authorities have made emergency preparations for various disasters, such as natural disasters and wars, no one expected that there would be such horrific high temperatures. Moreover, This time the high temperature came quickly and violently, leaving no sufficient time to react. There are more than 1 billion people in the country, and the government has no way to manage it all, so it can only let people save themselves. But this also means that social order has completely collapsed at this moment. Su Chen glanced at the radio with mixed emotions, feeling both relieved and scared. If I hadn't bought this nomadicin with almost unlimited storage space, even if I traveled back through time, I would probably not be much better than the people outside. He picked up the iced cola, took a sip, and felt a little more at ease as he felt the refreshing breeze. No matter what, I have to survive in the apocalypse. Linger, why can't you seize the opportunity? Xiaomi said angrily. Is it because I can't control it? It's obviously Su Chen. He is so cruel. Lu Linger defended herself, but her heart was extremely sad. She could feel that Su Chen no longer had any feelings for her. Without Su Chen, how long can she live in the current situation? Xiaomi wanted to complain a little more, but after thinking about it, she changed the subject. Forget it. Let's come back and beg him later. Maybe he will change his mind. Although Lu Linger didn't hold out hope, she still nodded. When the two girls returned to their original positions, they were surprised to find that the people who had been scattered around were actually gathered together. Chapter 25 Half-Brothers. Dr. Wang, what happened? Xiaomei pulled Wang Yi from the crowd and asked curiously. It turned out to be Miss Xiao. Wang Yi greeted Xiaomei with a smile and explained. Brother Biao just assembled a radio and happened to receive the official signal. What? Upon hearing this, Xiaomei and Lu Linger also became excited. They haven't received any official news for a long time since they were trapped here. If there had been an official announcement saying that the high temperature was about to pass or that rescue efforts were being prepared, they would have been saved. When the two girls squeezed closer, they just happened to hear the last sentence on the broadcast. Please all residents, work hard to save yourselves. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. The authorities did not give any warning about the high temperatures, nor did they have any rescue plan. They just let them save themselves. They are all adults, so they naturally understand that what the official said is equivalent to being powerless. Even the authorities are powerless, so what should ordinary people like them do? For a moment, deep despair appeared on everyone's face. However, Abbeyo, who was guarding next to the radio, had a fierce look in his eyes. Although extremely disappointed, they still had to survive, so people returned to their positions dejectedly. The next morning, when people came to where Abbeyo and others were as usual to get food, they saw that Abbeyo and others had no intention of getting up at all. Brother Biao, what does this mean? Wang Yi walked forward and smiled ingratiatingly. You all heard yesterday's broadcast. Abbeyo said lazily. The authorities have said that we should work hard to save ourselves. But we have about 100 people here, and with this little food, we won't be able to last long. So I declare that from today on, whoever wants to get food will have to work for it. As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but make a commotion, and someone couldn't help but ask. How do you try? It's simple. Go outside and search for supplies. Abbeyo pointed outside the parking lot and grinned. Everyone was suddenly in an uproar. In such hot weather, going out to search for supplies would be seeking death, wouldn't it? Hey, why aren't you going? That's right. The food in your hands was handed over by us. Yes, you were too overbearing. Faced with the angry crowd, Abbeyo did not panic, but sneered. Most of the food was given to you by the hotel. It's only natural for me to take it back on behalf of Manager Dang, right? Manager Dang on the side nodded at the right time. He also realized that under the current circumstances, it was almost impossible to survive the high-temperature disaster and get rescue in a short period of time. It would be better to rely on Abbeyo and keep the food firmly in your own hands. We have more people and more power. Don't waste time talking to them. Just do it. Yes, take the food back. Someone instigated the crowd and they immediately rushed forward, ready to grab the food. However, Abbeyo had already anticipated this situation. Not only did he reach a cooperation with the hotel staff headed by Manager Dang, he also distributed weapons to himself and his men in advance. Not to mention that in recent days, Abbeyo has never let his group go hungry when managing the food. Therefore, although they were not at an advantage in numbers, they were not at a disadvantage in the situation. On the other hand, the crowd on the other side had been hungry for several days, their hands and feet were weak, and there was no one to organize them. They are no match for the well-trained Abbeyo and others. In just a few moments, more than a dozen people were beaten to a bloody mess and lay on the ground wailing. The remaining people did not dare to move forward. Seeing this, Abbeyo stood up with a ferocious look on his face, raised the tool in his hand, and smashed it heavily on a person on the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the man died without even a scream. This is what will happen if you dare mess around again, Abbeyo said viciously. After all, the people present were just ordinary people who had never even killed a chicken on a normal day. I've never seen a ruthless man like Abbeyo who kills people in front of others. They showed fear on their faces and retreated away. That's more like it. Seeing that everyone was impressed by him, Abbeyo nodded with satisfaction. Remember what I said. From today on, if you want to eat, go out and work and find supplies. Otherwise, you'll starve. No one dared to fight against Abbeyo anymore, and they had to go back and rest with sad faces. The body of the man who was beaten to death just now was also thrown into the utility room by Abbeyo. Only the remaining bloodstains on the ground and the pungent smell of blood in the air reminded people of what had just happened. After everything calmed down again, Zhang Mingyuan walked cautiously towards Abbeyo and others. Brother Abbeyo. Abbeyo looked up at Zhang Mingyuan and nodded slightly in response. You see, I don't need to go out and search for supplies like the others, right? Why not? The smile on Zhang Mingyuan's face suddenly froze. Brother Abbeyo, collect all their food, but my idea is... Abbeyo smiled coldly and said unceremoniously. So what now? I have the final say. I've let you eat and drink for free for so long, it's time for you to do some work. Zhang Mingyuan never expected that Abbeyo would turn against him so quickly. Although he was angry, he did not dare to vent his anger and could only swallow his anger and say, Brother Abbeyo, I usually treat you as my half-brother, so I'd like to trouble you to take care of me. After the disaster is over, I will make sure my dad repays you. By then, 1,000,000 or 800,000 will be nothing. It's not impossible to give you shares in Mingyuan Group. After hearing what Zhang Mingyuan said, Abbeyo's face was full of sarcasm. Mr. Zhang, you really flatter me. When you were chatting with girls in the bar and asked me to wait for you outside, why didn't you think about the fact that I'm your brother? When you treated me like a lackey, why didn't you think of me as your brother? When you had a conflict with others and I blocked the knife for you, why didn't you think of me as your brother? As for the dry shares and the like, young Master Zhang, forget it. The pie you painted is too big for me to eat. Anyway, from today on, you're the same as them. Why don't you get out of here? Abbeyo has been with Zhang Mingyuan for so long, so he naturally knows what kind of person Zhang Mingyuan is. If the high temperature ends and social order returns to normal, Zhang Mingyuan will never let him go after he gets out. Now he doesn't kill Zhang Mingyuan, he just keeps him around for some use. Zhang Mingyuan's face turned extremely pale. He didn't dare to stay any longer, so he turned around and left. When the disaster is over, I will definitely make you pay. Zhang Mingyuan returned to his seat and swore secretly in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly saw the RV not far away and suddenly had an idea. Chapter 26. I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you so depressed? While no one was paying attention, Zhang Mingyuan tiptoed to the RV and knocked on the door. Brother Su Chen, Brother Su Chen. Su Chen, who was in the RV, had eaten and drunk his fill, and was just about to turn on the air conditioner and fall asleep peacefully, when suddenly there was a knock on the door, and he immediately felt annoyed. Who is it? It's me, Zhang Mingyuan. Hearing Zhang Mingyuan's voice, Su Chen was just slightly stunned, but not very surprised. This morning, Su Chen witnessed the whole process of Abbeyo and his friends PK with others in the Imperial City. He was holding a bag of potato chips and watching with great interest. After the authorities declared that they were powerless, strong, and ruthless desperados like Abbeyo instantly took control of the situation. Relying on their big fist and power, they robbed other survivors of their supplies and lived quite well in the apocalypse. This also indirectly confirms that in doomsday, only those who are ruthless and cruel can survive. Abbeyo stopped distributing food, and the temperature outside was terribly high. If Zhang Mingyuan didn't want to go hungry, he had no choice but to come to him for help. Isn't this Mr. Zhang? I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you so upset? Su Chen spoke with sarcasm and refused to even lower the steel plate on the window. He just used the intercom to communicate with Zhang Mingyuan. Brother Su, you don't know how much of a jerk Abbeyo is. Zhang Mingyuan changed his previous disdainful attitude towards Su Chen and became humble. He complained bitterly to Su Chen and told him everything that Abbeyo had done. Okay, I don't have time to listen to you nagging me. What do you want? Su Chen interrupted Zhang Mingyuan and said impatiently. It's like this, I haven't had a full stomach for several days. Do you have any food? Zhang Mingyuan said cautiously. No, Mr. Zhang, are you out of your mind? Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. If I'm not mistaken, you called Abbeyo here from another place, intending to let him destroy me, right? Now you have the nerve to ask me for food. Zhang Mingyuan's face suddenly looked a little embarrassed. What Su Chen said was absolutely right. If he hadn't called Abbeyo over specifically to teach Su Chen a lesson, how could he have ended up in this situation? Brother Su, I apologize to you for what happened before. As for the food in your car, I won't eat it for free. I'll give you money. As Zhang Mingyuan spoke, he took out a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket, at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. How about I exchange these for 10 packs of instant noodles? Mr. Zhang, you really think too much. If 10 packs don't work, then 8 or 5 packs will work too. No, Master Zhang, you misunderstood me. The money in your hand is too hard to even wipe my butt with, so why should I exchange it with you? Su Chen said with a smile. Zhang Mingyuan was completely stunned. On a normal day, with the money he had, he could buy a truckload of food, enough to make him eat until he vomited. However, at this moment, there was no way to exchange a pack of instant noodles from Su Chen. What an irony. But he still didn't want to leave. Because his stomach was growling with hunger, and the hunger was burning his stomach. Zhang Mingyuan gritted his teeth and pleaded, Brother Su, I own 15 of Mingyuan Group's shares. As long as you agree to give me half a month's supply, I can sign and transfer the shares to you. The total value of Mingyuan Group is as high as tens of billions, and 15 of the shares is at least tens of billions. This is a huge fortune. But even so, Su Chen still maintained a very firm attitude. Your suggestion is good, but I refuse. Zhang Mingyuan suddenly became anxious. Why would you refuse this as billions? Aren't you tempted? Although this high temperature has lasted for so long, it will eventually pass. As long as you promise me that you will be financially free once the heat is over. Su Chen in the car had a sarcastic smile on his face. Not to mention whether the contract signed in this case is valid. Even if it is effective, Su Chen will not agree to him. It's very simple. In the end times, these so-called treasures are nothing but a pile of waste paper. Even as Su Chen said, he found it too hard to use it to wipe his butt. If Su Chen had not traveled through time and space and knew that this apocalyptic disaster would not end, he might have agreed to the exchange because of Zhang Mingyuan's words. It's just a pity. He stretched, too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhang Xiao, and pressed a switch in the car. As the switch is turned on, the entire RV enters sound insulation mode. No matter how noisy it is outside, the car will be extremely quiet unless there is an emergency and the system automatically sounds the alarm. Brother Su, Brother Su. Zhang Mingyuan called a few more times and found that Su Chen did not respond. He also understood that Su Chen had rejected his request. Bastard. Stinky loser. Under normal circumstances, a bastard like you is not worthy of talking to me. Helpless Zhang Mingyuan turned around and left, but secretly cursed Su Chen in his heart. As soon as he returned to his seat, he saw a friend coming over to him. Mr. Zhang. What's wrong? Zhang Mingyuan asked weakly. On normal days, relying on his family background, Zhang Mingyuan could still take care of these bad friends. But it is the end of the world now, and he can't even take care of himself, so how can he have time to take care of Yongzhen and others? Abbeyo, this bastard, is too cruel. Young Master Zhang usually takes such good care of him, but now he has turned his back on me. The young man named Yongzhen said indignantly. Although his words touched Zhang Mingyuan's heart, they were of no use. Why are you saying this? Do you have anything to eat? I'm starving. Zhang Mingyuan said impatiently. Food. I don't have that. Yongzhen shook his head and said seriously. We are all in a difficult situation right now, Master Zhang. We have to find a way to unite. His words did serve as a reminder to Zhang Mingyuan. Good. Without Abbeyo's care, Zhang Mingyuan would probably face great difficulties in living in the current environment. He must unite with Yongzhen and others and find a way to save himself. What good ideas do you have? If we want to survive, we must go out and search for supplies. How about young Master Zhang come over and team up with us? Okay. Zhang Mingyuan agreed without hesitation. He stood up and followed Yongzhen to a corner. But what surprised Zhang Mingyuan was that in addition to Yongzhen's few cronies, there were also two girls, Xiaomi and Lu Linger. Zhang Mingyuan had just scolded Xiaomi and Lu Linger, and it was somewhat awkward when the three of them met again. In fact, Xiaomi, Lu Linger, and Yongzhen got together out of helplessness. Chapter 27. Really a ruthless person. After Abbeyo revealed his vicious side, the remaining survivors all felt in danger for a moment. In order to protect themselves, they gathered together and formed teams of various sizes. These teams can be as large as 10 to 20 people or as small as 8 or 9 people. Xiaomi, Lu Linger, Yongzhen, and others wanted to join in, but no one agreed. Don't be fooled by the fact that the two girls are beautiful and popular among men. Yongzhen and others came from wealthy families and were very wealthy. But it was no use. After all, they are now struggling to survive in the end times, and they are all weak and powerless. Having them join the team will only hinder us. Although there are other elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people, they all have families and can naturally be taken care of. In the end, Xiaomi, Lu Linger, Yongzhen, and others who were despised by others got together. With young Master Zhang joining us, our chances of survival will surely increase greatly. Yongzhen didn't know about the dirty dealings between Zhang Mingyuan, Lu Linger, and Xiaomi, but spoke happily. Well, what exactly are your plans? Zhang Mingyuan coughed lightly and asked. We found out about other people's plans. There is a convenience store about 2 or 3 kilometers away from Green Forest Hotel. They plan to wait until nightfall, then leave the parking lot and head to the convenience store to search for supplies. Xiaomi took the initiative to introduce. Although Zhang Mingyuan had humiliated them before, now both sides are in the same boat. There is no need for anyone to look down on anyone. That's a good idea. Zhang Mingyuan's eyes lit up. Convenience stores are different from hotels. The things sold there are more durable. Even under high temperatures, it will not rot or deteriorate after such a long time. But we have to act quickly, after all. So many people are eyeing this convenience store. Yangjin said nervously. No matter how many supplies there are in a convenience store, they cannot withstand the looting of more than a dozen groups of people. Then when the temperature drops tonight, we'll get ready to set off. Zhang Mingyuan nodded. They stopped talking and went back to rest and recharge their batteries. At the same time, on Abbeyo's side. After falling out with everyone, he took a few of his men and pushed all the cars that had run out of gas to the utility room where supplies were stored. He used these cars to form a simple defensive barrier. And he and his brothers lived in the middle. Brother Biao, Brother Biao. Abbeyo was lying in the car, enjoying the air conditioning. Just when he was drowsy, someone knocked on the car door. When collecting supplies earlier, Abbeyo not only collected everyone's food and drinking water, but also collected all the gasoline in the cars. Now in the entire underground venue, only the business car he is in has air conditioning. Abbeyo opened his eyes impatiently and saw that it was Manager Dang calling him. He opened the car door and let Manager Dang in to enjoy the air conditioning. Manager Dang, what's going on? After going from the sauna-like high temperature outside to entering the air-conditioned car, Manager Dang shuddered at first and then felt so comfortable that he almost cried out. That's it, Brother Biao. Manager Dang pointed at the crowd outside and explained. I just heard that these people are planning to go to the convenience store outside to search for supplies. Isn't this a good thing? What's wrong? Abbeyo smiled indifferently. If these people find food outside, they will never hand it over. Should we send some people out to rob them of the food in the convenience store? Manager Dang said nervously. Why are we going out? Abbeyo put his legs on the steering wheel and was not in a hurry. Our food won't last much longer. Seeing Abbeyo so relaxed, Manager Dang became anxious. When the high temperature just arrived, he led people to search the hotel and found a lot of instant noodles, canned food, and other foods. But after so long, it has been almost consumed. According to estimates, all the food will be consumed in 3 days at most. This is also the reason why, after knowing that the authorities are powerless, Abbeyo turned against them. If we don't have any, we can just rob them. A cruel smile appeared on Abbeyo's face. Manager Dang was stunned for a moment, then instantly understood what he meant. With such horribly high temperatures, the only chance of survival is to hide underground. Even if they find supplies, the survivors must return to the underground parking lot of Green Forest Hotel in order to survive. Unless the survivors unite, no group can resist the looting of Abbeyo and his gang. In other words, Abbeyo treated these survivors as piglets. Once they have no food, they will start to eat them. He is indeed a ruthless person. I don't know if it was because of the air conditioning, but Manager Dang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Time passes by every second. The sky quickly became dark and the temperature dropped significantly. Everyone in the underground parking lot was cheered up. But before they could set off, they heard the roar of an engine, followed by 2 strong lights that blinded them. It turned out that Nor Madison, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly started up. Amid the surprised gazes of the crowd, Su Chen drove the Nor Madison out of the underground parking lot. Strange, where is this bastard going? Zhang Mingyuan couldn't help but mutter. Don't worry about it, Master Zhang. We have to set off. Yangjin reminded. There were rustling sounds all around, and people had already started to move, heading out of the parking lot. All in all, Su Chen had been staying in the underground parking lot for more than a week. He came out of the underground parking lot, firstly because he wanted to see the scenery outside, and secondly because the black water tank in the car was full and he had to find a place to drain it. The black water tank is filled with domestic sewage. Generally, it needs to be removed manually and then discharged. Fortunately, Su Chen asked Zhang Qi to help him with some modifications. By just pressing a button, the waste can be discharged and flushed on the spot. Anyway, at the end of the world, no one will care even if people urinate and defecate anywhere, let alone discharge sewage. Su Chen pressed the button and waited for the black water tank to flush. I crossed my legs and admired the scenery outside the window. The weather is very good tonight, with no clouds in the sky. With the help of the bright moonlight, you can clearly see the surrounding situation. After several days of scorching heat, most of the plants have died, and only a few that can withstand the high temperatures are still alive. There was total silence between heaven and earth. The chirping of insects and birds that used to be heard were no longer there. Seeing that the black water tank had been flushed and Su Chen was about to go back, he suddenly saw figures coming out one after another from the exit of the underground parking lot. Without stopping for a moment, they hurried away quickly. Chapter 28 Body Swap. Su Chen was slightly stunned, and then he understood what these people were going to do. Abbeyo occupied the supplies and refused to distribute food to the people. In order to survive, these people could only go out to search for supplies under the cover of night. I just don't know how many of these people can find supplies and come back alive. Su Chen shook his head, and seeing that the black water tank had been drained, he restarted the Normadison and returned to the underground parking lot. Just as the people in the underground parking lot set off, Zhang Mingyuan, Yangjin, and others followed closely behind. However, in other teams, those responsible for going out to search for supplies are all strong adults. Unlike Zhang Mingyuan's team, they are either drunkards or powerless girls. As a result, not long after leaving the underground parking lot, Zhang Mingyuan and his group were left far behind. In order to avoid getting lost and to search for more supplies, they had to speed up. Although the sun has set now, and there is no direct sunlight, it is much more comfortable than during the day. But after a day of direct sunlight, the surface temperature is still frighteningly high. It seemed as if there were balls of fire rolling in the air, making people dizzy with the heat. Zhang Mingyuan was breathing heavily, his heart was beating rapidly, his steps were struggling, and his whole body was sweating profusely as if he had just climbed out of a swimming pool. He couldn't help feeling a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have hidden in the underground parking lot and not come out. But now that things have come to this, Zhang Mingyuan can only bite the bullet and keep moving forward. Yangjin, Xiaomi, Lu Linger, and others are not much better than him. They were all sweating and looked very pale. Fortunately, the convenience store is not far from the underground parking lot. Zhang Mingyuan and his group walked for a while and saw some people carrying large and small bags and rushing back. They just glanced at Zhang Mingyuan and the others and had no intention of stopping at all. But Zhang Mingyuan and others were cheered up and quickened their pace. Not long after, they finally found the convenience store that Yangjin mentioned on a street corner. At this time, most of the survivors who arrived first had already finished looting and were preparing to go back, carrying the looted supplies. Several people rushed into the convenience store, but after entering, they were dumbfounded. With the help of the bright moonlight outside, Zhang Mingyuan and his group could clearly see that the convenience store was in a mess. All the shelves filled with daily necessities are almost empty, without even a single hair left. The unwilling people endured the sweltering heat and searched around the convenience store for a long time before they found a few packs of instant noodles, sausages, and a few bottles of drinks that others had left behind. Damn it, this is no different from a wasted trip. Zhang Mingyuan was somewhat exasperated. Why are those people in front of me acting like bandits, without any morals at all? You should at least leave more supplies. This little bit is not even enough to fill the gaps in our teeth. It's better to have something than nothing, Master Zhang, let's go back. Yangjin put the supplies he found into his backpack. In this scorching heat, every second spent is endless torture. The group walked along the same path they came from, heading towards the underground parking lot. However, halfway through the journey, there was a loud thump, and a young man in the team suddenly fell to the ground. Liluan, how are you? Yangjin was startled and quickly turned around and helped him up. I saw that his eyes were closed, his lips were pale, and his breath became weak. Liluan comes from a wealthy family and has been spoiled. He has not had enough food in the past few days, which has made him extremely weak. After enduring such a hot temperature tonight and traveling such a long distance, it is normal that your body cannot take it. Water. I want to drink water. Hearing Liluan's mumbling, Yangjin hurriedly took off his backpack and prepared to take out something to drink. But at this moment, Zhang Mingyuan suddenly held his hand and shook his head at him. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? Yangjin was quite puzzled. His condition is so serious that even if you give him water, he won't survive without medicine. Zhang Mingyuan glanced at Liluan lying on the ground and said coldly, "Instead of wasting water, we might as well keep it for ourselves to drink. Master Zhang, he is our friend." Yangjin was surprised and hurriedly advised, "Friend?" Zhang Mingyuan sneered and let go of his hand. "Okay then, if you really consider him a friend, you can carry him back later." A hesitant expression appeared on Yangjin's face. Although he did not faint, his physical condition was not much better than Liluan's. If he were really left to carry Liluan back alone, he would probably faint. But when Yangjin looked at other people, they turned their heads away to avoid looking at Yangjin. The meaning is very simple. If you want to save Liluan, you have to do it yourself. Under the threat of death at the end of the world, people are selfish. Zhang Mingyuan, Xiaomi, Lu Linger, and others may not take the initiative to harm Liluan. But it is impossible to ask them to risk their lives to rescue Liluan. Seeing that Yangjin was still hesitating, Zhang Mingyuan didn't waste any time. He just picked up his backpack and walked towards the underground parking lot. The others followed closely behind him without even looking at Li Luan. Yangzhen hesitated for a moment, finally sighed, and left Li Luan where he was. After Zhang Mingyuan and his group returned to the underground parking lot, they began to divide the loot on the spot. However, the food and drinking water allocated to each person is only enough for 3 days at most. This is still deducting the share that should have gone to Li Luan. Although everyone was unwilling, they could do nothing about it. After dividing the spoils, they could only return to their respective seats and eat the food carefully. Although the instant noodles were extremely rough and difficult to swallow, after being hungry for a whole day, whether it was Zhang Mingyuan, who came from a wealthy family, or the spoiled Xiaomi and Lu Linger, they all ate them as if they were eating the most delicious food in the world. But even so, a packet of instant noodles and a sausage cannot completely relieve their hunger. Just to survive, they didn't dare to eat up the remaining food. Linger, what is that bastard Su Chen doing in the RV right now? Xiaomi leaned against the wall, drinking mineral water in small sips, looking at Normadison with eyes full of greed and jealousy. I don't know, but they are definitely better off than us. Lu Linger shook her head. At this moment, she was already numb with regret. No, if there is no way to survive next, I will go find Su Chen. Xiaomi suddenly made up her mind and said seriously, will you be able to find him? Lu Linger felt that Xiaomi was not very smart. I had a relationship with Su Chen, but Su Chen refused to help me. Why should he help you? What if I exchange my body with him? Chapter 29, to Versailles. What, Mayor, you? Hearing what Xiaomi said, Lu Linger couldn't help but widen her eyes. Although Xiaomi is a bit materialistic, she wouldn't sell her body just for a little food, right? I would rather exchange my body for food than starve to death. Xiaomi snorted coldly. Linger, I remember you said that Su Chen is still a rookie, right? Well, yes. When we were in love, we didn't have any further intimate contact. Lu Linger blushed slightly as she explained. That's good. With my charm, I don't believe I can't defeat him. Xiaomi smiled confidently, as if everything was under her control. But for some reason, Lu Linger felt inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart. I don't know whether she was worried that Su Chen would be played around by Xiaomi, or whether she was jealous that Xiaomi could be exchanged for food. After the survivors went to the convenience store to search for supplies, the underground parking lot fell into a rare peace. Only Zhang Mingyuan, Yangzhen, and his group were somewhat anxious, because the supplies they brought back from the convenience store were quickly consumed. Yangzhen, do you know where there is a convenience store nearby? Zhang Mingyuan suppressed the burning hunger and looked at Yangzhen. Mr. Zhang, I don't know either. If there really is one, I guess others would have gone to search for it long ago. Yangzhen smiled bitterly. Phoenix Mountain is a scenic spot and most of the people who come here are tourists. There is only one convenience store within a few kilometers, and there is no second one. If not, we can go get money and buy it from others. Zhang Mingyuan said to himself. If we could buy it, we would have gone there a long time ago. Yangzhen sighed helplessly. Not to mention using money to buy it. Even if Xiaomi was shameless and used her beauty to seduce other survivors, it would be useless. We are not fools. Seeing such horrifically high temperatures with no signs of stopping, who would exchange precious materials for money that is as good as waste paper? How about we go rob it? Yangzhen suggested. Rob you? Who do you think you can beat? Zhang Mingyuan said unhappily. Even though they are all young, they are all weak and powerless. Some people even lost their lives while going out to search for supplies. How to compete with those strong young people in other teams? At this moment, a delicate voice sounded. Master Zhang, we may not be able to defeat others, but we can definitely beat Su Chen. Zhang Mingyuan frowned, turned around, and saw Xiaomi and Lu Linger walking towards him. What do you mean by that? I plan to seduce Su Chen. As long as he falls for it, I will open the car door and let you in. Xiaomi's pretty face showed a sinister smile. He's only one person, and there are so many of us. Isn't it easy to subdue him? Are you so sure that he will open the door and let you in? Zhang Mingyuan said half-believingly. No matter how they threatened or tempted him, Su Chen refused to open the car door. Would he be seduced by Xiaomi? You don't know this. Su Chen is still a virgin. I only need to make a slight move to definitely take him down. Looking at Xiaomi, who was a little disheveled but still very charming, Zhang Mingyuan couldn't help but believe it. Even though he had been with countless women, he had been seduced by Xiaomi before and was already very excited. Su Chen, a pure virgin, could never be a match for Xiaomi. I had a bad attitude before, I apologize. In order for Xiaomi to help him get into the RV, Zhang Mingyuan rarely apologized to Xiaomi. Mr. Zhang, you are too serious. As long as the high temperature passes, Mr. Zhang, please don't forget me. After all, in Xiaomi's heart, she still feels that the high temperature will pass one day. If I could help Zhang Mingyuan in such a difficult situation, maybe I would have a chance to marry into the Zhang family after I get out. Sure, sure. Zhang Mingyuan laughed and nodded, but a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. If that day really comes, how could he possibly marry a coquettish woman like Xiaomi with his family background? Lu Linger on the side bit her red lips, but there was a hint of inexplicable worry in her beautiful eyes. After some discussion, Zhang Mingyuan, Xiaomi and others decided to wait until nightfall before taking action. Firstly, most of the survivors were resting, and no one would come to ruin their good fortune. Secondly, men's desires are the strongest at night. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Zhang Mingyuan, Xiaomi and others exchanged glances and began to act. Their plan was simple, which was to let Xiaomi get close to the RV to seduce Su Chen. If everything goes well, the moment Su Chen opens the car door, Zhang Mingyuan and others will rush forward and try to take control of the RV. If things don't go well, let Xiaomi sacrifice her looks. Wait until Su Chen is exhausted, then secretly open the car door. After everything was ready, Xiaomi calmed herself down and knocked on Norma Deason's car door. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Accompanied by a slight motor sound, the steel plate covering the glass slowly slid down, revealing the scene inside the RV. It looked like Su Chen had just finished a shower, with steam still rising from his body, and he was wiping his short hair with a towel. Not to mention Xiaomi. Even Zhang Mingyuan and others in the dark were dumbfounded. You have to know that the high temperature has lasted for so long that there is no water or electricity in the mountains. In order to survive, the survivors were reluctant to even wash their faces, let alone take a shower. This guy Su Chen is too extravagant. No, I have to trick the car door open and kick this guy out. Zhang Mingyuan, Xiaomi and others secretly swore in their hearts. Aiken, how have you been these past few days? Xiaomi lifted her long hair and spoke in a seductive manner. In order to seduce Su Chen tonight, she deliberately wasted a bottle of drinking water and washed her face thoroughly. This made others feel very sad. But in order to take down Su Chen, this is also essential. It's not bad. I watch movies every day, enjoy the air conditioning, eat some steak, and drink some wine when I have nothing to do. I'm not like you guys. I'm outside every day and feel comfortable and free. Su Chen said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaomi and the others couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Versailles? It's so fucking Versailles. If they had a choice, they would not want to stay outside and endure the high temperature and hunger, and would rather stay in the RV and enjoy life. Xiaomi took a deep breath, and suddenly she started to act out, tears welling up in her eyes. Aiken, I beg you. I haven't eaten for several days. I have done many things that have let you down before. It was all my fault. Please forgive me and give me some food. As long as you can provide me with food, I am willing to sleep with you. Chapter 30, Food Exchange. To be honest, Xiaomi can be considered to be very beautiful. Such a sexy and hot beauty begs you with tears in her eyes, expressing her willingness to exchange herself for food. Who can withstand this? Su Chen seemed unable to bear it. He looked Xiaomi up and down and said frivolously, It seems that it is not as good looking as before. Xiaomi was stunned for a moment. Then she understood what Su Chen said. I was fooled. She was secretly delighted in her heart, but on the surface, she put on a shy look. I haven't eaten well recently, so I must not look good. As long as Brother Chun feeds me, I will definitely look good again. Okay, then how do you want to exchange it? Brother Chun, give me a month's worth of food. I will listen to you during this month. Xiaomi thought that the conditions she offered were good enough. After all, she is as beautiful as a flower, and it is definitely worth it to exchange her for a month's food. But after hearing this, Su Chen laughed sarcastically. Zhang Mingyuan approached me a few days ago and wanted to exchange Mingyuan Group shares for a month's supply of supplies, but I rejected it. Do you think you are precious? Xiaomi was shocked and angry. What was shocking was that Zhang Mingyuan offered to exchange Mingyuan Group shares for supplies, but Su Chen refused to make the exchange. What made me angry was that Su Chen actually said such harsh words. But she could only swallow her anger and dare not lose her temper. She rolled her eyes and spoke again. How about this, Brother Aiken? Let me live in the RV. As long as you take care of my food and accommodation, I will do whatever you say. Well, this is not bad. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, But before you come in, there's one more thing to do. What's up? Xiaomi felt a little excited and subconsciously glanced to the side. However, due to the dim light, she did not see Zhang Mingyuan and others. Kneel down. Oh. Xiaomi was dumbfounded again. She didn't expect that Su Chen would make such a request. I told you a few days ago that I would not give you food unless you kneeled down and begged me. Su Chen crossed his legs and said slowly, You don't want me to be a person who doesn't keep his word, do you? Xiaomi clenched her teeth tightly, her teeth itching with hatred. This Su Chen is such a bastard. He actually dares to make me kneel down? Who does he think he is? Even if Zhang Mingyuan is interested in me, I have to be polite to him. Just when Xiaomi was getting angry, Zhang Mingyuan suddenly appeared from the shadows beside her like a ghost. He nodded vigorously at Xiaomi, indicating that she should agree. Xiaomi felt helpless and could only bite her red lips and kneel on the ground reluctantly. Please, give me food. Oh, so good. Su Chen was so beautiful that her eyes narrowed, but then she showed hesitation. But I'm a more traditional person. We are not married yet, and we are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Is it really okay for a man and a woman to be in the same room? Xiaomi was so angry that she almost vomited blood. I've already knelt down, and you can still endure it? Are you still a man? No wonder I've been in a relationship with Lu Linger for so long, but we've never even slept together. However, considering the overall situation, Xiaomi had to persuade him patiently. People are so open-minded nowadays. What's the big deal? Brother Chun, you can't be an old-fashioned person. Besides, you and Linger didn't become boyfriend and girlfriend from the beginning. It takes time for love to develop. After listening to Xiaomi's persuasion, Su Chen seemed to be moved, but still hesitant. But you are Linger's best friend. If we do this, aren't we being unfair to her? She dumped you. So how can we be sorry for her if we are together? Xiaomi became more and more annoyed, and looked down on Su Chen even more in her heart. She had previously thought about betraying her alliance with Zhang Mingyuan and directly agreeing to be with Su Chen. But seeing Su Chen acting so sissy, the thought in his mind instantly disappeared. Well then, get ready to come in from the side. Su Chen stood up and raised the steel plate covering the window while pressing the button. With a click sound, a door suddenly opened on the other side of the car. Why not enter through the front door? Xiaomi felt a little strange, but she didn't care about it, and quickly ran towards the door. Seeing this, Zhang Mingyuan was delighted and also moved over there. Only Lu Linger frowned slightly, worrying about Su Chen. Just when Zhang Mingyuan and others were preparing to rush in at once, Xiaomi stepped in and the car door was closed again. Several people were startled and quickly shrank back. Damn it, this Su Chen is so cunning, Zhang Mingyuan said angrily. Under the current circumstances, he will definitely be careful. Yang Zhen on the side consoled her. It's okay, Master Zhang. After Xiaomi makes him exhausted, it won't be too late for us to go in. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing else we can do. Zhang Mingyuan and others were outside, waiting patiently. However, Xiaomi inside did not see Su Chen at all. After she entered the RV, she was trapped in a bathroom of only a few square meters. Brother Aiken, what do you mean? Xiaomi felt a little uneasy in her heart and asked with a forced smile. You're too dirty. This is a luxury car worth tens of millions. If you dirty it, can you afford to pay for it? Su Chen's faint voice came from the other side of the door. Then I should take a bath first? As a girl, being despised and criticized is somewhat hurtful to my self-esteem. But when Xiaomi reached out and turned on the shower, she found not a drop of water. Why? Why is there no water? Don't be in a hurry, Xiaomi. What's the point of washing alone? Why don't we wash together? So, then what are you waiting for? Xiaomi urged impatiently. On the one hand, she hadn't taken a bath for more than half a month, which was really unbearable. On the other hand, she also wanted to quickly hook up with Su Chen, open the car door after that, and let Zhang Mingyuan and the others in. Do you see the sink next to it? There's a drawer underneath. Open it. Following Su Chen's instructions, Xiaomi opened the drawer, but found a pair of handcuffs inside. To be safe, tie yourself up first. Xiaomi was speechless, but she could only follow Su Chen's instructions and handcuff herself. Brother Aiken, please hurry up. Chapter 31. Cheating. With a click, the car door separating the bathroom was slowly opened. A gust of cool air rushed in along with it. Xiaomi, who had been feeling stuffy for so long, suddenly felt extremely comfortable and almost moaned. Su Chen walked in slowly and couldn't help laughing when he saw Xiaomi tying herself up in front of him. Xiaomi, you are so obedient. Of course I will. As long as Brother Aiken takes care of my food and shelter, I will do whatever you say. There are only 0 times and countless times for everything. After calling out once, Xiaomi no longer felt any psychological burden when she called out again. Really? Then why don't you shout it out again? Su Chen said with a smile. What do you think of me? You are just a toad sleeping like a frog, wearing nothing but playing with everything. Xiaomi was furious, but thinking of her plan with Zhang Mingyuan, she could only swallow her anger and put on a flattering expression. So good. Su Chen reached out and touched Xiaomi's head. Let's get started. Xiaomi said impatiently. She just wanted to knock Su Chen down quickly, and then let Zhang Mingyuan and the others in. Start what? Of course, do something you enjoy doing. Xiaomei was stunned. No, Xiaomei, do you really think I will sleep with you? Su Chen suddenly burst into laughter, his smile full of sarcasm. What do you mean by that? Suddenly, an ominous premonition emerged in Xiaomei's heart. To tell you the truth, I have no intention of sleeping with you, nor do I plan to exchange food with you. Su Chen folded his hands in front of his chest with a sneer on his face. What, you? Are you still a man? Xiaomei couldn't believe her ears. She came all right to him and cooperated with Su Chen in all kinds of ways, but Su Chen still didn't plan to sleep with her? I told you, of course I'm a man. I'm just not interested in green tea bitches and gold diggers like you. Su Chen looked down at Xiaomei, his eyes full of contempt. Actually, from the beginning, I knew the end of the world was coming, so I stockpiled a lot of supplies. But I just don't plan to give it to you. Are you angry? Su Chen said this as he dodged and revealed the interior of the RV behind him. There were countless supplies he had taken out in advance placed on the table and the floor. Beef, mutton, mineral water, 1982 Lafite, and all kinds of delicious food. It can be said that there is everything you can think of. Xiaomei almost popped her eyes out. Although she had expected that Su Chen had stockpiled supplies in advance, she didn't expect that he had stockpiled so much. You don't really think I'm attracted to you, do you? No. Su Chen shook his index finger and sneered disdainfully. Do you really think I can't see that you're just a gold digger with a rotten crotch? Your materialism and promiscuity have nothing to do with me. But what's disgusting about you is that you insisted on persuading Linger to break up with me, and then go with you to find a rich second-generation guy. We are all 1,000-year-old foxes. There is no need for me to play Liao Zhai with you. I'll tell you straight. I called you to Phoenix Mountain just to make you suffer when the end of the world comes. Being mocked and taunted by Su Chen so closely, Xiaomei's face turned pale at first and then turned red. Her delicate body was so angry that it was shaking slightly. Although she is materialistic and promiscuous, she always thinks she is a good girl. Su Chen, this stinking loser, actually dared to say that to her in front of her. You stinking katydid, you haven't taken a fancy to me yet, and I haven't taken a fancy to you yet. You just have some supplies. What's so great about that? A stinky man like you will never find a girlfriend in your life. Xiaomei yelled in anger, not at all like the delicate and gentle girl she had just been. Bang! There was a crisp slapping sound, and Xiaomei's fair face swelled up instantly. Her beautiful eyes widened a little. She couldn't believe that Su Chen dared to hit her. Although I don't like hitting women, I think it's necessary to teach a bastard like you a lesson. Su Chen flexed his wrist and said lightly. Xiaomei, who had been completely crazy, came to her senses after receiving such a slap. Looking at Su Chen's indifferent expression, she thought of the man who was beaten to death by Abbeyo, and she couldn't help but shudder. This is a lawless doomsday world. If Su Chen kills himself, no one will stand up for him. You don't want to kill me. Xiaomei's hands and feet were cuffed, so she could only move her body backwards desperately, trying to get away from Su Chen. But the bathroom in the RV was so small that she soon pressed against the door. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Killing you will only dirty my hands. Su Chen sneered. In her previous life, Xiaomei instigated Lu Linger to break up with Su Chen, and it was she who deceived Su Chen to go and save her and Lu Linger. As a result, Xiaomei took away all of Su Chen's supplies, treated him like a bootlicker, and almost starved him to death. When the flood after the high temperature swept the entire city, the rescue boat had only 2 seats left. In order to survive, Xiaomei locked Su Chen in the room, causing him to almost drown. How could it be so easy to eliminate the hatred that Su Chen had in his heart for her? The doomsday has just begun, and there are still floods, extreme cold, and zombies to come. Killing Xiaomei directly would be too easy for her. Thinking of this, Su Chen opened the car door and kicked Xiaomei out. Damn, it's been 20 minutes already. Why hasn't this guy finished yet? Zhang Mingyuan, who was guarding outside, said impatiently. Because he indulged in alcohol and sex too much, he usually finished everything in 5 minutes, so he naturally thought Su Chen was taking too long. Hearing this, Yang Zhen and the others looked a little strange. Lu Linger, who was standing aside, had a complicated expression on her face. Could it be that Su Chen really slept with Xiaomei? Just as everyone was daydreaming, the door of the RV suddenly opened. Zhang Mingyuan was delighted and was about to rush forward, but he saw a figure falling out, and then the car door slammed and closed tightly. What is going on? Everyone was stunned. When they came to their senses, they found that the person who fell out was Xiaomei. But her image at the moment was really strange, and she was even wearing handcuffs on her hands. Xiaomei, what's wrong with you? Yang Zhen asked blankly. Young Master Zhang, Yang Zhen, you have to stand up for me. When she saw Zhang Mingyuan and others, Xiaomei immediately started crying out of grievance. After knowing what happened in the RV, everyone's faces looked extremely strange. With Xiaomei dressed like this, how could Su Chen still hold back? Lu Linger, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had fallen from her chest. At this moment, there was a sudden noise from Norma Deason next to him. Chapter 32, Public Death. Baba, shall we start? Everyone listened carefully. Wasn't that Xiaomei's voice? I didn't expect Xiaomei to play so big in private. She really has room for development. Feeling the strange looks from everyone, Xiaomei's face turned pale and blue, and she wished she could cut Su Chen into pieces. Bastard Su Chen actually recorded the video secretly and played it in public. This time she was killed in public. Withdraw. Zhang Mingyuan looked at Norma Deason and felt so angry that his teeth were itching, but he could do nothing about it. Fortunately, although the plan failed, there was no loss except that Xiaomei lost face. Watching the surveillance video as Zhang Mingyuan and his group left, Su Chen in the RV sneered. It's undeniable. Even in such a difficult environment, and having persisted for so long, Xiaomei's beautiful appearance cannot be concealed. But unfortunately, Zhang Wuji's mother once said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Especially a vicious woman like Xiaomei. If Su Chen really slept with her and kept her by his side, I'm afraid he would repeat the mistakes of his previous life. But shouldn't I also consider satisfying my physiological needs? Although you won't have to worry about food and drink when you stay in Nomadison, there are also video games downloaded in advance, as well as various movies and TV series for entertainment. But in recent times, my second brother has really been wronged. Just when Su Chen was enjoying his meals and thinking about sex, there was a knock on the car door. But this time, he was not surprised, as if he had expected it. When Su Chen rolled down the window, the person who appeared outside the car was his ex-girlfriend, Lu Linger. Aiken, are you okay? Lu Linger hesitated and asked in a low voice. What can I do? Su Chen smiled disdainfully. Xiaomei is just a weak woman after all. How can she eat me? I'm relieved to see that you're okay. Lu Linger looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, but in the end she said nothing and turned around to leave. Wait. Su Chen suddenly called her and said lightly. This time Xiaomei and the others plotted against me, and you came to inform me in advance, which was considered a help to me. I am a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Here are some food and water, enough for you to use for a few days. Su Chen opened the small hole specially designed on the car door and handed out the bag containing food and water. Good. When Xiaomei and others decided to take action against Su Chen, Lu Linger secretly came to the RV and told Su Chen about Zhang Mingyuan's plan, perhaps because of her feelings for Su Chen or because she wanted to please Su Chen. Even though he already knew Xiaomei's character, Su Chen would not be fooled. But after thinking it over again and again, he decided to give Lu Linger some supplies. First of all, the two have been in love for several years. Although Lu Linger became what she is now because of her own character flaws, she was also bewitched by Xiaomei. She took the initiative to report Xiaomei and Zhang Mingyuan, which shows that she is still worth saving. Second, Su Chen intends to develop Lu Linger into an inside player. After all, he stayed in the car every day and didn't know the situation of other survivors. In case Zhang Mingyuan, Abbeyo or anyone else has any conspiracy, with Lu Linger's support, I can also respond flexibly. In addition, Su Chen also had a little selfish desire, which was to find a warm home for his second brother. Of course, this also depends on subsequent developments. Looking at the food and water in front of her, Lu Linger couldn't believe her eyes. She quickly took the bag, opened the bread inside, and immediately began to devour it. When the soft bread passed through her smooth throat and entered her stomach, Lu Linger almost burst into tears. You know, in recent times, the thing she eats the most is instant noodles. Lu Linger hasn't eaten bread, which has a short shelf life and cannot be stored at high temperatures, for a long time. Aiken, thank you. Lu Linger ate several pieces of bread in a row before she came to her senses and hurriedly thanked Su Chen. No need to thank me. I actually have something else for you to do. Su Chen handed over a small walkie-talkie and instructed. If anyone else makes any move in the future, please report it to me immediately. Do you understand? Although his tone was calm, it contained an unquestionable tone. Lu Linger had no intention of resisting, so she took it meekly and nodded. Okay, everything is up to you. Looking at the girl in front of him who had become extremely well-behaved, Su Chen couldn't help but feel filled with emotion. Thinking back to when the two of them were together, Lu Linger was almost spoiled by me and developed a willful princess syndrome. However, with the passage of time, the status of the two has changed. After eating and drinking, Lu Linger quietly returned to her seat. She had just hidden the supplies and walkie-talkie she got from Su Chen when Xiaomi beside her suddenly turned over. The handcuffs and leg cuffs in Su Chen's car were all taken from Walmart. As for why Walmart has this thing, Su Chen said he didn't know either. Fortunately, these are used to cultivate sentiment, and the quality is not very solid. Zhang Mingyuan, Yang Jun, and others found tools and successfully helped Xiaomi break it open. But after all this trouble, the few people who originally had nothing to eat were even more hungry. Linger, where have you been? Xiaomi asked sleepily. I just went to the bathroom. Lu Linger quickly made up a lie. Xiaomi didn't think much about it and fell asleep again. Unlike others, Lu Linger felt particularly at ease after eating her fill. Her mind also began to wander. Since the high temperature, whether it was Zhang Mingyuan, Abbeyo, or Xiaomi, they all used various means such as coercion and inducement to ask Su Chen for supplies. But they were all ruthlessly rejected by Su Chen. There were also people like Zhang Heng, who were shot directly and ended up dying tragically. But today, Su Chen took the initiative to give himself supplies. Whether it's out of affection for me or they want to take advantage of me, this is your chance. I must win him back and live in the RV to avoid dying in this high temperature. Lu Linger clenched her fists and then fell into a deep sleep. The next few days were still peaceful. Zhang Mingyuan and his companions were so hungry that they could only beg for supplies from other survivors. Fortunately, I had just searched the convenience stores not long ago, so most people still had no worries about food and drink. Seeing the miserable appearance of Zhang Mingyuan and others with snot and tears, and Zhang Mingyuan using his money power, many people thought that the high temperature would pass sooner or later, so they showed compassion and provided them with some supplies. This prevented Zhang Mingyuan and his group from starving to death. However, that night, a series of loud shouts suddenly rang out in the underground parking lot. Who are you? What are you going to do? Oh. Chapter 33, The Rat's Tail. The incident happened at night, and it was pitch black everywhere. A series of screams echoed in the underground parking lot. Some survivors had found a lot of flashlights and other lighting equipment when they were searching convenience stores, which came in handy now. When they shone the light to the place where the screams came from, they couldn't help but be shocked. There was originally a survival team of 7 or 8 people who used that place as their camp. However, at this moment, those people were lying on the ground in a mess. Although it was unclear whether they were dead or alive, one could tell from the blood all over the ground that even if they were not dead, they were almost dead. In their camp, a dozen people were looking down, searching for something. Everyone looked carefully and saw that it was Abbeyo and others. Illuminated by the flashlight, Abbeyo frowned, shook the blood-stained axe in his hand, and said viciously, "What the hell are you taking photos of? Turn it off." He had a ferocious look on his face and exuded a murderous aura. The rest of the survivors felt their scalps tingling and quickly turned off their flashlights. After such a long time since the power outage, the emergency lights in the parking lot have long been completely cut off. Fortunately, in addition to flashlights, they found a lot of night lights in the convenience store, which could be used for lighting. Under the dim light, the figures of Abbeyo and others were stretched out, and their appearance made them look like evil spirits from hell. "Brother Abbeyo, what do you mean?" Someone couldn't hold back and asked. "Nothing special. I just ran out of food there, so I came here to find some food." Abbeyo narrowed his eyes and said coldly. He spoke lightly, but everyone felt a sinking feeling in their hearts after hearing it. This Abbeyo is so cruel that he actually started killing people and stealing supplies. "You are too lawless. Yeah, don't think that just because you can fight, we are afraid of you. At worst, we will die." I don't know who started it first, but the others followed suit, their tone filled with anger towards Abbeyo. Who made Abbeyo such a rude person? When the supplies were confiscated earlier, they said they would be distributed uniformly, but not only did they embezzle them, they also beat and killed people. That's fine. Now they are even killing and robbing. Such behavior is too cruel. If Abbeyo dares to kill others today, who knows if he will kill himself tomorrow. Because of this, the remaining survivors couldn't help but feel sympathetic and united together without any prior agreement. "Do you want a rebel?" Abbeyo clenched the weapon in his hand and frowned slightly. He also sensed something was wrong. There are more than 100 survivors on the opposite side. Although Abbeyo and his men are all good fighters, they cannot deal with so many people at the same time. The reason why they were able to keep the situation under control previously was simply because Abbeyo and others were too cruel and ruthless. But the high temperature has lasted for so long that people's hearts have already changed. The last time we went out to search for supplies, someone secretly hid a lot of weapons such as kitchen knives and hammers in case of emergency. If Abbeyo and his men were besieged again today, I'm afraid there would be no way to resolve it peacefully like last time. Abbeyo is not a fool. After noticing that the atmosphere was becoming tense, he quickly put away the weapon and said in a gentle tone, "Don't get excited, everyone. My brothers and I are not murderous monsters. It's just that we have no food, so we came to borrow some food from these people. Not only did they not give me anything, they even shouted and insulted me. I was just so angry that I got into a fight with them. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that what Abbeyo said was nonsense. He and his men were all vicious and ferocious. The survival team that was killed were just ordinary people. How could they dare to challenge Abbeyo and others?" But with these words, the originally tense atmosphere was eased a lot. "But even so, Brother Abbeyo, you don't have to kill anyone, right?" In the crowd, a tall and mighty man with a righteous face said in a deep voice. His name is Yolan. He is a retired veteran. This time he brought his family to Phoenix Mountain for a trip. Because of his generous character, he is extremely righteous. Therefore, many people gathered around him and sought his protection. The team headed by Yolan is also the largest, with nearly 30 people. As soon as he opened his mouth, he received nods of agreement from others. "I got angry and lost my temper. There's nothing I can do about it." Abbeyo spread his hands, looking innocent. "Although the weather hasn't turned cold yet, it will eventually pass. Brother Abbeyo, you'd better learn your lesson." Although Yolan couldn't stand Abbeyo's behavior, he was law-abiding and upright, so he was unwilling to kill Brother Abbeyo. "I just gave Abbeyo some words of advice, hoping that he would come to his senses and turn back to the right path. Don't worry, Brother He, this is just the first time, it won't happen again." Abbeyo nodded and said with a forced smile, "That's good." Yolan looked at Abbeyo deeply, then waved his hand. The rest of the survivors also returned to their positions and continued to rest. But they all set up their camps around Yolan without any prior agreement. Abbeyo stared at the location where Yolan was, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Brother Abbeyo." Just then, Manager Dang came over. After hanging out with Abbeyo for so long, he is now the second in command of the team. "How is it? How much supplies did you find?" Abbeyo asked in a low voice. "Not very optimistic. After counting, it should be enough for us for 2 days at most." Manager Dang reported to Abbeyo the amount of materials looted. "That's all." Abbeyo was a little surprised, but soon he was relieved. The team he wiped out consisted of 8 people in total, only half of whom were adults. The survival supplies collected were naturally limited. It took so much effort to get 2 days' worth of supplies, which made Abbeyo a little disappointed. "It seems we have to think of another way." Abbeyo looked at the other survivors again with a cold look. "Brother Abbeyo, I'm afraid we can't do it again." Manager Dang saw what Abbeyo was up to and quickly advised him. "With that guy here, he will definitely organize some people to deal with us. In that case, let's just start with Yolan." Abbeyo said coldly. This?" Manager Dang looked hesitant. He felt that Abbeyo was really crazy. Yolan was very popular right now. Wouldn't it be courting death to target Yolan? Abbeyo saw what Manager Dang was thinking and gave a cruel smile. "It is because of his presence that others are united. Only by killing him can we defeat them one by one. Don't worry, I won't force it. Chapter 34. Sooner or later, it will be soft. If anything, unite all the survivors. Then it would be impossible for Abbeyo to kill people and rob again. So he must find a way to get rid of Yolan." Inside the RV, Su Chen tasted the dish he cooked and frowned slightly. "Have to. It seems that I still don't have the talent to be a cook." Recently, he has been eating Western food such as steak, which is relatively simple to prepare. But after eating it for a long time, it becomes a bit greasy. So Su Chen wanted to try making some Chinese food to relieve his greasiness. Unfortunately, he seemed to have no talent in cooking, and the dishes he cooked tasted a bit average. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders and helplessly poured a plate of food into the garbage disposal beside him. If the survivors outside saw this scene, they would definitely gnash their teeth in hatred. In order to survive, they had to go hungry every day. Su Chen, on the other hand, thought the dish was just mediocre and just threw it away. "This is too much of a waste. Or you could think about it yourself and let Lu Linger in." Su Chen touched his chin, thinking in his mind. Apart from anything else, Lu Linger can be said to be a good cook. If I let her live with me, she can cook for me and have sex with me when she has nothing to do. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly noticed that there was movement on the surveillance screen. With the help of the surveillance camera with night vision function, he clearly saw Abbeyo and his men wipe out the small survival team. I also saw the whole process of Yolan and his men confronting Abbeyo. Although he was far away, Su Chen could roughly guess what had happened. It's nothing more than Abbeyo being jealous of other people's supplies and killing people to steal their goods. "Aiken, can you hear me?" Lu Linger's voice suddenly came from the intercom. "I can hear you, what's up?" Su Chen said lightly. Just now, Abbeyo, he led his men to kill Brother Zhou and his group of people, all of them. There was panic in Lu Linger's voice. Although she had seen many people die before, such as Zhang Hang, Li Lun, etc., there were reasons for those people's deaths. Unlike Brother Zhou's team tonight, they were killed by Abbeyo and his men for no apparent reason. At this moment, Lu Linger finally realized it. Under the high temperature of doomsday, social order has completely collapsed and turned into the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak. The one who was killed today was Brother Zhou. Who knows whether Abbeyo will kill her, Xiaomi and others in the future. Lu Linger was filled with fear. She quickly pretended to go to the bathroom and picked up the intercom to contact Su Chen. I know. I saw all of this. Su Chen was accustomed to such things as murder and robbery for supplies in his previous life, so he was not as frightened as Lu Linger. Hearing Su Chen's nonchalant tone, Lu Linger couldn't help but be stunned. Ever since they met again at the auto show, Su Chen's actions made Lu Linger feel that he was becoming more and more of a stranger. First, he emptied his family's savings, took out a loan to buy a motorhome worth tens of millions, and then modified it. When the temperature rises, no matter how others threaten or tempt you, you will not open the car door to help others. He didn't even know where he got the gun. When Abbeyo and others tried to break into the car, he shot and injured one person, causing that person's death. All his actions seem like he has become a different person. But no matter what kind of person Su Chen becomes, Lu Linger is very sure that if she wants to survive, she must rely on Su Chen. If this continues, Abbeyo might kill me. Aiken, I don't want to die. Can you please help me for the sake of our past friendship? Lu Linger said with tears in her eyes. Don't worry, he won't do anything to you in the short term. Su Chen ruthlessly rejected Lu Linger's request. He might let Lu Linger in, but definitely not now. You can stay with He Wong for a while. He will protect you. If it's nothing important in the future, try not to contact me. If people find out that we are in contact, they might not let you go. After Su Chen finished speaking, no matter how Lu Linger called him, he no longer responded. Listening to the rustling sound coming from the intercom, Lu Linger's eyes were dull. Su Chen was so cruel that it really hurt her. But she also understood that if she wanted to enter the RV and survive, she had to beg Su Chen. After Brother Zhou's team was destroyed, the remaining survivors also became vigilant. In order to avoid being killed by Abbeyo and others, they all united around He Wong. Even Zhang Mingyuan and his companions were frightened by Abbeyo and went to seek refuge with He Wong. For a moment, He Wong became the leader of the survivors. We have searched the north and south, but found no supplies. Let's try searching the east tonight to see if there is anything else. He Wong shone a flashlight on the map and spoke to the people around him. In order to survive, he was also organizing people to try to save themselves. Unlike the ruthless Abbeyo, He Wong is fair and just in his work. He asked each team to send out young and strong men to go out and search for supplies. Materials will be distributed according to their respective contributions. Although it is a bit unfair to the team with a small number of people and many elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people, it is also the most feasible solution at the moment. After arranging the plan, He Wong thought about it, and suddenly took a few people and walked towards Normandyson. Su Chen in the RV was doing push-ups according to his daily exercise plan. 249, 250. There is a saying that goes, the mind can be dirty, but the body must be healthy. Only a healthy body can support a dirty mind. Especially in a doomsday environment, a strong physique can increase the possibility of survival. Su Chen usually has nothing to do in the RV. Besides watching movies, TV series, and playing games, his favorite thing is to exercise. Boom, boom, boom. A sudden knock on the door interrupted Su Chen's training. Looking at He Wong and others outside the car, he frowned slightly, feeling a little strange. I have never communicated with He Wonka. Why did he come to my house? Could it be that he was asking me for supplies as well? Your name is Su Chen, right? He Wong outside the car smiled cheerfully and introduced himself. My name is He Wong, and now I'm elected as the captain by everyone. The situation is so difficult now, Brother Su. We should unite and overcome the difficulties together. Although from He Wong's words and deeds, it can be seen that he is an upright and kind-hearted person. But as the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not his heart. Especially in a doomsday environment. Many kind-hearted people will gradually turn evil. Therefore, Su Chen did not believe He Wong. He doesn't need to trust He Wong. Chapter 35 Live a Better Life. Sorry, I'm not interested. Su Chen rejected He Wong directly. He Wong didn't expect Su Chen to be so direct. He was slightly stunned and then advised. Brother Su, even if your RV is well-stocked, how long can it last? In He Wong's opinion, although the Nomadison is huge in size and can store a lot of supplies, there will be a day when it will run out. At that time, Su Chen had no choice but to leave the RV. He had previously killed Zhang Hang and had a personal grudge against Abbeyo. Being alone without any companions, Abbeyo would definitely attack him. If Su Chen had any brains, he should unite with He Wang and others. But He Wang had no idea that Su Chen's Normedicine had such an incredible bug as storage space. The supplies stored inside are so heavy that even if there are 30 or 50 more people, it would take 100 years to use up all of them, let alone Su Chen. Don't worry about this. Su Chen responded and pressed the button again to raise the steel plate. He Wang and the others were a little confused. This Su Chen is so damn cool. When the steel plate was halfway up, Su Chen seemed to remember something, stopped the steel plate, and said calmly, "By the way, let me kindly remind you that this guy named Abbeyo is very ruthless and might attack you." Got it. You don't need to worry about this. After being rejected by Su Chen, He Wang felt a little unhappy and refused bluntly. Seeing this, Su Chen could only shake his head and close the steel plate. Seeing that He Wang was an upright person, he kindly reminded him to be careful of Abbeyo. After all, given Abbeyo's style of doing things, he is very likely to target He Wang. But since He Wang didn't appreciate it, there was no need for Su Chen to waste his breath. "Brother Wang, isn't this Su Chen too fucking pretentious?" "That's right. We have good intentions, but he acts like he's on guard against thieves." The two survivors followed He Wang and complained dissatisfiedly. They are brothers. One is called Dahu and the other is called Xiaohu. Like He Wang, they are all retired soldiers, strong and healthy, and hate evil. Well, since he doesn't want us to help him, there's no need for us to meddle in his affairs. He Wang shook his head and led his men back to their original position. He put Su Chen's matter behind him and began to concentrate on tonight's supply search operation. Time passed minute by minute, and soon night fell again. Although he had some opinions about Su Chen, He Wang did not relax his vigilance against Abbeyo. For safety reasons, and to avoid being robbed by Abbeyo and his men while searching for supplies, He Wang did not send out all the young and middle-aged men. He only sent out a part of the troops, and he and the rest guarded the old, weak and sick in the camp. After He Wang sent his people out, he sat in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. However, not long after, a burst of hurried footsteps were heard in the darkness. Dahu and Xiaohu, who were in charge of the guard, hurriedly opened their mouths and asked, "It's me." "Oh no, something happened." A panicked voice came. Dahu shone a night light over there and took a closer look, and found that it was a young woman, none other than Xiaomi. "What happened?" He Wang, who heard the noise, stood up, walked to Xiaomi and asked in a deep voice. Zhang Xiao and Yangshan, who went out with me to search for supplies, both fainted from the heat. Xiaomi looked nervous and couldn't hide the panic on her face. "What?" He Wang frowned, looking a little serious. If it were Abbeyo, he would definitely not care about the life or death of Zhang Mingyuan and others. But He Wang can't do that. His inner sense of justice made him unable to sit idly by. And everyone gathered around him and obeyed his commands because he had a generous and righteous character. If we just sit back and do nothing, his image will collapse. Who will obey him in the future? He Wang took a look and saw the location of Abbeyo and others not far away. It was extremely quiet over there, with no movement. After a brief thought, he made up his mind. "Dahu, Xiaohu, you two come with me. The rest of you stay here and be careful. Xiaomi, take us there." He Wang took Dahu and Xiaohu, followed Xiaomi, and quickly left the underground parking lot. Due to the continuous high temperature, the night sky is cloudless every night. With the help of the bright moonlight, Xiaomi brought He Wang and the other two to an alley. At the end of the alley, I could vaguely see someone lying on the ground, motionless. But there were clearly two people, Zhang Mingyuan and Yangshan, but there was only one person on the ground. This was really a bit strange. "Hey, why don't I see the other person? Did he wake up and leave on his own?" Xiaomi had a puzzled expression on her face. "Forget it. Let's go over and take a look first." He Wang called Dahu and Xiaohu and walked forward quickly. When they got closer, He Wang could tell from the other person's clothes that the person lying on the ground was Yangshan. But he immediately realized something was wrong. Yangshan fell on his back with a pool of black stuff under his head and a pungent smell of blood in the air. Something is wrong. He Wang's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, a whistling wind suddenly came from behind. He reacted quickly and lowered his head. But immediately afterwards, a sharp pain came from his back. Hiss. He Wang took a deep breath and turned around quickly. Under the cover of night, a few uninvited guests appeared in the alley. The leader was none other than Abbeyo, who had a sinister smile on his face. It was also him who had ambushed He Wang just now. "Xiaohu, how are you?" "Xiaohu." He Wang reacted quickly and did not suffer any serious injuries. But the big tiger and the little tiger on the side suffered a lot. Both of them were hit on the back of the head by Abbeyo's men. Daha has a strong ability to withstand blows and did not fall down. But Xiaohu was in a miserable state. He fell to the ground without a sound, and even his breathing became weak. No matter how Hu shouted, he didn't respond at all. Huang didn't care about Xiaohu. He endured the burning pain on his back and asked in a deep voice. Abbeyo, what do you mean? Of course I want to kill you. Xiaomi walked over from the alley, leaned on Abbeyo, and spoke in a delicate voice. Huang was not a fool and he reacted quickly. The so-called feigning of Zhang Mingyuan and Yangjin was a trap set by Abbeyo, and Xiaomi was his helper. Xiaomi, I haven't offended you. Why are you helping him deal with me? Huang glared at Xiaomi angrily. Because I want to survive the apocalypse and live a better life. Xiaomi shrugged her shoulders and smiled indifferently. Under Huang's management, Zhang Mingyuan and Xiaomi could never get enough to eat. The reason is simple. Huang requires that if you want to obtain supplies, you must work. Otherwise, they can only get very little food to sustain their lives. Chapter 36, Sadness Sign. Zhang Mingyuan and Xiaomi are both lazy and like to eat. They don't want to work, but they want to be treated well. After a few days, I couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with Huang. It happened that at this time, Abbeyo wanted to deal with Huang and took the initiative to find them. The two sides hit it off and made plans for tonight. In order to surrender to Abbeyo, Zhang Mingyuan was even more ruthless and killed Yangjin as a trap. Yangjin kindly accepted Zhang Mingyuan into the team, but he didn't want to let a wolf into the house. How pitiful. Huang glared at Zhang Mingyuan and Xiaomi, his eyes almost spitting fire. These two bastards were under his care, but they actually colluded with Abbeyo and planned to kill him here. But no matter how angry I am, the most urgent thing is to find a way to escape. Abbeyo seemed to see what Huang was thinking and sneered. Brothers, be careful, don't let him escape. He waved his hand, and his men rushed towards Huang in unison. There were only Dahu and Xiaohu by Huang's side. Xiaohu was unconscious on the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In addition, they had no weapons and soon fell into a disadvantage. Fortunately, Huang has never neglected exercise since he returned from the army. Relying on his strong physique, Huang managed to withstand the opponent's attack. At this moment, one of Abbeyo's men suddenly raised the weapon in his hand and smashed it hard at Xiaohu, who was lying on the ground. There was a muffled bang sound, and Xiaohu didn't move at all, but blood and flesh were splattered everywhere. Little tiger. Dahu was so furious that his eyes burst with anger. He actually resisted the attacks of 3 or 4 people by himself and slammed them against the wall. No matter how the other party hit him with a weapon, he didn't move at all. Brother Wang, hurry up and leave. Huang is not a pedantic person. Seeing that Dahu had fought for space for himself, he just looked at Dahu reluctantly and quickly ran away. This change happened too quickly. By the time Abbeyo reacted, Huang had already disappeared into the night. Damn it, what a waste. 7 or 8 people allowed the other side to escape. Abbeyo couldn't help cursing. Looking at Dahu, who was restrained by his men, he was so angry that he hit Dahu's head with a hammer. Dahu groaned and fainted. Get rid of them. You guys, get back to the parking lot. If Huang goes back, we must stop him. Abbeyo said harshly. Yes, Brother Biao. Following Abbeyo's instructions, several men quickly took action. Brother Biao, did I perform well tonight? Zhang Mingyuan came running over happily and looked at Abbeyo with a flattering look on his face. You did well. Don't worry, I'll follow you guys from now on. Hearing what Abbeyo said, Zhang Mingyuan was overjoyed. Xiaomi, on the other hand, wished she could dive into Abbeyo's arms. Brother Biao, you are such a nice person. I will leave my life to you from now on. As long as you listen to me, there will be absolutely no problem. I don't know if it was because of the feeling of Xiaomi's soft body in his arms, or the hot weather, but Abbeyo couldn't help but feel dry in his mouth. If it wasn't the wrong timing, he would have wanted to execute Xiaomi on the spot. Brother Biao, you must help others and teach Su Chen a lesson in the future. When Su Chen was mentioned, Xiaomi's still charming face became distorted, and her tone was full of resentment. That night, she showed her extremely despicable side and tried to seduce Su Chen. As a result, Su Chen not only did not fall for it, but instead humiliated her. How could she not hate him to the core? Although Xiaomi had evil intentions, but putting the facts aside, is Su Chen not wrong? The reason why she put aside her self-esteem and sold her body to join Abbeyo was not only to cling to Abbeyo's thigh and survive the high temperature of doomsday, but also to be able to take revenge on Su Chen. As long as I have the chance, I will make him pay the price. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Abbeyo's eyes. His subordinate Zhang Heng died because of Su Chen. If he had been able to attack Nor Madison, he would have attacked Su Chen long ago. After a while, several subordinates sent people to report that Huang did not escape back to the underground parking lot. No. Abbeyo touched his chin, looking a little confused. On such a hot day, only the underground parking lot is slightly cooler. If Huang didn't go back, where else could he go? Brother Biao, don't worry. Huang was seriously injured. Even if he doesn't die, how long can he last without food and medicine? I'm afraid he'll be dead tomorrow when the sun comes up. Zhang Mingyuan on the side said with a smile. Abbeyo felt that what he said made sense, so he nodded. Let's go back together. The group left the alley and headed back toward the underground parking lot. There were only a few pools of blood on the ground, proving what had just happened. The disappearance of Huang, Dehu and Xiao, who did not immediately cause a commotion. After all, the people who came back from searching for supplies were really tired and sleepy. It was not until the next morning, when Huang was still nowhere to be seen, that the survivors realized something was wrong. Where's Brother Wang? I don't know. When I came back last night, I didn't see Brother Wang. By the way, I heard that it was a girl named Xiaomi who said someone was in danger and called Brother Wang out. After everyone figured out what happened, they hurried to look for Xiaomi. But to their surprise, Xiaomi was not found in the camp. Are you looking for Huang? No need to look for him. He's almost dead. At this moment, a delicate voice sounded. When everyone looked closely, they saw Xiaomi walking towards them from a distance. But what shocked them was that she was now nestled in Abbeyo's arms with a mocking look on her face. It was you who colluded with Abbeyo and killed Brother Wang. Seeing this, some survivors with quick reactions understood what was going on instantly. What do you mean by colluding with Brother Biao? That means Huang doesn't know what's good for him and doesn't know whether to live or die. Xiaomi snorted coldly. Only if Brother Biao protects us can we survive. If you dare to go against Brother Biao, you will die. Hearing her words, the survivors flew into a rage. You are such a jerk. Brother Wang took such good care of you, and you actually betrayed him. You will die a miserable death. However, although everyone was angry that Xiaomi colluded with Abbeyo and killed Huang, they wished they could cut her into pieces. But without Huang as the leader, everyone only dared to curse at the fierce Abbeyo and others, and no one dared to take action. Waste. Abbeyo glanced at them sideways, then turned around and left with his arm around Xiaomi. Brother Biao, why should we let them go? Xiaomi was insulted and felt very unhappy. She wished that Abbeyo would teach them a lesson immediately. Chapter 37, Boiling Sheep. There's no need to do it now. Abbeyo sneered, his tone full of disdain. Without Huang leading them, I'm afraid they will start fighting among themselves in a few days. When that time comes, we will deal with them one by one. Brother Biao is really smart. Xiaomi smiled and kissed him on the face. Abbeyo pinched her buttocks and was very angry for a moment. It's a pity that the weather was too hot, and he was really powerless. Life is really as lonely as snow. Looking at Micah being killed by John on the screen, Su Chen stretched and couldn't help but sigh. He spent several days and finally finished Red Cousin 2. But day after day, apart from exercising and playing games, Su Chen was a little bored. After living alone for a long time, I feel a bit empty, lonely and cold. It seems that I need a companion. Su Chen was stroking his chin, thinking about something, when the intercom suddenly rang. Aiken, are you there? Lu Linger's urgent voice came from the other end of the intercom. What's wrong? Brother Wang. He was killed by Xiaomi. Su Chen's spirits lifted. Isn't there melon to eat? What's going on? Lu Linger told the whole story about how Zhang Mingyuan and Xiaomi colluded with Brother Biao to betray Huang. After hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head. I had previously warned Huang to be careful of Abbeyo, but it seemed he still didn't take it seriously. In the last days, people's hearts are unpredictable. You can help others, but the prerequisite for helping others is to ensure that you are not harmed. Otherwise, it is not a kind heart, but a saintly heart. Huang is such a person. Aiken, what should I do now? I'm so scared. Lu Linger said pitifully. She wasn't pretending, she was really scared. Since the high-temperature doomsday came, many people have died. Even Huang, who was strong and regarded as the leader by everyone, was easily killed by Abbeyo. Lu Linger is just a weak woman. At this moment, she just wanted to throw herself into Su Chen's arms and cry her heart out. Don't be afraid. Abbeyo won't do anything to you in the short term. Su Chen said lightly. Judging from the current situation, Abbeyo has not reached the end of his rope. Those survivors still had a lot of supplies. Even if Abbeyo took action, he would not target Lu Linger. Only after all the supplies in Phoenix Mountain are exhausted will Abbeyo and others target Lu Linger and others in order to survive. Aiken, we really can't go back? Lu Linger asked in a low voice. There's no going back. Su Chen's tone was extremely firm. After experiencing the baptism of the end of the world, he has now transformed into a real man and will no longer continue to be Lu Linger's bootlicker as before. Hearing Su Chen's answer, Lu Linger's expression suddenly became gloomy. But don't worry, as long as you listen to me, I will consider letting you in. Lu Linger was slightly startled. Then her eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Chun. I'll listen to you. Okay, in the next few days, if Abbeyo and the other survivors have any further movements, please report to me in a timely manner. After Su Chen gave the order, he put down the walkie-talkie. The other side. Lu Linger, who was hiding in the stairwell, couldn't help but smile. Although she could tell from Su Chen's attitude that he really had no feelings for her. But she is still very confident. As long as I can get into Madison and return to Su Chen, I can definitely win Su Chen back. Lu Linger carefully hid the intercom and filled her stomach with the food that Su Chen had given her before leaving the stairwell. But before she could return to her seat, she saw a figure hurriedly walking towards her. Thank God, I finally found you, Linger. Dr. Wang, what's going on? Lu Linger looked at the other person and frowned slightly. Yang Zhen and He Wang were killed. Xiaomi took refuge with Abbeyo, and Zhang Mingyuan was unreliable. In this situation, Lu Linger was isolated and helpless. Fortunately, at this time, Wang Yi, a doctor among the survivors, extended an olive branch to her. Since she could not get Su Chen's protection, Lu Linger chose to join Wang Yi's team without hesitation. But just after joining, Lu Linger felt regretful. It's not that Wang Yi's attitude towards him is bad, but his attitude is really too good. Not only did he ask about her well-being every day, he also shared the little supplies he had with Lu Linger. The worst thing is that he would even wait outside when Lu Linger went to the toilet. It's just boiling sheep. Lu Linger has never been interested in this kind of bootlicker. Not to mention that right now, she wants to win back Su Chen even more. I haven't seen you for a long time. I thought something happened to you. Wang Yi said with concern. Excuse me, I was just using the bathroom. That's good. Oh, by the way, we are all preparing for a meeting. You can come over too. Meeting? Lu Linger wanted to refuse, but then she thought, Su Chen had instructed her to find out more about the survivors. So she nodded. Okay, take me there. Wang Yi took Lu Linger diligently and walked towards a corner. Most of the survivors gathered in a corner. Seeing Wang Yi coming over, someone urged impatiently. Dr. Wang, hurry up, we're waiting for you. I know. Wang Yi waved his hand, pulled over a mat, and asked Lu Linger to sit down. After He Wang's death, the so-called Survivor Alliance was already in name only. If they hadn't been afraid of Abbeyo, they would have fallen apart long ago. They have been holding frequent meetings these days to discuss how to deal with Abbeyo. I've said it before, Abbeyo and his men only have about 20 people in total. We are more numerous and powerful. If we attack together, we can definitely kill them easily. Someone complained unhappily. Okay, you take the lead, then let's go. The other person immediately retorted. Hearing this, the man from before suddenly fell silent. They all knew that Abbeyo was ruthless and good at fighting. Whoever takes the lead will most likely die. Just as today's discussion was about to end in vain, someone suddenly spoke up. I do know a way to easily kill Abbeyo. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked over there. The person who spoke was none other than Zhang Mingyuan. After He Wang was killed a few days ago, Zhang Mingyuan returned to the camp and said that he was also killed by Xiaomi and almost died. No one doubted his words. What can you do? Wang Yi asked urgently. No matter how good Abbeyo is at fighting, can he beat a gun? Zhang Mingyuan said slowly. Chapter 38. Not beautiful, but beautiful thoughts. You're right, but who of us has a gun? Someone asked doubtfully. Of course it's Su Chen. Zhang Mingyuan pointed at Madison not far away and sneered. Don't forget that Zhang Hang was shot by Su Chen and died. If we bring his shotgun over here, not only one Abbeyo, but all 10 Abbeyos will be killed. His words were agreed by many people. After all, a gun is fast beyond 10 steps, and is both fast and accurate within 10 steps. But then someone raised another question. Will Su Chen lend it to us? Yeah, he wouldn't even lend us supplies, and wouldn't let us into his RV. Will he lend us guns? Facing everyone's questions, Zhang Mingyuan smiled and said, with so many of us begging him, would he have the nerve to watch someone die without helping? Besides, don't forget that Zhang Heng died at his hands. Abbeyo and he have a blood feud. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If he is smart, he should cooperate with us. After hearing this, Lu Linger, who was standing by, disagreed. What the hell are you thinking about? With Su Chen's current personality, how could he possibly join forces with you, or even lend you a gun? But the other survivors were quite excited. Mr. Zhang is right. Let's go find Su Chen together and get the gun. If he doesn't give it to us, we'll force him to give it to us. So everyone stood up and walked towards Madison. Looking at their backs, a cunning smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Mingyuan's mouth. He looked around, and when he found that no one was paying attention to him, he quickly walked in the opposite direction. Bang, bang, bang. A group of survivors, led by Wang Yi, came to Normadison and knocked hard on the car door. Su Chen, who was taking a nap, was woken up and felt a little unhappy for a moment. He glanced at the screen and sighed helplessly. Why are these people like dogskin plasters, bothering me every day? Su Chen yawned, stood up and went to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of iced Coca-Cola, then staggered to the car window and raised the steel plate. Tell me, what's the matter? Seeing Su Chen open the iced bottle and take a sip comfortably, everyone couldn't help swallowing. What a treat it would be to be able to drink a glass of iced cola on such a hot day. Well, Su Chen, we came to see you today for something important. Wang Yi struggled to move his gaze away from Bing Kuo and spoke. What's the matter? Su Chen asked casually while lowering the temperature of the air conditioner a few degrees. That bastard Abbeyo killed Brother Wang. He is not a human being. When mentioning this matter, Wang Yi gritted his teeth in hatred. So, what does it have to do with me? He is a cruel and ruthless person. If he continues like this, he will kill us all sooner or later. Wang Yi told everyone the plan they had discussed. We plan to strike first and get rid of him. Su Chen was a little surprised to hear this. He didn't expect that these survivors were so courageous. But Abbeyo and his men are too good at fighting. We are no match for them. Don't you have a gun? Can you lend it to us? Once we get rid of Abbeyo, we'll return the gun to you. After Wang Yi finished speaking, Su Chen almost laughed out loud. So you guys are planning to take my gun? Are you crazy? You have to know that in Doomsday, if you don't have supplies, you must have military force, otherwise how can you survive? The gun is undoubtedly the most powerful force. Su Chen must have nothing better to do, so he was naive enough to believe what Wang Yi and others said and lend them a gun. Dr. Wang, I think you are not beautiful, but you think you are beautiful. Su Chen sneered. Hey, how are you talking? Wang Yi was immediately furious. We just borrowed the gun. It's just one good one. What if you don't return it to me? Do I dare to go out and ask you for it? Su Chen sneered. This? Wang Yi was speechless for a moment. Seeing this, the others nearby all spoke in unison. With so many of us guaranteeing you, what do you have to worry about? That's it. It's just a broken gun. Su Chen, if you refuse to help us now, you won't be able to escape when Abbeyo kills us. That's right. Can you live in an RV for your whole life? Listening to the noise outside, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Not to mention that you can really live in an RV for the rest of your life. Even if Abbeyo wants to kill me, he has to be able to attack me. Moreover, although Abbeyo is cruel and ruthless, up to now, except for the first time when Zhang Mingyuan instructed him to do so, he has never attacked Su Chen. Su Chen is a very principled person. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will offend him. Abbeyo didn't take the initiative to attack me, so why should I just sit there doing nothing and join forces with Wang Yi and others to deal with Abbeyo? Okay, do you guys have anything else to do? If not, I'm going to go back and get some more sleep. Su Chen asked, yawning. Seeing that he refused to budge, the survivors couldn't help but feel indignant. Su Chen, you are so selfish. Yeah, he was enjoying the air conditioning by himself, not caring about anyone else's life or death, and he even refused to lend us a gun. Are you just going to watch us get killed by Abbeyo? After hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Don't worry, I won't watch you. I'll keep my eyes closed. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to everyone and directly raised the steel plate. Seeing Normadison transformed into a steel fortress again, everyone was furious. Come on, brothers, let's go together and overturn his car, Wang Yi said angrily. At his call, everyone moved together and surrounded Normadison. Seeing this scene, a hint of worry appeared in Lu Linger's beautiful eyes. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Normadison is a gigantic object, weighing more than 20 tons. How could these people lift it? No matter how red their faces turned, or how hard they tried, they couldn't move even a bit. You don't know your own limitations. Su Chen looked at the scene outside the car on the screen. A sarcastic smile appeared on his face, and he pressed the red button on the console. When Zhang modified the Normadison, Su Chen also specially asked him to add some self-protection functions. After pressing the red button, pepper spray can be sprayed around the car body. The people outside the car were panting with exhaustion when they suddenly heard a slight buzzing sound. They were slightly startled and looked up. Suddenly, several small nozzles appeared around the roof of the Normadison car. Before they could react, a burst of water mist spurted out. Chapter 39, Reverse Tiangang. Sizzle. Countless water jets sprayed out in all directions in an instant. The survivors surrounding the car were immediately sprayed on the head. What is this? Oh, it hurts. Eyes, my eyes. The chili water that Su Chen prepared was not ordinary chili water. It is an upgraded version of the police pepper spray. Not only is it more powerful, it's also longer lasting. After being sprayed, these survivors immediately covered their faces and screamed. Damn it, Su Chen, you bastard, you actually used pepper spray. You are still not human. Everyone was in so much pain that they couldn't open their eyes, but they still cursed at Su Chen. Wow, you dare to scold me? A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and he pressed the button again with a sneer. Sizzle. The pepper spray sprayed from the nozzle increased several times in an instant. The survivors didn't dare to curse anymore. After all, pepper spray was very uncomfortable once it entered their mouths. They covered their faces, left Madison, and retreated. After reaching a safe place, Wang Yi and others began to curse Su Chen madly again. But Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to them. He stretched and went back to bed. The survivors cursed for a while, but seeing no movement, they had to return to the camp in disappointment. But from head to toe, wherever they were sprayed with pepper spray, it was all red and burning with pain. To relieve this pain, you can either wash it with clean, soapy water, or just let it sit and wait for its effects to wear off. But now is the end of the world with high temperatures, and people don't even have much water to drink, so how can they be willing to use it to wash their skin? They could only endure the pain and curse Su Chen in a low voice. Seeing the miserable appearance of Wang Yi and others, Lu Linger couldn't help feeling a little gloating. You deserve it for letting me deal with Su Chen. Unconsciously, her position had completely shifted to Su Chen. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Where's my food? Who stole it? And mine, who the hell stole it?" Everyone raised their heads with difficulty and looked to the side. It turned out that there were several survivors. After returning to their positions, they suddenly found that things were in a mess and supplies had disappeared without a trace. One of them, a middle-aged man named Finalizing, held up a watch and said angrily, "Whose watch is this?" Wang Yi tried hard to open his red eyes, looked at them for a while, and suddenly cried out, "Isn't this my Rolex? How come it's in your hands?" "Your Rolex." Finalizing was furious, pointing at Wang Yi and cursing, "You bastard, hand over all my food and water." "What food and water? What plane are you talking about?" Wang Yi looked puzzled. "You're still pretending, right?" Finalizing raised Wang Yi's Rolex and said viciously, "My food and water were gone, but your watch appeared in my bag. It must be you, a bastard, who stole my supplies and accidentally left your watch behind." After hearing this, everyone looked at Wang Yi with suspicion. Finalizing's supplies disappeared, but Wang Yi's watch appeared at the scene. "This is really weird." "Bullshit. I didn't take it." Wang Yi blushed and responded in the same way. "My supplies are missing too. Wang Yi, you must have taken them." Another survivor discovered that his supplies were also missing and immediately stood up and made accusations. Wang Yi was about to collapse. He felt like he had clearly eaten one bowl of noodles, but people said he had eaten 2 bowls of noodles. Seeing that Wang Yi refused to admit it, the 2 teams of survivors became angry and surrounded him. Fortunately, Wang Yi's team was still united and did not abandon him. Instead, they confronted the opponent. The scene was extremely tense for a while. Just when the 2 sides were about to fight, a sinister voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, what's going on?" Abbeyo walked over slowly with a group of his men. Everyone was stunned at first, and then a look of vigilance appeared on their faces. No matter how much grudge they have, it is their internal matter, and it is not a life-and-death fight yet. Abbeyo is different. This guy really dares to kill people. You don't need to be nervous. Abbeyo smiled lightly. "I saw all the big show you guys made just now. Actually, don't worry. I'm not a murderer, and I have no interest in killing people all the time. He Wang is dead, and everyone needs a leader. As long as you are willing, I can be the leader." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but sneer. Previously, they trusted Abbeyo too easily, and he took away all their supplies, and they almost lost their lives. At this moment, how can they still trust Abbeyo? As if he had seen through everyone's thoughts, Abbeyo said slowly, "As long as you give me 10% of the supplies you find, I will definitely be fair and just." "Bah, you're dreaming. Even if we die, we will never let you be the leader again." Everyone immediately rejected Abbeyo's request. Abbeyo smiled slightly, didn't say much, turned around, and left with his men. After he left, the survivors, who were originally on the verge of a fight, calmed down temporarily. They glared at each other and left. However, this storm is not so easy to dissipate. In the next few days, the survivors' supplies were stolen one after another. There were also several people who never returned after going out to search for supplies. Suspicion, and hatred filled the hearts of the survivors. Seeing that the situation was getting irreversible, Wang Yi had no choice but to find Fan Xin and several other captains to discuss the matter. But no matter how he explained, no one else believed him. Those things had nothing to do with him. In desperation, Wang Yi had to take his team and go directly to join Abbeyo. Abbeyo was very pleased with this and accepted him generously. After Wang Yi, several conflicts broke out among the survivors. 2 more teams were suspected by others and were forced to join Abbeyo. Within 2 days, the originally loose alliance of survivors collapsed. Mr. Zhang, you did a good job. Abbeyo sat in the car, holding Xiaomi in his arms, and praised with a smile. Brother Biao, you are too kind. This is all because of his good command. Zhang Mingyuan said with a flattering look on his face. With the arrival of Doomsday, the status of the two has also reversed. Good. The theft of supplies and disappearances among the survivor team were all done by Zhang Mingyuan under the instructions of Abbeyo. His purpose is simple, which is to divide the survivors and prevent them from uniting as one. Brother Biao, why do we have to put so much effort into this? Why don't we just let them kill each other? Xiaomi leaned on Abbeyo's shoulder and asked in a tender voice. Chapter 40 Join Brother Biao. Instead of letting them kill each other, it is better to use them for my own benefit. Abbeyo's smile was full of cruelty. This way, we can not only sit back and reap the benefits. If we can't find supplies in the future, we can still survive a few more days. Although he did not elaborate, everyone understood what he meant. After all, Phoenix Mountain is such a small place, it is impossible for there to be too many supplies. When the day comes when all the food is consumed, the survivors will be the last rations. Xiaomi swallowed and felt creepy instantly. Even though Abbeyo is willing to take care of himself now, when supplies really run out, he might even be starving. But even if I'm afraid, it's useless now. Xiaomi has already boarded Abbeyo's pirate ship, and it is impossible for her to get off. This is what happened. Lu Linger hid in the stairwell again and told Su Chen what had happened in the past 2 days. This Abbeyo still has some brains. Su Chen played with the PS5 in his hand and said with a sneer. At first, Abbeyo kept the supplies for himself and refused to share them with other survivors. But when he found that other survivors united to fight against him, he judged the situation and chose to win over and divide these survivors in order to maintain his rule. I guess the theft of supplies and the disappearance of people were all done under the instructions of Abbeyo. I didn't expect that this Abbeyo is not only cruel but also quite smart. He is like a local tyrant. If it were placed somewhere else, it might be able to dominate the area, but it's a pity that it is trapped in this small Phoenix Mountain. It seems that I have to be careful with this person. If I had known this earlier, I would have shot him dead. Got it. Report any situation promptly. I've left the food and water in the same place as the first time. Remember to get them. Su Chen said casually. Because Wang Yi brought his men to join Abbeyo. For safety reasons, Su Chen did not let Lu Linger come to him directly. Instead, every time you go out to empty the Blackwater tank, place about 3 days' worth of supplies in the designated location. After Lu Linger put away the walkie-talkie, she returned to her seat. Everyone else was ready and left the underground parking lot one after another. Without Hewan's management, everyone's living environment is becoming increasingly worrying. If you don't want to starve to death, you have to go out and search for supplies. Lu Linger mixed in with the survivors. Not long after leaving the parking lot, she saw that there was no one around, so she turned into a building on the side of the road. She walked straight to the innermost room and opened the refrigerator. Although the refrigerator was not functioning, it contained some supplies. What surprised Lu Linger was that there was a piece of barbecue among the pile of bread. Hungry Lu Linger tore open the package and started to gobble it up. After she had eaten and drunk her fill, she put the remaining supplies back into the refrigerator. She stayed in the room for a while, and when she felt it was about time, she started walking back. We met many survivors on the way, but they were all exhausted and sweating, and they came back empty-handed. Seeing this, Lu Linger couldn't help feeling a little relieved. Fortunately, I have Su Chen. No need to worry about going hungry or running around. Several of Abbeyo's men were guarding the entrance. They looked through Lu Linger's bags several times before waving goodbye and letting her go. Lu Linger had just returned to her seat when she heard Wang Yi's familiar voice. Linger, how are you? Did you find any supplies today? No. Lu Linger suppressed the annoyance in her heart and said lightly. What should I do? Are you hungry? If you are hungry, I still have a pack of instant noodles here. Wang Yi very considerately took out a pack of instant noodles and handed it to Lu Linger eagerly. How could Lu Linger, who had just eaten barbecue, be interested in his instant noodles? So she waved her hand to refuse. What a pity. It's all my fault. Otherwise I would have made sure you had enough to eat. Wang Yi hit himself angrily, his face full of self-blame. Lu Linger just felt confused and extremely speechless. In the past, she was indeed like Xiaomi, who worked as a fisherman for a period of time and raised a few fish. But now is the end of the world. How could she have the mood to treat Wang Yi as a backup? But Wang Yi is just like a dog, licking Lu Linger relentlessly every day. Just as Lu Linger was about to give Wang Yi a clear warning, a delicate voice suddenly rang out. Linger, I heard that you didn't find any supplies today. Lu Linger and Wang Yi looked up and saw Xiaomi walking towards them, looking at them with a smile. With Su Chen's help, Lu Linger doesn't have to worry about starving to death. But in order to survive, Xiaomi had no choice but to sell her body and cling to Abbeyo. Lu Linger felt somewhat disdainful of such behavior. The once good sisters have parted ways and have not spoken to each other for several days. Xiaomi suddenly came to see her today, and Lu Linger felt that she must have something to do. Lu Linger remained calm on the surface and sighed in distress. Yes, all the supplies nearby have been looted. That won't do. With your small body, if you starve for a few days, you won't be able to survive. Xiaomi said with concern, then changed the subject and said with a smile. I have a way to fill your stomach. What's the solution? Lu Linger pretended to be expectant and asked hurriedly. Why don't you come with me and go to seek refuge with Brother Biao? What do you think? Xiaomi said with a smile. Lu Linger was stunned at first, and then her heart was filled with contempt. This Xiaomi not only sold her body, but she even wanted to drag me into serving Abbeyo with her. She is so shameless. Forget it. I don't have the luck you have, Mayor. Lu Linger directly rejected Xiaomi. Hearing this, a hint of disdain flashed in Xiaomi's eyes. You're almost starving to death, and you're still pretending to be noble? If Brother Biao hadn't said so, do you really think I was willing to come to you? Before the end of the world, Abbeyo still had some strength compared to ordinary people. But after all, it's just a dog raised by Mingyuan group. It is basically impossible for Abbeyo to get close to beauties like Xiaomi and Lu Linger. But as the end of the world approaches, social order collapses. With his ruthlessness and fighting skills, Abbeyo can be said to control the survivors of Phoenix Mountain. Now, the relationship between him and Zhang Mingyuan has turned against Tiangang, and Zhang Mingyuan has become his dog. After taking Xiaomi down, Abbeyo set his sights on Lu Linger. He wanted to experience the game of It Takes Two and feel the happiness of a rich second generation like Zhang Mingyuan. Although you can also use force directly, it is better to do it willingly. So Abbeyo sent Xiaomi to lobby Lu Linger. We are almost starving to death. Linger, please stop being so arrogant. Forget it. Chapter 41 Lockpicking. Seeing Lu Linger's firm attitude, Xiaomi did not insist anymore and just turned and left. Linger, it's all my fault that I was useless and couldn't find food to fill your stomach. You really don't have to persist. You can only survive if you join Brother Biao. Wang Yi said with a look of self-blame. His words are so heartwarming that even the dogs passing by can't help but bark a few words. It's so heartwarming. But after hearing this, Lu Linger just felt sick. She made up an excuse and sent Wang Yi away. On the other side, after Xiaomi returned to Abbeyo, she told Abbeyo about Lu Linger's attitude. Brother Biao, that Lu Linger is so disrespectful. Do you want us to capture her and take turns having sex with her? Manager Dang on the side said viciously. After living in the doomsday for so long, he, who was originally warm, friendly, and amiable, was also subtly influenced by Abbeyo and revealed the brutal side of his character. The old party is right. Zhang Mingyuan also nodded repeatedly. Before the end of the world, he wanted to capture Lu Linger, but he never had the chance. If Abbeyo really used force on Lu Linger, he might be able to get a taste of the soup too. Why rush? Let's wait for 2 more days. When she is too hungry to lose weight, she will find me naturally. Abbeyo said slowly. Things like Erfei would be boring if you are not willing to do them. Besides, he didn't want to be too rough and scare away Wang Yi and others who had just come to him. I have to say, Abbeyo's wishful thinking was very loud. After all, when people are about to starve to death, how can they care about so-called propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame? But before Abbeyo and the others could wait for Lu Linger to bear it any longer, a new crisis arose. For several days, the survivors didn't find any supplies. Phoenix Mountain is a scenic spot, and there are not many daily necessities on the mountain. Coupled with the continued high temperature, most of the food has already rotted and spoiled and can no longer be eaten. After such a long search, the remaining food was also completely looted. Didn't you try to search further away? Abbeyo asked with a gloomy face. I looked for it, but couldn't find it. Wang Yi said in a low voice. Waste. Abbeyo scolded Wang Yi and no longer had any desire to sleep with Lu Linger. Without food, they will all die next. As everyone was thinking hard about what to do next, Xiaomi suddenly said in a tender voice. Brother Biao, I know where the supplies are. Abbeyo was stunned and asked. Where? As far as the horizon, yet so close at hand. Xiaomi showed a sinister smile and pointed at Norma Deason, who was not far away. Su Chen said before that he knew the end was coming from the beginning. He must have stockpiled a lot of supplies for this purpose. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive for so long. As long as we can get in, there will be a lot of supplies. The most important thing is that we can drive away from this damn place. Xiaomi's words were echoed by others. The high temperature has been here for such a long time, but Su Chen has never left the RV, which is enough to prove that there are sufficient supplies inside. It's not like I haven't considered what you said. But that bastard Su Chen refused to open the door to let us in. He also modified the Normadison, so he can't break the door violently. Abbeyo frowned. We can't use brute force. Xiaomi smiled and said, Brother Biao, do you still remember Fan Xian? Remember. Previously, Fan Xian's supplies were stolen by Zhang Mingyuan, who then framed Wang Yi. This led to the survivors splitting into two factions. I heard that he was a mechanic and was good at repairing cars. Why not let him try and pry the door open? Abbeyo's eyes lit up, he nodded and smiled. That's a good idea. There is no time to lose. Abbeyo immediately stood up and walked towards Fan Xian and others with his younger brothers. Seeing Abbeyo and others approaching, Fan Xian and other survivors became alert immediately, as if they were facing a great enemy. Abbeyo, what can I do for you? Fan Xian asked in a cold voice, holding the tools in his hand. There's no need to be nervous. I came to you today because I want to cooperate with you. Abbeyo said with a smile. The weasel pays New Year's greetings to the chicken, but he has no good intentions. Fan Xian muttered impatiently. How do you cooperate? Abbeyo pretended not to hear Fan Xian scolding him and continued laughing. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't found any supplies in 2 days? Fan Xian hesitated for a moment and nodded. In recent days, they have searched the area within a radius of several kilometers, but have not found a single hair. I know a place with a lot of supplies. Let's join hands and take half each. How? Facing the conditions offered by Abbeyo, Fan Xian did not agree immediately, but said cautiously, Can you tell me about the specific plan first? Abbeyo pointed at Su Chen's Normadison and told him his plan. After hearing this, Fan Xian was also somewhat moved. Being able to obtain supplies is a small matter. The most important thing is that they can drive the RV away from Phoenix Mountain and return to the city. Although the temperature in the city is also high, supplies there are relatively more sufficient. Okay, I promise you. Fan Xian finally nodded and agreed to cooperate with Abbeyo. However, neither Abbeyo nor Fan Xian noticed that while they were discussing, Lu Linger had quietly left. She went to the stairwell and told Su Chen about Abbeyo and others' plan through the intercom. After Su Chen knew this, he was not particularly surprised, but rather a little excited. There are only so many supplies in Phoenix Mountain. After being exhausted, the survivors will sooner or later target themselves. After resting for so long, I can finally find something to do. Su Chen glanced at the central control and showed a cruel smile. In order to make the plan successful, Abbeyo and his team chose to take action at night. As time passed, until late at night, Abbeyo, Fan Xian, and others tiptoed towards Normadison. After having his face washed with pepper water, Fan Xian learned his lesson. He found his sunglasses, put on his sun protective clothing, held up a flashlight, and began to study the Normadison car lock. How about it? Can you open it? Abbeyo asked in a low voice. Let me try first. Fan Xian picked up a screwdriver, tweezers, and other tools and carefully poked them into the keyhole. While everyone was waiting patiently, Fan Xian suddenly started shaking rapidly, as if he had an acute illness and was having malaria. What's wrong with you? Manager Dang, who was standing by, couldn't help but ask. Seeing that he didn't respond to him, Manager Dang foolishly reached out his hand, intending to pat him. However, as soon as Manager Dang's hand landed on Fan Xian, he began to tremble all over. Chapter 42 You Old 6. The others didn't understand what was going on and were ready to reach out and pat them on the shoulder to see what was going on. Stop it. Abbeyo was the first to react. He took a few steps back and took a deep breath. Su Chen, that bastard, actually had electricity connected to the car door. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly took a few steps back. Seeing Manager Dang and Fan Xian trembling all over from the electric shock, their faces were immediately filled with fear. Su Chen, you are such a fucking bastard. You old bastard. Good. In addition to pepper spray, Su Chen also took into account the possibility of someone picking the lock when modifying the Normadison. He let Zhang Qi connect the keyhole of the vehicle and passed electricity through it. As long as the switch is turned on, current will flow through the keyhole. Once someone touches it, they will get an electric shock instantly. Although it is not as terrifying as high-voltage electricity, it is easy to electrocute someone to death. Listening to the scolding coming from outside, Su Chen smiled slightly and increased the current. In an instant, Manager Dang and Fan Xian were electrocuted to the point where smoke was coming out of their bodies and their hair stood on end. But after a moment, the two of them stopped moving. When Su Chen turned off the electricity, their bodies fell to the ground with a thump. Although everyone was not very close to each other, when they saw Manager Dang and Fan Xian die tragically in front of them, everyone was furious. Su Chen, you are too cruel. These are 2 lives, and you just fucking killed them. Su Chen turned on the microphone and said sarcastically, I am cruel and ruthless. If you hadn't come to pry open my door, would they have died? Everyone was speechless for a moment. Even so, you can't kill anyone. Xiaomi shouted in pretended indignation. I'm sorry, I killed him, what's the matter? If you have the guts, come in and beat me up. Su Chen's arrogant words came through the loudspeaker, making everyone even more furious. Abbeyo waved his hand and said coldly, Brothers, let's unite and take action. Rush in and kill that bastard Su Chen. Before coming, they had already made plan 2. If they can't pry open the car door, they will continue to overturn the RV to force it out. In order to deal with Su Chen's pepper spray, everyone prepared various clothes. After hearing what Abbeyo said, they put on their clothes and put plastic bags on their heads. A group of people surrounded Madison like ants and started to move the car together. With their concerted efforts, Madison actually began to shake slightly. This surprised Su Chen a little. There is a reason why ants can kill elephants. Fortunately, Su Chen still has a backup plan. He sneered, opened another lid, and pressed the button inside. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A subtle sound was heard, and several probes appeared from the roof of the car. Everyone looked up and didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just pepper spray again. However, when the sprayed liquid fell on everyone, they instantly felt a burning sensation. Oh, it hurts. This is fucking sulfuric acid. After everyone reacted, they quickly left Madison behind and retreated desperately. Sizzle. Whenever sulfuric acid is poured on the head or body, not only will the skin be corroded into pits and pits, but a large amount of white smoke will also rise. Many people rolled on the ground in pain, wailing continuously. The scene was quite cruel. Fortunately, Abbeyo was only in charge of directing and did not go forward to lift the car. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately retreated far away and watched the scene in fear with Xiaomi, Wang Yi, and others. After the nozzle was retracted, the remaining survivors hurriedly pulled back the injured. Some of the people who had sulfuric acid poured on their heads were already dead. The rest of the people also wailed weakly. After coming into contact with sulfuric acid, the first thing to do is to rinse it with clean water. But at this critical juncture, where is the clean water to rinse? Looking at the hellish scene, everyone was afraid and angry. They never dreamed that there was sulfuric acid in Su Chen's RV. Su Chen is such a beast, Wang Yi said angrily. However, Lu Linger, who was standing aside, was secretly delighted. Fortunately, Su Chen had a response. Otherwise, if you had rushed in, wouldn't he have died? Seeing that they had failed again, everyone became dejected and no longer had the intention to deal with Su Chen. At this moment, the steel plate on the side of Madison slowly rose up again, revealing a huge bulletproof glass. Su Chen sat in the car, poured himself a glass of 1982 Lafite, picked up the knife and fork, and began to eat in a very graceful manner. Damn, what kind of top-notch enjoyment is this? Everyone swallowed, and their eyes towards Su Chen changed from hatred to envy. This bastard has killed and injured so many people, yet he can still eat. MD, you can't drink red wine like this. It's like a wild boar can't eat fine bran. As if he had heard the indignant words of the crowd, Su Chen picked up the red wine glass, raised it towards this side from a distance, and then drank it all in one gulp. Under the envious gazes of the survivors, Su Chen, who was full and satisfied, waved his hand and closed the car window. But Su Chen did not rest immediately. Instead, he leaned back in the massage chair and began to think about his next move. Now the supplies in Phoenix Mountain are almost exhausted. Even if Abbeyo starts to eat people, in the end, he will turn his attention to me. Rather than sit and wait for death, it is better to take the initiative. Su Chen pondered for a long time, stood up, and walked to the center console. He opened the storage space and looked at the wide variety of supplies inside. A plan gradually emerged in his mind. In the next 2 days, the survivors gave up besieging Su Chen and continued searching for supplies in the surrounding area. But they dug almost 3 feet into the ground and only found some well-preserved drinking water. There was not even a trace of instant noodles, canned food, etc. Some of the survivors who had already used up all their supplies were so hungry that their eyes turned green and their steps were unsteady. The rest of the people were also mostly anxious. Only Lu Linger felt extremely peaceful in her heart. Because she had Su Chen's secret help, she didn't have to worry about going hungry. As night fell, more survivors stood up and began to walk outside. Although there was no gain after searching for several days, it was better than doing nothing and starving to death. Lu Linger also followed them and walked out. She noticed that Su Chen's Normandison was not in the parking lot. It seemed that he went to empty the black water tank and put some food in it for himself. Lu Linger pondered secretly, quickened her pace, and left the underground parking lot. Following Su Chen's previous instructions, she came to a remote house. However, as soon as Lu Linger pushed the door open, she was strangled by a pair of hands. Chapter 43. Is it not giving face? Just as Lu Linger was about to shout for help, Su Chen's familiar voice rang out. It's me, don't scream. Only then did Lu Linger feel relieved. She looked carefully and found that it was indeed Su Chen. But before she could say anything, Su Chen pushed her against the wall roughly and said rudely, "Turn around." Lu Linger didn't dare to resist, so she had to turn around and stick to the wall. Although due to the hot weather, Lu Linger didn't wear much clothes. But for his own safety, Su Chen's big hands still began to grope her body. The most outrageous thing was that Su Chen actually pulled down her panties and searched carefully. When they were dating, they didn't do anything so intimate. This made Lu Linger, who was still a virgin, feel quite ashamed and angry, but she didn't dare to say anything. Su Chen finally felt relieved after making sure that Lu Linger had no weapons on her. He stepped back and threw a backpack to Lu Ling. When Lu Linger saw clearly that the backpack was filled with tomahawk steak, Boston lobster, and other food, her eyes almost popped out. Even before the end of the world, she rarely ate luxurious meals like this because they were expensive. But I didn't expect that Su Chen would take it out at this time. How could he store so many things in his RV? Lu Linger's dissatisfaction with Su Chen just now disappeared in an instant. While she was wolfing down the food, she looked at Su Chen carefully. During his stay at Nomadison, Su Chen not only relaxed and entertained himself every day, but also insisted on exercising. After so much exercise, although he doesn't look as exaggerated as those muscular men, he looks thin when he is dressed and has muscles when he is undressed. After leaving the RV today, the scorching temperature outside forced him to wear only a pair of shorts. With his lean and capable figure and 8-pack abs, he's a real male god. Lu Linger's heart was pounding and her face was a little hot. Why didn't I realize before that Su Chen was so manly? After swallowing the last bite of food, Lu Linger sighed with contentment. This could be said to be the best meal she had had since the heatwave apocalypse. "Aiken, why did you get out of the car today?" Lu Linger said with some doubt. Since the day the high temperature came, she had never seen Su Chen leave Nomadison. But today Su Chen suddenly appeared in the outside world. How could she not be surprised? "Actually, the main reason I came out today was to see you." Su Chen smiled slightly, picked up the thermos cup beside him, and took a sip of the iced drink. "I have to say, under the high temperature, taking a bite like this will make your whole body feel extremely comfortable." "Real?" Lu Linger was surprised and happy. She suppressed her excitement and said softly, "As long as you want, I can always be with you." Su Chen heard the hidden meaning in her words and laughed. "I'm going to give you a chance. As long as you can complete the task I give you, I'll let you into the RV." Lu Linger could hardly believe her ears. Su Chen had shown them what life was like inside the RV. Unlike the outside world where it's so hot that people can die, life inside is like that of a god. But except Xiaomi, no one else has ever been able to stay there. If I could get into the RV, I wouldn't have to worry about dying from the high temperature. "Aiken, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you," Lu Linger said hurriedly. Su Chen hooked his finger, and Lu Linger came forward obediently and let Su Chen whisper in her ear. When Lu Linger heard Su Chen's words, her beautiful eyes widened. "What this? Why, you don't want to?" Su Chen glanced at her and said lightly. Lu Linger was very clear that the tasks Su Chen assigned to her carried huge risks. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but changed her mind. "It was because of my hard work that Su Chen changed his attitude towards me and gave me the opportunity to enter Nomadison's life. If I refuse, I'm afraid I'll never have such an opportunity again. Even if there are risks, you have to do it yourself." Thinking of this, Lu Linger gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you." "That's good." Su Chen reached out and touched Lu Linger's hair, revealing a satisfied smile. Over the next 2 days, the situation in the underground parking lot of Green Sun Hotel became increasingly serious. Due to the extreme shortage of supplies, people died one after another. Even the ruthless Abbeyo and his group were so hungry that their eyes turned green. This day, as night fell again, many survivors stood up and walked out numbly. although it is no longer possible to find supplies. But instead of sitting and waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative to go out and search to see if there is a glimmer of hope. However, before they left, they suddenly smelled a strong aroma of meat in the air. The survivors, who hadn't eaten for several days, suddenly widened their eyes. Their Adam's apples rolled. They kept swallowing their saliva and looked around, trying to find the source of the meaty aroma. After searching for a while, everyone discovered that the fragrance was coming from where Abbeyo and the others were. They subconsciously gathered over there. Through the gaps between the several fenced-off cars, everyone could vaguely see that Abbeyo and the others seemed to be cooking something. They were just afraid of Abbeyo's reputation and did not dare to step forward. Finally, unable to bear the hunger any longer, Wang Yi plucked up the courage to speak. "Brother Abbeyo, what are you doing? Why does it smell so good?" Hearing his words, Abbeyo came to the crowd staggeringly, holding a night light. Looking at the people with eager eyes, he grinned, revealing his sharp, white teeth. "I'm cooking meat. Do you want to try some?" Yes. Brother Abbeyo is such a good man." The survivors were so hungry that they nodded in response. However, Lu Linger, who was standing by, noticed something was wrong. No one has found any supplies for several days. Where did Abbeyo get the meat? A vague, ominous premonition emerged in her heart. Lu Linger did not follow the others into Abbeyo's camp. But the few survivors who were at the front just took a look and suddenly turned pale. He backed away and vomited. They hadn't eaten for several days, so what they vomited was acid. "Abbeyo, are you still a human being? You are simply a beast." Some people looked at Abbeyo in fear, their eyes filled with terror. Their attitude also confirmed Lu Linger's guess. Although she didn't see it with her own eyes, Lu Linger instantly felt her stomach churning and she almost vomited. "Why? Aren't you guys clamoring for food? If I really let you eat, but you don't eat, are you being disrespectful?" Abbeyo crossed his arms in front of his chest with a cold smile on his face. Under the dim light of the night lamp, it looked like a demon from hell. Chapter 44. You are her blessing. Most people are not so hungry that they have to eat anything. Seeing such a cruel scene, they all chose to leave. But some people just can't stand being hungry. I was tempted by the smell of meat and walked in as if possessed. A group of people gathered around a big pot, eating greedily. With the swaying figures, the underground parking lot at this moment seemed as terrifying as the Avicii hell. Lu Linger stepped back and leaned against the wall. She was breathing rapidly, her still too tall breasts rising and falling, and her little face had turned pale with fear. Having seen Abbeyo kill so many people before, Lu Linger already felt that it was cruel enough. But I didn't expect that the scene I saw today was even more inhumane. Seeing that no one went in, Abbeyo smiled coldly and turned to go into the camp. Lu Linger suppressed the fear in her heart and stumbled into the stairwell. She took out the walkie-talkie and told Su Chen everything that had just happened. "Aiken, are you ready? I don't dare to stay here any longer." Lu Linger's voice was filled with tears. Although she didn't know who was in the pot, she was sure that if this continued, a weak woman like her would definitely be targeted by Abbeyo. She would rather starve to death than become food for Abbeyo and others. It is normal for cannibalism to occur when people are at the end of their rope and have no supplies. In his previous life, Su Chen was accustomed to such situations and was not too surprised. "Don't worry, I'm ready. If you have a chance in the next 2 days, you can do it." Su Chen comforted. In order to survive, Abbeyo wants to eat people. This is human instinct. Su Chen was too lazy to care. But Abbeyo contacted other people and attacked Su Chen. Su Chen couldn't bear this. After the first time, in order to survive, Abbeyo will definitely do it a second time. In order to prevent any trouble, Su Chen was determined to get rid of him. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lu Linger was delighted and nodded quickly in agreement. In the camp, after eating and drinking his fill, Abbeyo leaned back in the chair in the car, holding Xiaomi in his arms and closing his eyes to rest. "Brother Abbeyo, those dead people didn't have much meat on their bodies. Why did you call everyone else over?" Xiaomi leaned in Abbeyo's arms and asked in a soft voice. Unlike the kind-hearted Lu Linger, Xiaomi, who was originally a green tea bitch, completely lost her self-respect and self-love after she joined Abbeyo. In the face of hunger, she did not feel disgusted at all and chose to follow Abbeyo. Although her appearance is not as good as Lu Linger, Xiaomi can also be considered a beauty. However, at this moment, her skin was extremely pale and her eyes were full of strange light. Because she was too thin, her smile not only looked ugly, but was extremely creepy, just like the female ghost in the movies. "What do you know? How long can we eat just those few dead people?" Abbeyo sneered. "What should we do if no one else starves to death next? Brother Abbeyo is so powerful, of course he's going to kill a few people." Xiaomi answered without thinking. If I take the initiative to kill people, I'm afraid others will rise up in rebellion. We might as well unite them all and start with the weak ones who are unwilling to join us. And keeping them is also for future consideration. Abbeyo's tone was extremely cold, as if killing and eating people were just a trivial matter in his eyes. Brother Abbeyo is really smart. Xiaomi couldn't help but giggle and praised. However, she never thought that when the day came when everyone else was killed, would Abbeyo use her as food. At this moment, one of his men suddenly came over and knocked on the car window. Brother Abbeyo, that woman named Lu Linger is looking for you. Hearing this, Xiaomi was slightly startled at first, then sneered. It seems that this little bitch can't hold on any longer and has to bow down to you, Brother Abbeyo. It's too late. Abbeyo snorted coldly, his eyes full of lustful light. Why not sleep with her first, and then give her to? That's great. Brother Abbeyo, she is my best friend. You must save the best part for me. Although she said that Lu Linger was her best friend, Xiaomi's tone was full of desire for food. Haha, she's so lucky to have a good friend like you. Abbeyo laughed and nodded to his men. After a while, Lu Linger was brought in front of Abbeyo. Although the scene had been cleaned, Lu Linger still couldn't help but want to vomit when looking at the bones left in the pot. Looking at her expression, Xiaomi couldn't help but curl her lips, and she wanted to kill her impatiently. Even though they used to be best friends, Xiaomi had always been jealous of Lu Linger. When she was in college, Lu Linger was pure and sweet, and was the campus goddess that countless boys dreamed of. Although Su Chen is not a rich second generation, their love is envied by many people. On the other hand, Xiaomi fell in love with a gangster in junior high school, fell in love with her teacher in high school, fell in love with her instructor during military training in college, and fell in love with her coach when she was learning to drive. The main point is a chaotic private life. The two of them formed a sharp contrast. It was for this reason that Xiaomi tried every possible means to bring Lu Linger down with her. Now Xiaomi sells her body and hangs out with Abbeyo, and will do anything to survive. Seeing that Lu Linger still wanted to remain pure, she naturally couldn't bear to watch. Linger, why did you come to Brother Abbeyo? Are you too hungry to bear it? Xiaomi said with a smile. Lu Linger glanced at her and did not respond. Instead, she looked at Abbeyo. Brother Abbeyo, I have something important to tell you. Abbeyo was slightly surprised and said thoughtfully, What's up? This matter is more important. I want to talk to you alone. Lu Linger said calmly. Brother Abbeyo, she must be trying to be mysterious. Don't listen to her. Seeing that Lu Linger ignored her and instead started talking to Abbeyo, Xiaomi felt a little nervous for a moment. She was afraid that Lu Linger wanted to please Abbeyo and replace her position, so she hurriedly stopped her. It's okay. I'll just listen and see what she wants to say. Abbeyo nodded slightly to Xiaomi, then sneered. Lu Linger, if you dare to play tricks on me, I will let you know the consequences. After hearing what he said, although Xiaomi was unwilling, she had no choice but to get out of the car in shame. After the others had gone far away, Abbeyo said impatiently, Tell me, what's the matter? Last night when I was out searching for supplies, I found a warehouse filled with a lot of supplies, enough for at least a dozen people to use for half a month. What? Abbeyo subconsciously opened the car door and walked out. Chapter 45 Not Hannibal. Lu Linger repeated what she had just said. How is this possible? Abbeyo widened his eyes. In recent times, a group of survivors have turned the area around Green Forest Hotel upside down. Not to mention supplies, not even a single hair was found. Abbeyo even led the team himself and went out to search several times. But nothing was gained. Abbeyo is not Hannibal. He would not eat people unless he had no choice. It's absolutely true. How dare I lie to Brother Abbeyo? Looking at Lu Linger's confident promise, Abbeyo said half-believingly, Why would you tell me such a good thing? I also want to gain your protection, Brother Abbeyo. Lu Linger smiled lightly and explained, Although the warehouse is remote, if it is discovered by others, I won't get any of the supplies. Even if no one finds out, if I keep it to myself for a long time, people will notice that something is wrong. After hearing what she said, Abbeyo nodded slightly, seeming to believe it a little. After a while, all the survivors were starving beyond recognition, with glowing eyes. But Lu Linger was just like a normal person, and everyone could tell that she had hidden food. By then, her end will definitely be extremely miserable. Okay, I promise you. Abbeyo thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The important thing is to get the supplies first. Moreover, he has been a little tired of Xiaomi recently. It would be great if I could play with Lu Linger again. Wait until night, and I'll take you there. Lu Linger breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. After she left, Xiaomi came over impatiently and said in a flattering manner, Brother Abbeyo, what's going on with Lu Linger that makes her so mysterious? Abbeyo had no intention of hiding it from her and told her the information provided by Lu Linger. After hearing this, Xiaomi was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly tried to persuade him. That little bitch doesn't tell the truth. Don't trust her. Why not just arrest her and torture her severely? She said this because she was worried that Lu Linger would replace her position beside Abbeyo. Abbeyo naturally understood Xiaomi's concerns. He chuckled and pinched Xiaomi's still firm buttocks. Lu Linger is just a little girl. She can't cause any trouble. As long as you listen to me, I won't treat you unfairly. After He Wang was eliminated, the remaining survivors were divided into pieces and were no match for Abbeyo and the others. In the entire Phoenix Mountain, the only person Abbeyo needs to worry about is Su Chen, who is holding the spray gun. But Su Chen had been hiding in the RV and never showed his head, so he posed no threat to Abbeyo. Xiaomi wanted to say something, but Abbeyo's face turned cold and his smile disappeared instantly. Why are you questioning me? No, no, no. How dare I question Brother Abbeyo? I will listen to you in everything. Xiaomi was startled and hurriedly explained. She is still alive today, thanks to Abbeyo. If Abbeyo turned ruthless, she would probably become food in the pot. That's more like it. Abbeyo snorted coldly, pushed Xiaomi away, and walked straight towards the others. After a short while, all the men gathered together. When they heard Abbeyo say there were supplies, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. If there is a real choice, no one wants to eat human flesh. Abbeyo and his group made preparations in advance and waited patiently for the night to fall. Just in case, Abbeyo also asked his men to keep an eye on other survivors. As night fell, he hesitated for a moment and found Wang Yi, one of the survivors. Dr. Wang, I need your help with something. Wang Yi wanted to refuse, but seeing Abbeyo's fake smile, he could only bite the bullet and say, just follow Brother Abbeyo's orders. Go knock on Su Chen's car door and ask him for food. Wang Yi was dumbfounded and said with a sad face, Brother Abbeyo, isn't this asking me to die? A group of survivors previously besieged Madison. First they were shot with a spray gun, then pepper spray, electric current, sulfuric acid, and all kinds of insults. The survivors suffered heavy casualties. Wang Yi really didn't want to go to Su Chen again. Don't worry, if you go alone, just ask for food, he won't hurt you. Abbeyo comforted. Seeing that Wang Yi still refused to nod, his face darkened and he said coldly, if you don't want to go, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Yi's heart trembled, and he was also afraid that he would become food for Abbeyo and others, so he nodded in agreement. He stood up slowly and walked towards Madison reluctantly. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Yi knocked on the car door fearfully. Fortunately, no pepper spray, sulfuric acid, or the like was sprayed out. Instead, the steel plate slowly fell down, and Su Chen's figure was revealed. What's up? Brother Su, I'm really too hungry to bear it. Can you please? Before Wang Yi could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Su Chen. None of my business. Then the steel plate of the car body slowly rose up again, covering the situation inside the car. Wang Yi was stunned for a moment, then had no choice but to walk back. Brother Abbeyo, it's really not my fault. Wang Yi carefully told Abbeyo about Su Chen's attitude. Are you sure Su Chen is in the car? Abbeyo asked in a deep voice. I'm sure and for sure. Okay, it's okay, you can go now. Abbeyo waved his hand. Wang Yi was stunned for a moment, then quickly ran away. Since Su Chen is still in the car, there is nothing to be afraid of. Abbeyo thought so and nodded to his men. Since the death of manager Dang, all the original hotel employees were recruited by Abbeyo. Now, he has nearly 20 people under him. According to Lu Linger's description, there were a lot of supplies, so Abbeyo also went out in full force. As for Xiaomi, she was helpless and had to stay in the camp to prevent anyone from stealing her things. Abbeyo brought his men and went straight to Lu Linger. Lu Linger was also ready. She immediately stood up and left the underground parking lot with Abbeyo and his group. Through the camera with night vision function, Su Chen captured the entire process. Watching Abbeyo and others leave, he leaned back in the massage chair with an icy smile on his face. All you need to do is wait for the results. Lu Linger led the way in front, guiding Abbeyo and his group. After a while, the surrounding environment became a little desolate. This area is undeveloped and remote, with only a few scattered buildings. Abbeyo didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, if the warehouse was not far away from the resort hotel, the supplies stored in it would have been discovered long ago. Brother Abbeyo, the supplies are in there. Lu Linger pointed to a warehouse in front and said to Abbeyo. Abbeyo did not rush forward, but observed for a while and said cautiously, okay, take us in. Chapter 46, Ambush. Lu Linger did not refuse and took Abbeyo and others to the back of the warehouse. There is a rusty iron door here, which can be easily pushed open with a little effort. Lu Linger walked to the front of the team, circled twice, and came to a spacious warehouse. In the middle of the warehouse, there were a lot of things piled up, but they were covered with tarpaulins, so you couldn't see what they were. The supplies are right there. Lu Linger pointed at the tarpaulin and said. Abbeyo winked at his men beside him, and one of them walked forward and lifted the tarpaulin. With the help of the flashlight, everyone could clearly see that what was piled under the tarpaulin were mineral water, instant noodles, and other supplies. Abbeyo and his friends, who had been eating human heads for several days, were stunned when they saw so many supplies. So many supplies will be enough for them to use for at least half a month. Brother Abbeyo, can you trust me now? Lu Linger asked with a faint smile. Of course. Don't worry, I will protect you from now on. If anyone dares to touch you in Phoenix Mountain, I will never let him off. Abbeyo was overjoyed and promised, patting his chest. Okay then, Brother Abbeyo, you guys take your time moving the items. I'll go back first. After seeing so many supplies, Abbeyo completely dispelled his doubts about Lu Linger. He waved his hand and smiled. Okay, go back and rest first. Lu Linger glanced towards the center of the room and saw that Abbeyo's men had already torn open a box of instant noodles and were showing off wildly. She said nothing more, turned around, and walked away quickly. After leaving the warehouse, Lu Linger finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the heavy stone in her heart fell to the ground. Everything she did was in accordance with Su Chen's request. Fortunately, his acting skills were convincing enough to successfully deceive Abbeyo. But Su Chen only told her to lead Abbeyo and his group to the warehouse and leave quickly, without telling her what to do next. Lu Linger looked around but didn't see anyone. Just as she was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. When the other party came closer, Lu Linger saw his appearance clearly and was shocked. He Wang. That's right. The figure that suddenly appeared was He Wang, who had disappeared for a long time. Miss Lu, He Wang, carrying 2 large buckets with him, nodded to Lu Linger. Aren't you dead? Lu Linger stammered, her tone full of disbelief. After being ambushed by Abbeyo and causing him to disappear, everyone thought He Wang was dead. But Lu Linger never expected that he would appear here tonight. It's a long story. It was Brother Su Chen who saved me, He Wang said as he put the barrel back where it was. He locked the door of the warehouse again and found a pile of debris from the side to completely block the exit. Next, He Wang held up the big bucket and poured the liquid inside around the warehouse. Lu Linger could vaguely smell a pungent odor. These barrels were filled with gasoline? He Wang planned to burn Abbeyo and others to death in the warehouse. Ms. Lu, please leave quickly. Brother Su is waiting for you in the car. After He Wang finished all this, he said to Lu Linger indifferently. Lu Linger was stunned at first, then her heart was filled with ecstasy. She didn't even bother to say hello to He Wang and quickly left the warehouse. He Wang lit a cigarette and took a long puff. Looking at the warehouse in front of him, a hint of anger burned in his eyes, and he flicked the cigarette in his hand. The cigarette drew a graceful arc in the air and fell to the ground. With a whoosh, the gasoline was instantly ignited, and the surrounding weeds and debris also caught fire. Big tiger, little tiger, I have avenged you, He Wang said to himself. At the same time, inside the warehouse, after the initial excitement, Abbeyo calmed down and immediately directed his men to start counting the supplies and preparing to transport them back. However, at this moment, one of his men suddenly screamed, Brother Abbeyo, something is wrong. What's wrong? Abbeyo frowned and walked over. It looks like the box doesn't contain instant noodles. The man lifted a box of instant noodles and shook it in the air. The sound coming from the box doesn't sound like instant noodles. Open it and take a look, Abbeyo said in a deep voice. Sizzle. The instant noodle box was roughly torn open. Sure enough, what was inside was not instant noodles at all, but all kinds of sundries. Abbeyo had a bad feeling in his heart and immediately ordered, check again. The men quickly picked up the other boxes and began to check them. After some inspection, it was found that among the pile of supplies, except for a few boxes of mineral water and instant noodles at the top, which were real, most of the other boxes were filled with garbage and sundries. Abbeyo's heart sank and he became alert instantly. Judging from the placement of these supplies, someone definitely did this on purpose. But before he could take any action, a pungent smell of smoke suddenly wafted in. Brother Abbeyo, it's bad, there's a fire. One of the men pointed out the window and shouted. All I saw was thick black smoke pouring into the warehouse from all directions. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. No matter how stupid Abbeyo was, he realized at this moment that he had been tricked by Lu Linger. But he really couldn't understand why Su Chen had been staying in the RV and there was nothing unusual with the other survivors. What kind of people did Lu Linger team up with to have the guts to plot against me? Shit, when we get back to the parking lot, I'm gonna give that bitch a good beating. Abbeyo cursed angrily and ran towards the exit with his men. But when they reached the exit, They found that the door had been locked from the outside. No matter how hard they punched and kicked, they couldn't open it. Let's go find another exit. Abbeyo acted promptly and took his men to search other parts of the warehouse. But this warehouse seems to have been carefully selected. There was no other exit except the iron door through which they had entered. Brother Abbeyo, what should we do now? Yeah, make up your mind. As the fire spread, the entire warehouse was covered in thick smoke, and the temperature inside the warehouse continued to rise, even higher than the temperature outside. Brother Abbeyo's heart almost sank to the bottom. Even when he was besieged by enemies several times his number on the battlefield before, he had never been so desperate. The fire grew bigger and bigger, gradually engulfing the entire warehouse. Several people were unable to dodge and were hit by the falling buildings and were burned to death on the spot. Although Abbeyo was not hit, he was also smoked terribly. Just when he swung outside the warehouse and Abbeyo and others inside the fire thought they were about to die in the fire, a loud boom suddenly came from the night sky. Chapter 47, Made Costume. The sound was really too loud. Not to mention Wong, who was outside the fire scene. Even Abbeyo and others who were engulfed by the fire heard it clearly. Is it going to rain? Abbeyo and others raised their heads and looked at the sky under the night sky through the broken roof of the warehouse. As expected, after a while, raindrops as big as beans began to fall. In just a blink of an eye, the rain became extremely heavy, and the heavy rain almost flooded the sky and the earth. Not only was the raging fire in the warehouse suppressed by the heavy rain, but even the originally scorching temperature dropped and returned to its previous temperature. Abbeyo and his group seized the opportunity and rushed to the warehouse gate. It was burned by the fire and stimulated by the rain. Under the alternation of cold and heat, the door of the warehouse, which was not very strong to begin with, was directly shattered into pieces by Brother Abbeyo's fierce kick. They quickly fled the fire and came out of the warehouse. Oh my God, you finally opened your eyes. This heat doomsday is finally over. Brother Abbeyo, we are saved. All the men knelt on the ground and shouted excitedly. Even Abbeyo, who was usually steady, looked excited at this moment. He looked up at the night sky, opened his mouth wide, and greedily sucked in the rain. After being in the heat apocalypse for so long, they were almost driven crazy. Although he failed to burn Abbeyo to death, it suddenly started to rain heavily and the temperature dropped. Wong could not hide his excitement. It took him a long time to calm down. Looking at Abbeyo and his group who were still excited in the open space, Wong squeezed the compound bow in his hand. This was given to him by Su Chen for him to use for self-defense. Wong hesitated for a moment, but gave up his plan to shoot Abbeyo and others. The two sides are so far apart that I am not sure if I can hit the other side. Even if they could hit the target, they could only kill 1 or 2 people at most. If I were surrounded by Abbeyo, I would be dead. I should go find Su Chen first, report this matter to him, and see what he says. Wong took a deep look at Abbeyo and the others, then turned around and disappeared into the night. After Lu Linger left the warehouse, she rushed back to the underground parking lot without stopping. When she reached the door of the RV, she took a deep breath to calm her excitement. She looked at the rearview mirror of the car and adjusted the instruments. Aiken, here I come. Lu Linger knocked on the car door and spoke in a gentle voice. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint machine sound was heard, and the side door that Xiaomi had entered earlier slowly opened. Come in. Su Chen's voice came through the loudspeaker. Lu Linger didn't think much and quickly entered the RV. Like Xiaomi before, she was slightly stunned when she found herself in the bathroom. Just then, the car door behind her suddenly closed. Su Chen pushed open the bathroom door and walked in slowly. Aiken. Lu Linger quickly forced a smile and said in a flattering manner. But Su Chen ignored her. Just like last time, he pushed Lu Linger over roughly. Then a pair of hands began to examine her body wantonly. It is better to be safe than sorry. Although Lu Linger behaved very well, Su Chen had seen the wickedness of human nature, so it was better to be cautious. After the last experience, Lu Linger didn't resist much, but she still felt a little ashamed in her heart. After checking Lu Linger from head to toe, outside and inside, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Take a shower first, and then change into these clothes. He threw a bag over, and Lu Linger took it and opened it. When she saw the clothes inside, her pretty face suddenly turned red. Because these clothes are really too bold. Lu Linger had never worn it before, and even when she saw it online before, she would blush. Wouldn't it be so embarrassing if I wore it? Aiken, I have never. Lu Linger was interrupted by Su Chen before she could finish her words. If you want to stay in the RV, you have to listen to me. Lu Linger opened her mouth, not daring to say anything else, and nodded obediently. Only then did Su Chen turn around and close the bathroom door. He leaned comfortably in the massage chair watching the TV series absent-mindedly while looking towards the bathroom. The bathroom door was modified. Su Chen specially asked Gaochi to make it with translucent material. Through this door, you can vaguely see what's going on in the bathroom. But it doesn't look real. There is a hazy feeling. Looking at Lu Linger's figure inside, Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and he thought to himself that it seemed that his brother would not suffer in the future. Lu Linger, who was in the bathroom, naturally noticed the special structure of the bathroom door. She hesitated for a moment, but still reached out, took off her dirty clothes, and started to take a shower. Crash! When the shower was turned on and the warm water fell on her body, Lu Linger felt so comfortable that she almost cried out. There is no girl who doesn't like cleanliness. Before the end of the world, Lu Linger took a bath almost every day. However, after the high temperature came, Lu Linger never took a bath again due to the shortage of drinking water. She almost burst into tears when she was able to take a bath like this after such a long time. After washing off the dust on her body, Lu Linger picked up the shampoo and shower gel beside her and cleaned herself from head to toe. After making sure she was clean and smelled good, she turned off the shower reluctantly. Lu Linger wiped her body clean and her eyes fell on the bag beside her. She bit her lip and finally did not dare to disobey Su Chen's order and obediently put on the clothes in the bag. Taking a deep breath, Lu Linger pushed open the bathroom door and walked out. Compared to the scorching temperature outside, the inside of the RV is extremely cool and comfortable. This was the first time that Lu Linger observed the situation inside the RV from a close distance. All kinds of living facilities are available, and there is a staircase leading to the second floor. Although compared to a normal house, it is still a bit narrow. But in the RV world, it is definitely considered spacious and bright. After all, the price is as high as tens of millions. While Lu Linger was observing the interior of Madison, Su Chen was also admiring her. In college, Lu Linger was named the school belle because she was so beautiful. Despite being hungry and suffering for so long, he looked a little haggard. But after a careful wash, she is still as beautiful as a lotus emerging from water. What Su Chen prepared for her was a maid outfit. Compared to ordinary maid outfits, this one is obviously more sexy and seductive. Against the backdrop of black and white fabric, Lu Linger appears both pure and charming. Being stared at by Su Chen's fiery gaze, Lu Linger felt both shy and happy. It seems that I am still attractive to Su Chen. Just as she was lost in thought, Su Chen spoke lightly. Chapter 48, I am the master. You should know that those survivors outside want to live here in their dreams, right? Although Su Chen was talking nonsense, Lu Linger still nodded quickly. The reason I let you in is not because of our previous relationship, nor because you can help me deal with Abbeyo and the others. Su Chen said lightly. Lu Linger was slightly stunned and felt a little confused. Then why did Su Chen let him move in? Because I think you are still of some use to me. Su Chen stared at Lu Linger with a deep gaze and chuckled. First, I need you to help me cook and do some housework. Second, I need you to satisfy my needs. When Lu Linger heard the first sentence, she didn't think it was a big deal. But the following sentence made her face blush. Why is Su Chen so direct? Seeing that Lu Linger didn't answer him, Su Chen's face turned cold and he said indifferently, You don't want to? I don't like to force others. If you want, I can let you leave. Hearing this, Lu Linger suddenly became anxious. She waved her hand quickly. No, no, no. Aiken, you misunderstood me. I'm very willing. Joke. The Nomadison is so comfortable. From Su Chen's performance, it is not difficult to see that the supplies in the RV are extremely sufficient. If you want to survive, you must stay here. Moreover, the conditions offered by Su Chen were not too excessive. If it were Xiaomi or any other woman, they would definitely agree without hesitation. Very good. Su Chen nodded and said seriously, From today on, I am your master, and my words are the imperial decree. If you dare to disobey me, I will kick you out. Do you understand? Although his voice was soft, it contained an unquestionable meaning. Lu Linger's heart trembled slightly. She was very sure that Su Chen was no longer the same person he used to be. Clear. That's good. I'll show you where to live. Su Chen waved to Lu Linger. Lu Linger thought that she would live on the first floor with Su Chen, because Su Chen had already said that she had the obligation to help release Su Chen. However, to her surprise, Su Chen took her directly to the second floor via the stairs. The second floor was originally a flying bridge-style terrace, but after Zhangqi's modification, it was transformed into several sealed rooms. There were a lot of miscellaneous items in the room, but after a little tidying up, a bed was made. Although compared to Su Chen's bed, it looked much more shabby and simple. But compared with Lu Linger's residence a few days ago, it is extremely luxurious. This is your place. You stay here unless I call you. Su Chen ordered. Even though he had let Lu Linger into the RV, he still wasn't completely relieved about her. There is a door on the stairs connecting the first and second floors. Su Chen planned to lock the door when he went to sleep, and let Lu Linger stay on the second floor to prevent himself from taking any risk. The two returned to the first floor. Su Chen sat back on the sofa and ordered, "I'm hungry, go make something to eat." "Good." Lu Linger responded, put on an apron, and stood in the cooking area. She opened the refrigerator and was slightly surprised at the variety of ingredients inside. "I didn't expect that after so long, there were still so many fresh ingredients in the car." After a while, Lu Linger cooked 2 or 3 dishes and brought them to Su Chen. "Aiken, try it, and see if my cooking skills have deteriorated." Su Chen casually picked up the chopsticks, took 2 bites, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Even though the two broke up for so long, Lu Linger's cooking skills are still so great. What a pity. If it weren't for Xiaomi's bewitching, Lu Linger would really be the best candidate to be a good wife and mother. Is it not to your taste? Seeing that Su Chen didn't say anything, Lu Linger said cautiously, "No, it's quite delicious. Keep it for the future." Su Chen nodded slightly and praised him. "Let's eat together. After that, let's go to bed and rest." "Is it coming?" Lu Linger's heart tightened. She didn't dare to say anything more and could only sit down obediently. At this moment, an urgent sound suddenly came from the monitoring system. Su Chen's eyes fixed and he looked towards the surveillance screen. On the screen, several survivors were seen running towards them in a hurry. But they didn't run towards the RV. Instead, they bypassed the RV and ran straight out of the parking lot. What's going on? Su Chen's heart moved, and he didn't have time to enjoy the delicious food made by Lu Linger. He stood up quickly and walked to the center console. The upper right corner of the screen, where the temperature inside and outside the car was originally displayed, now clearly shows that the temperature outside is dropping. "Aiken, what happened?" Lu Linger also noticed something was wrong. Before Su Chen could answer, the intercom beside him suddenly rang. "Brother Su, are you there?" He Wang's rough voice rang out in the RV. "Yes, Brother He, how are you doing?" Su Chen picked up the walkie-talkie and responded. "I failed to succeed." Suddenly, it started to rain heavily and put out the fire. He Wang said bitterly. According to Su Chen's plan, Lu Linger led Abbeyo and his group into the warehouse. While Abbeyo and his companions were moving supplies, He Wang blocked the warehouse door and used the gasoline given to him by Su Chen to set the warehouse on fire, burning Abbeyo and his companions to death inside. The whole plan cannot be said to be perfect, but it is quite thorough. But no one expected that after such a long period of high temperatures, it would suddenly rain. It doesn't matter. Abbeyo and his men are just grasshoppers after autumn. They won't be able to jump for long. Brother He, you have to be careful not to be discovered by them. After Su Chen gave He Wang a few instructions, he cut off contact. Lu Linger, who was standing by, started to think about many things after hearing their conversation. It's raining heavily outside? From this perspective, is this high temperature that has lasted for several days really going to pass? In this case, I think rescue will arrive soon. Then is it necessary for me to stay with Su Chen? If you regret it now, it's not too late. Su Chen seemed to see what Lu Linger was thinking and spoke calmly. No. How can I bear to leave you, Aiken? Lu Linger shook her head and quickly expressed her feelings. Even if the high temperature is really about to pass, it will take a long time for rescue to arrive. How would Lu Linger survive this period without Su Chen's help? Not to mention that she had deceived Abbeyo before. What would she do if Abbeyo wanted revenge? The most important thing is that after meeting Su Chen again this time, Su Chen was completely different from before, and he was extremely strong and confident. Lu Linger's feelings for Su Chen secretly rose again in her heart. That's good. I tell you the truth, even if the temperature drops again, this doomsday will not end. Chapter 49, Collaborative Murder. If these words were spoken by someone else, Lu Linger might still be skeptical. But since it was Su Chen who said it, she believed it mostly. After all, Su Chen had anticipated the coming of doomsday in advance, so he purchased a medicine and stockpiled a large amount of supplies. This sudden heavy rain really made the survivors fall into ecstasy. They don't know the truth of the matter. In their view, as the heavy rain falls and the temperature drops, this heat doomsday will soon end. The most ecstatic among them was Zhang Mingyuan. He rushed into the rain, rolling back and forth on the ground like a madman. Once social order returns to normal, he can become the high and mighty young master again. When that time comes, Abbeyo, Su Chen, you all must die. Xiaomi, who was standing aside, felt both happy and sad. The good news is that the end of the world is coming and everything will return to normal. Sadly, she did a lot of dirty things during this period of time. For example, helping Abbeyo to murder He Wang, De Hu, and Xiao Hu. For example, In order to survive, he followed Abbeyo and 8 people. If Xiaomi is punished later, she will at least spend life in jail. While everyone was thinking about their own things, Abbeyo and his group returned to the underground parking lot in the heavy rain. Seeing their miserable appearance, everyone was shocked. What happened? Abbeyo ignored Zhang Mingyuan, Xiaomi and others, and went straight back to the parking lot with his men. Xiaomi hesitated for a moment, then hurried to follow. Brother Biao, what happened? Didn't you go to get supplies? Abbeyo sat down, panting heavily, and said with a face full of resentment, Lu Linger, that bitch, actually dared to plot against me. After knowing what happened, Xiaomi was shocked. Although she had been slandering Lu Linger before, saying that Lu Linger had bad intentions, that was purely out of consideration for her own position next to Abbeyo. She never thought that Lu Linger was so bold as to plot against Abbeyo and the others. Brother Biao, what should we do now? It's raining so hard. I'm afraid the high temperature is about to end. Xiaomi calmed herself down and asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Abbeyo frowned and said nothing. He is the same as Xiaomi. After the initial excitement, I felt extremely uneasy. After all, the crime Xiaomi committed deserves at most a suspended death sentence. But Abbeyo is different. He killed so many people and did so many evil things. Not to mention immediate execution. I'm afraid it will have to be executed repeatedly. What should I do? At this moment, the remaining survivors calmed down from their excitement and returned to the underground parking lot from outside. Looking at Zhang Mingyuan, who was beaming with joy in the crowd, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Abbeyo's eyes. If nothing else, as long as the world returns to normal. With Zhang Mingyuan's character, he will never let him go. If you want to escape safely, there is only one possibility, and that is to kill all the survivors except your own people. But the fire just now killed 3 of his men. Almost everyone, including Abbeyo, was burned. With their current combat effectiveness, it would be unlikely to kill all the remaining 100 or 80 survivors. Unless Su Chen can be persuaded. Abbeyo narrowed his eyes and looked at Norma Deason not far away. Su Chen's car is equipped with a shotgun. If he could borrow it, killing all the survivors would definitely not be a problem. What do you think of my idea? Abbeyo gathered Xiaomi and other men together and told them his plan. It's not impossible, but how can we convince Su Chen? One of the men hesitated. Yeah, Brother Biao, that kid is stubborn. Xiaomi said bitterly. If it weren't for Su Chen, she wouldn't be trapped in Phoenix Mountain, and she wouldn't have stuck to Abbeyo in order to survive, turning herself into neither human nor ghost. If it had been before, he would definitely not agree. Abbeyo sneered and said, but now that the heat wave is about to end, how could he not agree? Everyone was slightly stunned. Brother Biao, what do you mean by this? Xiaomi said with some doubt. Let me ask you, how did Zhang Hang die? Abbeyo said slowly. Of course he was shot by Su Chen and died. Xiaomi answered without thinking. That's right. So do you think he is suspected of intentional homicide? Abbeyo asked back. Brother Biao, what you mean is? Xiaomi was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand. Although we have killed many people and committed many crimes, Su Chen's hands are not clean either. Abbeyo said sinisterly. Zhang Hang died at his hands, right? There were several other survivors who were also splashed with sulfuric acid by him, causing them to die, right? Taking all these things into account, even if he is not sentenced to death, he should at least be given a suspended death sentence, right? So if Su Chen doesn't want to go to jail, he has to join forces with us and kill everyone else. Hearing his words, everyone was stunned. But after thinking about it carefully, they felt that what Abbeyo said made sense. When the official rescue arrives at Phoenix Mountain and discovers the situation here, no one, including Abbeyo and Su Chen, will be able to escape. If Su Chen was wise, he would be more ruthless and team up with Abbeyo to kill people. Xiaomi, go contact Su Chen. Abbeyo looked at Xiaomi and gave instructions. Me. Xiaomi was a little dumbfounded. What else you want us to go? Abbeyo said coldly. There is a lot of grudge between him and Su Chen. If he really wanted to bring it to his doorstep, Su Chen would probably shoot him to death before he could even open his mouth. It would be most appropriate to send Xiaomi over to test the waters first. Okay, I'll go over there. Xiaomi had no choice but to agree. She stood up and walked slowly towards Norma Deason. When she got close to the car door, she knocked on it reluctantly. Su Chen, are you there? However, the voice that came from inside the car was not Su Chen's, but a pleasant female voice. What do you want from Aiken? Xiaomi felt that this voice was quite familiar. After recalling it for a moment, her eyes widened. Linger. As the steel plate of the car body slowly fell, Lu Linger's figure appeared in the RV. Looking at Xiaomi outside the car, she had a winner's smile on her face. Yes, it's me. You. Why are you in the car? Xiaomei was so surprised that she stuttered when she spoke. What you said? Why can't I be in the car? Don't you know the relationship between me and Aiken? Lu Linger's tone was full of pride. Chapter 50. I'm not afraid of my sisters having a hard life. I'm just afraid of them driving a Land Rover. After the high temperature came, the good sisters of the past also became fake sisters. Although they didn't completely fall out and become enemies, they still disliked each other. For example, Lu Linger felt that Xiaomei had no respect for her reputation and sold her body to Abbeyo. Xiaomei, on the contrary, felt that Lu Linger pretended to be like a white lotus, but was actually a little bitch. However, at this moment, the situations of the two were completely different. Lu Linger stayed in the RV. She was dressed up carefully and looked beautiful, although she looks a bit weird in a maid outfit. But Xiaomei, who was outside the car, was disheveled and looked not much better than a beggar. There is a saying that goes, I am not afraid of my sisters living a hard life. I am just afraid of them driving a Land Rover. Looking at Lu Linger, who was living such a comfortable life, Xiaomei felt so angry that her teeth were itching. She wished she could drag Lu Linger out and move in herself. Linger, we are good sisters. Can you tell Su Chen to let me move in as well? Xiaomei swallowed and said pitifully, if we are really good sisters, why didn't you think of giving me some when you got the supplies from Abbeyo? Lu Linger asked with a sneer. This? Xiaomei was speechless for a moment, and then she explained. Didn't I pull you along to join Brother Biao with me later? Then I have to thank you for thinking of dragging me along to accompany Abbeyo. Lu Linger said sarcastically. Do you think I'm like you, not interested in anything? Xiaomei was immediately furious, but in order to get into the RV, she still swallowed her anger and said, Linger, it's all my fault. I lost my mind just because I wanted to survive. Please, for the sake of our past friendship, let me move in. The decision of whether to let Xiaomei in or not is not in Lu Linger's hands, but in Su Chen's hands. No matter how bold Lu Linger was, she would not dare to make decisions for Su Chen. Besides, even if she could decide, she would not let Xiaomei in. The reason is simple. Now there are only her and Su Chen in the RV, and she only needs to please Su Chen. She must have nothing better to do, so she let Xiaomei in to compete with her for favor. I'm sorry. Chun said that you are not a good woman and asked me not to associate with you. Don't bother me anymore. I'm afraid Aiken will misunderstand me. As Lu Linger said this, she was about to raise the steel plate again. At this moment, Su Chen's figure suddenly appeared in the car. He just went to the toilet and didn't know what happened. Glancing at Xiaomei outside the car, Su Chen frowned slightly and said, What's going on? Aiken, it has nothing to do with me. She was the one who begged and begged to come into the RV, and I was just about to refuse her. Lu Linger hurriedly came forward, took Su Chen's arm, and said in a soft voice. Su Chen touched her head, looked at Xiaomei outside the car, and said lightly, You heard what Linger said. Don't bother us anymore. Xiaomei almost bit her teeth when she saw the two people showing their affection in front of her. Show affection and die quickly. When the official rescue arrives, let's see what you will do. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot Brother Biao's instructions. Xiaomei quickly said. Su Chen, wait a minute. Brother Biao asked me to come here. Did Abbeyo ask her to come? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said calmly. Tell me, what's wrong with him? It's like this. Xiaomei told everything about Abbeyo's intention to join forces with Su Chen. Su Chen touched his chin, as if considering whether it was feasible. Seeing this, Xiaomei struck while the iron was hot. Su Chen, you have to think it through. Once the authorities arrive, we won't be able to escape. Why not join hands with Brother Biao, kill everyone else, and then destroy all the evidence? This way we'll all be safe. Su Chen nodded slightly and smiled. His proposal is not unfeasible. A hint of joy appeared on Xiaomei's face, but Su Chen's next words made her smile freeze. But I refuse. Why do you refuse? Xiaomei couldn't help but say. Are you from Dunhuang? Why are there so many murals? Su Chen frowned and instructed Lu Linger. Raise the wall. Good. Lu Linger was also quite dissatisfied with Xiaomei, and hurriedly raised the steel plate again according to Su Chen's instructions. Looking at the hard car body in front of her, Xiaomei was dumbfounded. This Su Chen is really stubborn. She stomped her feet helplessly, turned back to Abbeyo, and conveyed Su Chen's attitude to him. Abbeyo was also quite surprised and asked coldly, Didn't you make my point clear? Brother Biao, I have made it absolutely clear. It was Su Chen who directly rejected it. Xiaomei was extremely nervous and quickly explained. Seeing her attitude, Abbeyo didn't think she was deceiving him, so he ignored her and fell into deep thought. I have already explained the pros and cons clearly, but why did Su Chen refuse so bluntly? Is he really not afraid of being arrested by the authorities? Or is there any way for him to escape sanctions? Or maybe this doomsday will never end. Abbeyo's heart sank, and he was shocked by his last thought. But after calming down, he felt it was very likely. Su Chen had said before that the end of the world was coming. At that time, all the survivors did not take these words seriously and just thought that Su Chen was talking nonsense. But now thinking about it carefully, Su Chen seems to know some inside information. If he didn't know in advance that the high temperature was coming, how could he have stockpiled so many supplies? This doomsday catastrophe will probably never end. That's why Su Chen rejected me so straightforwardly. Abbeyo became more and more certain of his judgment. But at this moment, several people suddenly came over, and the leader was none other than Zhang Mingyuan. He changed his previous humble attitude and greeted Abbeyo with a proud look on his face. Brother Biao. Abbeyo couldn't figure out his intention, so he just nodded calmly. Mr. Zhang, what's the matter? This heat wave is about to pass. For what you did, I think 10 executions would be enough. Zhang Mingyuan said arrogantly. But you also know that my father has connections everywhere, so it's not impossible for him to help you get away with this. I won't bother with you about what happened before. As long as you become our Zhang family's dog again from today, I will consider persuading my father. Almost all the survivors thought that social order would be restored after the high temperature ended. Many people began to curry favor with Zhang Mingyuan again, which made Zhang Mingyuan return to his original nature. He came to find Abbeyo, not only to take the opportunity to humiliate Abbeyo, but also to get some more supplies. After all, no one can tell when official rescue will arrive. Abbeyo narrowed his eyes, but did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Mr. Zhang is right. I'll leave it to you then. By the way, I have some food and water here. Can you please come and get them, Mr. Zhang? Chapter 51. Men all love black stockings. Be sensible, Abbeyo. I won't forget you after we get out. Zhang Mingyuan laughed and walked into Abbeyo's camp with a few followers. Abbeyo and his group were so hungry that they started eating other survivors. How could there be supplies in the camp? The reason why he said this was just to lure Zhang Mingyuan and others in. When Zhang Mingyuan and his men came in, Abbeyo's face was fierce, and he said viciously, Kill them. Without any hesitation, the men rushed towards Zhang Mingyuan and his men with their weapons in hand. Zhang Mingyuan and his friends never expected that Abbeyo would be so cruel and ruthless. Before they could react, all kinds of weapons were thrown at them. Accompanied by a few screams, Zhang Mingyuan and others lay on the ground, blood flowing wildly. Xiaomi, who was standing by, was also dumbfounded. She really thought that Abbeyo let Zhang Mingyuan in to please Zhang Mingyuan. As a result, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Mingyuan and others died in front of her. Although she had seen Abbeyo and his men killing people before, Xiaomi was still frightened to the point of turning pale when she saw Zhang Mingyuan and his men die just like that. Brother Biao, why? Why did we kill young Master Zhang and the others? I want to kill him. Is there a problem? Abbeyo grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Xiaomi's scalp tingled as she watched, and she quickly waved her hands and forced a smile. No problem. You guys, deal with their bodies. Abbeyo directed his men to deal with the bodies of Zhang Mingyuan and others. He returned to the car nearby and breathed a sigh of relief. During this period of high-temperature doomsday, Abbeyo's ferocity and wildness have been aroused. Zhang Mingyuan dares to provoke him. Isn't he seeking death? Secondly, he was fooled by Lu Linger and failed to get the supplies. The bodies of the previous survivors have been consumed. If you want to survive, you must find the survivors and kill them. Today Zhang Mingyuan came to provoke him. How could Abbeyo let go of this prey that came to him on its own initiative? As for whether the doomsday will pass, Abbeyo has also thought it through. Since Su Chen is not afraid, what else should he be afraid of? If the doomsday really passes and social order returns to normal, the worst that can happen is that he and Su Chen die together. If the doomsday continues, then I will have nothing to be afraid of. Abbeyo thought so, then lowered his head and checked the wounds on his body. Although he managed to survive the burning warehouse, he had several severe burns on his body, which was truly tragic. Hiss! Abbeyo washed the wound with water, and the severe pain made him gasp. Fortunately, it was raining heavily outside, otherwise he would really be reluctant to use drinking water to rinse the wound. But even so, if he doesn't get further treatment and the wound gets infected, the only thing waiting for Abbeyo is death. According to Abbeyo's original plan, he was going to join forces with Su Chen to kill all the other survivors. Then ask Su Chen to borrow some food, medicine or something. But Su Chen is such a bastard, and he won't give in to any threats or presumptions. How hateful. But I can't attack at all. What should I do? At this moment, a huge roar of an engine suddenly echoed in the underground parking lot. Abbeyo was slightly stunned and looked up. The Madison, which was parked there, suddenly started moving. Abbeyo didn't take it seriously and just thought that Su Chen went out to deal with the black water tank again. However, until dawn, when the bodies of Zhang Mingyuan and others had been bled out by their men, Norma Deason had not returned. Abbeyo's heart tightened, and he quickly called 2 of his uninjured men and asked them to go out and check. He was not worried that Su Chen would just leave, but he was afraid that Su Chen was preparing to ambush him. After a while, the 2 men came back. Brother Abbeyo, that guy didn't go far. His RV is parked at the gate of the hotel. Abbeyo was even more puzzled. What on earth does this bastard want to do? He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out the reason. I could only shake my head and focus on the bowl in front of me. Even though he has persisted for so long under the doomsday, Zhang Mingyuan, who has been spoiled since childhood, is still smooth and delicious. Aiken, why did we leave the underground parking lot? Aren't you afraid that the high temperature will come again? Seeing Su Chen park the Normadison at the entrance of Green Sun Hotel, Lu Linger couldn't help but ask. Su Chen did not answer, but glanced at her indifferently. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said so much. The sharpness in Su Chen's eyes made Lu Linger's heart skip a beat, and she quickly bowed her head to admit her mistake to Su Chen. A woman will never admit that she is wrong, except when she says she married the wrong person. Lu Linger is no exception. Since she met Su Chen, she has only admitted her mistake once, which was that she fell in love with Su Chen. It is quite rare that someone could take the initiative to admit his mistakes today. Deal with it according to family rules. Hearing the words coming out of Su Chen's mouth, a blush suddenly appeared on Lu Linger's pretty face. She didn't dare to resist and obediently accepted Su Chen's punishment. Although Lu Linger has been warned before, more education is needed if she is to completely change her mindset. Therefore, Su Chen specially formulated a number of rules to punish Lu Linger when she made mistakes. Stand up. After the punishment was completed, Su Chen said calmly, "The heat is over, and what's coming is heavy rain that will last for several days. The parking lot is too low. If you park there, you will be flooded." I see. Lu Linger suddenly realized, but then she felt a little disapproving. The terrain of Phoenix Mountain is originally high, so even if the rain gets heavier, how heavy can it be? However, after the punishment just now, she didn't dare to say anything more. Go get ready. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and asked softly. He let Lu Linger into the RV because of his brother's consideration. He planned to capture Lu Linger tonight. Although Su Chen did not say it explicitly, Lu Linger understood it instantly. She bit her lip and went into the bathroom obediently. When she came out again, in addition to her original maid outfit, she was also wearing a pair of black stockings. Men all like black stockings. Su Chen is no exception. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. Chapter 52, Very Angry. As an old poem says, what you learn from books is always shallow, and you can only truly understand it by doing it yourself. As a girl who grew up in the 21st century, Lu Linger has certainly watched quite a few porn movies. But a short film is a short film after all. She was inexperienced and her body was trembling slightly as she waited for Su Chen's favor. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a desire to conquer. He walked forward gently, leaned down, lifted Lu Linger's chin, and chuckled. Don't be afraid, just leave everything to me. For some reason, when Lu Linger heard Su Chen's words, the fear in her heart disappeared without a trace. Instead, there is a bit of anticipation. I know you don't like to read it, so I'll omit 10,000 words here. When the heavy rain just started, all the survivors were extremely excited and fell into a carnival. In their view, the world will soon return to normal once the temperature drops. Some people have even started discussing how to contact the outside world so as to be rescued as soon as possible. However, only 2 days later, someone discovered something was wrong. Because the rain is so heavy, it seemed as if there was a big hole in the sky, and endless rain was pouring down. The rain was heavy, but what was even worse was that it showed no sign of stopping. For 2 whole days and 2 nights, there was no rest. Although Phoenix Mountain is at a high altitude, low-lying areas such as the underground parking lot of Green Forest Hotel have been flooded. The survivors also hurriedly left the parking lot and moved into the rooms of the Green Forest Hotel. Manager Dang and other hotel officials were either killed or injured, so naturally no one stopped them. Just looking at the heavy rain, the survivors couldn't help but feel heavy in their hearts. This rain, won't it be like the high temperature a while ago and last for a long time before it ends? If that were the case, wouldn't all of them starve to death? Unlike the worried survivors, Su Chen in Normadison was living a very comfortable life. He lifted up the steel plate of the car body, leaned back in the massage chair, and admired the Phoenix Mountain under the heavy rain. Phoenix Mountain, which had been ravaged by high temperatures for so long, appeared lush and green again after such a heavy rain, and its former scenery has been restored. At this moment, Lu Linger, wearing a bunny girl suit, walked over. She placed the coffee pot on the table and said softly, "Aiken, this is the hand-brewed coffee I made specially for you. Please try it." I don't know if it was because of the sufficient food, good living environment, or the nourishment that Su Chen had 7 times in one night. Compared with the previous few days, Lu Linger looked much more beautiful. Her beautiful eyes are bright and lively, and her skin is so tender that you can almost squeeze water out of it. In addition, after transforming from a girl to a young woman, she has a charming temperament. It's so fascinating that it's deadly. Su Chen picked up the teacup, took a sip, and smiled. "Yes, it tastes good." Lu Linger heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. "Just drink it if you like." I have to say, it is a wise decision to let Lu Linger move in. First of all, Su Chen is no longer so lonely. In bed, needless to say, under the bed, the two of them can play games like 2 players in a row when they have nothing to do. It can be said that life is quite carefree and comfortable. "Brother Su, are you there?" Huang's voice came from the intercom again. Lu Linger was very observant. She immediately took the walkie-talkie and handed it to Su Chen. "Brother He, please speak." "You're right. Judging from the situation, the rain won't stop anytime soon." Huang couldn't help but sigh. When he was ambushed by Abbeyo, his life was in danger, and he happened to meet Su Chen, who came out to clean the black water tank. With the mentality of giving it a try, he, dying, called for help from Su Chen. To Huang's surprise, Su Chen did not refuse. He provided Huang with sufficient supplies and medicines, helping Huang to overcome the crisis. Not only that, Su Chen also told Huang that the high temperature would pass soon. What followed was endless heavy rain. Huang was skeptical at first, but after seeing the continuous heavy rain, he was completely convinced. "During the next period of time, Brother He, you'd better find a place to hide." Su Chen warned. "Should we be careful of Abbeyo and the others?" "Not entirely. Once the rainy season is over, it will be extremely cold. You need to prepare some cold weather supplies for yourself in advance." "Okay, I'll remember that." Huang remembered Su Chen's words firmly. After the two of them lost contact, Su Chen put down the walkie-talkie and noticed that Lu Linger on the side seemed to want to say something but hesitated. He smiled. "What do you want to ask?" After being taught a lesson for a few days, Lu Linger had learned her lesson. Without Su Chen's permission, she would not act on her own and ask questions casually. After getting Su Chen's permission, Lu Linger spoke. "Aiken, Brother He is a good man. We should win him over and help him more. Let him join us in dealing with Abbeyo." "You're right. He is indeed a good man. Otherwise I wouldn't have saved him." The reason why Su Chen saved Huang was very simple. First of all, he and Huang both have a common enemy, Abbeyo. He needs Huang to help him deal with Abbeyo. If Su Chen had not remembered the day when the rainstorm came incorrectly, Abbeyo would have been dead long ago. Secondly, Su Chen did not plan to stay in Phoenix Mountain for a long time, because he still had things to do in the distant inland. And after the extreme cold, a bloody zombie virus broke out. It is still difficult for him to live in the doomsday world relying on his own strength. So Su Chen intends to form a team. But in order to avoid repeating the mistakes of the previous life, the team members must be carefully selected to prevent betrayal again. And Huang was the first member Su Chen selected besides Lu Linger. But at the moment, he doesn't completely trust Huang. "I have provided him with enough supplies. Is this not enough help?" Su Chen laughed and asked, "Can we let him move in and live with us? Wouldn't that affect our lives?" Lu Linger thought about it carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. Many people wanted to ask Su Chen for food, but were ruthlessly rejected. The supplies that Su Chen provided to Huang were already a great help. "Let's wait until he can survive the next crisis." Su Chen showed an evil smile. "I'm really angry right now." Lu Linger's pretty face blushed. She didn't say much, but she understood what Su Chen meant. Chapter 53 Mobile Rations. It's different from Su Chen, who vents beautifully. The survivors in the hotel at this time were not in as good a mood as he was. The heavy rainfall that lasted for several days solved the problems of high temperature and lack of water resources. But it did not solve the problem of food shortage. Except for Abbeyo and others who could fill their stomachs by eating human flesh, the other survivors were so hungry that their eyes were bulging with hunger. Hotel 6th floor, room 606. In the room lives a team of survivors, gathered together as families and friends. There are several elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people in the team, and it is quite difficult for them to persist until now. "Dad, I'm hungry." "Hubby, I really can't stand it. Please think of a solution." Listening to what their wives and children said, the strong men in the team all looked helpless. They have tried their best to find supplies. But the Phoenix Mountain area was almost completely looted by the survivors. Not to mention food, anything edible, even grass and tree roots, has been eaten by the survivors. If possible, they would even go into the mountains to hunt. Even lions and tigers are not afraid. But the problem is, there were some wild game in the mountains, but after such a long period of high temperature, most of the animals are dead. If that doesn't work, let's go find Abbeyo. Someone whispered. The captain of the team who is responsible for making decisions is named Sun Yuan. After hearing this, he shook his head and refused. No, even if we starve to death, we can't eat humans. Although everyone was a little discouraged, they didn't say anything. Okay, if it doesn't work, I'll take people out later to see if we can find some food. Sun Yuan comforted. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a heavy knock on the door. Hey, whoever's inside, open the door. The people in the room immediately stood up and stared at the door as if they were facing a great enemy. Sun Yuan tiptoed forward and looked outside through the peephole. It is a pity. The people outside the door seemed to have anticipated this and blocked the peephole tightly. Sun Yuan nodded to the others, signaling them to get ready, and then said in a deep voice, Who are you? What's the matter? Brother Biao sent me here. He said he wanted to talk to you about something. The person outside the door shouted. Sorry, not interested. Sun Yuan directly rejected the other party's request. Joke. In today's environment, people's hearts are separated by their stomachs. If you rashly open the door and let the other person in, it is very likely to be dangerous. Not to mention that the other party is Abbeyo's man. Maybe Abbeyo and his group are lying in ambush outside, waiting to rush in and kill them all for food. I advise you not to be ungrateful. A vicious, threatening voice came from outside the door. Sun Yuan did not respond, but instead tightened the baseball bat in his hand. A moment later, the people outside started banging on the door. Boom, boom, boom. The door was slammed loudly, and the old, weak, women and children in the room were trembling with fear. Although the hotel room doors were of very good quality, they could not withstand such violent smashing. After a while, the door was kicked open. Just as Sun Yuan thought, Abbeyo and his group were standing outside the door, and they were all fully armed. It could be said that they came with ill intentions, and good people don't come. Since you don't open the door, don't blame me for being rude. Abbeyo grinned and directed his men to rush in. Logically speaking, the entrance to the room is narrow, so Sun Yuan and others just need to prevent Abbeyo's men from rushing in. But unfortunately, in order to deal with emergencies, Green Sun Hotel purchased some explosion-proof equipment. Among them is a blast shield. With the help of this shield, Abbeyo and others rushed over instantly and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Sun Yuan and his group. Because the equipment was crushed. In addition, Abbeyo and his men used human beings as food, so they did not go hungry. However, Sun Yuan and others were so hungry that they had no strength at all. From the beginning of the battle, Sun Yuan's side fell into a disadvantage, and 2 people fell in a pool of blood in an instant. Run away. Seeing that the situation was not right, Sun Yuan yelled and waved the baseball bat in his hand. Relying on his strong body, he forced Abbeyo and others to retreat and cut a bloody path. The other companions in the room also hurriedly followed Sun Yuan and escaped from the room. Because of his injury, Abbeyo's fighting ability is not as good as before. Looking at Sun Yuan and others who slipped away from his hands, he was furious. The ones running are either people or moving rations. Damn it, chase them and kill them all. The murderous men followed Abbeyo's instructions and chased Sun Yuan and others all the way to the hotel gate. Sun Yuan and his companions had not eaten a full meal for a long time, so even if they were running for their lives, their legs were weak. Abbeyo's men quickly caught up with them. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Sun Yuan looked despairing. At this moment, he suddenly saw Norma Decent in the heavy rain and instantly had an idea. Let's go over there. Sun Yuan and others supported each other and moved towards Norma Decent. Su Chen, please help us. Sun Yuan banged on the car door and asked Su Chen for help. However, there was no sound in the car, as if there was no one inside. Seeing that Norma Decent did not respond, Abbeyo breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand. Surround them all and make a quick decision. Don't alarm that bastard Su Chen. Just as Abbeyo and his men were surrounding Sun Yuan's men step by step, a gunshot was suddenly heard. Bang! One of the younger brothers fell directly to the ground. The gushing blood dyed the rain water beneath him bright red. The sound of the gunshot startled all of Abbeyo's men. They were stunned for a moment and then fled back to the hotel. Looking at his younger brother falling in the rain, Abbeyo felt extremely relieved. Fortunately, I didn't rush forward, otherwise I would be the one who died. Although he was unwilling, but thinking that there were already several corpses upstairs, enough for him to eat for a few days, Abbeyo ordered angrily. Withdraw. Seeing Abbeyo and his group leave, Sun Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Brother Su, thank you so much." Yes, it was Su Chen who fired the shot just now. He was sleeping soundly when Sun Yuan knocked on the door. Fortunately, the system's built-in sentry mode woke him up from his sleep. Seeing the aggressive Abbeyo and his group, Su Chen chose to shoot without hesitation. "You don't have to thank me. I just have a grudge against Abbeyo and the others," Su Chen said lightly. In addition to this reason, he also heard from Wang and Lu Linger that Sun Yuan was a good person. When Abbeyo instigated the survivors to attack Normadison, Sun Yuan's team did not participate. Looking at the cold and ruthless Normadison, Sun Yuan hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth and said, "Su Chen, can you help us?" Chapter 54, Leaving Phoenix Mountain. Although Sun Yuan did not participate in the siege of Su Chen, he had heard from others that Su Chen was cold-blooded and heartless. No matter who asks him for help, they will be ruthlessly rejected. Sun Yuan was a little surprised that Su Chen was willing to save them. But Sun Yuan had to be thick-skinned and ask Su Chen for help. They were already short of supplies. Now, everyone else in the team was killed by Abbeyo and used as food. Only Sun Yuan and 3 relatively strong men were left, but they were all injured. If they don't get treatment and food, they will die in 2 or 3 days at most. "It's not impossible to help you," Su Chen said slowly. Sun Yuan outside the car was stunned for a moment, and then his face showed ecstasy. Thank you, Brother Su. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. My supplies are not given for free. Don't worry about that. We will do whatever you ask." Sun Yuan also understands that there is no free lunch in the world. Su Chen was willing to provide them with supplies, so naturally there was a need. "You are sensible, young man." Su Chen in the car nodded with satisfaction and ordered, "Do you know that Yolan Hotel up north?" "No. You go there. I'll have Brother Wang meet you there." "What? Brother he is not dead?" Sun Yuan was surprised. "You'll know when you get there." "Oh, okay. It's easy to catch a cold and have a fever if you keep standing in such heavy rain." Not to mention that Sun Yuan and the others were extremely weak and had wounds on their bodies. Watching Sun Yuan and the others disappear in the heavy rain, Su Chen picked up the intercom. "Hey, Brother He." A moment later, Wang's voice rang out. Su Chen told Wang what had happened. "Please place them properly, but be careful. If they make any unusual moves, don't show mercy, just kill them," Su Chen ordered. "Don't worry, I still trust Sun Yuan." Wang responded with a smile. The two chatted for a few more sentences before disconnecting. Su Chen played with the walkie-talkie in his hand with a thoughtful expression on his face. He spared the lives of Sun Yuan and others, not out of kindness. But he took into consideration that whether it was to deal with Abbeyo or to expand the survival team in the future, manpower would be needed. The reputation of Sun Yuan and his friends is pretty good. If all I have to do is provide some supplies in exchange for their lives, then this deal is a good deal. Besides, Su Chen did not intend to control them directly and left them to Wang to manage. In this way, Su Chen doesn't have to worry about them betraying him. "Aiken, the meal is ready," Lu Linger, who was wearing an apron and dressed like a cook, said in a tender voice. Su Chen dropped the walkie-talkie and stood up. He walked to the dining table and saw that various delicious dishes were already placed on it. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Lu Linger only used the stove in the RV to cook a table full of delicious dishes. Just looking at it and smelling it makes one's appetite grow. "Aiken, come and try my cooking." Lu Linger looked at Su Chen with a look of seeking credit. In order to please Su Chen, she spent her free time these days watching almost all the food videos that Su Chen downloaded on his computer. Su Chen picked up a piece of spicy kunding, put it in his mouth, tasted it for a moment, smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's delicious." Lu Linger felt very happy when she heard Su Chen's praise. "Then you should praise him?" "Of course." Su Chen smiled evilly. "I'll reward you tonight." After these few days, Lu Linger is no longer the girl who knew nothing. Hearing Su Chen's words, she blushed and nodded. "Good. Why don't you eat soon?" The two of them were in love with each other and enjoyed a table full of delicious food. At the same time, inside Green Sun Hotel, Abbeyo's men have almost dealt with the bodies of Sun Yuan's team. "Brother Abbeyo, why are we missing someone?" Xiaomi frowned and said with some confusion. "Don't mention it. It's all because of that bastard Su Chen that ruined my plans." When it comes to this matter, Abbeyo feels so angry that his teeth itch. If it weren't for Su Chen, not only would Sun Yuan's team be completely wiped out by him, but he would also not lose a brother. He also heard from Xiaomi that Lu Linger was in Su Chen's car. It seems that the one who ambushed and plotted against them last time was that old bastard Su Chen. "Brother Abbeyo, is there really no way for us to kill Su Chen?" Xiaomi was also quite unwilling. If I had a way, would I end up like this? Thanks to his excellent physical fitness, Abbeyo miraculously survived the burns. But his 2 men were not so lucky. The original team of 20 to 30 people is now reduced to only 13 people, some dead and some injured. There are only 3 of Abbeyo's brothers left. He blamed all of this on Su Chen. At this moment, one of his men pushed the door open from outside. "Brother Abbeyo, I'm back. How about it? We searched everywhere in the hotel's kitchen and other places. The only available means of transportation were 2 pedal tricycles and a few bicycles." Abbeyo was obviously a little dissatisfied, but he could only frown and nod. "Okay, where did you put the stuff?" "They are all in a warehouse, locked up." "That's good. You go down first." Abbeyo waved his hand. After the subordinate left, Xiaomi couldn't help but ask, "Brother Abbeyo, what are you planning to do?" "Of course we're leaving here. Can we stay here forever?" Abbeyo said unhappily. It has been several days since the high temperature passed and heavy rains began to fall. Not only was there no official rescue, even Abbeyo's homemade radio did not receive any signal. All this proves one thing. Social order has completely collapsed. Now the supplies in Phoenix Mountain have been exhausted. Even if Abbeyo continues to hunt the survivors and treat them as food, how long can he last? So he planned to leave Phoenix Mountain and go to the surrounding cities. After all, compared with scenic areas, supplies in cities are relatively abundant. The nearest city to Phoenix Mountain is still dozens of kilometers away. It will take a long time to walk if you just rely on your own 2 feet. So Abbeyo asked people to look around the hotel to see if there was any other means of transportation, a car that could run on fuel. But it's a pity. The survivors sucked out all the gasoline from the cars parked nearby. Chapter 55 Survivor Base. Abbeyo felt a little regretful. If only he had saved the fuel when the apocalypse had just begun. Instead of indulging in enjoyment and enjoying the air conditioning in the car every day. Aren't we now driving away from Phoenix Mountain easily? "Brother Abbeyo, you must take them away when the time comes." Xiaomi quickly hugged Abbeyo's arm and said with a charming smile, "That's for sure. How can I bear to let you go?" Abbeyo patted her face and replied with a smile. But in his heart, he was sneering. Joke. He has been raising Xiaomi for so long. Is it simply because he wants to vent his desires? No. In addition, he also regarded Xiaomi as a backup food. Abbeyo is a selfish person. After the baptism of doomsday, he has become even more cold-blooded and ruthless. Now, he has only one thought in his mind, and that is to survive. He can do anything to survive. After deciding to leave Phoenix Mountain, Abbeyo immediately took action. Over the next few days, he stepped up his hunt for survivors. After staying in Phoenix Mountain for so long, Abbeyo didn't know the situation in the outside world. It would be troublesome if we couldn't find supplies or survivors within a short period of time after we got out. He planned to hunt more survivors to use as food. In just 2 or 3 days, most of the people in the Green Sun Hotel were hunted down and killed by Abbeyo and his men. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining survivors fled the hotel one after another. Abbeyo was too lazy to continue chasing and killing. The food he had saved was enough for 4 or 5 days. It's time to leave Phoenix Mountain. That morning, the rain was still pouring down, as if it was going to flood the entire sky and earth. Abbeyo brought Xiaomi and a group of younger brothers to the hotel's kitchen. The bicycles and tricycles found earlier are all parked here. Although there is a shortage of food and drinking water, Phoenix Mountain still has plenty of other supplies. Abbeyo found some materials and modified the tricycle. Add a roof for seating and storing supplies. In addition, he also found a lot of canvas raincoats. After everything was ready, Abbeyo and his group put on raincoats and rode bicycles and tricycles. We left Green Hotel in the heavy rain. Abbeyo looked back at the hotel and then at Normadison. I secretly swore in my heart, Su Chen, you just wait for me. It won't be long before I come back and let you know what cruelty is. At the same time, Su Chen and Lu Linger, who were in the car, also noticed the departure of Abbeyo and his group. Hey, Aiken, why did they leave? Lu Linger said doubtfully. It's simple, because he wants to live. Su Chen said lightly. Others are not like Su Chen, who owns an RV with almost unlimited storage. The supplies at Phoenix Mountain have been used up, and there are not many survivors left. If you continue to stay here, you will starve to death sooner or later. If Abbeyo wants to survive, he must take his people away. What a pity. In order to deal with Abbeyo, he instructed He Wang and Sun Yuan to gather all the other survivors who had escaped. But he didn't expect that this grandson ran away before he could do anything. But it was just as well that he left. At least from now on, I don't have to be on guard against him anymore. But what should I do with the remaining survivors? Or just give up on them and let them fend for themselves? Su Chen thought for a moment, then gave up the idea and decided to help these people. It's not that he's too saintly. Although there were sufficient supplies, enough for Su Chen and Lu Linger to use. But the TV series, movies and games in the car will eventually become boring after watching them. Are they really going to be isolated from the world and live in an RV for the rest of their lives? Not to mention Lu Linger, I'm afraid Su Chen will also be driven crazy. So Su Chen had a plan to build a survivor base in Phoenix Mountain. Survivors like He Wang and Sun Yuan can be regarded as the first batch of survivors. Of course, all of this is based on the premise of ensuring Su Chen's own safety. The first thing to do now is to establish one's dominant position among the survivors. Thinking of this, Su Chen picked up the walkie-talkie. Hey, Brother He. Yes, Brother Su, please speak. He Wang responded quickly. Su Chen expressed his plan. Brother Su, it's great that you think this way. He Wang was very excited after hearing this. He had this plan from the beginning, wanting to unite all the survivors and work hard to save themselves. However, their abilities are limited. The survivors are not united, and Abbeyo is watching them covetously from outside. In the end, He Wang's efforts failed. How could He Wang not be excited when Su Chen had such an idea? Brother He, don't get too excited. Let me be frank with you. If any of the survivors dare to harbor ill intentions and disobey me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Chen said coldly. Don't worry about that, Sun Yuan, and I will listen to you anyway. He Wang patted his chest and assured. After experiencing various dangers such as high temperatures, heavy rains, and hunting by leopards, there are less than 50 survivors today. The next morning, He Wang called all the survivors to the hotel entrance and waited for Su Chen to arrive. You woke us up so early. Is that kid Su Chen coming or not? Wang Yi yawned and complained dissatisfiedly. Watch your attitude, Dr. Wang. Sun Yuan on the side said coldly. The food you've eaten these days was all provided by Su Chen. If you dare to disrespect him again, I will be rude to you. Looking at the tall and strong Sun Yuan, Wang Yi was shocked and didn't dare to say anything. After a while, accompanied by the huge roar of the engine, Nomadison slowly drove out of the rain and stopped at the door of the hotel. The steel plate of the car body slowly rose, and the figures of Su Chen and Lu Linger appeared in front of everyone. Linger, looking at Lu Linger who was leaning against Su Chen like a little bird, Wang Ye's face was distorted with jealousy. However, Lu Linger's eyes were full of Su Chen, and she didn't even look at him. I have called you all together today to announce two things. Su Chen looked at the survivors in front of him and said calmly. The first thing is that Abbeyo has already left Phoenix Mountain with his men. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned at first, and then they couldn't help cheering. The phrase, the world has suffered from Qin for a long time, is the most appropriate way to describe everyone's feelings towards Abbeyo. Since the high-temperature doomsday came, Abbeyo first forcibly took away supplies and exploited the survivors. Later, when food was scarce, he even killed people for food. Everyone hated him to the core. But he and his men are all strong and ruthless. Now that Abbeyo has left, how can everyone be unhappy? Chapter 56, Wagging the Tail. Okay, everyone, be quiet and let Su Chen continue speaking. He Wang, who was standing aside, immediately stood up and signaled everyone to be quiet. After everyone's excitement had slowly calmed down, Su Chen continued. There are only a few of us left now. If we want to survive this doomsday, we must unite. And if we want to unite, there must be a leader in the team. So the second thing is, from today on, I am the leader, and all of you must obey my orders. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke immediately. After experiencing the management of someone like Abbeyo, they couldn't help but be skeptical of Su Chen. After all, Su Chen had used pepper spray and sulfuric acid to deal with them before. Why, you don't want to? Sun Yuan sneered and said in a deep voice. Don't forget, the food you eat every day is provided by Su Chen. If he didn't provide it, you would all starve to death. So what? He has so many supplies. Isn't it only natural for him to share them with everyone? Wang Yi said shamelessly. His words were agreed by others. Dr. Wang is right. He provides the food, so we have to obey him in everything? What do we think we are? If you ask me, we should be more democratic. Looking at the shameless look of Wang Yi and others, Su Chen sneered. It's all my fault. I let these people eat their fill, and now they're turning against me. Wang Yi was secretly pleased when he noticed someone agreeing with him, but he said in a serious tone, Su Chen, if you want us to listen to you, it's not impossible. But you have to agree to one request from us. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled noncommittally. Tell me about it. Take the supplies off the vehicle, keep them in a unified place, and distribute them in a unified way. As soon as Wang Yi made this request, the eyes of the others lit up and they shouted. Yes, that's right. As long as we keep and distribute everything in a unified way, We will obey your orders. Although everyone can get food from Huang during these 2 days. But the portion was really small, barely enough to keep from starving to death. Everyone was afraid of being hungry and didn't want to be led by Su Chen. After Wang Yi finished his request, he looked at Su Chen with some anticipation. He thought that as long as Su Chen took out the supplies, he would gather a group of people and take them away directly. Why does Su Chen, a young man who is still wet behind the ears, monopolize so many supplies in Lu Linger, and why does he make everyone listen to him? However, when Su Chen heard this, he burst into laughter. No, Dr. Wang, what are you thinking about? With you? You still want to take supplies from here? Did I give you face these days and let you eat too much? It's a waste to give you food. You might as well get a dog. After all, if I feed a dog, it will wag its tail at me. Su Chen's attack made Wang Yi's face turn red. He glared at Su Chen and incited the other survivors. Brothers, this bastard Su Chen must not have much supplies left. He should want to treat us as food just like Abbeyo did. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes towards Su Chen suddenly changed. Yes, although the Nomadison RV is big, how much supplies can it carry? Su Chen has been living in the RV for more than a month, and I'm afraid the supplies have been consumed long ago. Feeling everyone's suspicious gazes, Su Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense and said directly to Huang, Brother He, from today on, you are not allowed to provide them with food. Huang looked at everyone with some regret and nodded helplessly. Okay, I'll follow your instructions, Brother Su. Su Chen nodded to Huang and Sun Yuan, then raised the steel plate and drove away in the Nomadison. These people are so ungrateful. If you hadn't saved them, they would have been killed by Abbeyo. Aiken, don't take it to heart. Lu Linger rubbed Su Chen's shoulders and comforted him. How could I be angry? I'm so happy. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders and didn't take it to heart. From the attitude of Wang Yi and others today, he could see that there were still quite a few ungrateful people among these survivors. If I take them indirectly, I might get stabbed in the back in the future. We have to give them a few more days and let them suffer some more. Oh, that's Wang Yi. He's been pursuing you for the past few days, right? Su Chen suddenly remembered and spoke. Lu Linger's heart tightened when she heard this, and she quickly explained. I don't like him. He's just a dog who keeps pestering me. We have nothing. Don't worry, I believe you. Seeing her so nervous, Su Chen touched her soft little hand and smiled slightly. However, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It seems that I have to use Wang Yi as an example to scare the monkeys. Okay, Aiken, don't think too much. How about today? I will compensate you again, and I will do whatever you want. Lu Linger sat in Su Chen's arms and began to act coquettishly. Is it to compensate me, or for yourself? Su Chen joked with a smile. Lu Linger's pretty face blushed, and she leaned her head in Su Chen's arms, not daring to look up at him. On the other side, inside the hotel, following Su Chen's request, Huang stopped distributing food to the survivors. After noon, everyone was growling with hunger. So under the leadership of Wang Yi, everyone found Huang again. Brother He, please be kind and give us some food. Yeah, we're so hungry. The survivors changed their expressions and looked at Huang pitifully. But Huang glanced at them and shook his head firmly. No, I can't do this without Su Chen's permission. After learning that they were ambushed by Abbeyo, the survivors did not seek revenge for them at all. There was even internal strife, splitting into two factions. Huang was quite disappointed with these survivors. Moreover, without Su Chen's order, he distributed food on his own. I'm afraid that from now on, Su Chen will no longer trust him. Seeing that Huang's attitude was extremely firm, Wang Yi and other survivors became angry. But after looking at Huang holding a crossbow and several strong men, including Sun Yuan beside him, they gave up the idea. Everyone returned to the room dejectedly. Someone whispered, why don't we just surrender to Su Chen? As long as we can fill our stomachs, that's all. Yeah, look at Brother He and the others. They are living a pretty comfortable life. Hearing this, Wang Yi couldn't sit still anymore. Everyone, we should be in charge of our own affairs. Why should we listen to that bastard Su Chen? Don't forget, that kid Su Chen has also killed people. Chapter 57, Really Fragrance. After hearing Wang Yi's words, everyone looked at each other in surprise. After a moment, someone said in a muffled voice, what can we do? Are we just going to starve to death? That's right, maybe Su Chen is not that kind of person. Another person also echoed, let's go find Brother He and tell him that we are willing to listen to Su Chen. Okay, let's go. Following one person's suggestion, the others stood up and walked out. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yi was the only one left in the room. Looking at the empty room, he was stunned. These survivors, why are their willpowers so weak? The reason why Wang Yi has been inciting the survivors to oppose Su Chen is very simple. He was jealous of Su Chen because he had Norma Deason's RV and a beauty like Lu Linger by his side. In addition, he is also ambitious and wants to become the leader of the survivors. Damn it. Even if I starve to death or jump off here, I will never bow to Su Chen. Wang Yi thought viciously, but the burning sensation in his stomach from time to time made him extremely uncomfortable. After hesitating for a while, he stood up reluctantly and walked out. When he arrived at the hotel lobby, Wang Yi saw a group of survivors surrounding He Wang and receiving instant noodles, sausages, and other supplies. Listen carefully. Now that you have received the food, you must obey Su Chen from now on. Sun Yuan shouted loudly while helping He Wang maintain order. The survivors nodded repeatedly, their eyes fixed on the food in He Wang's hand. Wang Yi swallowed his saliva, but finally couldn't resist the temptation and joined the team. After a while, he received a bucket of pickled cabbage noodles and a few sausages. After soaking it in hot water, Wang Yi couldn't wait to eat it. It smells so good. He finished his noodles and even drank up all the soup before throwing the box into the trash, can with a sense of unsatisfaction. After these survivors chose to bow their heads, Su Chen began to consider his next course of action. If you want to build a survivor base, the most important thing is daily supplies. There were enough supplies in Su Chen's RV, but it is not realistic to always rely on Su Chen to provide food. It would be better to cultivate land and be self-sufficient. Su Chen had thought of this a long time ago. In his storage space, there are not only various crop seeds, but also various farm tools. In addition, the protection of the base is also essential. After all, after heavy rain and extreme cold, there will be a terrifying biochemical frenzy. Although Phoenix Mountain is a scenic area with a large area and few people, you should know that zombies will form corpse tides and roam everywhere. If we arrive at Phoenix Mountain without solid protection, the so-called survivor base will be like a fortress on the beach. It's just raining heavily right now. Whether it is reclaiming wasteland or protecting construction bases, it is impossible to carry out. Therefore, the first task Su Chen issued was to let the survivors go out in the rain to search for supplies. Of course, the supplies mentioned do not include food, drinking water, and the like. After all, these things had already been looted clean. Su Chen asked the survivors to go out and search for mostly cotton-padded clothes, quilts, and other supplies to keep warm. He passed the order to He Wang, who then issued the task and conducted acceptance inspection with Sun Yuan. After receiving the order, the survivors were quite puzzled. Although the heat wave has passed, it has been raining again. But it's still summer now, and it's too hot to wear long sleeves. Why did Su Chen ask them to search for cotton-padded clothes and quilts? Although they were reluctant, Su Chen was in control of the distribution of supplies, so they had to follow Su Chen's instructions, leave the hotel in the rain, and search for supplies. Damn it, whoever wants to search can do it. I'm not doing it anymore. Wang Yi braved the heavy rain and walked into a building. He took off his raincoat and shook off the water. Then he sat down on the sofa and said angrily. Following behind Wang Yi were several survivors who were on good terms with him. After hearing Wang Yi's words, they looked at each other, and a young man named Zhang Ying couldn't help but say, Dr. Wang, if we don't search, will Su Chen and the others cause us trouble? Just look for it. Let's just say we searched and didn't find it. Wang Yi complained unhappily. In such cool weather, Su Chen actually asked us to find cotton-padded clothes. Do you think he is sick? If you ask me, he is deliberately using us because we besieged him before. Zhang Ying was also quite unhappy. He really thinks he's the boss. If you ask me, it would be better for boss to let Dr. Wang do it. The others nodded in agreement. Wang Yi was delighted to hear this and said with a smile, Don't worry, if I really become the boss, I will never treat you unfairly. But we still need to be patient now. We must trick Su Chen out of the RV and then take control of the RV. This way, we can turn the tables and become the masters. Wang Yi and several other survivors were hiding in the building and lazing around, while fantasizing about replacing Su Chen and becoming the leader of the survivors. Seeing that it was time for dinner, they stood up calmly and staggered back to the hotel. Most of the survivors have returned and are queuing up for instant noodles. Wang Yi and others were about to join in when they were stopped by Sun Yuan and his men. What's wrong, Captain Sun? Wang Yi quickly put on a smiling face and said in a flattering manner. Compared with other survivors, Su Chen still trusts He Wang and Sun Yuan more. Therefore, he let He Wang take charge of most of the affairs and let Sun Yuan maintain order and serve as a role similar to that of security captain. Where are the supplies you found? Sun Yuan looked at Wang Yi and others and asked calmly. I'm sorry, we looked around but couldn't find it. Wang Yi explained. Is that so? Then you can't receive the supplies. Sun Yuan waved his hand and said with a stern face. Why? Wang Yi was stunned. Because Su Chen said that we don't keep idle people here. Anyone who is lazy will not be allowed to eat. Sun Yuan said coldly. Su Chen, this bastard. Wang Yi cursed Su Chen in his heart, but on the surface he defended himself. We're not being lazy, we really haven't found it. Yes, Captain Sun, don't you believe us? We are telling the truth. Several other people in Zhang Ying also hurriedly spoke up to help Wang Yi. At this moment, a slow voice suddenly came from behind them. Is that really the case? Everyone was stunned and turned to look, only to see Su Chen walking in slowly with his hands behind his back. Lu Linger followed behind him, like a maid, holding an umbrella for him. Chapter 58, breaking one of his legs. Everyone present was shocked. Since the high-temperature doomsday came, Su Chen has been staying in the RV and has never gone out. Except Xiaomi and Lu Linger, there were only 2 people who had met him face to face. Everyone else could only talk to Su Chen through the glass of the RV. But today Su Chen left the RV and suddenly appeared in front of everyone, which was really surprising. Are you telling the truth? Su Chen stared at Wang Yi with sharp eyes, as if he could see through everything and know his true thoughts. Of course. Feeling guilty, Wang Yi didn't dare to look at Su Chen and turned his head away. Really? Su Chen smiled sarcastically and pointed at the other survivors. It's raining so hard outside. Look at the others. Although they are wearing raincoats, their clothes and shoes are soaked by the rain. Look at you guys again. You are dry. How can you look like you are out in the rain searching for supplies? After hearing Su Chen's words, everyone subconsciously looked at Wang Yi and the others. That's right, they are all clean. The clothes and shoes of other survivors were almost all soaked by the heavy rain. Wang Yi, what else do you have to say now? Sun Yuan snorted coldly. Wang Yi's face turned red, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. The situation is so difficult right now. Everyone is working hard, but you guys are the only ones slacking off. Although my supplies are still good, I don't support idle people. Since you want to be lazy, then from today on, brother He, you are prohibited from distributing food to them. Su Chen said coldly. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi and others immediately panicked. If they don't get food, won't they starve to death? Zhang Ying gritted his teeth and said to Su Chen, Boss Su, this has nothing to do with us. It's Wang Yi who is unwilling to accept the situation and incited us to rebel against you. Yes, we were all bewitched by him. He also said he would control you, take over your RV, and sleep with your woman. Several other people on the side also spoke up and directly betrayed Wang Yi. Wang Yi was so angry that his nose almost got crooked. How can these bastards be so unreliable? Okay, Dr. Wang, I didn't expect you to be so brave. Su Chen looked at Wang Yi with a half-smile, but his eyes were full of coldness. I took you in and provided you with food out of kindness, and this is how you repay me? Captain Sun, break one of his legs. Hearing Su Chen's words, Sun Yuan didn't hesitate at all. He waved his hand and prepared to come forward with a few people. Wang Yi's heart sank as he saw himself being surrounded. He gritted his teeth and pounced directly towards Su Chen. Su Chen, you bastard, I'm going to fight you. But Wang Yi had no idea that since Su Chen dared to leave Madison, he must have taken complete protective measures. Facing Wang Yi, who was rushing towards him, he suddenly raised his hands behind his back. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at Wang Yi. Before Wang Yi could react, Su Chen pulled the trigger with a bang. Wang Yi was hit instantly and fell to the ground. Oh, this short gun is loaded with iron sand bullets. Once the gun is fired, Wang Yi's body is covered with dense iron sand. Su Chen wanted to spare his life, so he only aimed at his lower body. Therefore, Wang Yi did not die, but lay on the ground wailing. Oh. Su Chen didn't even look at Wang Yi, but glanced at everyone present and said coldly, I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. As long as you follow my instructions, you will have no problem filling your stomach. If you don't want to work, you can leave on your own. I won't make things difficult for you. But if you dare to have any bad intentions, Wang Yi will suffer the consequences. Seeing Wang Yi's miserable appearance, everyone couldn't help but shudder and nodded repeatedly to show that they understood. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction, and then instructed Sun Yuan. Throw Wang Yi out. From now on, do not give him any more food, and do not allow him to come in again. Sun Yuan, along with several of his men, carried Wang Yi outside. When passing by Su Chen, Wang Yi endured the pain and tried to raise his head to take a look at Lu Ling. However, Lu Linger's eyes were always on Su Chen, and she didn't even look at him. Wang Yi suddenly felt hopeless. After solving Wang Yi's trouble, Su Chen chatted with He Wang and Sun Yuan for a while before returning to Madison. Su Chen put away the short gun and leaned back on the sofa. Lu Linger, who was standing by, stood behind him very consciously and rubbed his shoulders. Linger, Do you think I'm going a little too far? Su Chen asked with a smile. Not at all. Lu Linger quickly shook her head and snorted. You took Wang Yi in out of good intentions, but he is so reckless. If it were you, I should just kill him. Now, after being trained by Su Chen for such a long time, Lu Linger's heart has already been tied to him. When she thought about the problem, she was also from Su Chen's perspective and naturally felt that Wang Yi deserved to die. Very good, I'll reward you again tonight. Su Chen laughed and reached out to touch Lu Linger's face. When Lu Linger heard the reward he mentioned, her heart felt wet and her legs became a little weak. In fact, Su Chen wanted to keep Wang Yi at the beginning. After all, Wang Yi is a doctor, a very rare talent in the doomsday. But since he has ill intentions towards Su Chen and has tried to resist Su Chen, he naturally cannot be kept. Now Wang Yi is seriously injured, lacks food and medicine, and it is raining heavily outside. It won't be long before he's dead. Clatter. In the overwhelming rain, Abbeyo and his group were riding bicycles and tricycles with difficulty. According to the original plan, after leaving the hotel, they would reach the foot of the mountain in half a day. However, Abbeyo underestimated the harm of heavy rain. Amid the heavy rain, several sections of the winding mountain roads have been blocked by mudslides. It took them more than a day to reach the foot of the mountain. There is a village at the foot of the mountain, next to the road. Abbeyo's original plan was to search here to see if he could find supplies or meet other survivors. But the reality is cruel. Not to mention finding supplies. Because of the low terrain and heavy rain, the entire village disappeared without a trace. Oh shit. Abbeyo cursed angrily and ordered, let's keep going. However, the further we went, the worse the situation became. Heavy rains that have continued for several days have flooded many roads. Even the foundations of some roads were washed away by the water. Abbeyo and his group were pedaling their bicycles and tricycles until sparks were almost coming out. As a result, when it got dark, we were not far from Phoenix Mountain. Looking at the gloomy sky, Abbeyo felt a little scared. Chapter 59, Goodbye Gaochi Chiang. The terrain in the Phoenix Mountain area is relatively high, but the situation is still so bad. I'm afraid the situation in other places is not much better. Just as Abbeyo was hesitating whether to return to Green Sun Hotel, two beams of light suddenly appeared in the distance. In the heavy rain, the two beams of light were extremely weak. If it hadn't been dark, Abbeyo would have found it difficult to notice. Is this a car coming? Abbeyo and others were stunned for a moment, and then they were cheered up. Since being trapped in Phoenix Mountain, they have had no contact with the outside world, nor have they seen anyone from outside. Now that a car is coming, how can they not be excited? A moment later, a car drove over from the heavy rain. The second and third cars followed closely, and then 4 or 5 cars came in a row. These vehicles were almost all off-road vehicles, or SUVs, with only a small bus following behind. Here. Abbeyo, Xiaomi and others waved their hands desperately, signaling the convoy to stop. The off-road vehicle in the lead seemed to have seen Abbeyo and the others and slowly stopped. The vehicles behind also stopped one by one. As the car door opened, several figures holding umbrellas walked out of the car first. When they got closer, Abbeyo felt something was wrong. Because each of them was tall and strong, with bulging waists, as if they were hiding something. Brother, what's up? The speaker was a middle-aged man with a smile on his face. The other person just looked kind, but Abbeyo had seen countless people. He instinctively realized that the other party was not an ordinary person. But at this moment, Abbeyo had no choice. He could only wink at his men and ask them to be careful. Then I gritted my teeth and greeted the other party. Sir, we are tourists from Phoenix Mountain and have been trapped on the mountain for a long time. It was so hard to escape. I wonder what the situation is like outside. After hearing what Abbeyo said, the middle-aged man was slightly stunned. Are you from Phoenix Mountain? Yes. Abbeyo nodded and asked, Sir, where are you from? What's the situation outside now? The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. I came from the Magic City, and the situation outside is not optimistic. After the high temperature comes, people mostly hide in sewers, basements, air raid shelters, and other places in order to survive. When night fell and the temperature dropped, people came out and searched for supplies. At first, people thought the high temperature would pass sooner or later. Although there is some chaos, social order can still be maintained. But as the days passed, the high temperature showed no signs of abating. Just like the underground parking lot, vicious incidents such as looting, smashing, and burning began to occur in society. The official agencies are almost paralyzed and can do nothing about it. And when the authorities announced through the radio that the people should start to save themselves, the already shaky social order completely collapsed. People began to form cliques and gather into small groups. These gangs fought each other fiercely for supplies. In the end, Those gangs with large numbers of people, strong fighting ability, and strong combat power controlled a large amount of supplies and territories. Those old, weak, and sick people who did not join the team or gang could only hide in dark places and eventually die. The original city was occupied by gangs. However, there are always unexpected changes in the world. When everyone thought that the high temperature would never pass, the weather suddenly changed and heavy rain came down. When the rain first started falling, people were excited, thinking that the end of the world was over and social order had been restored. However, the heavy rainfall continued without stopping. Not only coastal cities such as Shanghai and Guangzhou were flooded by seawater. Many low-lying inland cities were also flooded by the rain. In order to survive, people had to leave these cities and flee to the surrounding high ground. This middle-aged man and his team are one of them. Is that so? Abbeyo muttered to himself, his face a little dull. He originally thought that the situation outside would be better than that in Phoenix Mountain. After listening to the middle-aged man's words, he realized that the situation outside seemed to be worse than that in Phoenix Mountain. After all, Phoenix Mountain is located at a high altitude, and there is no other danger except the lack of supplies. What's your name, sir? Abbeyo asked tentatively. My name is Gaochi Chiang, and I used to be the boss of a financial company. These people are all employees of my company. After the doomsday came, we gathered together and actively started to save ourselves. Gaochi Chiang introduced himself with a smile. After hearing this, Abbeyo sneered in his heart. What a crappy financial company boss. He's probably just the leader of a loan shark gang, right? Employees of formal financial companies all wear suits and ties and are well-mannered. Look at Gaochi Chiang's men again. Each of them looks ferocious, with the words, "I am a bad guy," written on their faces. But Abbeyo did not expose it. After a moment's silence, he said tentatively, "Mr. Gao, I want to join your team. What do you think? You want to join my team?" Gaochi Chiang was slightly stunned, looked at Abbeyo and others, and his expression changed slightly. At the beginning, when he saw Abbeyo and his group riding bicycles and tricycles, he did not take them seriously. However, after observing this, Gaochi Chiang also realized that something was wrong. Abbeyo and others have fierce faces and sharp eyes, and they don't look like they are easy to mess with. Maybe they have all killed people. Gaochi Chiang frowned slightly. It's not that he didn't want to accept Abbeyo and others, but he didn't know their background. If you let a wolf into the house, it will be troublesome. Abbeyo seemed to see Gaochi Chiang's worry and smiled slightly. Mr. Gao, don't worry. As long as we can have something to eat, we will have no ulterior motives. Gaochi Chiang thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. He laughed and held Abbeyo's hand. Okay, then you're welcome to join my team. It is the end of the world now, and Gaochi Chiang wishes that all his subordinates were ruthless people like Abbeyo. Although Abbeyo doesn't look like an ordinary person, we have more people on our side. Are we still afraid that we can't control him? After the two exchanged greetings, Gaochi Chiang called upon Abbeyo and others to get in the car. After Abbeyo and others got on the tricycle, Gaochi Chiang walked forward and took a look at the things inside the tricycle. Although he could only see that it was meat, he still judged by his intuition that it was human flesh. Even though Gaochi Chiang was cruel and ruthless, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He pondered in his heart, not knowing whether it was a blessing or a curse to let Abbeyo and others join in. Chapter 60. It is only natural to pay back your debts. In order to prevent any unexpected problems, Gaochi Chiang specially assigned Abbeyo and his group to different cars. He took Abbeyo and Xiaomi and got on the first off-road vehicle. When the convoy started again, Gaochi Chiang chatted with Abbeyo and asked with pretended concern, "Brother Abbeyo, it looks like you suffered a lot in the mountains." Many shocking scars can be seen on Abbeyo's exposed skin. After struggling in the doomsday for so long, Gaochi Chiang guessed that there might not be peace on Phoenix Mountain either. Boss Gao is right. There's a guy on that mountain. He's really abominable. Whenever Abbeyo thought of Su Chen, his teeth itched with hatred. He briefly told Gaochi Chiang what happened on the mountain, except that they hunted the survivors for food. Gaochi Chiang was surprised after hearing this. Is the young man who opened the Normadison called Su Chen? How did Boss Gao know? Do you know him? Abbeyo was also surprised. Of course I know him. This bastard still owes me more than 10 million. Gaochi Chiang gritted his teeth and said. After he lent the high-interest loan to Su Chen, the doomsday heat arrived before the agreed collection time. Later, I called Su Chen several times, but Su Chen was on Phoenix Mountain and there was no internet, so there was no response. Gaochi Chiang was depressed about this for a long time, and only felt better when the social order collapsed and all the banknotes became waste paper. He had almost forgotten Su Chen, but he didn't expect to hear Su Chen's name again from Abbeyo. And from what Abbeyo said, Su Chen seemed to know that the doomsday would come in advance. If you look at it this way, then that bastard is just deceiving himself. Thinking of this, Gaochi Chiang's face darkened. Since we have a grudge against him, this time when we go back, we can just settle the score with him. That's great. Abbeyo was overjoyed when he heard this. The two of them started chatting again, and Gaochi Chiang also got a clear understanding of the situation on Phoenix Mountain. In fact, he was looking for Su Chen not just for revenge. More importantly, take over Madison and take control of Phoenix Mountain. Su Chen was still completely unaware of Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo's plot against him. He was directing the survivors to continue searching for supplies. Except for cotton-padded clothes and quilts, all materials that are helpful for the later construction of the base will be collected and brought back to the Yolan Hotel. Green Forest Hotel is located in the middle of the scenic area and has no geographical advantages. The Yolan Hotel is located on the edge of the edge. Not only is the terrain extremely high, but the surrounding area is also extremely empty. As long as a checkpoint is set up at the intersection, anyone approaching can be seen clearly. Therefore, after careful consideration, Su Chen decided to use the Yolan Hotel as a temporary camp. Changes will be made later based on the situation. Su Chen woke up from his sleep, slowly opened his eyes, and saw Lu Linger beside him. "Aiken, the meal is ready. Hurry up and eat." After such a long training, Lu Linger was completely obedient to Su Chen. So Su Chen no longer let her sleep alone on the second floor and allowed her to move freely on the first floor. Today's breakfast is soy milk and fried dough sticks made by Lu Linger herself. Although it may seem simple, it is a rare opportunity to have such a meal in the doomsday. Su Chen had just filled his stomach when Wang's nervous voice came from the intercom. "Brother Su, something bad has happened." "What happened, Brother He?" Su Chen picked up the walkie-talkie and asked casually. In his opinion, it was just that the survivors had done something weird again. Just now a man suddenly came and dropped off a walkie-talkie, saying that Abbeyo had asked him to deliver it. Wang's words made Su Chen slightly stunned. Didn't Abbeyo leave Phoenix Mountain? Why did someone suddenly come with a walkie-talkie? Su Chen noticed something was wrong and told Lu Ling, "Wait for me in the car." Lu Linger noticed that his expression was not right, but she didn't say much and just nodded obediently. After Su Chen finished packing, he thought about it and decided to put the short spray gun on him. After a few days, Su Chen had begun to trust Wang, Sun Yuan, and others. But he still didn't take the other survivors lightly. Madison is docked behind the Yolan Hotel, where there is an open-air courtyard. After Su Chen got off the car, he walked to the office building not far away holding an umbrella. Wang and Sun Yuan were waiting for him in the office. "Brother Su, this is an intercom." Seeing Su Chen coming, Wang handed him a walkie-talkie. Su Chen did not contact rashly, but asked, "Have you seen the person who came?" "No." Wang shook his head. When Abbeyo arrived at Phoenix Mountain, there were only 7 or 8 people. Together with the hotel staff recruited from Manager Dang, there are only about 20 people in total. Wang had basically seen these people before, so he could be sure that the person who came to deliver the walkie-talkie was not Abbeyo's man. From this point of view, there must be outsiders coming to Phoenix Mountain. Su Chen judged. Wang and Sun Yuan looked at each other, their expressions somewhat nervous. They originally thought that Phoenix Mountain would become peaceful after Abbeyo left. But unexpectedly, before a few days had passed, Abbeyo came back with outsiders and attacked again. "Forget it. Let's talk to them first and see what their plans are." The channel of the intercom has been set in advance. Su Chen pressed the intercom and said in a deep voice, "Abbeyo, what do you want from me?" "Haha. Brother Su, the one looking for you is not Abbeyo, but me." A familiar voice came from the other end of the intercom. Su Chen frowned for a moment. Then he remembered the other party's identity. "Brother Chang." "Yes, it's me." Gaochi Chiang laughed and said slowly, "We've been apart for less than a month, and I didn't expect such a big change." He then changed the subject and sneered. "Brother Su, should we settle the money you owe me?" Su Chen almost laughed out loud when he heard this. You have to know that from the very beginning, he never thought about repaying the loan. Otherwise, he must have gone insane to borrow money from loan sharks. "Brother Chang, are you still asleep? It's already this late, and you're still thinking about that money?" Gaochi Chiang was not angry at Su Chen's ridicule, but said calmly, "No matter what time it is only natural to pay back your debts. If you can't pay back the money, according to the contract, your Madison will be mine." Chapter 61, I'll give you face and call you brother. Ask me to hand over Madison to pay off the debt? Is Gaochi Chiang going insane? Su Chen was happy. What if I don't hand it in? If you don't pay, don't blame me for being rude to you. Gaochi Chiang's words were full of threats. However, Su Chen didn't take it to heart at all and responded with a sneer. "I give you face and call you brother, but if I don't, I'll let you die." Okay. Gaochi Chiang laughed out of anger. Okay, Su Chen, just wait for me. Su Chen stopped wasting time with Gaochi Chiang and directly cut off contact. Brother Su, what is going on? He Wang and Sun Yuan, who were standing by, were confused and couldn't help but ask. Su Chen did not intend to hide it from them, so he told them about the grudge between him and Gaochi Chiang. This is between us. It has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to get involved, I understand. Su Chen said softly. He Wang looked at Sun Yuan and said firmly, Brother Su, that's too polite. You saved both of our lives and provided us with so many supplies. If we just stand by and watch, would we still be human beings? Sun Yuan also nodded and agreed. Brother, he is right. Your business is our business. The two of them knew very well that they were able to survive until now thanks to Su Chen's help. If Su Chen was killed by Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo, how could they survive? Could it be that he was going to seek refuge with Gaochi Chiang? Stop joking. They have a deep hatred with Abbeyo. Okay, that's good. Su Chen smiled slightly and ordered, gather everyone together and discuss how to deal with Abbeyo. He Wang and Sun Yuan took immediate action and gathered all the survivors in the hotel lobby. Looking at the huge group of people, Su Chen felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, when Abbeyo left, he did not despise these people as a burden and let them fend for themselves. Otherwise, if Gaochi Chiang and his men came to kill him, he would have no choice but to drive away. Su Chen nodded slightly to He Wang, indicating that they could begin. So He Wang stood on the simple platform and pressed down with both hands. Everyone, be quiet. I have something to tell you all. Everyone immediately quieted down and looked at He Wang. We just received news that Abbeyo is back again. When they heard this, everyone was instantly in an uproar, with expressions of fear and anger on their faces. The survivors present had all witnessed with their own eyes how cruel and inhumane Abbeyo was. Many of their relatives and friends were also murdered by Abbeyo. When Abbeyo came back this time, there were many more outsiders around him. These people have a lot of grudges against me. If you are afraid, you can leave on your own. Su Chen stood up and said lightly. Many people showed hesitation on their faces. They have all seen Abbeyo's methods. If possible, they never wanted to confront Abbeyo again. Especially when they heard Su Chen say that Abbeyo had brought helpers, everyone became even more afraid. Seeing their expressions, Sun Yuan frowned and said in a deep voice, Hey, is it because it's raining so hard outside that your brains are filled with water? You guys have to think about it carefully. Without Su Chen, can you have enough food? If Su Chen is killed by Abbeyo, can you still survive? After hearing what Sun Yuan said, everyone came to their senses. Yes. How could they survive without Su Chen? Judging from Abbeyo's style of doing things, I'm afraid he will take over Su Chen's supplies. After the supplies are consumed, we will use these people as food. Thinking of this, someone shouted loudly, Boss Su, I won't leave you. That's right, I'll stand with you. Isn't he just a little Abbeyo? Just deal with him, and that's it. After someone started speaking, others followed suit. After a while, all the survivors present expressed their willingness to unite around Su Chen and fight against Abbeyo together. That's good. From now on, everyone needs to take action and reinforce the area around the hotel. In addition, we have to work in 3 shifts and keep watch day and night to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Su Chen ordered. Needless to say, Abbeyo is very vicious. Gaochi Chiang was originally a gangster boss. He was able to survive the high temperature of the demon city at the end of the world and make his way to Phoenix Mountain. I'm afraid he is also a cruel and ruthless person. If you don't have anyone on guard, strengthen the hotel security. I'm afraid that when we wake up, we'll all be dead. After Su Chen arranged all the tasks, he returned to the RV. Aiken, you're back. Lu Linger knelt on the ground, helped Su Chen change his shoes, then took his hand and walked to the table. At noon today, the table was once again filled with delicious dishes. While eating, Su Chen talked to Lu Linger about Abbeyo and Gaochi Chiang. What? Abbeyo is back, and he brought helpers with him? Lu Linger was shocked when she heard this, her pretty face full of tension and worry. Su Chen, then, what should we do? Don't worry, I don't care about Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo. Su Chen held her hand and smiled softly. Although it is said that to make a living in the world, one needs power and background, but Su Chen has almost unlimited storage space with the help of the RV. In order to deal with emergencies, he has stockpiled a lot of good things. To take a step back, even if these survivors are no match for Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo, Su Chen could just drive away. Not to mention He Wang and Sun Yuan, even Lu Linger. When necessary, Su Chen can also give it up. In the doomsday, only selfishness can help you live longer. This bastard is really crazy. Gaochi Chiang's face turned pale, and veins bulged on his hand holding the intercom. Ah Shang, Call the brothers and prepare to deal with Su Chen. The man called Sheng is a gentle-looking young man. He is Gaochi Chiang's younger brother Gaochi Chiang, and he is in charge of all the affairs of the company. After hearing his eldest brother's instructions, Gaochi Chiang got up and went out to call his brothers without hesitation. Boss Gao, calm down. Abbeyo hurriedly stopped Gaochi Chiang and said earnestly, Su Chen, the sixth one, is extremely sinister and cunning. If we act rashly, we might just fall into his trap. Gaochi Chiang then remembered the experience in which Abbeyo had suffered a defeat at the hands of Su Chen. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, What do you suggest? Let's not be hasty. Let's observe the situation over there first, and then it won't be too late to take action. Abbeyo suggested. Okay, let's do as you say. Gaochi Chiang nodded. Chapter 62 Trap. Gaochi Chiang sent his younger brother Gaochi Chiang, who brought Abbeyo and several others, to quietly arrive outside the Yolan Hotel. Several of them were hiding in a building on the roadside, holding binoculars and observing the situation inside the hotel. When high temperatures were raging on Blue Star, Gaochi Chiang, relying on his ruthlessness and a group of his younger brothers, quickly seized a supermarket. Thanks to the ample supplies in the supermarket, they survived the hot days safely. When heavy rain hit and floods engulfed the Magic City, Gaochi Chiang also noticed it in time. He drove away quickly with a group of his brothers. The bus and the team was full of supplies. A rough calculation shows that it will be enough for them to use for at least a few months. Damn, this shady guy Su Chen is actually quite smart. Looking at the geographical environment of the Yolan Hotel, Abbeyo couldn't help but swear. He had been a soldier before, and he saw at a glance that the Yolan Hotel was easy to defend but difficult to attack. There are large tracts of open space all around, with only one main road passing through. Wang Yi, do you know where Su Chen's nomadison is parked? Abbeyo turned his head and asked. Yes, it's in the courtyard behind the hotel. Wang Yi on the side said hurriedly. After being beaten by Su Chen, he was about to die in the heavy rain. Fortunately, at this time, Abbeyo came back with Gaochi Chiang and others. Originally, they didn't plan to help Wang Yi, but considering that he had spent some time with Su Chen, he was quite familiar with the situation in the hotel. So at Abbeyo's suggestion, Gaochi Chiang spared Wang Yi's life and drove him to his clinic. This allowed Wang Yi to survive. Although he saved his life, one of Wang Yi's legs was lame. After this incident, Wang Yi was completely devoted to Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo and hated Su Chen to the core. It was Wang Yi who revealed to Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo the fact that Su Chen and others were living in the Yolan Hotel. Okay, got it. Abbeyo observed for a while before returning to the Lucin Hotel, which was temporarily used as a camp, with Gaochi Chiang and others. Boss Gao, based on my observations, we cannot attack by force. Abbeyo said in a deep voice. Su Chen has a shotgun in his hand, and there might be other weapons in the car. If we attack rashly, I'm afraid we will suffer heavy losses. The most important thing is, if this guy sees that the situation is not good and drives away in advance, it will be troublesome. Gaochi Chiang frowned slightly when he heard this. So what do you say we should do? The reason why he wanted to deal with Su Chen was not only because Su Chen owed him money, but also because he was thinking about the nomadison. Nomadison is originally adaptable to various extreme climates and environments, not to mention that Su Chen has made drastic modifications to it. If you can possess it, it will not only improve your living conditions, but also ensure your safety. It would be best if we take action at night. Abbeyo thought for a while and said, although visibility is poor at night, it is still possible to hide their figures and allow them to approach the hotel safely. People like Abbeyo and Gaochi Chiang are all tall and strong and are ruthless. As long as they can sneak into the hotel, He Wang, Sun Yuan, and other survivors will definitely not be their match. After some discussion, Gaochi Chiang, Abbeyo, and others finally worked out a plan. Time passed minute by minute, and soon the sky darkened. As the power had been cut off long ago, the entire Phoenix Mountain was shrouded in darkness. Only the occasional flash of lightning added a hint of light. Gaochi Chiang has nearly 50 younger brothers in total, and including Abbeyo and others, there are almost 60 people in total. He left behind a dozen people to guard the camp. The others followed Gaochi Chiang and went to attack Su Chen together. Braving the rain, the large group arrived at the intersection outside the Yolan Hotel. In order not to alert the enemy, Gaochi Chiang and his colleagues turned off the flashlights in advance. Fortunately, there were dim lights in the hotel that could help them find the direction. Without much words, Gaochi Chiang, Abbeyo, and others rushed straight to the hotel according to the prearranged plan. Under the cover of night and heavy rain, they didn't have to worry about being discovered by the survivors in the hotel. As they were about to climb over the fence near the hotel, one of the brothers who was rushing in the front suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Ah, there's a trap, Brother Sheng. Before Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo could react, another of his men fell to the ground holding his leg. Gaochi Chiang didn't have time to think about whether he would be discovered by people in the hotel and immediately turned on the flashlight. As the light came on, everyone took a closer look and saw that the two younger brothers were both tightly caught in a trap. The trap looked extremely advanced and sharp and seemed to be used to catch small and medium-sized wild animals. The wounds on their legs were so deep that the bones were visible and blood was gushing out. Seeing this, Gaochi Chiang and his group were stunned. What the fuck is going on? Why would there be something like a trap here? Several companions nearby rushed forward and tried to open the trap. However, no matter how hard they tried, they still failed. At this moment, two searchlights suddenly lit up in the hotel, and the straight light shone directly over, covering Gaochi Chiang and others. Everyone was stunned for a moment. No, why are there searchlights in the hotel? It would be fine if there was electricity, but why is there electricity? Before they could react, there was a sudden whoosh, and a sharp arrow cut through the heavy rain and shot towards them. A younger brother next to Gaochi Chiang was unable to dodge and was shot on the spot. The arrow was so powerful that it pierced right through his abdomen. Everyone's scalp tingled as they watched. With such great power, I'm afraid it must be the modern compound crossbow used by Su Chen and his men. The destructive power of this thing is quite amazing. It can easily penetrate several explosion-proof shields. If you get shot in the head, you'll go see your mother-in-law right there. While everyone was still surprised, several more arrows flew through the air. 4 or 5 more brothers were hit by arrows on the spot. Withdraw. When Gaochi Chiang saw that something was wrong, he immediately yelled and ran back first. Dozens of other younger brothers also ran away. When he returned to the building where Gaochi Chiang was, Gaochi Chiang, panting, told his elder brother what had just happened. After hearing this, Gaochi Chiang was also stunned. He took a look at the traps and arrows that were still on his brother's body and asked fiercely, "Why are there floodlights in the hotel and they are still working properly? Why do Su Chen and his men have animal traps and modern compound crossbows?" Cold sweat mixed with raindrops slid down Abbeyo's forehead. He opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, I don't know either. It would be reasonable if Su Chen's car was equipped with 1 or 2 compound crossbows for self-defense. But judging from the situation just now, there are at least 10 compound crossbows. Plus those animal traps. Abbeyo just wants to ask, which good person would have the leisure to install these things in his car? Chapter 63 Roasted Whole Lamb. Gaochi Chiang was so angry that his face turned blue and blood was throbbing on his forehead. In total, he brought less than 50 people out. That's good. The 2 were caught in a trap and were seriously injured. 3 others were shot in vital areas by compound crossbows. It was obvious that these people were not going to survive, and in addition, several others were seriously injured. How could this not make him furious? But Gaochi Chiang knew in his heart that Abbeyo could not be blamed for this matter. No one expected that there would be so many strange things in Su Chen's car. Moreover, Abbeyo and his men are all ruthless and cruel, so keeping them around will be useful to Gaochi Chiang. Therefore, Gaochi suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Forget it, you can't be blamed for this. Asham, take those injured brothers back first." So many people were injured before we even got close to the hotel. God knows if Su Chen has any other means. The best thing to do is to withdraw first and then think of a solution. Boss Gao, Brother Biao, I have a plan. Wang Yi, who was standing aside, said hesitantly, "What can you do?" Gaochi Chiang glanced at him and said impatiently, "If Wang Yi wasn't a doctor and could be of some use, Gaochi Chiang wouldn't have bothered to care about his life or death. I know a few people over at Su Chen's place. Maybe I can convince them. Let them betray Su Chen and stand on our side." As soon as Wang Yi said this, Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo's eyes lit up. There is a saying that goes, "The strongest fortresses are often breached from within." If Wang Yi could convince the survivors in the hotel to find a way to provide support from inside, then taking down Su Chen would be a piece of cake. I'll leave this matter to you. If you succeed, I won't treat you unfairly. Gaochi Chiang patted Wang Yi's shoulder with a smile. Wang Yi instantly felt that his bones felt lighter, and he quickly agreed with a smile. Inside the Yolan Hotel, after seeing Gaochi Chiang's men fleeing in panic, the survivors couldn't help but cheer. Wang picked up the walkie-talkie and excitedly told Su Chen the results of the battle. "Brother Su, what you provided is so useful. No, how come you have these things in your car?" When purchasing supplies, in addition to food, drinking water and fuel, what Su Chen considered most was his own safety. Due to the extremely strict official control over Abbeyo, Su Chen could only settle for the second best and set his sights on cold weapons such as compound crossbows and animal traps. It came in handy today. The searchlight was also specially prepared by Su Chen. As for why there was electricity, the reason is simple. He also hoarded a lot of batteries. Su Chen even prepared a lot of large solar chargers. It's just that it has been raining heavily recently, so it hasn't been used. As long as it works, it's fine. My brothers have all worked hard tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will prepare a sumptuous meal to entertain you all. In response to He-Wang's question, Su Chen just smiled and changed the subject. When he heard that there would be a sumptuous meal, He-Wang put the problem behind him. Early the next morning, a long table appeared in the hotel lobby. On the table, there was a fragrant whole roasted lamb. Seeing such a huge roasted whole lamb, the survivors almost popped their eyes out. Since the end of the world, what they eat the most are instant noodles, canned food, and the like. Delicacies like roasted whole lamb can only be imagined in dreams. Smelling the tempting aroma, everyone not only burst into tears, but tears also flowed out of their mouths uncontrollably. Thanks to everyone for their hard work in repelling the enemy tonight. I am a person who always rewards and punishes clearly. As long as you obey my orders and work hard, I won't treat you unfairly. But if you dare to be lazy or have other ideas, Wang Yi will be your fate. Su Chen stood on the stage and said in a deep voice. Thinking of Wang Yi's tragic end, everyone was shocked and said in unison, "Remember, everyone, eat it while it's hot, or it'll get cold." Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. With an order, a group of survivors rushed forward and launched a crazy attack on Jiang in front of them. Although the sheep was large in size, it was still too big to be eaten by so many people. But in the blink of an eye, it was torn to pieces, leaving only the skeleton. Although each person didn't get much meat, they were still quite satisfied. After all, it's quite difficult to eat roasted whole lamb after such a long time. In addition, Su Chen also upgraded tonight's main course. Hadaleo's self-heating rice has replaced the instant noodles we used to eat. Don't forget, it's thanks to Su Chen that we can live so comfortably. Sun Yuan, who was standing by, reminded everyone. Thank you, Boss Su. Don't worry, Boss Su. Next time Abbeyo and the others come, I will definitely not be scared. Everyone expressed gratitude to Su Chen. After eating and drinking, a few people were left to keep watch, while the rest returned to their rooms to rest. The people assigned to stand guard outside were Zhang Ying and his men. This roasted whole lamb is really delicious, but there were too many people and we couldn't eat enough. One of my companions licked his fingers, feeling unsatisfied. Yeah, what a pity. But it's not bad to be able to eat Hadaleo's self-heating rice. Why would I need a bicycle? Several others echoed. At this moment, someone suddenly noticed that Zhang Ying had not spoken and couldn't help asking. Zhang Ying, what are you thinking about? I was wondering, how many good things does Su Chen have left? Zhang Ying said thoughtfully. It has been almost a month and a half since Su Chen moved into nomadism since the high temperature came. During this period, he had already consumed some of the supplies. After Abbeyo left, Su Chen provided food for everyone for a while. From last night to today, he took out several animal traps, more than a dozen compound crossbows, searchlights, mobile power supplies, as well as whole roasted lamb and self-heating rice. After hearing what Zhang Ying said, everyone realized that something was wrong. No matter how much the nomadism can hold, how much can it hold? Su Chen's supplies seemed to be inexhaustible. Zhang Ying, what do you think? Someone asked. Zhang Ying looked around to make sure there were no outsiders, and whispered. Didn't Su Chen's previous words reveal that he knew the end of the world would come? Maybe he arrived at Phoenix Mountain ahead of time and stockpiled supplies here. The storage space is too magical. Zhang Ying didn't think about it that way. He just thought that Su Chen had stockpiled supplies in advance. Don't tell me, it's really possible. If that's the case, then Su Chen is such a jerk. He probably eats a lot of meat and fish every day, leaving us to eat instant noodles. That's right, what a grandson. Chapter 64. Pick up the bowl to eat, put down the bowl to curse. The few people who had just been grateful to Su Chen suddenly changed their tone and started cursing Su Chen. Pick up the bowl to eat, put the bowl down to curse. These are the people I'm talking about. But even so, there is nothing we can do. Zhang Ying sighed unwillingly. Su Chen, including He-Wang, Sun Yuan and others, had about 10 people in total. And there are both guns and compound crossbows. On the other hand, there were only 3 or 4 people on their side, and they didn't have any decent weapons. If a real fight breaks out, I will definitely not be their match. Not to mention the other survivors. In order to please Su Chen, they might help Su Chen deal with them. If you act rashly, you will end up like Wang Yi. At this moment, a companion who was on guard suddenly shouted, "You look, who is that?" Zhang Ying and others were located in a small pavilion outside the hotel, which was originally a security booth but is now used as a sentry post. As long as they find someone approaching, Zhang Ying and his team need to use the tools at hand to make a sound to alert people in the hotel. Zhang Ying was startled when he heard his companion's reminder. He subconsciously thought that Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo were leading people to kill him. But when he stuck his head out and took a closer look, he was surprised. Because he saw a familiar figure, hunched over and limping towards the sentry box. It was none other than Wang Yi, who had been missing for a long time. Should we notify the people at the hotel? Boss Su has ordered that Wang Yi is not allowed to return to the hotel. Someone spoke up. Don't notify them yet. Zhang Ying thought about it and shook his head. Why not see what Wang Yi has to say? While they were talking, Wang Yi had already approached. When he saw Zhang Ying and others in the sentry box, he was stunned at first, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. Zhang Ying, Zhou Jun. I didn't expect you guys to be here. Dr. Wang, how have you been lately? When they saw Wang Yi again, the expressions on Zhang Ying and others' faces were obviously a little unnatural. Previously, in order to get food and stay in the hotel, they betrayed Wang Yi without hesitation. But Wang Yi didn't think much about it, but greeted them enthusiastically. It's okay. You don't know, it was Boss Gao and Brother Biao who took me in. Zhang Ying and his companions were slightly stunned. They didn't expect that Wang Yi would get involved with Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo. But on second thought, it makes sense. After all, there are only two groups of people in Phoenix Mountain now, Su Chen and Gaochi Chiang. If Wang Yi wants to survive, he can only go to Gaochi Chiang for help. Then why did you come to us today? If Su Chen knew about this, I'm afraid you would be in trouble. Zhang Ying said hypocritically. What do you know? I'm here to save your lives. Wang Yi snorted coldly and put on airs. Zhang Ying and his men looked at each other, somewhat confused as to what he meant. Dr. Wang, what do you want to do? Just tell me. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. The boss that Brother Biao and I are now relying on is a well-known and ruthless person in the Magic City. He has at least 100 or 80 men under his command and several guns. Even though he suffered a setback last night, if he gets ruthless, it will be easy for him to take you down. Wang Yi boasted a lot and exaggerated Gaochi Chiang's strength. Zhang Ying and his men didn't understand what was going on and were frightened for a moment. If you continue to help Su Chen when Boss Gao attacks, no one will be able to escape. But you have to help Boss Gao in return. After we take down Su Chen, you will be the first to do the work. Because Su Chen enjoyed himself alone, he made them eat instant noodles on weekdays. Zhang Ying and his companions were originally somewhat dissatisfied with Su Chen. After Wang Yi's threats and inducements, they were instantly tempted. So what do you think we should do? Zhang Ying said tentatively. It's very simple. You just need to do this and that. Wang Yi whispered a few words. Zhang Ying couldn't help but reveal a hesitant expression on his face. Seeing this, Wang Yi snorted coldly. Zhang Ying, you have to think it over carefully. You complained to Su Chen about me before, but I didn't hold it against you. If you don't seize the opportunity now, when Boss Gao captures Su Chen, don't blame me for not pleading for you. Zhang Ying hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and, okay, I'll listen to Brother Wang. That's better. Okay, I'll go back first. You guys should be careful too. Don't let Su Chen find out. Only then did Wang Yi smile with satisfaction. Then he climbed out of the sentry box and walked away, turning around and bending over. But whether it was Wang Yi or Zhang Ying and his companions, they were completely unaware that their every move was seen by Su Chen, He Wang and others on the rooftop of the hotel. Su Chen is a cautious person. He Wang is also a retired veteran. Therefore, when arranging people to stand guard, both light and dark sentries were set up. Those ordinary survivors were responsible for the visible sentry duty and knew nothing about the hidden sentry duty. The secret sentries were Sun Yuan and several others whom Su Chen trusted the most, and they took turns to keep watch. Su Chen also specially equipped them with binoculars with night vision capabilities, and the sentry post was located on the rooftop of the hotel. When they found Wang Yi approaching the sentry post, the secret sentry immediately notified Su Chen and the others. What do you think? Su Chen asked casually. The reason Wang Yi survived is probably because he got close to Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo. He came here secretly today, probably trying to persuade Zhang Ying and the others to betray you. He Wang guessed the content of the conversation between Wang Yi and Zhang Ying almost exactly. Yes, I thought so too. It seems that I was too soft-hearted at the beginning. Su Chen shrugged. There is a saying that goes, if you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. If I had killed Wang Yi directly, this wouldn't have happened today. It seems that I must not make this mistake again in the future, where the villain died because of talking too much. But fortunately, it was discovered in time. So what do you say? Just kill Zhang Ying's men. Sun Yuan's eyes flashed with ferocity. He looked down on people like Zhang Ying who were disloyal. He Wang also nodded to show his agreement. Why do you want to kill them? Su Chen asked back. Oh. Sun Yuan and He Wang were both dumbfounded. In their opinion, since Zhang Ying and his men were colluding with Gaochi Chiang, it would be better to kill them directly to prevent future troubles. We can definitely catch the turtle in the jar. A hint of ruthlessness appeared on Su Chen's gentle face. Night slowly falls, and it is still pouring outside the window. After eating today's instant noodles, most people chose to go back to their rooms to rest. At this moment, several survivors who were about to take over the sentry duty were stopped by Zhang Ying. Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, you two take a rest tonight. I'll keep watch for you. There is such a good thing. Hearing this, Zhou Xinhong and Li Dong couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Chapter 65 Molotov Cocktail. Working the night shift outside is tiring and cold. If possible, no one would be willing to go. Wouldn't it be nice to sleep in the room? We can't sleep either, so we'll take over your shift. Zhang Ying smiled and said, next time if I send you something good, you guys have to be more tolerant of me. Okay. I'll leave it to you guys. Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong and others, fearing that Zhang Ying and others would go back on their word, immediately ran towards the room. Zhang Ying and his men looked at each other, then left the hall and walked towards the sentry box. Hey, why are you guys here? Didn't you guys work during the day? The people at the sentry box were a little confused when they saw Zhang Ying and his group. Zhou Xinhong and the others were lazy, so they asked me to take their place. You guys should go back and have a rest. Zhang Ying said with a smile. The people in the booth didn't think much about it. After completing the handover, they turned around and went back to the hotel. After they left, only 4 people from Zhang Ying were left in the sentry box. Zhang Ying, are we really going to betray Boss Su? Someone asked in a low voice. What? Are you scared? Zhang Ying leaned against the wall and glanced at the other person. I'm really a little scared. We've all seen what Boss Su does. What if Brother Biao fails? How can there be so many what-ifs? Zhang Ying said impatiently. At this point, there is no turning back. Also, don't call him Boss Su anymore, understand? The other 3 stopped talking, sat down, and began to rest. As time passed, the night grew darker. There seemed to be nothing else between heaven and earth except the heavy rain. Just when Zhang Ying and his 3 companions were drowsy, they suddenly heard a few cries of night owls from outside. The 4 people instantly perked up and stuck their heads out. As expected, in the heavy rain, several figures can be vaguely seen. In accordance with the prior agreement, Zhang Ying took out a flashlight and shook it a few times. The person on the other side received the signal and quickly moved towards the sentry box. When they got closer, Zhang Ying recognized that the leader was none other than Abbeyo. He quickly opened the door of the sentry box, welcomed Abbeyo in, and bowed. Brother Biao, long time no see. Abbeyo nodded slightly as a response. How's the situation in the hotel? Brother Biao, don't worry. Su Chen and the others never thought of this. As long as we get in, we can definitely take him down. After hearing what Zhang Ying said, Abbeyo showed a satisfied smile and turned to Gaochi Chiang beside him and said, Brother Shang, let's get started, shall we? Gaochi Chiang adjusted his glasses and nodded. Good. A group of people set out again, braving the pouring rain, and headed towards the hotel. Zhang Ying and his 3 companions suppressed their excitement and followed behind them. In order to capture Su Chen tonight, Gaochi Chiang sent out a total of more than 40 people. They quickly approached the hotel lobby. Under Su Chen's instructions, a group of survivors also carried out simple renovations on the hotel. The side doors and windows were blocked, so the only way to enter the hotel was through the main door. It was already late at night, and most of the survivors had returned to their rooms to rest, with only a few night lights on. Seeing that they could enter the lobby so easily, Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo couldn't help but smile. They originally planned to split their forces into 2 groups. One team was responsible for dealing with the survivors, and the other team went straight to the backyard of the hotel to control Su Chen and Norma Decent first. There was no one in the lobby right now, so they saved themselves a lot of trouble. Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Led by Zhang Ying, they rushed to the backyard of the hotel. However, as the group walked through the lobby, they heard a shrill alarm. Drop. Although it was raining heavily outside, the alarm sounded extremely harsh in the dark night. Zhang Ying, what's going on? Abbeyo growled. This is the alarm system installed by Su Chen. Once an abnormality is detected, the alarm will be triggered after pressing the button. But who called the police? Zhang Ying was also confused. Logically speaking, they should be the first ones to report abnormalities on the periphery. Then the people stationed in the hotel, after receiving the message, pressed the button to alert all the survivors. But Zhang Ying and his friends did not call the police, and there was no one in the lobby. Who sounded the alarm? I can't care less. Gaochi Chiang said hurriedly. The important thing is to capture Su Chen first. Yes, Brother Sheng is right. Abbeyo also came to his senses. No matter who called the police, now that they are already here, they will naturally capture Su Chen in one fell swoop. Without further hesitation, everyone quickened their pace and ran towards the back of the hotel. At the same time, many survivors were awakened by the alarm and pushed open the door and ran out. When he saw the aggressive Abbeyo and others, he was also shocked. It has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, get in there. Abbeyo raised the long knife in his hand and threatened viciously. Some people, realizing the situation was not good, quickly retreated and closed the door. On the other hand, Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong and others are quite courageous. They shouted and held weapons, trying to resist the enemy. But Abbeyo's side has more people and more power. Zhou Xinhong and Li Dong were outnumbered and were forced to retreat to the stairwell and head to the second floor. Abbeyo had no intention of chasing and continued to rush towards the backyard of the hotel. For them, taking down Su Chen and Norma Deason is the top priority. Soon Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo brought their people to a corridor. At the end of the corridor is a door. By simply opening the door, they can reach the backyard where the Norma Deason is parked. Brothers, speed up. Just as they were about to reach the gate, it was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Abbeyo, who was rushing in the front, was slightly stunned and stopped subconsciously. Su Chen's figure appeared in front of them. Before they could react, Su Chen suddenly threw out a few bottles. The bottles drew graceful arcs in the air, fell into the crowd, and exploded. The liquid inside scattered everywhere, and with a whoosh, the flames quickly spread all around. Damn it! Su Chen, this bastard, actually threw a Molotov cocktail. Abbeyo came to his senses and rushed forward while dodging the flames. Su Chen gave him a sarcastic smile and closed the door again. Retreat! Get back! Abbeyo shouted hurriedly. But at this moment, the door behind was also blocked by someone. For a moment, Abbeyo and his men were trapped in a jar. Those glass bottles contained flammable liquids such as gasoline and alcohol. After breaking, it quickly spread to the surrounding areas. But in the blink of an eye, the fire enveloped the entire corridor. The corridor was not particularly spacious, and with nearly 50 people rushing in at once, it was packed with people. Faced with the raging fire, Gaochi Chiang and others retreated desperately. But even so, the fire was quickly approaching them. The few people in the front were also ignited and kept rolling on the ground. Chapter 66, Strong Man Locks Up the Man. Thick smoke, black fog, and scorching heat enveloped the narrow passage. Just as dozens of people were about to be killed by Su Chen's several Molotov cocktails, someone suddenly noticed that there were several windows on the wall not far away. Quick, where is the window? Everyone rushed to the window, as if they were grabbing their last straw. With a crash, the window opened. Abbeyo and others rushed out from the narrow window. But the first person who went out screamed and rolled on the ground. It turned out that not far away, He Wang, Sun Yuan and others were holding compound crossbows and looking at them eagerly. The people who came out from behind were also shocked when they saw the miserable state of their companions. They raised their hands and shouted at the top of their lungs. We surrender, don't kill us. But Su Chen gave them a death order not to accept anyone's surrender. He Wang, Sun Yuan and others just held up the compound crossbows in their hands and kept sniping at the people coming out of the corridor. Gaochi Chiang's men completely collapsed. They had no intention of resisting at all. In the dark night, in the pouring rain, we fled around like headless flies. Fortunately, the environment of the hotel was not complicated, and they managed to escape by accident. After the fighting gradually subsided, He Wang and Sun Yuan led people to start cleaning up the battlefield. After a thorough counting, 7 or 8 invading enemies were burned to death in the corridor. Several people were shot dead on the spot by crossbows when they tried to escape. Several other people were unable to escape due to injuries. According to preliminary estimates, Gaochi Chiang suffered about 20 casualties. Ha, Brother Su, we won a great victory. He Wang, who was on the intercom, seemed extremely excited. This is all thanks to Brother Su's resourcefulness. He was able to figure out the plan for the other side. Sun Yuan also laughed and said, by the way, those 2 bastards Zhang Ying and Zhou Jun were also captured alive by us. That's great. Bring them to the lobby and call everyone over. After Su Chen gave the order, he put down the walkie-talkie. Lu Linger, who was standing by, also breathed a sigh of relief after knowing that she had won tonight. She hugged Su Chen's waist, her beautiful eyes full of admiration. Aiken, you are so amazing. I'm not just that good. Su Chen touched her face and smiled slightly. Okay, come with me to deal with those traitors. The 2 left Nomadison and came to the hotel lobby. Zhang Ying, Zhou Jun, and several of Gaochi Chiang's men who were captured alive were tied up and pressed on the stage. The survivors were still in shock. When they saw Su Chen coming, they were all startled and said in unison, "Boss Su." But Su Chen did not respond to them, but brought Lu Linger to the stage. His expression was calm, but his eyes were as sharp as a knife as he looked around at the people in the audience. Most people didn't dare to look him in the eye and lowered their heads. Su Chen nodded to He Wang and Sun Yuan standing beside him. The two of them winked at their men standing beside them. They walked behind Gaochi Chiang's men, raised their weapons, and stabbed them hard in the back. Accompanied by a few screams, these people fell to the ground, and after struggling for a while, they all died. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Although these people are cruel and ruthless, they are also good at fighting. But they are Gaochi Chiang's subordinates after all, and Su Chen doesn't know whether they have any ulterior motives. The best thing to do is to get rid of them all. After dealing with Gaochi Chiang's men, it was the turn of the two traitors Zhang Ying and Zhou Jun. Looking at the person dying in front of them, the two of them immediately became scared. "Boss Su, please, give me a chance to live." We were both bewildered for a moment. The two of them kowtowed frantically and begged for mercy. But Su Chen acted as if he didn't hear anything, and just said to He Wang in a deep voice, "Cut off their limbs, make them into human pigs, and hang them on the door of the hotel." Killing traitors like Zhang Ying and Zhou Jun would be too easy. Only by using cruel punishments and torturing them can we make others feel afraid. As expected, saw the scene of Zhang Ying and Zhou Jun being punished in public. Even the survivors who had seen many bloody scenes turned pale and almost vomited. But they didn't dare to leave until Su Chen gave the order. They could only watch Zhang Ying and Zhou Jun being tied together and taken to the hotel entrance. After everything was handled properly, Su Chen turned his gaze to the survivors present. He said calmly, "Most of you really disappoint me. It was me who provided you with supplies so that you didn't starve to death. But when the enemy attacked, you all chose to run away." The survivors in the audience felt more and more ashamed. Only Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, and others who had just fought a bloody battle with the enemy held their heads high. "I declare that anyone who fights the enemy to death tonight will receive an upgrade in treatment in the future. As for those who are cowardly and avoid fighting tonight, stop sending them all the supplies." As soon as Su Chen said this, the survivors in the audience were in an uproar. Stopping the distribution of all supplies, isn't that just letting them starve to death? Although we are afraid of death and dare not go fighting, you, Su Chen, can't not give us food, right? Everyone felt a little dissatisfied. But having just witnessed the tragic deaths of Zhang Ying and Zhou Jun, they dared not say anything even though they had complaints. "But don't worry, I won't leave you no chance of survival." Su Chen changed the subject and said slowly, "Early tomorrow morning, you will attack Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo. As long as you are willing to go and fight bravely, I can restore your treatment." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Asking them to fight against ruthless people like Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo, isn't this just forcing a man to stay in a coercive position? After Su Chen finished speaking, he took Lu Linger away without caring about everyone's reactions. To be honest, this is not Su Chen's fault. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves. He Wang shook his head and sighed. "Su Chen takes care of your food and drink, but you are so good. When disaster strikes, you only think about saving yourself. Su Chen is giving you a chance now. It's up to you whether you want to take it or not." After He Wang finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to them, but started to reward Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, and several other people who performed well. What Su Chen called an upgrade in treatment was to replace every meal of instant noodles with Hadaleo's self-heating braised pork rice and self-heating hot pot. At the same time, you can also get a reward of a bottle of beer every day. This can be considered a delicacy in the doomsday. Although there was bloodstains on the ground, Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, and others started eating without hesitation. Chapter 67, Going to See Grandma. Seeing how Zhou Xinhong and the others were enjoying themselves, everyone was drooling with envy. Although Su Chen distributes instant noodles every day, instant noodles are something that you will get tired of after eating for a long time. Besides, as an adult, a packet of instant noodles is not enough to fill you up. It's just enough to keep you from starving. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Brother He, I'm willing to fight with Abbeyo and the others tomorrow." "I'm going to." "And me." Others also nodded in agreement. Green Forest Hotel. After learning that Abbeyo and his men had suffered a crushing defeat, Gaochi Chiang's face was distorted and he was almost vomiting blood in anger. "Didn't you say it was foolproof?" Gaochi Chiang grabbed Wang Yi by the collar and asked angrily. Even though Wang Yi was sprayed with spit in his face, he did not dare to complain at all. He stammered and trembled. Boss Gao, I don't know what's going on. Before he could finish his words, Gaochi Chiang picked up the dagger and stabbed it into his chest. Blood gushed out instantly. Wang Yi didn't expect that Gaochi Chiang would kill him so directly. His eyes widened, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he couldn't say a word, his head tilted, and he died. Even though Abbeyo had many deaths on his hands, his scalp still tingled when he saw this scene. Gaochi Chiang dropped Wang Yi's body and said viciously, "We are not done with Su Chen about this matter." Including Abbeyo, Gaochi Chiang had a total of 60 subordinates, and 1/3 of them were killed in this one move. Even his younger brother Gaochi Chiang died in the fire in the corridor. A situation of life and death has emerged between Gaochi Chiang and Su Chen. But Gaochi Chiang also understood that Su Chen was a very cunning person and he might have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. If you act rashly again, you might even get yourself into trouble. So Gaochi Chiang could only temporarily suppress his anger, waved his hand, and asked everyone to disperse. Abbeyo and others, feeling dejected, returned to their rooms and began to rest. Having not rested the whole night, everyone slept like dead pigs. Even the person on guard was leaning against the wall and falling into a deep sleep. When the sky was slightly bright, Su Chen's men slowly approached the Green Sun Hotel. Familiar with the environment, they went straight to the hotel lobby. The sentries had their throats cut while they were sleeping soundly before they could react. After taking down the sentry, Su Chen's men continued to move forward. They began to search room by room, and if they found anyone inside, they would kill them and force the person to see their grandmother in their sleep. However, all was not well. When these people pried open the lock of the third door, a noise was accidentally made. The people inside were awakened instantly and realized something was wrong. When Su Chen's men got in, they immediately stood up, shouting loudly and fighting. Soon, Abbeyo and others were awakened from their sleep. They quickly put on their clothes, picked up their weapons, and rushed out of their rooms. Since the people on Gaochi Chiang's side are all gangsters, they are proficient in fighting. After the initial panic, they quickly stood firm and began to suppress and beat Su Chen's men. Bang! Just then, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Everyone present was stunned and looked up. Gaochi Chiang, with a gloomy face, appeared in the corridor. He held a black pistol in his hand, with a faint white smoke coming out of the muzzle. Shit, he has a gun, retreat. Someone reacted and shouted. The others also gave up fighting and retreated, running outside. After driving away all the enemies, Gaochi Chiang counted and found that 5 or 6 more people had died. Although he killed 3 or 4 of Su Chen's men, Gaochi Chiang was still so angry that he gritted his teeth. This bastard Su Chen. It would have been bad enough that I failed in my sneak attack, but he actually dared to attack me. But this also sounded a wake-up call for Gaochi Chiang. He used to think that he could do whatever he wanted to Su Chen. But judging from what happened last night and this morning, this guy is just as cunning and resourceful as me. Starting today, take good protective measures. Without my order, no one is allowed to conflict with Su Chen again. Gaochi Chiang's face turned pale. After saying this, he turned and left. Abbeyo, who was watching coldly, had a hint of disdain in his eyes. It is true that the older you are, the less courageous you become. Gaochi Chiang's subordinates only have dozens of people, but they are like a pile of loose sand. If I were in command, there would never have been such a disastrous defeat. After discovering that Zhang Ying and Zhou Jun were in collusion with Gaochi Chiang's men, Su Chen did not kill them. Instead, he let them go and led the enemy into the hotel. The reason is simple. On the one hand, it is to catch the turtle in the jar and ambush the enemy. On the other hand, he also wanted to take this opportunity to test the survivors in the hotel and give them a beating. Looking at it now, the effect is very good. In the hotel, Su Chen looked at the survivors returning from a bloody battle, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Very good. You didn't let me down. I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. Since you have made contributions, the mistakes you made before will be forgiven. We will continue to distribute supplies as usual every day. But your treatment is still different from that of Brother He, Sun Yuan, Zhou Xinhong, and others. But you can rest assured that as long as you make contributions in the future, you will still be rewarded. Hearing Su Chen's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and quickly patted their chests to make assurances. Please rest assured, Boss Su, we will definitely listen to you in the future. Yes, if you ask us to kill the enemy, we will kill the enemy. We will never be afraid of death again. Under Su Chen's CPU, all the survivors were grateful to him. Some people even felt that it was a pity that they had been afraid of death and ran away. Otherwise, how great would it be if I could get the same treatment as Zhou Xinhong and the others? Those people were completely obedient after being trained by you. Ah Chun, You are really amazing. Lu Linger took Su Chen's hand and returned to Madison. Her beautiful, sparkling eyes were filled with admiration for Su Chen. Women are born to admire the strong. Especially in this doomsday world where the strong prey on the weak. Su Chen used a combination of soft and hard tactics to train all the survivors to be so obedient. How could Lu Linger not admire this? I was so blind before that I actually disliked Su Chen. Fortunately, I realized it in time and Su Chen did not despise me. Thinking of this, the smile on Lu Linger's pretty face became even brighter. Master, I'll go take a shower and stay with you tonight. Okay, go ahead. Looking at Lu Linger's slim figure revealed on the frosted door after she entered the bathroom, Su Chen stretched lazily with satisfaction and began to think about business. Chapter 68 Looking for a Gun. Although last night's ambush and today's sneak attack both dealt a heavy blow to Gaochi Chiang. But Gaochi Chiang still has at least 20 people, so there is still a possibility that he can make a comeback. Especially the sneak attack this morning, which made Su Chen certain that Gaochi Chiang had a gun. He had this premonition from the beginning. After all, it was Gaochi Chiang who helped him get that short gun. As the big brother of the underworld, how could Gaochi Chiang not have one? Su Chen sent out the survivors of his men to launch a surprise attack on the Green Sun Hotel. One is for the CPU, and the other is to confirm my guess. As expected, Gaochi Chiang had a gun in his hand. But Su Chen also judged that the gun in his hand either had few bullets or only one. Otherwise, why didn't Gaochi Chiang carry weapons when he sent Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo to attack the Yolan Hotel? The reason is simple. He most likely only has one gun, and he doesn't have many bullets. But these are just Su Chen's guesses. Although Su Chen really wanted to kill Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo together. But he won't act rashly until his conjecture is verified. If it were before, he might have considered using the survivors under his command to continuously deplete Gaochi Chiang's strength. But now, after his continuous CPU, the loyalty of these survivors has gained initial trust. It would be a pity if it were wasted like this. So, how can we eliminate Gaochi Chiang with the least possible cost? At this moment, Lu Linger had just finished taking a shower and came out. Su Chen didn't stop thinking about it. Needless to say, it was a one-night stand. The next morning, Su Chen invited He Wang and Sun Yuan to the office in the backyard. This is the breakfast Linger made. Eat it while it's hot. Su Chen greeted with a smile. In order to please Su Chen, Lu Linger cooked different meals for 3 meals a day. For example, this morning, she cooked soy milk and steamed a lot of dumplings. Before the end of the world, this would have been just the simplest breakfast. But in these doomsday days when supplies are scarce, it is no less than a full banquet. He Wang and Sun Yuan swallowed their saliva, didn't bother to be polite with Su Chen, and started eating directly. Unlike the survivors in Zhongying, the two of them were very clear in their minds. They are only able to survive until now thanks to Su Chen's help. Even if Su Chen lives in an RV and eats abalone and lobster every day, they will not be jealous. Brother Sun, do you know where there is a law enforcement office nearby? Su Chen peeled a tea egg and asked casually. His short gun was really at a disadvantage when facing Gaochi Chiang's pistol. Although it is powerful, its range is too short, its accuracy is poor, and it is difficult to load. It's okay in a one-on-one fight, but once you face multiple enemies, it's easy to fall into a disadvantage. It would be great if I could get a pistol like Gaochi Chiang's. It just so happened that Su Chen watched a gun battle movie yesterday, which gave him inspiration. Given the strict gun control in China, only law enforcement offices have guns. Su Chen planned to go to the law enforcement office to search. Law enforcement office. I'm afraid we have to go down the mountain to find it. He Wang was stunned for a moment and shook his head. There was originally a small security room on Phoenix Mountain, which had several law enforcement officers in it, and they were only responsible for daily public security. If something really happens, we still have to transfer people from the law enforcement station at the foot of the mountain. But after the high temperature came, several law enforcement officers in the station either died from the high temperature or drove away from Phoenix Mountain. The survivors had previously searched the security room for supplies. It's a pity that there are no other weapons inside except stun batons and explosion-proof shields. Why are you asking this, Brother Su? Sun Yuan asked curiously. Su Chen did not hide it from them and told them his plan. I see. He Wang suddenly realized, touched his chin, and shook his head. Your plan is good, but I'm afraid it's not that easy. What do you mean? In general, there are only 1 or 2 in the police station. If the law enforcers leave, they will definitely take them with them. He Wang explained. So that's how it is. Su Chen was a little disappointed. When He Wang captured Gaochi Chiang's men earlier, he tortured them. From them, Su Chen also learned about the flooding outside. Even if there were guns in the police station, they would probably have been submerged by the water long ago. But I do know that there is a place where there is a high probability of having a gun. Where? Barracks. Wang uttered 2 words. Su Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Brother stop joking. Where can we find the barracks now? I'm not kidding. There is a military camp nearby. Wang whispered. Su Chen was slightly stunned. Then he remembered that Wang was a retired veteran. It's not really a barracks, it's just a training ground. Wang introduced the details to Su Chen. You know, I used to be a soldier. The troops previously conducted mountain warfare exercises around Phoenix Mountain. There are weapons storage rooms around the training grounds, and there are high chances that firearms are stored in them. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. In a place like a barracks, if there are guns, they are all rifles. If he could get a rifle, wouldn't he just hang Gaochi Chiang up and beat him? I just don't know what the situation is like at the training ground since it has been raining for so long. Su Chen thought about it and decided to go and take a look. Brother please tell me the situation over there in detail. Brother Su, why don't I go with you so I can take care of you? Wang took the initiative. The hotel still needs you, Brother to take charge. Su Chen shook his head and rejected Wang's proposal. Seeing his firm attitude, Wang no longer insisted. When are you planning to leave? Let's set off tonight. Wang was surprised. He didn't expect Su Chen to leave in such a hurry. Gaochi Chiang suffered heavy losses. He will not cause trouble again in the short term. Su Chen explained. Well, you better go early and come back early. Wang warned. After separating from the two, Su Chen left a few days' worth of supplies for the survivors and began to prepare for the evening's itinerary. Chapter 69 Search. Ding ding ding. The bedside alarm clock rang. Su Chen opened his eyes slightly, and when he woke up, he stood up from the bed. Aiken, let's take a break. Lu Linger opened her sleepy eyes and muttered. You go to sleep, I'll go drive. After saying this, Su Chen put on his clothes and came to the driver's cab. When he told Wang that he would leave at night, he didn't really leave late at night. It is raining heavily now and the mountain roads are difficult to travel on. If we really leave overnight, it would be dangerous. He planned to leave at 5 or 6 in the morning. That was the time when people were in the most troubled situation. As long as we left quietly, Gaochi Chiang wouldn't notice. Brother please open the door. Su Chen said through the intercom. Okay, it's already open. Have a nice trip. Wang opened the big iron gate in the backyard as Su Chen instructed. Su Chen turned on the double flashers, then drove away from the Yolan Hotel in the heavy rain. Despite the dark sky and heavy rain, the headlights of the Norm Addison were like 2 beams of light, illuminating the road ahead. Su Chen drove along the winding mountain road, heading northwest. Fortunately, the terrain in the northwest is higher and the road can remain intact. When it got light, Su Chen had already arrived at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. After having a quick breakfast, he continued driving. At noon, Su Chen finally came to a fork in the road. On the side of the road to the right, there is a sign that has fallen to the ground due to heavy rain. Su Chen went down with an umbrella and took a look. There were only 2 lines of big characters written on the sign. Military restricted area, please do not trespass. Looks like this is it. Su Chen started the car without hesitation and entered the fork in the road. I have to say that the quality of military facilities is top-notch. Despite the heavy rain for so long, the road still showed no signs of damage. After driving for a long time, just when Su Chen thought he was almost there, an accident suddenly happened. It turned out that there was a river ahead, and the water level had risen due to heavy rains in recent days. Including the bridge, the surrounding area was flooded and turned into a sea. Aiken, there is no way out here. How about we go back? Seeing this, Lu Linger on the side couldn't help but persuade. Originally, there are no roads in the world, but when more people walk on it, it becomes a road. Su Chen smiled faintly, stood up, and went back to the back room. With a thought, he took out the inflatable boat from the storage space. Then Su Chen put on a nearly 10,000 yuan jacket, took various equipment, and was about to open the car door when Lu Linger hurriedly said, Aiken, what about me? Wait for me in the car. Su Chen ordered. Lu Linger is a weak woman, and following him would only cause more trouble. Oh. Lu Linger was dumbfounded. At this time, the sky was already somewhat dim, and there was no one around. She was really scared that Su Chen left her here alone. But seeing Su Chen's firm attitude, Lu Linger could only nod in agreement. Lu Linger didn't have a driver's license, so she couldn't drive such a huge vehicle. The most important thing is that this nomadison seems to be bound to Su Chen. Without Su Chen's permission, no one can start. This is also the reason why Su Chen can leave with confidence. After a while, he arrived at the water's edge with various equipment. When Su Chen was preparing the supplies, he took into account various extreme conditions such as high temperatures, floods, and extreme cold. Things like jackets and inflatable boats were all carefully prepared by him. He placed the folded inflatable boat in the water and turned on the air pump. Before long, the inflatable boat floated on the water. This inflatable boat is small in size and has a propeller at the tail. The safety performance is extremely high, and the boat can float even if it is filled with water. Even if the wind and waves are strong, it will not capsize easily. After making all preparations, Su Chen got on the inflatable boat and started it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the roar of the motor, the inflatable boat glides quickly on the water. After driving for more than 10 minutes, the sky darkened. At this moment, Su Chen used a head-mounted searchlight to discover several more buildings ahead. He had an idea and quickly slowed down to observe the buildings. As expected, these buildings all have a distinct barrack style, but their bottoms were all submerged by floodwater. It seems that the place where I am now is the barracks that Huang mentioned. It must be because the rain was too heavy and the rainwater accumulated, causing the river to overflow and flood the entire barracks. As for the soldiers stationed in the barracks, they may have already retreated. If that's the case, they might have taken all the guns away. Then my trip would have been in vain. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help feeling a little discouraged. But now that we are here, we can't just go back empty-handed. Su Chen decided to search again, just in case he found something else. He drove the speedboat and circled all the buildings outside. After ruling out places like dormitories and office buildings, Su Chen set his sights on a building that looked like a weapons storage building. He approached the building carefully and broke the glass with his foot. Then he tied the rope that tied the speedboat to the window. Su Chen climbed in directly through the window. This is a building about 5 stories high, and Su Chen entered the 3rd floor. Since the first 2 floors had been flooded, he started searching directly from the 3rd floor upwards. In the pitch-dark building, Su Chen carefully explored every room with the help of the searchlight. But to his disappointment, after searching the upper floors, he did not find the gun. He didn't even find any accessories related to the gun. Did I find the wrong one? Looking at the endless water in front of him, Su Chen pondered for a moment and decided to go into the water to search. He took off his windbreaker and put on the diving suit he had prepared in advance. Then he put on goggles, a respirator, and carried a small oxygen tank on his back. After everything was ready, Su Chen took a deep breath and went underwater. Unlike the water in a swimming pool or the sea, the water here is caused by river flooding and is extremely turbid. Visibility underwater is extremely poor. Even with a searchlight, you can only barely see what's happening within half a meter in front of you. Relying on the experience of searching the upstairs just now, Su Chen carefully searched the 2nd floor. Same as above, nothing here. With no other options, he could only continue going down to the 1st floor. Hard work pays off. When Su Chen searched a door, he clearly saw the words, "Weapons Storage Area," written on the door. He was delighted and pushed the door quickly. Surprisingly, the door was not locked and was easily opened. Chapter 70 QBEZ and QBU. However, when Su Chen entered the room and searched it carefully, he was greatly disappointed. Because the cabinets and boxes in the room where weapons were previously stored were all empty. Su Chen couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He searched the building for a long time, but didn't find the body. I think it was when mountain torrents broke out and rivers overflowed that the people in the barracks saw that the situation was not right and retreated early. When they retreated, they took all the weapons with them. After all, China's control over weapons is too strict. But in this case, Su Chen will return empty-handed. However, he was not willing to give up and decided to search the remaining rooms thoroughly again. Unexpectedly, Su Chen's persistence in not giving up actually brought him unexpected gains. On the door of the last room, there is a sign that says, "Weapons Maintenance Room." Su Chen's heart moved, and he quickly pushed open the door and walked in. Unlike the storage room just now, this room looks a bit messy. Whether on the table or on the ground, there were various parts of guns and ammunition scattered around. After searching for a while, Su Chen actually found 2 guns. These 2 guns, one is a rifle and the other is a sniper rifle with a scope. Although it was the first time he saw them in real life, Su Chen still recognized the models of the 2 guns at a glance. QBZ-95 and QBU. After all, Su Chen has played with these 2 guns countless times in the mobile and PC versions of PUBG. It seems that the people in the barracks were in a hurry when they retreated. Although all the weapons in the storage room were taken away, several guns in the maintenance room were overlooked. But since it is placed in the maintenance room, there must be something wrong. After a brief thought, Su Chen put all the parts in the room into the bag. Then he returned to the surface carrying the heavy bag. After taking off his diving suit, Su Chen breathed in the fresh air. After calming down, he put on his windbreaker and placed all his belongings on the inflatable boat. I have to say that this kind of big brand inflatable boat is of excellent quality. It rained so long and so heavily that the boat was filled with water, but it still didn't capsize. After everything was ready, Su Chen climbed into the inflatable boat and drove back in the direction he came from. When he returned to the shore and had just stepped ashore, before he had time to pack his things, he saw Lu Linger running out of the RV. "Aiken, I'm so worried about you." She buried her head in Su Chen's arms, her voice choked with sobs. Su Chen was gone for 2 or 3 hours. Lu Linger was a weak woman, staying in the wilderness. It was pouring rain outside, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. How could she not be afraid? When he saw Su Chen coming back, he couldn't control his emotions for a moment. "Well, I'm back, right?" Su Chen smiled slightly and touched her head. "Go back to the car first. I'll pack these things up." "No, I want to clean up with you." Seeing Lu Linger's firm attitude, Su Chen did not refuse her. The two of them worked together to fold the inflatable boat again and returned to the RV with all the equipment. "Aiken, how's it going? Did you find the gun?" After calming down, Lu Linger asked with concern. "That's natural." Su Chen opened his backpack and took out the QBZ and QBU. "That's great." Lu Linger couldn't help but smile, but she seemed to remember something and said with some worry, "These 2 guns have been soaked in water. Can they still be used?" "I don't know either." Su Chen shook his head. "After all, as Chinese people, we rarely come into contact with firearms." Su Chen was not sure whether these 2 guns could still be used normally. In addition to these 2 guns, he also found a lot of bullets. But these bullets were also soaked in water. "But now that we are here, we can't go back empty-handed." Su Chen also had this idea in mind when he took all the things away. After resting for a while, Su Chen ate some fast food. After his strength was restored, he started the nomadicin and turned around to return to Phoenix Mountain. After all, Gaochi Chiang is still eyeing us covetously. If we leave for too long, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. However, it was already late, so Su Chen did not set out rashly. After he returned to the road, he stopped by the roadside to rest, planning to continue on his journey early the next morning. "Aiken, you wake up." Su Chen, who was sleeping, was suddenly pushed a few times by Lu Linger. He opened his eyes and yawned. "What's wrong? What's the matter?" "Look outside the car." Lu Linger said a little nervously. "Did something happen?" Su Chen woke up instantly, stood up, and walked to the center console. Through the surveillance monitor, he could see that many people were surrounding Madison and pointing. How did these people appear? Su Chen turned his head and looked at Lu Ling. "I just checked the surveillance camera. They are fleeing from far away," Lu Linger explained. Su Chen looked at the surveillance camera again, and then he realized. These people were all carrying large and small bags, and there were several cars parked nearby, making them look like they were fleeing. This is normal. After all, the heavy rainfall has lasted for so long that the low-lying areas have already become a vast ocean. Phoenix Mountain has the highest terrain within a radius of 100 miles. If you want to survive, you naturally have to escape to Phoenix Mountain. Su Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people, so he started the RV and honked the horn. The huge roar of the engine and the sound of the horn instantly scared the people outside the car. They quickly stepped back to make room for Madison. Su Chen stepped on the accelerator and drove away in the RV. The rest of the journey was uneventful. But along the way, Su Chen saw many survivors, either driving or walking, heading towards Phoenix Mountain. All of a sudden, so many survivors headed to Phoenix Mountain. "I'm afraid the situation on the mountain is going to change again." Su Chen thought so in his mind, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards Phoenix Mountain at full speed. But there was a pretty figure in a bus next to her. When she saw Madison going away, she couldn't help but show a look of surprise on her fair face. At the same time, when seeing Su Chen's Madison, a middle-aged man in another moving car also widened his eyes, and there was greed in his eyes. It was already afternoon when Su Chen returned to the Yolan Hotel. Through the intercom, Su Chen told Huang that he was back and asked Huang to open the iron gate. After parking the car, he came to the office with a bag containing guns and ammunition. But before Su Chen could speak, Huang said solemnly, "Brother Su, the situation on the mountain seems a little strange." Chapter 71 Sharpshooter. "You mean, there are a lot of outsiders in the mountains?" Su Chen asked softly. Huang was a little surprised at first, but then he understood. Su Chen drove back from outside and naturally met many survivors along the way. Yes, there are at least 100 of these outsiders. They occupied all the nearby hotels and formed groups of all sizes. Huang gave Su Chen a general introduction to the current situation on the mountain. Su Chen frowned slightly. He was away for less than 2 days in total, but he didn't expect the situation on the mountain to change. "Do these people have any conflicts with us or with Gaochi Chiang?" Su Chen asked. "No." Huang shook his head. "If there is none, There is no need for us to take the initiative. Just be on guard. I originally thought that as long as Gaochi Chiang could be killed, there would be peace on Phoenix Mountain. I didn't expect there would be so many variables. As more and more survivors appear, supplies will be consumed faster and faster. At that time, Su Chen and his friends would naturally become the #1 target of others. Forget it. Don't think too much about it. Just take it one step at a time. At worst, I can just drive my own yo-yo. Su Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. By the way, Brother Su, did you gain anything from going to the barracks? Wang then remembered the purpose of Su Chen leaving Phoenix Mountain and asked hurriedly. I have gained something, but it's hard to put it into words. Su Chen sighed and put the bag behind him on the table. While taking out the guns and spare parts, he briefly told Wang what had happened. After hearing what Su Chen said, Wang couldn't help but laugh. Brother Su, you still underestimate our Chinese military-industrial enterprises. The requirements for guns produced in China are extremely strict. Take this Type 95 for example. It was tested for shooting out of water. That is to say, the gun must be able to be fired quickly after being soaked in water. It has been demonstrated before in Decisive's military program. We put the Type 95 into the muddy water and started firing after it came out of the mud. Everything went smoothly, and there were no jams. I see. Only then did Su Chen feel relieved. Wang took the Type 95 from Su Chen and stroked it gently, as if it were his lover. His eyes were full of nostalgia. Come to think of it, I haven't touched it for many years. I used to be a sharpshooter in the army. As Wang spoke, he skillfully disassembled the gun in his hand. After checking all the parts, he picked out the bad ones. Then chose spare parts from the parts Su Chen brought back. Wang wiped the moisture off the gun and reassembled it. After repairing the Type 95, he picked up the QBU sniper rifle next to him. Compared with rifles, the maintenance and repair of sniper rifles seem a bit cumbersome. After a while, both guns were repaired and assembled by Wang. He looked at Su Chen and asked, Are there any bullets? Yes, these bullets have also been soaked in water. Hearing this, Wang couldn't help laughing again and patiently explained to Su Chen. In the past, if the bullet was soaked in water, it would most likely be unusable. But now it is the 21st century. When developing guns and bullets, firearms experts took into account the possibility that wars might break out in extreme environments and weather. Therefore, both firearms and bullets have undergone high-intensity testing. Bullets for modern firearms are all treated to be moisture-proof and waterproof. There is a layer of waterproof paint between the bullet and the shell to ensure that it can still be used normally after being soaked in water. Su Chen took a total of 300 or 400 rounds of ammunition from the weapons maintenance room. These bullets are all 5.8 mm caliber and can be used for both QBZ and QBU. Wang picked up the bullets skillfully and pressed them into the magazine one by one. Then he and Su Chen came to the courtyard together and placed a dozen glass bottles not far away. Watch it. Wang smiled slightly and raised the gun in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots were heard in succession, and 3 glass bottles by the wall shattered. Brother, he is a great shooter. Su Chen couldn't help but praise. Of course I have to. Do you think I got the title of sharpshooter for nothing when I was in the army? Wang blew away the gun smoke from the muzzle and said with a hint of reserve, Here, Brother Su, come and try it. Su Chen took the QBZ and raised the gun according to Wang's posture. It's strange. At this moment, he felt as if space and time became sticky. The raindrops falling from the sky also became unusually slow. With this wonderful feeling, he seemed to have become one with the gun. He just pulled the trigger lightly, and with a bang, a bottle in the corner exploded. Wang raised his eyebrows, feeling a little surprised. I didn't expect that Brother Su actually has some talent for shooting. However, the next second, he was completely stunned. Bang, bang, bang. Then a series of gunshots like firecrackers rang out, and all the bottles placed on the sidelines exploded. Wang was stunned for a moment and could hardly believe his eyes. Standing upright in the heavy rain, shooting at the glass bottles in the corner, and every shot hits the target. Operations like this are not that difficult. Whether it is Wang or the soldiers in the army, they can all be defeated easily. But the problem is that Wang and the other soldiers have all practiced countless times. Their level is raised by feeding them with bullets one by one. And the fact that Su Chen was able to achieve the level he gave Wang in using a gun the first time he did so was a little unacceptable to him. Have you ever used a gun before? Wang stared at Su Chen and asked. No. Su Chen shook his head, but then he seemed to remember something and added. In PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and Peace Elite, does being proficient in using various firearms count? That doesn't count. Wang was speechless, but still stared at Su Chen, as if trying to figure out whether he was lying. After a long time, he sighed. I heard that some people are born sharpshooters. Maybe you are one of them. Su Chen laughed and picked up the QBU beside him. You can hit the target every time with QBZ, not to mention QBU with a scope. Su Chen tried a few more shots, and without exception, all of them hit the target. Only then did he put away the 2 guns with satisfaction. As for why he was able to hit the target every time, Su Chen didn't want to dig into the details. After all, it's the end of the world, and Madison has obtained unlimited storage space. It doesn't seem strange that he has other special features, right? Chapter 72, Goodbye Lin Ying. It is said that having many skills will not overwhelm others. Su Chen has an additional sharpshooter skill, and is equipped with 2 guns, QBZ and QBU. Not to mention protecting oneself, as long as one is willing, it is not impossible to directly massacre Gaochi Chiang's forces. In order to save bullets, Su Chen stopped practicing and put both guns back into the storage space of the RV. Although he had 2 spears, Su Chen still carefully put away the short gun he had used earlier. He didn't intend to give it to anyone else. Although people like Huang and Sun Yuan have already gained his trust. But in the end of the world, it is better to be careful. In the next few days, neither Su Chen nor Gaochi Chiang took any action. However, there are constantly survivors from outside pouring into Phoenix Mountain. A rough estimate shows that there are at least several hundred people. Just like what happened in the underground parking lot of the Green Forest Hotel, these survivors formed teams of varying sizes, each occupying a hotel on Phoenix Mountain, creating a standoff between them. According to the reports from the people sent out to keep watch, they saw quite a few people entering the Green Sun Hotel and seemed to be communicating with Gaochi Chiang and others. Su Chen was not surprised by this. After all, in the end times, there are still many people who believe that only unity can help them survive. Among them, many people tried to come and see Su Chen, but were ruthlessly rejected by the survivors under his command. After seeing the bodies of Zhang Ying and Zhou Jun hanging at the entrance of the hotel, those people were very wise and did not come to harass them again. During these few days, Su Chen was not idle, nor did he let the survivors be idle. After all, letting them eat their fill and do nothing will only cause trouble. Su Chen asked Huang and Sun Yuan to organize and train the survivors under their command. Compared with Gaochi Chiang's men, the fighting effectiveness of these survivors is really weak. Training is necessary to ensure that you will not be at a disadvantage the next time you encounter an enemy. On this day, Su Chen was playing a double game with Lu Linger. She was about to pass this level, but because of Lu Linger's clumsiness, all her efforts were wasted. I'm sorry, Aiken. It's all my fault for being so clumsy. Lu Linger pouted her red lips and said somewhat unhappily. Games are just for relaxation and entertainment, don't take them too seriously. Su Chen waved his hand indifferently. If it were League of Legends, he would probably scold Lu Linger. But there is really no need to make a big deal about this kind of standalone game. Just then, the intercom suddenly rang. Brother Su, are you there? Yes, Brother He, what's wrong? Su Chen dropped the game controller, walked over, and picked up the walkie-talkie. A few people came outside just now, saying they want to see you for something. Huang said. Su Chen frowned slightly. Didn't we discuss this before? We won't meet them at all. When these survivors came to visit Su Chen, they just kept repeating the same old stuff. Either they want to form an alliance, or they want to ask Su Chen for supplies. Su Chen was very annoyed by this and told Huang directly not to see these people again. Yes, but there is a woman among them who says she knows you. Hearing this, Su Chen raised his eyebrows. A woman said she knew herself? The first person he thought of was Xiaomi, but then he rejected her. Huang has seen Xiaomi. If it is really Xiaomi, he will tell him directly. Su Chen pondered for a while and said, Okay, Brother He, make some preparations and ask them to meet me in the conference room. Okay. Huang nodded in agreement. Su Chen put down the walkie-talkie and prepared to leave. At this moment, Lu Linger, who had been eavesdropping for a long time, hurriedly said, Aiken, I haven't gotten off the bus for several days. Let me go with you. It's a good opportunity to get some fresh air. Su Chen didn't think much about it and nodded in agreement. The two left Madison and came to the hotel holding umbrellas. After the efforts of a group of survivors, the original hotel lobby was renovated. In addition to building a platform to gather everyone and discuss things, there are also some other facilities used as public activity centers. A room on the second floor of the hotel is specially set aside as a meeting room. If there is anything important, Su Chen, Huang, Sun Yuan, and other trusted middle-level personnel will discuss it here. As for where each survivor will live, in principle, they can choose any room they like. But in order to be able to respond in time when a crisis occurs, most people choose rooms on the first to third floors as their residence. Su Chen brought Lu Linger to the conference room on the second floor. In the conference room, there were Huang, Sun Yuan, and several middle-level staff. There were a few men that Su Chen didn't know. One of them had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were extremely sharp and he looked like the leader. There were several other people behind him, one of whom was younger and more handsome. But what really caught Su Chen's attention was the girl standing next to him. She has a pretty face and a tall figure. Su Chen recognized the other person's identity at a glance. She was the medical representative he had dealt with before, Lin Linger. Ms. Lin, long time no see. Su Chen was a little surprised, but still greeted him generously. It's been a long time indeed. After seeing Su Chen, a complex look flashed in Lin Linger's beautiful eyes. No woman can forget her first man. Although they had been separated for a while, how could Lin Linger possibly forget Su Chen? Especially Su Chen is such a special one. After the two separated, Lin Linger did not leave the Magic City. But she still followed Su Chen's instructions and prepared a lot of supplies in advance. When the high-temperature doomsday came, Lin Linger successfully survived thanks to these supplies. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that she listened to Su Chen. When heavy rain continued and the water level rose sharply, Lin Linger and other survivors left the Magic City. They originally wanted to go to the inland, but because the river burst its banks, they were forced to change direction and head to Phoenix Mountain. Earlier on the road, it was Lin Linger who saw Su Chen's Norma-Decent. But before she could stop a car and say hello to Su Chen drove away. When Lin Linger and others came to Phoenix Mountain, after some inquiries, they learned that Su Chen was at the Yolan Hotel, so they came to visit him in person. I checked, no weapons. Wang walked up to Su Chen and whispered. Su Chen nodded slightly, sat down, and said casually, "What's the matter?" "This is our captain, Song Linfei. He has something he wants to discuss with you." Lin Linger pointed at the middle-aged man and took the initiative to introduce him. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Song Linfei. I have organized nearly 100 people and am responsible for their survival," Song Linfei said with a smile. Chapter 73. In the end times, people's hearts are hard to predict. "What's the matter, Mr. Song?" Su Chen asked calmly. "It's like this. I came to visit Mr. Su today because I want to form an alliance with you." Su Chen was not surprised by Song Linfei's words. Most of the people who came to him wanted to form an alliance or ask for help in order to ask for supplies. "How do you form an alliance?" "Mr. Su, there are less than 50 of you, right?" Song Linfei smiled confidently and began to talk. "And do you know how many people Gaochi Chiang has? In the past few days, he has won over a large number of survivors. Now there are at least 80, if not 100. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, and he asked back, "So what? I wouldn't even care about 200 people, let alone 100. With 2 guns and hundreds of bullets in his hands, Su Chen is now more confident than ever. As long as he is given time and space, he is confident that he can wipe out Gaochi Chiang alone. I've heard about Mr. Su's methods." Song Linfei smiled and continued. "But what if there are hundreds of people?" Su Chen raised his eyebrows and sneered. "Does Gaochi Chiang have this ability?" In recent days, more and more survivors have flocked to Phoenix Mountain. According to preliminary estimates, there are at least 400 to 500 people. But does Gaochi Chiang have the ability to convince these people to deal with him? "No, Mr. Su, you are wrong. He really has this ability." Song Linfei nodded slightly to Lin Linger beside him. Lin Linger walked forward, looked at Su Chen with complicated eyes, and said softly, "Mr. Su, do you still remember your driver, Lao Su?" Su Chen frowned for a moment. Then he remembered that he did not have a suitable driver's license. "When I first took over Norma-Decent, I found a driver named Lao Su. Remember, what's wrong? He also came to Phoenix Mountain and mixed up with Gaochi Chiang." Lin Linger briefly recounted what had happened. In order to prepare for the end of the world, Su Chen purchased a large amount of supplies. Although he didn't tell Lao Su drove Su Chen to and from Walmart supermarkets, pharmaceutical companies, and other places every day. No matter how stupid he is, he can see it. When the end of the world came, like Lin Linger and other survivors, Lao Su fled from the Magic City to Phoenix Mountain. Halfway through, he also saw Su Chen's Norma-Decent. In order to survive better, Lao Su chose to join Gaochi Chiang. After knowing the grudge between Gaochi Chiang and Su Chen, he also told Gaochi Chiang about Su Chen's hoarding of supplies. Originally, Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo were whispering that Su Chen only had an RV, so where did he get so many supplies? After learning about this from old Su, Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo suddenly realized and came to the same conclusion as Zhang Ying had done. That kid Su Chen put all the stockpiled supplies in the Yolan Hotel. Otherwise, he would not have organized people to reinforce the area around the hotel. Gaochi Chiang may not be able to do that now. But what about when everyone's supplies are used up? Song Linfei's eyes became sharper, and he smiled confidently. As long as Gaochi Chiang tells them that you are hoarding a large amount of supplies in the hotel, they will definitely unite and deal with you together. Su Chen's heart moved. He didn't expect that there would be an additional variable like Old Su. If it is true as Song Linfei and Lin Yingying said, there is a great possibility that Gaochi Chiang is inciting hundreds of survivors to attack him. This Old Su. I was pretty nice to him at first. I didn't expect that he would sell himself out so cleanly. As expected, people's hearts are hard to predict in the doomsday. People like Lao Su who look honest and simple on weekdays can also become treacherous. Su Chen looked at Song Linfei and said calmly, "How do you want to form an alliance? Tell me." Seeing that Su Chen was persuaded by him, Song Linfei's eyes flashed with joy, and he hurriedly said, "This is easy. As long as Mr. Su provides us with supplies on a regular basis, we will not join forces with Gaochi Chiang. Not only that, we will also urge other survivors not to follow Gaochi Chiang to deal with Mr. Su. We can also lend a hand if needed." At first glance, the conditions Song Linfei offered seemed very sincere. But when you taste it carefully, you will find that it is all empty talk. Even if Su Chen does not provide supplies, Song Linfei will not join forces with Gaochi Chiang in a short period of time. After all, their food has not been completely consumed yet. They have nothing better to do, so they join forces with Gaochi Chiang to deal with Su Chen. The second is to persuade other survivors not to join forces with Gaochi Chiang. This is extremely ridiculous. What ability does Song Linfei have to persuade others? And the so-called helping hand sounds more like a pie in the sky. In short, Song Linfei opened his mouth to ask Su Chen for supplies, but did not give anything substantial. "Your abacus beads are about to fall on my face." However, Su Chen did not refuse directly, but pondered and said, "Let me think about it first." Although Song Linfei has been making empty promises, his attitude is still acceptable. There is no need to refuse directly and make the relationship too awkward. "Okay, then I'll be waiting for Mr. Su's good news." Song Linfei laughed, nodded to Lin Yingying and the others, then walked out. Lin Yingying followed Song Linfei, and just as they were about to leave the meeting room, she subconsciously turned her head and looked at Su Chen. The two looked at each other, and Su Chen just smiled faintly and said nothing. While Lin Yingying was in a daze, the handsome young man next to her said, "Yingying, what's wrong?" "No, it's okay." Lin Yingying pretended nothing had happened, turned her head, and left with Song Linfei and others. After leaving the Yolan Hotel, the handsome young man said to Song Linfei, "Brother Song, do you think that kid Su Chen will agree to us? If he's smart, he'll agree." Song Linfei smiled confidently. "That's right, unless he can withstand the siege of hundreds of people." The handsome young man also laughed and looked at Lin Yingying. "Yingying, what is your relationship with that Su Chen?" "It doesn't matter. We've worked with this client before." Lin Yingying smoothed her hair and said calmly, "Really? Why do I feel like your attitude is a little abnormal?" The handsome young man said doubtfully, "Even if it's abnormal, what does it have to do with you? Zhou Shixian, please understand your position." Lin Yingying raised her eyebrows and said in a cold voice. Seeing her angry, Zhou Shixian was startled and quickly apologized with a smile. "Yingying, don't be angry, I care about you too much." Lin Yingying ignored him and walked directly towards the camp. Chapter 74. A Dog. Looking at her receding back, Zhou Shixian's face looked quite unsightly, and he couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, "Bitch, one day, I'm going to let you know how powerful I am." Song Linfei, who was standing by, frowned when he heard Zhou Shixian's words and said in a cold voice, "Don't do anything stupid." Zhou Shixian's expression froze, and he nodded and bowed quickly. "Brother Song, don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. If you want to pursue her, don't rush it." Song Linfei warned. Although Lin Yingying is extremely beautiful, but in the end times, no matter how beautiful it is useless and may even become a burden. Fortunately, Lin Yingying was a medical student and worked as a doctor for a period of time. Just because of some reasons, I chose to be a medical representative. Relying on his medical skills, he cured many sick survivors. Therefore, she has a very high prestige in Song Linfei's team. Song Linfei had a good relationship with Zhou Shixian and specifically reminded him not to act recklessly. Otherwise, it is easy to arouse the anger of others. By then, even if Song Linfei is the captain, he may not be able to keep him. The meeting room on the other side. "Brother Su, what do you think? Should we form an alliance with them?" He Wang asked softly. "Song Linfei seems to be a good guy. I think we can consider him." Sun Yuan on the side suggested. "No rush. The survivors haven't united yet anyway. When that day comes, it won't be too late." Su Chen shook his head. In the minds of He Wang and Sun Yuan, Su Chen is the boss of their team. Since the boss said so, they naturally would not have any objection. After chatting for a while, Su Chen took Lu Linger and left. As soon as the two of them walked out of the conference room, Lu Linger pouted her red lips and said with a hint of jealousy, "Aiken, who was that woman just now?" Lu Linger might not be able to do it in other places, but a woman's unique sixth sense made her keenly aware that there was something fishy between Su Chen and Lin Yingying. "We've had business dealings before." Su Chen answered casually. This was not considered cheating. After all, he and Lin Yingying had agreed on the cooperation in bed. Really? Why do I feel it's not that simple? Since entering the conference room, Lin Yingying has been looking at Su Chen from time to time with a complicated look in her eyes. How could this be a normal business transaction? Even if it's not, so what? Su Chen stopped and looked down at Lu Linger from a high position and said calmly, "Have you forgotten your identity?" Lu Linger was startled, then shuddered, and quickly forced a smile. "Aiken, I'm just curious and asking." Su Chen ignored her and walked towards the RV with big strides. Lu Linger, feeling uneasy, quickly followed him. After entering Nomadison, Su Chen sat down on the sofa. Lu Linger quickly stood behind him, patting his shoulders, and said carefully, "Aiken, I'm just asking casually, don't take it seriously. Calm down." Under Lu Linger's pleading, Su Chen finally nodded. "Sure, it's getting late, go and make dinner." "Okay." Lu Linger breathed a sigh of relief, quickly stood up and walked towards the kitchen counter. Looking at her charming back, a sneer appeared on Su Chen's lips. "It seems that I have been given too many nice things recently, which has made Lu Linger a little inflated and a little proud. She completely forgot her proper identity and status. It seems that I have to give her a good beating to let her know that she is just a dog to me." As for Lin Yingying, Su Chen suddenly remembered what happened in the hotel that night. "If there is a chance, and she is willing, it is not impossible for me to relive the old days. If we can go one step further and allow Lin Yingying and Lu Linger to live in peace, that would be perfect." The lobby of Green Sun Hotel. Gaochi Chiang was sitting on the sofa with a relaxed expression, as if waiting for something. At this moment, Abbeyo walked in quickly from outside and whispered, "Boss Gao, the leaders of other teams are here." "No." Gaochi Chiang nodded slightly, then stood up and walked towards the gate. When he arrived outside the hotel, he saw about 200 or 300 people walking towards him in the pouring rain. Seeing this, Gaochi Chiang couldn't help but feel a little nervous and tightened his weapons. "Don't panic. We invited them to negotiate, not to fight." Gaochi Chiang glanced at Abbeyo and others and said lightly. After hearing what he said, everyone calmed down a little. "Brother Chang, it's raining so hard. Why did you call us all over here? What's the matter?" The first person to come in was a sturdy man with a scar on his face and a sturdy build. He took off his raincoat and shook off the water droplets on it, saying a little impatiently, "This man's name is Zhao Xiong." Like Abbeyo, he was also a gangster in his early years. In order to avoid the flood, he brought a group of brothers to Phoenix Mountain. In the entire Phoenix Mountain, apart from Gaochi Chiang's team, Zhao Xiong's people are the best fighters. Yeah, if there's something going on, we all have to come here. Why not just send someone to tell them? Two others couldn't help but complain. One of them wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked gentle, but there was a hint of cunning in his eyes. His name is Gao Xiangjuan. He is a financial practitioner with a very flexible mind. When the doomsday came, Gao Xiangjuan successfully gathered a group of people with his own brain. The other is Xiaomi, who runs several supermarket chains. Like Gao Xiangjuan, after the temperature rose sharply, he organized the company's security and relied on supplies from the supermarket to survive until now. Song Linfei and Zhou Shixian stood at the back without saying a word. Among the survivors on Phoenix Mountain today, they are the most powerful. In addition, some other small teams were also invited to participate. Facing everyone's doubts, Gaochi Chiang smiled. "Just be patient. Let's go in and talk." He greeted everyone and walked into the hotel. The leaders looked at each other and finally followed Gaochi Chiang towards the hotel. But their men were stopped by Gaochi Chiang's men. "Boss Gao, what do you mean?" Zhao Xiong frowned and put one hand on the dagger at his waist. Anyone who has managed to survive the apocalypse until now is no naive person. Although Gaochi Chiang was very polite when he invited them, there was no guarantee that he had some sinister intentions. They wouldn't dare to enter the hotel without their men. The meeting room space in the hotel is limited and cannot accommodate so many people. If the bosses are worried, you can each bring 10 people. The meeting room is on the first floor, don't worry. Gaochi Chiang comforted. Chapter 75. The man is innocent, but guilty of possessing a treasure. The leaders thought for a moment, and finally each took 10 people and followed Gaochi Chiang into the hotel. The originally spacious conference room suddenly seemed a bit crowded after so many people poured in. Gaochi Chiang naturally sat in the first seat. After everyone else sat down, he smiled and spoke. Actually, I asked everyone to come here today because I have a happy event to discuss with you. What's the good news? Song Linfei said lightly. Gaochi Chiang did not say it directly, but asked instead. Everyone fled to Phoenix Mountain from outside, so I guess the supplies they brought with them weren't very many, right? No one said anything. How much supplies each team has is probably the biggest secret. No one wants to expose it to outsiders. After all, a man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. No, Boss Gao, what exactly do you want to say? Can you please stop keeping us in suspense? Zhao Xiong slammed the table, becoming more and more impatient. What if I tell you that there is a warehouse on Phoenix Mountain that contains a huge amount of supplies? Gaochi Chiang's words were like a stone falling into a calm lake, instantly causing huge waves. Massive supplies? You are kidding me? How is it possible? If it is really like what you said, would you tell us such a good thing? Where is that warehouse? Everyone asked at once. Everyone be quiet. Gaochi Chiang pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then continued. This warehouse is not far from us, just north of the Yolan Hotel. When Gao Xiangjuan heard the name Yolan Hotel, he couldn't help but sneer. Boss Gao, do you really think we are idiots? The guy who has a grudge against you seems to be called Su Chen, right? He and his team occupied the Yolan Hotel. What you said about the warehouse in Yolan was fake. You were actually trying to trick us into helping you get revenge, right? Although the feud between Gaochi Chiang and Su Chen occurred before Zhao Xiong, Gao Xiangjuan, and other survivors came to Phoenix. But there is no wall that is completely airtight. The group visited Gaochi Chiang several times and communicated with each other. They soon learned from Gaochi Chiang's subordinates about the grudge between him and Su Chen. After hearing what Gao Xiangjuan said, everyone's eyes towards Gaochi Chiang changed instantly. But Gaochi Chiang seemed to have expected such a reaction and was not panicked at all. He chuckled. Yes, there is a grudge between Su Chen and me. But I'm definitely not saying this just for revenge. Old Su, following Gaochi Chiang's call, a middle-aged man who looked honest came up. He is the driver who drove Su Chen before, Lao Su. Tell them everything you know. Gaochi Chiang said casually. Okay, Boss Gao. Old Su nodded and bowed in response, and under the puzzled gazes of Gao Xiangjuan, Xiaomi, and others, he told them everything he had seen and heard when he was driving for Su Chen. After hearing this, everyone had a thoughtful expression on their faces. If that's the case, Su Chen has stored all the supplies in the Yolan Hotel. Gao Xiangjuan touched his chin and pondered. Very likely. Otherwise, where else would he put it? Gaochi Chiang asked back. In the RV industry, nomadism is already considered a giant. Even if you fill it with supplies, how long will it last? Abbeyo saw with his own eyes that Su Chen has been living in the RV since the high-temperature doomsday came. Now he is responsible for providing supplies to other survivors, such as He Wang and Sun Yuan. Normally, the supplies in the car would have been consumed long ago. The only possibility is that he prepared supplies in advance at the Yolan Hotel. Are you sure that he prepared a huge amount of supplies? Tell the truth, or I'll punish you. Zhao Xiong clenched his fists and asked in a muffled voice. Old Su was startled and waved his hands hastily, vowing. I'm telling the truth. I heard it with my own ears. He told the manager of Walmart that he wanted to order tens of millions of goods. Oh, by the way, there's also Lin Yingying from your team, Captain Song. She knows about it too. Su Chen had contacted her before and ordered a large amount of medical supplies from her. Everyone turned their eyes to Song Linfei again. Song Linfei nodded slightly. Yes, that's true. Besides, this guy asked me for help before and bought 4,000 or 5,000 barrels of gasoline. I haven't heard where he sold it. It's very likely that he is hiding it in the Yolan Hotel. Gaochi Chiang added. When they heard the word gasoline, the eyes of all the leaders lit up instantly. In the end times, food is the most important thing. But second only to food is gasoline. Without gasoline, the car cannot start, and it cannot reach farther places to search for more supplies. People like Zhao Xiong and Xiaomi were able to drive to Phoenix Mountain because they had gasoline. Otherwise, they would have been submerged by the flood. Don't be fooled by the heavy rain outside now, which has turned the world into a vast ocean. But if the high temperature disappears suddenly like before, everyone will have to leave Phoenix Mountain and search for supplies outside. By then, gasoline will be extremely precious. What do you think, bosses? Do you want us to join forces to take down Su Chen? When the time comes, we can divide the supplies equally. Gaochi Chiang looked at everyone with a smile. Song Linfei did not express his opinion, but just looked at everyone coldly. However, Zhao Xiong and Gao Xiangjuan were somewhat interested, as it seemed that they did not have many supplies. But all of this, in the final analysis, is just your speculation, Boss Gao. I heard that Su Chen is quite cunning. Boss Gao, it seems that you have been humiliated by him many times. Attacking the Yolan Hotel will probably cost a lot and cause many deaths. What if you guessed wrong, Boss Gao? The person who spoke was Xiaomi. As he was the owner of a supermarket chain, he had relatively abundant supplies, and the number of survivors under his command was also the largest among the major teams. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to take action against Su Chen. After hearing what Xiaomi said, everyone began to have some concerns. According to the information they knew, Su Chen was an extremely cruel and ruthless guy. There was pepper spray and sulfuric acid in the car, and there was also a short spray gun in hand. That's not all. There are even things like traps, compound crossbows, and Molotov cocktails. Don't be fooled by their large numbers. Their numbers are several times that of Su Chen. But if Su Chen insisted on defending the Yolan Hotel with all that equipment, it would be difficult for them to take the hotel without sacrificing 100 or 80 lives. I'm not completely sure, so it depends on what you think. Gaochi Chiang spread his hands and threw the question to Xiaomi and the others. Chapter 76, The Fisherman's Benefit. Xiaomi, Gao Xiangjuan, and others did not answer immediately. They all fell silent, as if they were weighing the pros and cons. After a while, it was Xiaomi who first expressed his attitude. I'm sorry, Boss Gao. I'm not interested in this matter. If everything is okay, I'll go back first. After saying this, he stood up and left with his men. Before anyone else could react, Song Linfei spoke calmly. My thoughts are similar to his. Our team does not intend to participate in this matter. After the two of them left, more people left one after another. After all, they still had supplies and were not at the point of fighting Su Chen to the death. In the end, only Zhao Xiong and Gaochi Chiang were left, along with a few other small groups of survivors. Seeing this, Gaochi Chiang breathed a sigh of relief. If everyone left, he would be a little embarrassed. Boss Gao, tell me what we should do, Zhao Xiong urged. Gaochi Chiang glanced at the people present and said in a deep voice, we have nearly 200 people in total. It will be easy to take over the Yolan Hotel. Without Song Linfei and Xiaomi, there will be fewer people to distribute the supplies. Tomorrow morning, we will gather our forces and prepare to attack Su Chen. The reason why Zhao Xiong and his men stayed was very simple, because they were running out of supplies. So after hearing Gaochi Chiang's words, they nodded and agreed without hesitation. Brother Song, why don't we join forces with Gaochi Chiang? Let's take down Su Chen together. After leaving Gaochi Chiang's territory, Zhou Shixian couldn't wait to speak. Although we don't have much supplies, they won't be used up in a short time. Why should we join forces with Gaochi Chiang? Song Linfei asked back. But who would complain about having too much supplies? Although Zhou Shixian said this, in his heart, he actually wanted to kill Su Chen directly. The reason is simple. Even though he is a bootlicker, one can still tell that there is something fishy going on between Su Chen and Lin Yingying. Originally, under his crazy licking, Lin Yingying's attitude towards him softened a little. But after seeing Su Chen, Lin Yingying returned to her previous coldness. This almost drove Zhou Shixian crazy. You have to know that this person named Su Chen is definitely not simple. Song Linfei said meaningfully. When he negotiated with Su Chen was extremely calm and confident. Even when he heard that Gaochi Chiang might gather hundreds of people to attack, Su Chen remained calm. There are only two possibilities for such a calm mentality. Or a madman. Or have something to rely on. Su Chen was able to predict the coming of the end of the world in advance, survive to the present, and organize a team. Of course he can't be a madman, so it must be the latter. No matter how powerful he is, he only has 40 or 50 people. Can he be a match for Gaochi Chiang and his group? Zhou Shixian disagreed and said with some worry, what should we do if Gaochi Chiang really captures us? If they capture Su Chen, they will probably have to pay a heavy price. Song Linfei sneered. Then we can sit back and reap the benefits. How else do you think Gao Xiangjuan, such a cunning man, would let go of such a good opportunity? If they can't capture Su Chen, we can also take the opportunity to negotiate with Su Chen. In a word, we can be invincible. After hearing his words, Zhou Shixian suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Brother Song is really smart. After suffering heavy casualties, Gaochi Chiang only had more than 30 men left. But after a few days of development, the number has expanded to 80 or 90 people. Together with the team of Zhao Xiong and others, there are almost 200 people in total. Full of confidence, he did not choose to attack at night this time, but decided to attack Su Chen openly. When it was bright, Gaochi Chiang, Zhao Xiong, Gao Xiangjuan, and others gathered their men and came to the outside of the Yolan Hotel. The huge crowd blocked the entire street. Gaochi Chiang stopped at the intersection Looking at the Yolan Hotel in the heavy rain, a sneer appeared on his face. You, go and pass on a message for me. Just say that I came here this time only to target Su Chen. As long as the people in the hotel are willing to surrender, I won't make things difficult for them. The subordinates who were named felt helpless, but I had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk towards the hotel. The original guard post was now empty. The man had no choice but to continue walking inside. However, just after he took a few steps, he heard a whoosh sound, and a sharp arrow pierced through the rain curtain and nailed him directly to the ground. Seeing his subordinates struggling for a few times and finally becoming motionless, Gaochi Chiang suddenly became furious. Damn it! You don't know how to live or die? Brothers, go ahead. Following Gaochi Chiang's order, a huge crowd began to rush towards the hotel. At the same time, almost all the leaders of the survivor teams on Phoenix Mountain, with their men, were watching the battle on the rooftops of nearby buildings. Their idea is the same as Song Linfei's. They all plan to reap the benefits. The top floor of Green Sun Hotel. Su Chen, wearing a windbreaker, looked at the scene downstairs that looked like zombies attacking the city, and a bloodthirsty, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Brother Sun, take action. Sun Yuan, who was in the hotel lobby, immediately took action after receiving the message from the intercom. He commanded his men to shoot madly at the enemies outside with compound crossbows. The survivors on Gaochi Chiang's side were still holding iron plates, explosion-proof shields and other things, and rushed towards the lobby one after another. Although the compound crossbow can easily penetrate various protective gear, its reloading speed is too slow and there are too many enemies. After shooting and wounding 20 or 30 people, the enemies still rushed into the hotel compound. When they were less than 10 meters away from the lobby entrance, Sun Yuan ran out quickly holding a torch. Su Chen had already considered the possibility of being besieged. Therefore, he asked He Wang, Sun Yuan and others to dig a not very deep trench in the hotel in advance. The trench is filled with various debris and is usually covered with plastic tarpaulin and wooden boards. Once there is any change, pour gasoline on it and ignite it with fire. It will form an insurmountable line of defense. As Sun Yuan set the fire, there was a loud bang and a raging fire instantly broke out in the trench, along with the wooden boards and plastic tarpaulins. Despite the heavy rain, the fire could not be put out in a short time. The survivors who were rushing to the front were suddenly blocked by the fire. Before they could retreat, a wall of fire appeared behind them. It turned out that the trench was circular in shape, and after it caught fire, it enclosed the compound. These survivors have all become trapped in a jar. Chapter 77. Precision strikes for the poor, firepower coverage for the rich. This Su Chen is really cunning. Song Linfei, Gao Xiangjuan, and others who saw this scene couldn't help but think of it. They were quite thankful that they did not act rashly with Gaochi Chiang. Otherwise, their subordinates would probably be trapped as well. However, Gaochi Chiang and Zhao Xiong were not in such a good mood. Looking at their men who were trapped in the fire and hunted by the compound crossbow, they were furious. Su Chen, you bastard, gasoline is such a precious resource, and this is how you use it? Don't be angry, Boss Gao. It's raining so hard. It won't take long for the fire to subside. Abbeyo hurriedly comforted him. At this point, Gaochi Chiang had no choice. He could only grit his teeth and wait for the fire to die down. At that time, their people will be able to rush into the hotel and chop Su Chen, the bastard, to pieces. However, at this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Although the distance was far and it was raining heavily, Gaochi Chiang still heard it clearly. Immediately afterwards, one of the survivors trapped by the fire was shot in the head on the spot. In previous TV dramas, if a person was hit in the head by a bullet, only a small bloody hole would appear. But this is actually the beautification effect of film and television dramas. Being hit in the head by a bullet, especially a bullet from a rifle or sniper rifle, the scene is extremely terrifying. The man who was shot in the head had his head exploded instantly. His body fell backwards, with blood, brain matter, and various organs flowing freely in the rain. Seeing such a horrifying scene, the survivors around were stunned at first, and then screamed. With fear on their faces, they quickly retreated. But then came the second and third shots, and people were shot in the head one after another. How's it going, Brother Su? Is my shooting skill okay? He Wang pulled the bolt, ejected the shell from the magazine, and said with a slightly smug smile. Yes, but it's not a deterrent enough. Su Chen grinned, raised the QBZ in his hand, and aimed at the enemy downstairs. Da-da-da. When he pulled the trigger, a ball of flame spurted out of the muzzle of the gun. Bullets whizzed through the air, hitting the survivors in the hotel compound. Su Chen fired a volley of bullets and killed more than 20 people. You know, the magazine capacity of QBZ is only 30 rounds. Although the enemies were standing in a relatively dense crowd, the results of such shooting were still extremely terrifying. And all this is thanks to Su Chen's shooting talent. Hiss! Gaochi Chiang, Abbeyo, Zhao Xiong and others all took a deep breath, their eyes filled with shock. They all knew that Su Chen had a short gun in his hand. But I never expected that in addition to the pistol, there are also rifles and sniper rifles. You know, China's control over weapons is extremely strict. Even though Gaochi Chiang has been in the underworld for so many years and has a wide network of contacts, he only has a homemade pistol in his hand. All Su Chen could get was a spray gun. No, where did this guy get the rifle and sniper rifle? Not to mention Gaochi Chiang was shocked. The other survivors watching nearby were also stunned. They were holding weapons such as machetes and baseball bats. How can such a crude weapon compete with Su Chen's rifle and sniper rifle? This Su Chen is so damn cunning. At this time, Song Linfei and others were not only relieved, but also felt a little scared. Brother Su, you are too extravagant. Seeing Su Chen being so generous, He Wang almost cried out in pain. In order to save bullets, he aimed with a sniper rifle. Find the strong enemies and defeat them one by one. Not as generous as Su Chen. Although the hit rate is not low, there is always some waste. Since you want to fight, then fight with all your might and scare them off. Su Chen smiled indifferently and picked up another magazine. If you are poor, use precision strikes. If you are rich, use firepower to cover the area. He brought back nearly 300 rounds of bullets from the barracks. Even if 2 magazines are emptied, it will be worth it as long as it can scare Gaochi Chiang and the others. Da-da-da. Another series of gunshots rang out, and another group of survivors trapped downstairs fell down. Fortunately, the fire was almost burned out at this time. The remaining survivors, risking being burned, also jumped out of the wall of fire. After escaping, they crawled away from the hotel compound and returned to Gaochi Chiang, Zhao Xiong, and others. Looking at his subordinates in such a miserable state, Gaochi Chiang and others felt as if their hearts were bleeding. After a thorough count, their team of nearly 200 people was reduced to only about 100 people. Faced with such heavy losses, leaders such as Gaochi Chiang and Zhao Xiong felt like they wanted to cry but couldn't. Let's go, let's retreat. Gaochi Chiang glanced at the Yolan hotel, standing in the heavy rain, and said bitterly, with the limited manpower they have now, even if they really rush in and capture Su Chen, the other survivor teams will not let them go. It would be better to go back first and discuss it slowly. The battle happened suddenly and ended extremely quickly. After Gaochi Chiang led his men to retreat, Song Linfei, Gao Xiangjuan, and others also dispersed. After witnessing the whole process, they all had the same thought in their minds. Unless it is absolutely necessary, don't provoke Su Chen. After returning to the Green Forest Hotel, the leaders of the survivors sat dejectedly in the conference room, and the atmosphere was quite depressing. Seeing this, Gaochi Chiang sighed and said with a look of self-blame, "What happened today is all my fault. Boss Gao, you can't say that. Who would have thought that Su Chen, that thief, would have a rifle and a sniper rifle?" Zhao Xiong did not blame Gaochi Chiang, but comforted him instead. Yeah, this is all because of Su Chen being such a bastard. He was really ruthless. He killed so many people. Others also spoke at the same time, their words full of anger towards Su Chen. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Gaochi Chiang hurriedly said, "We suffered heavy losses today. We must unite in the future, otherwise the other teams will definitely target us." Boss Gao is right. I agree to follow you in the future. What do you think? Zhao Xiong was the first to express his opinion. The other leaders looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and then agreed. After today's battle, they were all seriously injured. If the bosses of other teams are ruthless, they may kill them all and take away their supplies. The safest thing to do right now is to follow Gaochi Chiang. Seeing that everyone agreed, Gaochi Chiang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Boss Gao, even though that thief Su Chen has a gun, we still have to think of a way to take revenge on him. Zhao Xiong said angrily. Yeah, we have to find a way. Whether it's for supplies or revenge, we have to get him. Others couldn't swallow this either, and started to speak up. Chapter 78, Bravely Traveling to the End of the World. I want to kill this little bastard too. But under the current circumstances, we really can't do anything. Gaochi Chiang sighed. Today's attack on the Yolan Hotel failed, and he truly witnessed how terrifying Su Chen is. He can even get a rifle. God knows if Su Chen has anything else. Moreover, Gaochi Chiang and the others didn't know how many bullets Su Chen had. If they really want to continue the attack, I'm afraid even if they put in so few manpower, they still won't be able to take it. Are we going to have to wait and see that bastard continue to be so arrogant? Zhao Xiong was furious. Abbeyo on the side laughed and advised. Two bosses, calm down. No matter how arrogant he is, how long can he be so arrogant? Gaochi Chiang frowned slightly and looked at him and said, "What good ideas do you have? We lost so many people today, but this is actually a good thing. At least the supplies will be enough for us to use for a long time." Although what Abbeyo said sounded a bit heartless, Gaochi Chiang had to admit that what he said made sense. Originally, they had a total of 200 people, but now half of them are gone, which is equivalent to doubling the supplies. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. This way, we can last longer than other survivor teams. When they are out of supplies, Boss Gao will come out to persuade them to attack Su Chen together. They will definitely not refuse. After hearing what Abbeyo said, Gaochi Chiang was silent for a moment and could only nod. Well, this is the only way. Let this grandson be arrogant for a few more days. Zhao Xiong pounded the table and said angrily. Yolan Hotel. After repelling Gaochi Chiang's attack, everyone in the hall cheered loudly. Not only because of the victory, but also because of the rewards Su Chen is about to bring them. After Su Chen put the two guns back into the RV, he took He Wang and Sun Yuan to the hotel lobby. Everyone turned their eyes to Su Chen. Su Chen naturally understood their thoughts and waved his hand with a smile. "Don't worry, anyone who participates in today's battle will be rewarded," he said and nodded towards Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan came forward and said loudly, "Boss Su said that I will cook for everyone tonight and make a twice-cooked pork rice bowl." Recently, the most popular foods are either Hadaleo's self-heating rice or instant noodles. Even if it is delicacies from land and sea, you will get sick of it if you eat too much, let alone this kind of fast food. When they heard that tonight's twice-cooked pork with rice would be freshly cooked, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and drool wildly. That's not all. Su Chen added slowly. Those who fight most bravely today will receive another reward. Everyone held their breath and pricked up their ears to listen to Su Chen's next words. You can choose a can of beer or a pack of cigarettes. Everyone looked incredulous, and some even thought they had heard it wrong. There is no woman in Su Chen's team except Lu Linger. Most people like to smoke or drink, and some even like to do both. Even those who don't smoke or drink have learned to smoke and drink after living in the apocalypse for so long. After all, these two things can make people relax and relieve the depression in their hearts. It was just a short while after the high temperature started, and the survivors had already used up all their cigarettes and alcohol. I did get some supplies when I searched the convenience store. But so much time has passed that both the cigarettes and the alcohol have long been consumed. For them, not smoking or drinking for such a long time almost made them feel suffocated. When they heard the words cigarettes and alcohol, their eyes lit up green. "Zhou Xinhong," Su Chen called out, and the fat young man, Zhou Xinhong, quickly stood up. "What do you choose?" I choose beer," Zhou Xinhong said hurriedly. Su Chen took out a 6-bottle bag of snow beer from the backpack beside him and threw it directly to him. Zhou Xinhong felt something cold in his hand, and his eyes suddenly widened. "Oh my God, it's ice-cold beer." Amid everyone's envious gazes, he opened a bottle with trembling hands. Gudong, gudong. Zhou Xinhong finished the whole bottle in one breath and felt extremely comfortable all over. He wanted to travel the world immediately. Next, Li Dong. "I want a cigarette." Li Dong replied quickly. "What brand do you want?" Su Chen's words stunned everyone. "No way. Can I choose the brand of cigarettes? Only smoke Xian He Men, and only love one person in your life. Choose Xian He Men," someone suggested quietly. Li Dong shook his head. "I want Huazi. If I smoke anything else, I'll cough." Su Chen also took out a pack of cigarettes and threw it over. Li Dong tore open the package, lit it, and exhaled a beautiful puff of white smoke. Generally speaking, cigarettes are more addictive than alcohol. Especially for those old smokers who have been smoking for decades, even a pack of cigarettes a day is not enough. Looking at Li Dong's enjoying expression, the survivors on the side were scratching their heads anxiously. Some people who were on good terms with Li Dong shamelessly asked for one. Some people with average relationships can only get close and smell the secondhand smoke. The situation got a little out of control for a moment. After Su Chen commended several people one after another, he closed his backpack. Today's rewards end here. If you want to eat good food, smoke and drink in the future, you have to be like Zhou Xinhong and Li Dong. Work hard and kill the enemy well. Do you understand? Everyone responded in unison. Clear. After Su Chen's persistent CPU, the survivors in the team have completely regarded him as their leader. Their thoughts now are all about performing well and relying on the reward mechanism to get better supplies. Su Chen was also very satisfied with this. The place where Song Linfei, Zhou Shixian, Lin Yingying, and others live is also a hotel, not far from Lucin and Yolan Hotel. Like Su Chen's team, they also renovated and upgraded the hotel. At this time in the original hotel lobby, there were 7 or 8 elderly people lying on the ground. Lin Ying kept shuttling among them, checking on them from time to time. Her beautiful face showed a bit of fatigue. At this moment, Song Linfei and his men came in from outside. Ying, brother Song. After the two of them briefly greeted each other, Song Linfei asked, "What's going on?" Not very optimistic. Lin Ying sighed. "If I can't find the medicine, I'm afraid." She didn't finish her words, but Song Linfei already understood what she meant. These elderly people are family members of other survivors in the team. Most of them suffer from chronic diseases and need long-term medication. But as the end of the world approaches, high temperatures and floods rage one after another. People couldn't even find food, let alone medicine. Chapter 79, Whatever You Want. When Song Linfei's team escaped from the outside world to Phoenix Mountain, there were not many medicines left. After so many days, it was completely consumed. Without medication, these elderly people's chronic diseases, such as hypertension and diabetes, have gradually gotten out of control in the past few days. Although Lin Ying's medical skills are pretty good, she can't do anything without the right ingredients. Faced with the old man's illness, she was helpless. No. Song Linfei nodded, frowning. He had already sent people to search Phoenix Mountain to see if they could find any medicine. But in the end times, the importance of medicine is second only to food and water. The survivors occupied most of the buildings. Even if they found the drugs, they would keep them for themselves and would never hand them over. Song Linfei and others searched for several days, but didn't find a single hair. In desperation, he could only take his men and try to search outside Phoenix Mountain. However, when he led people to the foot of the mountain, he was dumbfounded. The sky and the earth have become a vast ocean, and the road leading to the outside world has long been submerged by water. Brother Song, you have to hurry up and think of a solution, otherwise, some of the old people won't be able to hold on for a few more days. Lin Ying sighed. I really can't think of a way. Song Linfei said with a wry smile. Seeing his worried look, Lin Ying hesitated, as if she wanted to say something. Song Linfei noticed her expression and said tentatively, Ying, do you know where to find the medicine? Lin Ying hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes, brother Song, have you forgotten Su Chen? Of course I didn't forget. I also know that he has medicine, but... Song Linfei's face was full of helplessness. He had heard Lin Ying talk about it before and knew that Su Chen had purchased a large number of medicines and medical equipment from her. In the entire Phoenix Mountain, Su Chen probably has the most complete varieties of medicines. Song Linfei did send people to visit, but they were all blocked outside by Su Chen. Having witnessed Su Chen's killing spree a few days ago, Song Linfei did not dare to get too involved. Seeing Song Linfei's embarrassment, Lin Ying also understood what he meant. She bit her red lips and sighed softly. If it doesn't work, then I'll go there myself. That's great. Song Linfei felt relieved. Unlike Zhou Shixian, who was born into a wealthy family and a playboy, Song Linfei has a sharp eye and extensive experience. In fact, he had long realized that the relationship between Su Chen and Lin Ying was definitely not as simple as Lin Ying said. If Lin Ying is willing to find Su Chen, then there is a high probability that this will succeed. No, how can this be possible? Zhou Shixian, who was standing by, became unhappy instantly when he heard this. He always suspected that Lin Ying had an affair with Su Chen. Even if there wasn't any, it would still be extremely risky for Lin Ying to come to the house on her own initiative. The last time Zhou Shixian and others met Su Chen, there was a beautiful woman named Lu Linger following behind Su Chen. This is enough to prove that Su Chen is a sex-hungry ghost. If Ying is not allowed to go, then you should go? Song Linfei frowned, thinking that Zhou Shixian was a little slow in thinking. This is a matter of life and death. Why is Zhou Shixian still in love? This. Zhou Shixian stammered and was speechless. In his heart, Su Chen is not only a sex-hungry ghost, but also a murderous demon. A few days ago, he killed nearly 100 survivors without blinking an eye. Zhou Shixian must be tired of living, so he wants to meet Su Chen. Okay, Zhou Shixian, just say less. Lin Ying frowned slightly and said impatiently. After being attacked successively by Song Linfei and Lin Ying, Zhou Shixian was speechless. He could only shut his mouth, tuck his tail between his legs, and retreat to the corner. He didn't dare to anger Song Linfei and Lin Ying, so he could only hate Su Chen. Su Chen, you bastard, how dare you snatch my woman? Just wait, I will kill you if I get the chance. Lin Ying packed up her things and left the camp. She held an umbrella and walked all the way to the outside of the Yolan Hotel. Before she could get close to the sentry box, several survivors on guard called her. Stop, what are you doing? Looking at the several compound crossbows pointed at her, Lin Ying remained extremely calm and not panicked at all. I'm here to visit your leader. Our boss Su said he won't see anyone. He and I are friends. You'd better go and tell him. Lin Ying did not back down at all. Hearing this, the survivors in the sentry box looked at each other in confusion. They discussed in a low voice and said reluctantly, "Just wait a moment." One of them picked up the intercom and communicated with the people in the hotel for a few words before saying, "Follow me in." Lin Ying breathed a sigh of relief and followed the man towards the hotel. After a while, she entered the Yolan Hotel. It was still the same conference room. Su Chen leaned back in his chair, looking at Lin Ying, who walked in with a calm expression. "What's up? You should have quite a few of these medicines. If possible, could you provide some?" Seeing that he was so direct, Lin Ying did not beat around the bush. She listed several medicines in a row, all of which were used to treat high blood pressure, diabetes, and heart disease. When Su Chen was stockpiling medicines before the end of the world, Lin Ying helped him make the list of medicines, so she naturally knew that he had these medicines. "Yes, I have medicine." Su Chen nodded, then changed the subject and said calmly, "But why should I give it to you? We can get food." Before Lin Ying could finish her words, she was interrupted by Su Chen. He smiled nonchalantly. "As for food, I have plenty here. We won't be able to finish it all in a short time. Compared to food, these medicines must be the most precious, right? Why should I use drugs to exchange for food that I don't need at the moment?" Lin Ying was speechless. What Su Chen said is quite right. Most of the survivors who managed to escape from the demon city would not lack food. But not everyone has access to medicines. Even if there is, it may not be what Lin Ying urgently needs. If you have nothing else, please go back. Su Chen waved his hand. Because of their past relationship, he could meet Lin Ying. But that doesn't mean he will help Lin Ying unconditionally. Because his attitude towards women can be summed up in 9 words. No initiative, no refusal, no responsibility. Seeing that Su Chen was about to send the guest away, Lin Ying suddenly became anxious. There are several elderly people in the camp who are waiting for medicine to save their lives. What would happen to those old people if she went back empty-handed? Thinking of this, Lin Ying gritted her teeth and said softly, "As long as you give me the medicine, you can let me do anything." Chapter 80, Lusting for Her Body. Although Lin Ying had slept with Su Chen before for performance reasons, but in the final analysis, she still rejects this behavior from the bottom of her heart. Since Su Chen, Lin Ying has never had any contact with other men. No matter how a man like Zhou Shixian pursues her, she remains indifferent. But today, in order to save the old people in the team, she had to bow to Su Chen and once again offer to exchange her body. But precisely because it was Su Chen, Lin Ying didn't feel that disgusted in her heart. After all, her virginity was taken by Su Chen. If such a charming young girl says she is willing to exchange her body for love, no man would be able to resist. But Su Chen couldn't help laughing. "What do you mean?" Lin Ying frowned, feeling slightly angry. "You saw it last time. Now I have a woman by my side. And she is just as beautiful as you. Then why should I covet your beauty?" Su Chen said slowly. "You." While Lin Ying felt humiliated, she also had a sour and bitter feeling in her heart. She took a deep breath, and the towering peaks on her chest trembled slightly. "Since you don't want to forget it." Lin Ying turned around angrily and prepared to leave. "Wait." Su Chen suddenly called Lin Ying again, chuckling. "Why are you in such a hurry? Just listen to what I have to say." Lin Ying stopped and looked at Su Chen with a slightly cold face. "I can provide you with medicine, but you have to agree to my conditions." "What conditions?" "I haven't decided yet." Su Chen shrugged. "Okay, I promise you." Lin Ying thought for a moment and agreed decisively. For her, who studied medicine, nothing is more important than saving the lives of those elderly people. Lin Ying took out a list and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen got up and went back to the RV. He searched the storage space for a while, and after he was fully prepared, he returned to the meeting room. "Here, this is what you want." Lin Ying took a quick look, and after making sure the number was enough, she couldn't help but smile. "Su Chen, thank you. You are such a good person." Su Chen felt weird instantly after being given such a nice guy card. He waved his hand and said calmly, "I'm not a good person. This is just a deal between us." Lin Ying glanced at Su Chen with a complicated look. But he didn't say anything else, just turned around and pushed the door open. Looking at the door slowly closing, Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly. The reason why he helped Lin Ying was not because of their previous brief romance. There are 3 main reasons. First, he coveted Lin Ying's body. There is no man who is not lustful. Although Lu Linger is beautiful, she is a rare beauty. But even if it is the most delicious food, You will get tired of it after eating it for a long time. Especially after being together for a long time, Su Chen clearly felt that Lu Linger was gradually becoming a little bit arrogant. I can also take this opportunity to give Lu Linger a warning. As for whether it would be immoral or not, don't joke about it. When social order is normal, it is normal for rich people to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Not to mention that in the chaotic end times, all you need is supplies. Let alone 3 wives and 4 concubines. It is not impossible to find 100 women as long as you are willing. Second, Lin Yingying studied medicine and her medical skills are pretty good. Wang Yi was a traitor and was kicked out by Su Chen after having his leg broken. Now the team is short of a doctor. The team doesn't need a doctor, but it can't be without one. Don't look at the survivors now. None of them are sick. But one day, everyone, including Su Chen, might have a headache or fever. By then, it will be too late to see a doctor. But Su Chen was not in a hurry. Although he knew Lin Yingying's strengths and weaknesses, Lin Yingying also knew his strengths and weaknesses. But in the final analysis, the 2 people did not have much contact. He must examine Lin Yingying like he did with Lu Linger to see what kind of person she is before deciding on his next course of action. Third, Su Chen provided the medicines with the intention of establishing a good relationship with Song Linfei's team. Don't underestimate the last time they killed a lot of people and defeated Gaochi Chiang's troops. But Su Chen knew very well that all this was only temporary. As long as the supplies are completely consumed, I will definitely become the target of public criticism again. By then, even if I had 2 rifles and hundreds of bullets, it would still be difficult to deal with so many survivors. The last time Gaochi Chiang attacked, Song Linfei did not get involved and also expressed a friendly attitude. For safety reasons, you might as well maintain a good relationship with him to avoid being surrounded by enemies on all sides. Lin Yingying didn't dare to stay for a moment. She quickly returned to the hotel, holding the bag of medicine. After seeing so many medicines, Song Linfei, Zhou Shixian, and others were stunned. They all escaped from the city, so they naturally knew how valuable these medicines were. A person can live for about a week without eating. But for some diseases, if there is no medicine to control the condition within a day or 2, the person will die. Yingying, how did you get so much from Su Chen? Song Linfei couldn't help but ask. Thinking of the negotiation process between her and Su Chen just now, a hint of unnaturalness flashed across Lin Yingying's bright face. She pretended to be nonchalant and said calmly, "Don't ask so many questions. Just distribute the medicine first and let the elderly take it quickly." Seeing this, Song Linfei understood that Lin Yingying didn't want to say it. He nodded tactfully and called upon the survivors nearby to distribute the medicines to the elderly. Seeing that the seriously ill elderly people received their medicines, Song Linfei, Lin Yingying, and others felt relieved. Only Zhou Shixian stood in the corner with an extremely gloomy expression. Although he didn't know what kind of deal Lin Yingying and Su Chen had reached, he was not a fool. Just from Lin Yingying's unnatural expression, Zhou Shixian could guess with his toes that it was related to matters between men and women. No wonder I have been licking Lin Yingying for so long, but she never gives me a good face. It turns out that it's all Su Chen's fault, that bastard. Zhou Shixian was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He really wanted to teach Su Chen a lesson, but when he thought that Su Chen had a gun in his hand, he became scared again. "You bastard Su Chen, just wait. One day, I will let you know how powerful I am. And you, Lin Yingying, when the time comes, I will make you beg for mercy under me." There was a hint of lust in Zhou Shixian's eyes as he looked at Lin Yingying. "Zhou Shixian, what are you standing there for? Come and help." Seeing Zhou Shixian idle on the side, Song Linfei couldn't help but scold him. Oh, here it comes." Zhou Shixian quickly put aside his thoughts and started to work happily. In the next few days, Phoenix Mountain remained peaceful. Apart from the heavy rain, there was no other strange phenomenon. However, one morning, when Wang woke up and went to the toilet, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Chapter 81. The Rain Stops. Wang sat on the toilet and thought about life. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. Looking at the unchanged toilet, Wang subconsciously looked out the window. Then his pupils suddenly shrank. He finally realized what was wrong. Because the world is too quiet. After the high temperature is over, there will be continuous heavy rain. Except for Su Chen, who lives in the soundproof nomadison, everyone else is surrounded by the noisy sound of rain almost every day. However, when I got up this morning, the sound of the rain disappeared. The world became quiet, which naturally made Wang feel that something was wrong. He didn't even have time to pull up his pants before he pushed open the bathroom window. Sure enough, the heavy rain outside had stopped. Although the sky has not cleared up yet and is still gloomy, the heavy rain of the past has disappeared. As other survivors got up one after another, more people found that the rain had stopped. Many people rushed out of their homes and shouted excitedly in the open space. I believe that after the rain stops, the flood will gradually recede. By then, not only will the survivors be able to go out and search for supplies, but world order may also return to normal. Leaders including Gaochi Chiang, Song Linfei, Xiaomi, and others all had the same idea, including He Wang and Sun Yuan. They have similar ideas. Brother Su, what do you think? He Wang expressed his thoughts with an expectant look on his face. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. If you ask me, it's just the heavy rain that's over. The end of the world is not over. Brother Su, why do you say that? Sun Yuan couldn't help but say. Su Chen thought about it and decided to reveal some information about the end of the world to the two of them. High temperatures and heavy rains are just the prelude. What's next will be extreme cold, and then the zombie virus. Only then will the end of the world truly come. If it is just a single apocalypse, such as only high temperatures or only heavy rains, after it's over, the world order will return to normal. But when the four disasters come one after another, there is no going back. After hearing Su Chen's words, He Wang and Sun Yuan opened their mouths wide. If someone else said this, they would never believe it even if you beat them to death. But when Su Chen said it, the two couldn't help but believe it. His actions of preparing for medicine in advance and stockpiling a large amount of supplies all proved his vision and foresight. Then how did you know that? He Wang asked subconsciously. Before Su Chen could answer, He Wang waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I'm just asking casually. You don't have to tell me." After such a long period of contact, He Wang is very clear about Su Chen's character. If Su Chen wanted to tell them the truth, he would have told them the truth long ago. But since he didn't say it, it means he doesn't want to say it, so there is no need to ask. Su Chen actually likes He Wang's character very much. He is very righteous, knows his limits, and knows when to advance and retreat. He smiled. "One day I will tell you the truth." Su Chen knew very well that the two of them had long been very curious about the fact that he could provide supplies every day. I just held it back and didn't ask myself. Su Chen would not hide everything from He Wang and Sun Yuan forever, but now is not the right time. He didn't trust them enough to entrust his life to them. All right. Although they were a little disappointed, they didn't say anything. By the way, there are only 2 days left before the extreme cold arrives. You need to hurry up and renovate the hotel in the next 2 days. Su Chen warned. When extremely cold weather comes, the temperature will go to another extreme, just like the high temperatures in the previous few days. By then, snowflakes will be flying and cold winds will be blowing. Without adequate means of keeping warm, you will freeze to death in the low temperature. Okay, we'll arrange it right away. Seeing Su Chen's serious expression, the two did not dare to be careless and nodded in agreement. After the three of them finished discussing, He Wang and Sun Yuan got up and left, sending their men to gather everyone together. After a while, all the survivors in the hotel were gathered in the hotel lobby. Starting from today, within 2 days, you must use the warmth-keeping materials you collected earlier to renovate the hotel inside and out. He Wang passed Su Chen's orders to the survivors present. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. The heavy rain that had lasted for several days has stopped, and it is now summer. In their opinion, it won't be long before the temperature rises again. Why did Su Chen ask everyone to use warm materials to renovate the hotel? Looking at the confused expressions of the crowd, He Wang and Sun Yuan did not explain too much, but just asked them to follow orders. After Su Chen's training for so long, the survivors have already become obedient. Although I was confused, I still acted honestly. They boarded up most of the windows and nailed them shut. Then lay a layer of bedding and nail a layer of wooden boards on top. In this way, a simple insulation layer is completed. In addition, He Wang and Sun Yuan also sent people to the woods outside the hotel to cut down trees. They planned to build a fireplace in the room to cope with the low temperatures. In the entire Phoenix Mountain, the Yolan Hotel where Su Chen is located is undoubtedly the focus of other teams' investigation. When the leaders learned that Su Chen's men had left the hotel and went to the back mountain to cut wood, they were all stunned. What is this Su Chen doing again? Gaochi Chiang touched his chin and talked to himself. Brother Chang, Su Chen's people have left the hotel. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should we? Zhao Xiong made a clicking gesture. Boss Zhao, let's not act rashly. Abbeyo hurriedly advised. Maybe this is a trap, he said. Abbeyo is right. We can't act rashly. After the previous 2 failures, Gaochi Chiang had become extremely wary of Su Chen. Even though Su Chen was tied up and brought in front of him at this moment, he had to doubt whether Su Chen was up to any bad intentions again. On the other side, Gao Xiangjuan, Xiaomi, and others were also confused. Ying, what do you think? Inside the meeting room, Song Linfei looked at Lin Ying, who was standing beside him. As soon as he received the news about Su Chen and others, he called all his men to a meeting. Among so many people present, only Lin Ying knew Su Chen best, so Song Linfei could only ask her. Lin Ying pondered for a moment and said softly, "If you ask me, whatever Su Chen does, he definitely has a purpose." When Su Chen stockpiled various supplies and medicines, many people thought he was stupid. But now look how far-sighted Su Chen is. Ying, aren't you flattering that guy? Zhou Shixian said sourly. Chapter 82, Extreme Cold Arrives. If it weren't for him, I would have starved to death in the Magic City. Lin Ying glanced at Zhou Shixian and said lightly. Zhou Shixian wanted to say something, but was stopped by Song Linfei. I think what Ying said makes sense. Ying, what do you think we should do? Lin Ying held her chin with her hand and said to herself, did Su Chen have people search for cotton-padded clothes, quilts and other supplies before? It seems to be the case. Song Linfei tried hard to recall. Wang Yi was kicked out of the team by Su Chen because he was lazy. The news that he had people search for warm supplies also spread. First they asked people to collect warm clothes, then they cut wood. Could it be that an extreme cold weather is coming? Lin Ying instantly came to a bold conclusion. Is this possible? Song Linfei couldn't believe it. Why not? Lin Ying's expression was somewhat serious. High temperatures and heavy rains have occurred before, and it is not impossible that extreme cold will come next. The more she thought about it, the more likely it was, and she hurriedly said, Brother Song, let's prepare in advance. We should do the same as Su Chen does. Even if it's useless, it's just a little bit of trouble. Song Linfei thought for a moment, and finally made the final decision and gave the order. In the next few days, Song Linfei's team, like Su Chen's men, began to work hard at logging. A large amount of wood was carried back to the hotel by the two groups of people. In addition, Song Linfei also sent people to collect warm supplies. There are not many warm clothing supplies on Phoenix Mountain. After being plundered by Su Chen's team, there was very little left. Therefore, Song Linfei did not make a big fanfare, but did it secretly. This Song Linfei is actually very smart. After hearing the news, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. His action of sending people to the mountains to cut wood certainly could not be hidden from other survivors. But only Song Linfei followed suit, which shows that he is smarter. It was the third morning after the heavy rain stopped. When the survivors on Phoenix Mountain woke up from their sleep, they immediately realized that something was wrong. It is now the end of August, which can be regarded as the hottest time of the year. Although it was raining heavily before, I didn't feel cold sleeping in the house even without a blanket. However, early in the morning, many people were even woken up by the cold. When they walked outside, they were surprised to find that there were even snowflakes floating in the sky. As expected, you are right, Brother Su. Wang exclaimed and shivered as he put on the down jacket that Su Chen gave him. Su Chen, who had experienced the end of the world, was naturally prepared for the extreme cold. Wang, Sun Yuan, and others all wore top-quality down jackets. Combined with the thermal underwear inside, as well as various equipment such as hats and gloves, it is enough to withstand temperatures of dozens of degrees below zero. After putting on a series of equipment, Wang and Sun Yuan instantly felt much warmer, and their voices no longer trembled when they spoke. When did I miss it? Su Chen smiled slightly and ordered. From now on, we must be vigilant. You know, the others don't have any warm clothes. To survive, they will definitely come and steal our supplies. Wang and Sun Yuan were startled and nodded in agreement quickly. After giving the two of them a few instructions, Su Chen left the meeting room and walked towards the RV in the backyard. It was almost noon, and the tiny snowflakes originally falling from the sky turned into heavy snow. When Su Chen pushed open the car door and got in, he instantly felt a warmth. The intelligent constant temperature system equipped in the RV automatically turns on the heating function after detecting that the external climate has dropped sharply. Compared with the sub-zero temperature outside, the interior of the car was extremely comfortable at this time. Even if you are naked, you won't feel the slightest bit of cold. Aiken, you're back. Hearing Su Chen coming back, Lu Linger, who was busy with the kitchen, hurried over to greet him. How are the preparations going? Su Chen let her help him take off his down jacket and said casually, everything is ready, just waiting for you to come back. Lu Linger smiled sweetly, helped Su Chen hang up the clothes, then took Su Chen's hand and led him to the table. The temperature has suddenly dropped sharply, and there is no better time than now to eat hot pot. Long before leaving, Su Chen told Lu Linger that he would have hot pot for lunch. After a while, Lu Linger brought over all the ingredients that had been prepared in advance. The best Wagyu beef, delicious Xilingal mutton, tripe, and other must-have ingredients for hot pot are available. After the water in the pot boiled, Su Chen put the ingredients into the pot. When the food was cooked, he picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in the secret seasoning, put it in his mouth, and instantly felt great satisfaction. At this time, the steel plate of the car body has been lifted up. Through the huge bulletproof glass, Su Chen and Lu Linger could clearly see that the snow outside was falling even heavier. The falling snowflakes dyed the sky and the earth white. It's such a cold day, and there is so much snow. Under such circumstances, having a hot pot is a top-notch enjoyment. Inside the Yolan Hotel, He Wang and Sun Yuan, who had been reminded in advance by Su Chen, gathered all the survivors in a room that had been well prepared for cold weather. Light the firewood and put it in the fireplace. The originally cold room also became warm. Although it is far less comfortable than the Nomadison, at least you don't have to worry about freezing to death. Boss Su is indeed far-sighted. We complained about Boss Su before, damn it. If he hadn't asked us to prepare supplies, I'm afraid we wouldn't have survived for a few days. The survivors also changed into thick clothes and covered themselves with quilts. They gathered around the fireplace, warming themselves and sighing. At this moment, everyone had no other thoughts in their hearts except gratitude. At the same time, inside the Green Sun Hotel, unlike Su Chen's team, Gaochi Chiang, Abbeyo and others were trembling with fear. They don't have Su Chen's foresight, so it's naturally impossible for them to prepare supplies. When the temperature dropped sharply, Gaochi Chiang's people were still wearing thin clothes. In order to keep warm, they, like the survivors of Su Chen's team, crowded into the same room. But their rooms have not been renovated and have very poor thermal insulation performance. A group of men huddled together, but were still shivering from the cold. Boss, there are no thick quilts in this hotel. The driver, Lao Su, came over holding a few thin quilts. His face was red from the cold, and white mist was coming out of his eyes when he spoke. Chapter 83 Joining Su Chen. How is this possible? Gaochi Chiang grabbed the quilt and asked, how is it possible that there are no thick quilts in the hotel? As a popular tourist destination, Phoenix Mountain has tourists all year round. Green Forest Hotel is a 5-star hotel. How could it not have thick quilts? I don't know either. I just couldn't find it. Old Su also quickly covered himself with a thin quilt and said with a sad face, Boss Gao, is it possible that Su Chen and his men looted it? Abbeyo held Xiaomi in his arms, and the two of them were wrapped tightly in a quilt. It feels better now thanks to the warmth of two people. Didn't Wang Yi say before that Su Chen asked them to search for warm supplies? Gaochi Chiang frowned slightly. Then he remembered what Wang Yi had said. That was a long time ago. Could it be that Su Chen could really predict the extreme cold in advance? If he really had this ability, he would be a god. Abbeyo sneered. Boss Gao, if you ask me, this kid Su Chen must know something. Otherwise, why would he prepare so many supplies in advance? After he reminded him, Gaochi Chiang also felt that it was very possible. Before the end of the world, Su Chen stockpiled various supplies and came to Phoenix Mountain to avoid the disaster. Before the rainstorm ended, he ordered people to search for all the warm supplies on the mountain. Now it seems that Su Chen asked people to chop wood most likely in order to make a fire for heating. Just as Abbeyo said, Su Chen's various actions are enough to prove that he knows the inside story about the end of the world. Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo's ideas are actually not bad, but they could never have imagined that Su Chen would travel through time and space and be reborn. If that's the case, Boss Gao, then we can't let him go. Abbeyo said in a deep voice. You're right, but the most urgent thing is that we still have to find a way to keep warm. Gaochi Chiang said tremblingly. As the snow fell heavier, the temperature dropped lower and lower. He felt like he was almost frozen and numb, and his brain was no longer working. Even if we have to deal with Su Chen, we must save our life first. Boss Gao, we can light a fire to keep warm first. Old Su stuttered. Yes. Gaochi Chiang's eyes lit up. Although he did not prepare the wood in advance like Su Chen, but there are still many wooden furniture in the hotel, which can be used to make fires for heating. Everyone got busy again, looking for wooden furniture and chopping them into firewood. In addition, they made a simple fireplace. After the firewood started burning, the temperature in the house rose, and everyone felt much better. On the other side, the camp of Song Linfei and others. Compared with Gaochi Chiang and others, Song Linfei's situation is undoubtedly much better. Although not as well prepared as Su Chen, it was still quite good. A group of people gathered around the fireplace, eating food and discussing things. Ying, I'm glad I listened to you, otherwise I would be in trouble. Song Linfei felt somewhat relieved. When he gave the order for everyone to follow the actions of Su Chen's team, many groups raised objections. Fortunately, he withstood the pressure. Otherwise, if the temperature drops today, the elderly people in the team might die on the spot. Lin Yingying smiled and said nothing, with a thoughtful expression on her face. What's wrong? Yingying, what are you thinking about? Zhou Shixian, who was standing by, asked in a flattering manner. I was wondering, why was Su Chen able to know that the extreme cold was coming? Lin Yingying said slowly. Her words stunned Song Linfei, Zhou Shixian, and others. It must be a guess. Zhou Shixian curled his lips. Lin Yingying frowned slightly and said coldly. Once it was a guess, twice it was a guess. It can't be a guess every time, right? After being retorted by her, Zhou Shixian was speechless. Song Linfei quickly spoke up to smooth things over. Yingying, how do you think he knew that? If you ask me, he should know the truth behind all this. After some thought, Lin Yingying came to the same idea as Gaochi Chiang. If that's the case, we might as well go and join Su Chen. As soon as Song Linfei said this, everyone else present was stunned. Brother Song, why should we rely on that bastard? Zhou Shixian asked hurriedly. The living environment in the apocalypse is so difficult. Who knows what kind of suffering will come after the extreme cold? Song Linfei sighed and smiled bitterly. If we want to know the truth behind Su Chen, and we go to him, our chances of survival will greatly increase. These are all our speculations. What if he doesn't know about it at all? Zhou Shixian could feel that there was something unusual between Lin Yingying and Su Chen. Moreover, after meeting Su Chen, Lin Yingying's attitude towards him became even colder. If Song Linfei took people to join Su Chen, I'm afraid Lin Yingying would fall into Su Chen's hands. So Zhou Shixian was trying hard to persuade. Even if he doesn't know, he has supplies. Song Linfei was somewhat dissatisfied with Zhou Shixian. Being well versed in the ways of the world, he could guess that Zhou Shixian was against Su Chen because of Lin Yingying's matter. But he is the leader of the team, and what he needs to consider is how to keep the team members alive. Brother Song, it's easy to say, but I'm afraid Su Chen won't accept us so easily. Lin Yingying shook her head. Before the end of the world, Su Chen's attitude towards people was extremely cold, not to mention in this chaotic end times. Without absolute certainty, rashly accepting outsiders will only bring danger to your own team. I know, but Yingying, you have a good relationship with him. Why don't you be a lobbyist? Song Linfei said with some anticipation. Lin Yingying was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She had taken a large batch of medicine from Su Chen before, and still owed Su Chen some conditions that had not been fulfilled. Now she is asked to lobby Su Chen to allow so many people to join. Lin Yingying's mood was similar to that of Ben Borba in Journey to the West, who was asked by the nine-headed insect to kill Tang Monk and his disciples. I know this is difficult, but no one can do it except you. For the sake of our team, please. Song Linfei said earnestly. Okay, I'll try my best. Lin Yingying hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. It's freezing outside, and if you want to go out, you have to put on thick clothes. While Lin Yingying was changing clothes, Zhou Shixian quickly moved closer to Song Linfei. Brother Song, we really can't go to Su Chen for help. Have you forgotten that the boy is a murderer? He treats his people as slaves. Before Zhou Shixian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Song Linfei. I have made up my mind. Are you the captain, or am I the captain? Zhou Shixian looked a little embarrassed and had to step back. Lin Yingying put on a thick down jacket, a hat and gloves, and protected herself from head to toe against the cold before leaving the hotel. Watching her disappear in the snow, Zhou Shixian's handsome face twisted and his eyes became extremely angry. Chapter 84, Holy Mother. After Su Chen and Lu Linger finished eating hot pot, they left the mess on the table for Lu Linger to clean up. I went to the bathroom and took a hot bath. Feeling refreshed, he returned to sit on the sofa and admired the snow scene outside the window. The snow outside was falling heavier and heavier, accompanied by a howling cold wind, almost drowning the sky and the earth. Through the window, Su Chen could see that there was a thick layer of snow on the ground. If nothing changes, the heavy snow will last for 3 days and 3 nights. When the snow stops, it will be at least 2 or 3 meters deep. The temperature will also drop to its lowest point at that time, maintaining at -40 to 50 degrees Celsius. Su Chen turned his head, and his eyes fell on the central control area beside him. His heart moved, and a white screen instantly appeared in front of him. What is shown above is exactly Norma Decent's situation. Just 2 days ago, Su Chen suddenly discovered it by accident. Even if you are not standing near the central control area, you can call out the system page just by thinking about it. In addition, he can also use most of the functions in the car remotely. As long as he wanted, no one could enter or exit the RV and start it. This function is very practical for Su Chen. In this way, He wouldn't have to worry that Lu Linger would secretly drive away when he was not in the RV. Su Chen yawned and was about to go back to bed to sleep for a while when the intercom rang again. Brother Su, the woman from Song Linfei's team, is here again. Well, I can't even relax for a moment. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders, stood up, and planned to put on his down jacket and go out. After cleaning up the kitchen utensils, Lu Linger hurried over and helped Su Chen get dressed, saying with a hint of blame, "Aiken, what's wrong with that woman? Why does she bother you every day? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, understand?" Su Chen warned lightly. "Got it. I'm waiting for you in the car." Lu Linger nodded quickly and kissed Su Chen on the face. Su Chen pushed open the car door and stepped into the snow-covered world again. At this time, the snow on the ground was almost up to the calf level, making it a bit difficult to walk. After a while, Su Chen came to the conference room and met Lin Yingying again. "Mr. Su." When Lin Yingying saw Su Chen, she took the initiative to greet him. Su Chen ignored her and added a few pieces of firewood to the fireplace to ensure a strong flame. After the room was warm, he said impatiently, "Although we had a pretty good relationship before, I'm very busy. If you have nothing to do, try not to bother me in the future." Seeing him acting like he was keeping people at a distance, Lin Yingying felt a little sad, but she still said seriously, "I'm here to negotiate with you today on behalf of Brother Song." "Go ahead. What do you want to talk about?" "Brother Song means that we are willing to join your team and wait for your orders," Lin Yingying said slowly. "But we also have conditions." Before Lin Yingying could put forward any conditions, Su Chen smiled, and his smile was particularly sarcastic. "No, why do you think I will definitely accept you in? This is the end of the world, and you have less than 50 people. Let's put it another way. If Gaochi Chiang unites all the survivors, I'm afraid they won't be able to handle it, right? If we join forces, we will be able to fight against them." Lin Yingying analyzed the pros and cons for Su Chen. She felt that what she said made sense, and Su Chen should be able to listen to it. However, Su Chen shook his head. "Even without your help, I was able to repel Gaochi Chiang's attack. Besides, I feel that your joining my team will only be a burden to me." Hearing such a harsh word, burden, Lin Yingying's face changed. She originally wanted to negotiate terms, but she didn't expect Su Chen to look down on them at all. This is too hurtful. But Lin Yingying came with a mission from Song Linfei and was unwilling to leave just like that. She gritted her teeth and said firmly, "As long as you can get our team in, we can talk about anything. I don't have this need, and don't forget that you still owe me a condition that has not been fulfilled." Su Chen smiled indifferently. "Okay, it's so cold. I'm going to go back and rest." Seeing him standing up and about to leave, Lin Yingying gritted her teeth and quickly blocked his way. "Su Chen, consider it as a plea from me. As long as you agree, I will be yours from now on." "Sorry, I'm not very interested." Su Chen pushed Lin Yingying away and left. Although he had more supplies than he could use up in his lifetime, there was no need to absorb Song Linfei's team. The survivors in the Yolan Hotel, such as He Wang, Sun Yuan, Zhou Xinhong, and others, have all been tested and have been CPU'd many times by Su Chen, so their loyalty can be trusted. But even so, there were traitors such as Wang Yi and Zhang Ying. Song Linfei's team has twice as many people as Su Chen's team, and the situation is more complicated. If we absorb it hastily, it will only add unstable factors. As for Lin Yingying, Su Chen still admired her personality and abilities. It was just that in order to save the old people in the team, she used herself as a condition to exchange with Su Chen. From this point of view, she still has a bit of a saintly heart. You know, in the last days, a saintly heart is the most undesirable, because a virtuous heart will not only kill yourself, but will also implicate others. I really want to take Lin Yingying in and give her a good beating. After Su Chen left, Lin Yingying, who was devastated, had no choice but to get up and leave. When she returned to the camp, Song Linfei came to greet her impatiently. "Yingying, what's wrong?" Su Chen's attitude was very tough, and he rejected my proposal. Lin Yingying smiled bitterly. This?" Song Linfei was instantly disappointed when he heard this. As the leader of the team, he knew very well how difficult it was to lead a team to survive in the doomsday. If I could get close to Su Chen, things would undoubtedly be much easier. But I didn't expect that Su Chen would refuse so straightforwardly. "Brother Song, this is all my fault." Lin Yingying felt a little guilty. "How can this be blamed on you? Don't take it personally." Song Linfei sighed. "By the way, why don't I see Zhou Shixian and the others?" Lin Yingying changed the subject and looked inside the hotel, only to discover that several people were missing. "I told them to go on and chop wood," Song Linfei explained. Although they learned from Su Chen and prepared a lot of firewood. But no one knows how long this cold weather will last. When it comes to firewood, the more the better. Lin Yingying nodded and hurried to the fireplace to warm herself up. Meanwhile, Green Sun Hotel. Tell me, what do you want from me? Gaochi Chiang narrowed his eyes, looked at Zhou Shixian in front of him, and asked in a deep voice. Chapter 85 Sneak Attack. Boss Gao, I really want to come and join you. Zhou Shixian smiled flatteringly. Gaochi Chiang wrapped himself in the quilt and smiled disapprovingly. I remember you were in the same group as Song Linfei, so why did you decide to join me? Boss Gao doesn't know that Brother Song is really stupid. He actually believed a woman and wanted to take us to Su Chen. Hearing Zhou Shixian's words, Gaochi Chiang's heart moved, and he hurriedly asked, what exactly happened? Zhou Shixian told Gaochi Chiang the whole story. After hearing this, Gaochi Chiang couldn't help but frown. Su Chen's team has less than 50 people, but they are all so powerful. If all of Song Linfei's people were absorbed in, wouldn't the company take off? At that time, it would be almost impossible for me to take action against Su Chen again. Thinking of this, Gaochi Chiang narrowed his eyes. How do you want me to help you? Hee, I still have some prestige in our team, and I can win over a lot of people. Why don't we join forces and take down Song Linfei and the others? I wonder what Mr. Gao thinks. Zhou Shixian gave a sly smile and told his plan. So what are your conditions? As a big boss in the underworld, Gaochi Chiang knows very well that there is no free lunch in the world. As long as Boss Gao is willing to take us in and hand over that woman Lin Yingying to me, that will be enough. The conditions offered by Zhou Shixian were not excessive. To Gaochi Chiang, a woman means nothing. If Song Linfei's team can be destroyed, not only can a large amount of supplies be obtained, but also, the important thing is to stop Song Linfei's people from joining Su Chen. Okay, I promise you, let's get started. How about tonight? Zhou Shixian lowered his voice and sneered. It happens that I am in charge of the night watch tonight, so Boss Gao can just go over there when the time comes. Okay, it's settled then. After the two discussed the details, Zhou Shixian left satisfied. Boss Gao, is it possible that this kid could deceive us? Old Su on the side couldn't help but say. After coming over, he not only told Gaochi Chiang about his big breasts, but also tried to curry favor with him in various ways on a daily basis. Gaochi Chiang was very satisfied with him and kept him by his side to serve him. I don't think that's likely. Abbeyo shook his head and said in a deep voice. It's obvious at first glance that this guy is a brainless idiot. There's no way he would have the guts to lie to us. I thought so too. But tonight, it's better to be careful. Gaochi Chiang warned. Yes. Abbeyo nodded heavily. Although the sky had darkened, it wasn't particularly dark because there was snow outside. Song Linfei, along with two of his men, inspected the hotel inside and out, and then came to the lobby. Brother Song, why don't you go to bed? Zhou Shixian asked enthusiastically. It's okay, just a walk. You can't be lazy at night. Song Linfei patted his shoulder and said seriously. Don't worry, I'm not the lazy type. Zhou Shixian patted his chest and said confidently. Okay, I'll go back to sleep then. Song Linfei, along with two of his men, waved goodbye to Zhou Shixian. Looking at their backs, Zhou Shixian sneered. In order to save firewood, Song Linfei led his team to connect two adjacent suites. The simple stove was built between the two suites. The rooms on this side are occupied by men, and the rooms on the other side are occupied by women. When Song Linfei returned to his bed, most people were already sleeping soundly. He also stretched and got into bed. But not long after Song Linfei fell asleep, a scream suddenly rang out. Who are you? Help me. In the quiet snowy night, the scream was particularly harsh. All those who were sleeping soundly were awakened by it. With the help of the dim firelight, they clearly saw that there was a group of uninvited guests in the room. These people held sharp blades in their hands and blocked Song Linfei and others in the room. I don't want to kill anyone. You'd better surrender. The big man in the lead clenched the axe in his hand and revealed a ferocious smile. Song Linfei recognized him at a glance. The other person was Abbeyo, the thug beside Gaochi Chiang. Abbeyo, what do you mean? It's nothing. I just want to take down your team tonight. Abbeyo said coldly. Song Linfei's heart sank. How could Zhou Shixian, who was in charge of the night watch, let Abbeyo and the others in so easily? Could it be that he had been murdered? But there is no time to worry about so much right now. If I don't want to be caught by Abbeyo and the others, I must fight back. Thinking of this, Song Linfei grabbed the machete beside him and roared. Brothers, fight them. In the end times, you may encounter danger at any time and anywhere. Therefore, whether sleeping or eating, the survivors carry weapons with them. Hearing Song Linfei's call, they all grabbed their weapons and fought with Gaochi Chiang's men. I have to say, the reason why Song Linfei can become the leader of the team is not only because of his personal charm, but also because of his capable skills. He wielded the machete with great vigor and knocked down 2 or 3 enemies in a row. Seeing this, Abbeyo did not dare to delay and rushed over with a fire axe in hand. Compared with ordinary people, Song Linfei's physical fitness and fighting skills are quite good. But if you meet someone like Abbeyo who has just retired, that would be a little disappointing. The two men fought for only a few moments before he was beaten by Abbeyo. If there weren't so many people around to provide cover for Song Linfei, he would have been chopped in the head by Abbeyo's axe. Huff, huff, huff. Both of them were panting, staring at each other with sharp eyes. "Brother Song, how are you?" Just then, a familiar voice was heard. Song Linfei looked up and saw that it was Zhou Shixian who came over. "I'm fine. Go and organize the others." Before he finished speaking, he felt a chill in his back. When he looked down, he saw a dagger sticking out of his chest. "You?" Song Linfei staggered around and looked at Zhou Shixian in disbelief. "Brother Song, you can't blame me for this. You should blame yourself for having to go and join Su Chen." Zhou Shixian took a few steps back and said sinisterly. Before Song Linfei could say anything, Abbeyo rushed forward. He kicked Song Linfei to the ground, raised the axe in his hand high, and then dropped it heavily. With a crack, blood splattered everywhere. Abbeyo grabbed Song Linfei's head and said viciously, "Your leader is dead. Do you still want to continue to resist?" Seeing Song Linfei die with his eyes open, everyone was shocked. "I'm going to fight you." Some of Song Linfei's diehard fans wanted to rush up and take revenge. However, before they could get close to Abbeyo, they were hacked to death by Gaochi Chiang's men. Chapter 86: The Traitor. The remaining people were stunned instantly. He stopped where he was, not daring to rush forward. Zhou Shixian seized the opportunity and shouted loudly, "Don't worry. As long as you obey and put down your weapons, Boss Gao won't kill you." Seeing that Song Linfei, the most capable leader, had fallen to the ground, the remaining people did not dare to resist anymore. They looked at each other and finally chose to drop their weapons. Zhou Shixian was overjoyed and said to several close friends around him, "Come on, follow me and capture that stinky bitch Lin Yingying." He immediately rushed to the other room. However, the fight just now woke up the women in the next suite. Although they did not dare to resist, they did not stay in the room but fled around the hotel. Zhou Shixian and his men searched almost the entire hotel from top to bottom, but were unable to find Lin Yingying's whereabouts. Furious, he returned to his previous suite. At this time in the room, all of Song Linfei's former subordinates had been arrested. The bodies and bloodstains on the ground were also cleaned up. Gaochi Chiang appeared in the room with Lao Su and his group. Zhao Xiong and Abbeyo were reporting the battle situation to Gaochi Chiang. "Boss Gao, we didn't find that bitch Lin Yingying." Zhou Shixian said somewhat unwillingly. "Can you help me send someone out to look for it? It's so cold. If she really escapes, she will probably die. It's just a woman. There are so many women in the room. Just pick one." Gaochi Chiang said with a smile. "No, you promised me." Before Zhou Shixian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Abbeyo. "Brother Zhou, didn't you hear what Boss Gao said?" Abbeyo's face was cold and his eyes contained a threatening look. Zhou Shixian was startled and subconsciously looked at Gaochi Chiang. However, Gaochi Chiang remained indifferent, as if he did not hear what Abbeyo said. Zhou Shixian didn't dare to say anything more. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and left with his men. Looking at his back, Gaochi Chiang sneered. "Abbeyo, if he behaves well, I will spare his life. If he dares to meddle again, just kill him." Abbeyo nodded in understanding, and a look of contempt flashed across his face. Don't underestimate the great contribution Zhou Shixian made in tonight's operation. But no one will respect this kind of traitor. After all, if he could betray Song Linfei today, how could he know that he wouldn't betray Gaochi Chiang in the future? "Old Su, take some people to clean up the supplies for Song Linfei's team. Tomorrow morning, move our base here," Gaochi Chiang ordered. Song Linfei followed Lin Yingying's advice, collected a lot of warm supplies, and reinforced his residence. Compared with Green Sun Hotel, this place is obviously much more comfortable. Gaochi Chiang planned to give up the Green Sun Hotel and live here directly. "Yes, Boss Gao," Old Su responded respectfully. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly ran in, stumbling. "Boss Gao, no? Something bad has happened." Gaochi Chiang was stunned for a moment, then took a closer look and found that it was the subordinate who was in charge of guarding the Green Sun Hotel. He had an ominous premonition in his heart and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "Our hotel was attacked." "What?" Gaochi Chiang was horrified and walked quickly to the window. Although I couldn't see what was happening at the Green Forest Hotel, I could vaguely see flames rising into the sky in the night. His eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Gaochi Chiang was not saddened by the burning of Green Sun Hotel. What he felt distressed about was the supplies stored inside. Lin Yingying was awakened from her sleep as early as when Gaochi Chiang's men broke into the room. Realizing that something was wrong, she immediately called the women around her and fled. After all, if these women stayed, they would only be a burden to Song Linfei and others. Before coming, Zhou Shixian had communicated with Gaochi Chiang, hoping to control all these female relatives. Therefore, as soon as Lin Yingying and her friends came out of the suite, they saw 3 or 4 big men walking towards them. Stop! Lin Yingying must be crazy to listen to them. Everyone run away. With screams, the women fled to various places in the hotel. Fortunately, the enemy didn't know who was Lin Yingying, which allowed her to escape successfully. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Yingying leaned against the door, gasping for breath. Yingying, what should we do now? A woman named Sun Li asked with some fear. Lin Yingying's brain began to work rapidly. No matter what the reason, Gaochi Chiang chose to take action tonight, which definitely showed that he had made sufficient plans. I'm afraid Song Linfei and the others are in great danger. If I go back now, I would be walking into a trap. It's better to go find Su Chen. Even if we just stay there for one night, it won't be too late to see the situation tomorrow. Thinking of this, Lin Yingying said to her female companions, "Let's go. Let's leave the hotel first." The other female companions were like headless flies, without any opinions of their own. After hearing her words, I agreed immediately. Lin Yingying and her group ran to the back of the hotel, where there was a back door. After making sure that there was no ambush, they quickly pushed open the back door and escaped. Lin Yingying did not dare to delay. In the snowy night, she walked towards the Yolan Hotel with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Before they even got close to the sentry box, the sentry inside shouted, "Stop! I'm Lin Yingying, a friend of your boss Su. I have something important to discuss with him." Lin Yingying shouted quickly. The person in the booth picked up the flashlight and pointed it at Lin Yingying and others. After confirming that there were only 6 women, he said, "Just you wait." After a while, the survivor who was on guard said in a deep voice, "Come over here slowly, don't play any tricks." Lin Yingying and a few others raised their hands high and slowly approached. After making sure there was no danger, a survivor led them into the hotel. When Lin Yingying entered the hotel's conference room, she was slightly stunned. There were several stoves in the corner, and the blazing fire made the entire conference room warm. The incident happened suddenly tonight, and when Lin Yingying and others escaped, they did not have time to put on all their clothes. They had just escaped from the ice and snow and were shivering with cold. Once I entered the warm room, I slowly relaxed. Other than that, the interior was brightly lit. Su Chen, He Wang, Sun Yuan and others were dressed neatly and were discussing something. Seeing Lin Yingying and the others in such a miserable state, Su Chen smiled faintly. "If I'm not mistaken, you were attacked by Gaochi Chiang, right?" Yes, Su Chen, you must help us." Lin Yingying calmed herself down and quickly asked. Chapter 87 Su Chen, you old fool. Su Chen did not agree to Lin Yingying, but said lightly, "I can let you stay for one night. You can decide what to do tomorrow morning." After he finished speaking, before Lin Yingying could speak, Zhou Xinhong made a gesture of invitation. Although she had expected it, Lin Yingying was still disappointed. Without any help from outsiders, could Song Linfei, Zhou Shixian, and the others be a match for Gaochi Chiang? But Lin Yingying was just a weak woman and could do nothing. She could only sigh and leave the meeting room with a few female companions. After Lin Yingying and the others left, Su Chen looked at the people present. "What do you think about what happened tonight?" The residence of Song Linfei's team is not far from the Yolan Hotel. When Abbeyo, Zhao Xiong, and their men left the Lucen Hotel and went to attack Song Linfei, they were discovered by the secret sentry arranged by Su Chen upstairs. Not to mention how harsh the fighting between the two groups was at night. Just in case, Su Chen called everyone together to discuss the matter. "If you ask me, we should actually help Song Linfei. I think he's a pretty nice guy." He Wang, who has always been full of justice, couldn't help but speak. "He may be a good person, but it is unnecessary for him to fight with Gaochi Chiang because of him." Su Chen shook his head and rejected He Wang's proposal. If given the chance, he would naturally kill Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo. But just rushing up and confronting the opponent head-on is extremely stupid. What Su Chen prefers is to use wisdom and force to crush the opponent and win easily. Besides, he and Song Linfei were not related at all, so there was no need to take the risk. Since Brother Su doesn't agree, forget it. Let's go back and rest, and just increase the alert tonight. Su Chen is the leader in the team. Once he vetoed it, He Wang no longer insisted on anything. "Why should we go back and rest?" Su Chen suddenly spoke slowly. He Wang, Sun Yuan, and others were slightly stunned and did not understand what he meant. If Gaochi Chiang wants to capture Song Linfei, he must at least send out most of his elite troops, right? Can we take this opportunity to go directly to Green Sun Hotel? Su Chen gave a cunning smile. After hearing his words, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. Although Gaochi Chiang did not abide by martial ethics and launched a sneak attack on Song Linfei, but the number of survivors in his and Song Linfei's respective teams is almost the same. If you really want to eat Song Linfei, you have to at least send out all your forces. Brother He, you stay in the hotel. Brother Sun and I will go to the Green Forest Hotel to take a look. If there aren't many people here, we'll just rob his hometown. Su Chen said in a deep voice. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Su. He Wang readily agreed. There is no time to lose. God knows when Gaochi Chiang and Song Linfei will end the battle. Su Chen, Sun Yuan, Zhou Xinhong, and others also took action immediately. When he went to the military camp earlier, in addition to looting 2 rifles and some bullets, Su Chen also found several helmets and several sets of bulletproof vests. For safety reasons, he wore the bulletproof vest inside. He was wearing a white camouflage winter suit on the outside. Compared with the down jackets we usually wear, the warmth retention performance of these white winter clothes is not inferior at all. It is also extremely light and easier to hide in the snow. Su Chen took out a dozen sets and equipped himself and Sun Yuan and the others. Everything was ready, and they left the hotel immediately. In the dark night, they headed towards the Green Sun Hotel. Sun Yuan and others walked in front of the team, holding compound crossbows and carrying military weapons such as axes, daggers, and machetes. Su Chen walked at the back. The reason is simple. Although he was relatively trusting of people like Sun Yuan, but I still don't want to expose my back to them. After all, if a crossbow arrow shot at him, he would lose his life. After a while, Su Chen and his group approached the Lucin Hotel. Just at this time, Gaochi Chiang received the news that Song Linfei and others had been captured. He was overjoyed and immediately took his people away from Green Hotel. Looking at their departing backs, Su Chen sneered and nodded at Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan did not hesitate and immediately led his men to the hotel. Although each team of survivors occupies different buildings, the ideas for transformation are the same. For example, Gaochi Chiang followed Su Chen's example and only left the hotel lobby entrance. All other entrances and exits were blocked. After approaching the lobby door and seeing only 2 or 3 survivors huddled together and shivering inside, Sun Yuan rushed out without hesitation. With a crash, the glass of the door was shattered by his kick. Gaochi Chiang's men were immediately startled. Before they could react, Sun Yuan and his men raised their compound crossbows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Those people were shot dead on the spot. Sun Yuan pushed away the debris blocking the door. Everyone rushed in and began to search the hotel. They then found several survivors gathered together for warmth in the room and shot them to death without mercy. Brother Su, there shouldn't be many people left. Sun Yuan returned to the hotel lobby and reported to Su Chen. Their supplies are all piled up in the room. I just checked, and there are still quite a lot. Take away everything you can. If you can't take away, burn it all. It's a pity that Norma Deason is not here. Otherwise, Su Chen would still plan to put all of Gaochi Chiang's supplies into the RV. After all, when it comes to supplies, no one would complain about having too much. After loading enough supplies, Sun Yuan followed Su Chen's instructions and used the oil barrels he brought to spread gasoline all over the ground. Especially wooden furniture that has been split and remade into firewood. Su Chen lit a cigarette and took half a puff. He flicked the cigarette butt away under the distressed looks of Sun Yuan and the others. With a boom, a raging fire broke out in the Green Forest Hotel. Walk! Su Chen called out to everyone, and they quickly retreated outside. There were many flammable materials in the hotel, and the influence of gasoline and firewood quickly triggered a chain reaction. The entire hotel was on fire, which was particularly eye-catching in the night. The survivors from other teams were also awakened by the flames rising into the sky. Looking at the burning hotel building, they didn't know what was going on and started talking about it. When Su Chen and others attacked, a survivor happened to get up to urinate. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately hid. After Su Chen and others left, he escaped from the hotel before the fire consumed everything and told Gaochi Chiang about it. Su Chen, you idiot, fuck me. Gaochi Chiang lost his defense on the spot, became furious, and started cursing. He never expected that while he succeeded in attacking Song Linfei, Su Chen robbed his home. Chapter 88 Old Biden. Su Chen burned down the Lucin Hotel, but Gaochi Chiang didn't care. He had just occupied the hotel of Song Linfei's team. At worst, he could just move to another place. But the problem is that Gaochi Chiang still has a lot of supplies stored in the Lucin Hotel. Regardless of whether these supplies were taken away by Su Chen or burned in a fire, it would be a huge loss for Gaochi Chiang. Boss Gao, calm down. Song Linfei still has a lot of supplies here. Zhao Xiong, who was standing by, quickly spoke to comfort him. After hearing this, Gaochi Chiang's expression looked much better. Fortunately, they annexed Song Linfei's team and obtained a large amount of supplies. Otherwise, if their hometown was raided and they had no supplies, they would not be able to survive the extreme cold that was to come. Boss Gao, the number of people and supplies have been counted. Old Su came running over with a notebook in his hand and reported the details to Gaochi Chiang. Leaving aside the warm supplies, Gaochi Chiang was most concerned about food. Song Linfei's team has more than 90 people, and the stockpiled food is enough to last for nearly 2 months. But Gaochi Chiang also has nearly 100 people on his side. As the two groups joined together, the number of people increased to nearly 200. The original food is now only enough for everyone to use for 1 month. This is troublesome. Looking at the ice and snow outside, Gaochi Chiang's face was gloomy, as if water could drip out of it. If it weren't for that bastard Su Chen, after he merged Song Linfei's team, he wouldn't have to worry about supplies, at least in the short term. Boss Gao, I do have a suggestion. Abbeyo, who was standing by, seemed to have noticed Gaochi Chiang's worries, so he came forward and whispered. There are quite a few old Bidens in Song Linfei's team. Leaving them here would just be a waste of food. Why not? There was a ruthless look in his eyes, and he made a clicking gesture. This is not a good idea. These old Bidens are the family members of many people. Gaochi Chiang was a little hesitant. Then let's take care of them too. Abbeyo said coldly. Boss Gao, you just annexed their team. If you want them not to dare to resist you, you must use thunder and lightning methods. Okay, then let's do as you say. Gaochi Chiang thought for a moment and finally nodded. If we kill those old people and their relatives together, we can not only save a lot of food, but also deter others. We can take off their clothes and throw them into the snow. It won't be long before they freeze to death. Abbeyo's words were full of cruelty and ruthlessness. That's not good. Why don't you just kill them? Gaochi Chiang looked at him with some confusion. Although the high temperatures and heavy rains did not last long. But who knows when this heavy snow and extreme cold will end? The food we have left won't last long. Once it's all eaten, what should we do next? Abbeyo asked back. You mean? Gaochi Chiang's heart skipped a beat, as if he understood what Abbeyo meant. It's freezing cold outside, which is a natural refrigerator. If those people were frozen to death in the snow, their bodies would not rot. In this way, when there is no food, it can be used as rations. Gaochi Chiang felt a chill on his back and couldn't help swallowing. Although he had killed many people, he had never used human flesh as food like Abbeyo did. This Abbeyo is really crazy. The food hasn't even been used up yet, and you're already thinking about cannibalism. It seems that when I first met him, his 3-wheeled motorcycle was filled with human flesh. Abbeyo seemed to see Gaochi Chiang's thoughts and said quickly, Boss Gao, I'm just preparing for a rainy day. We'll think about it later. After all, in this apocalypse, staying alive is the most important thing. His last words actually woke Gaochi Chiang up. Yes, if we cannot survive, then what is the use of so-called propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame? Are there not many cases of cannibalism in Chinese history? Then you decide. Gaochi Chiang finally nodded. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Zhou Shixian was called in front of Gaochi Chiang. Although he was feeling a little depressed because he didn't find Lin Ying. But in front of Gaochi Chiang, Zhou Shixian was still respectful, who made his life now completely controlled by Gaochi Chiang. Boss Gao, I asked you to come here because I have something for you to do. Gaochi Chiang slurped his instant noodles while casually saying, Those old Bidens in your team. Keeping them here will only waste food. I'm going to take their clothes off and throw them out in the snow. The smile on Zhou Shixian's face suddenly froze. No, Gao. Boss, what? What do you mean? We agreed at the beginning that we would treat our team members well. Gaochi Chiang put down the instant noodles in his hand and stared at him impatiently. The past was the past, and the present is the present. If you want to blame someone, blame that bastard Su Chen for burning down the Green Forest Hotel. Zhou Shixian wanted to say something, but Abbeyo, who was standing beside him, held his shoulder and said calmly, Brother Zhou, don't make things difficult for yourself. Zhou Shixian immediately became timid and felt extremely bitter inside. Okay, I'll listen to Boss Gao. That's right. Gaochi Chiang softened his attitude and said with a smile, The remaining young and strong men in your team. If they want to live, let them do this. Zhou Shixian understood that Gaochi Chiang did this because he wanted those people to show their loyalty. He had no way to refuse, so he had to obey the order and leave. After learning of Gaochi Chiang's decision, The survivors in Song Linfei's team were in an uproar. They never thought that giving up resistance would lead to such a result. If they had known this would happen, they might as well have followed Song Linfei and fought to the death. However, no matter how much I regret, it is too late now. They had no weapons and were tied up by Gaochi Chiang's men, so they were completely powerless to resist. Under the threat of death, many people eventually chose to bow their heads. Among the original team of more than 90 people, there were more than 20 elderly people who had to be removed. The other half of the people chose to die rather than surrender. Zhou Shixian led the surrendered survivors, took off all the clothes of the elderly and their families, and then pushed them into the snow outside. Zhou Shixian, you bastard. You will die a miserable death. Captain Song was so good to you, and you betrayed him. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. The temperature was dozens of degrees below zero, and I was standing in the snow without any clothes on. After a while, the shouting and cursing became fainter. In less than 20 minutes, they were all frozen to death. Chapter 89 Women. The scene of Zhou Shixian executing his companions was seen clearly by Su Chen and He Wang, who were on the top floor of Yolan. This Zhou Shixian is really a piece of shit. Not only did he surrender to Gaochi Chiang, but he even helped him kill his own people. He Wang wrapped his down jacket around himself and couldn't help but burst into cursing. Forget it. There's nothing to see. Let's go down. Su Chen greeted He Wang. The two put away their binoculars and walked downstairs. Brother Su, I have a favor to ask. He Wang suddenly spoke, his expression a little embarrassed. Su Chen saw it and couldn't help laughing. Brother He, if I'm not mistaken, you are attracted to Wu Li, right? Oh. He Wang was stunned for a moment, and his old face instantly turned red. No, Brother Su, you. How did you know? Need I say more? You've only just written your thoughts on your face. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. The Wu Li he was talking about was one of the 5 women who escaped with Lin Yingying. After Lin Yingying, Wu Li and others entered the conference room last night. He Wang's eyes were always fixed on Wu Li and never left. He Wang is so shy again today. It is most likely related to Wu Li. So, Brother Su, what do you think? He Wang looked at Su Chen hesitantly. It is said that when one is well fed and clothed, he will think about sex. He Wang had not had enough food to eat before, and it was uncertain whether he could survive, so he naturally had no mood to think about women. But now, with the help of Su Chen, he can live in the end times without worries about food and clothing, and he can't help but start to have unrealistic thoughts. When He Wang came to Phoenix Mountain for tourism, he was accompanied by his wife and children. Unfortunately, his wife and children died shortly after the high temperature came. The woman named Wu Li, although not as pretty as Lu Linger and Lin Yingying, has a very slim figure. She has a curvy figure, mature and charming, and full of charm. It is understandable that He Wang falls in love with her. But he also knew that Su Chen had the final say on everything concerning the team. If you want to keep Wu Li, you must get Su Chen's approval. I think so. Su Chen thought about it and finally agreed. He previously disagreed with Song Linfei, Lin Yingying, and others joining him because he felt that there were too many people in Song Linfei's team. Increasing your own burden is a small matter. The most important thing is that there are many people and many distractions. Just because of Zhou Shixian's betrayal, Song Linfei was killed, and the team he built was also torn apart. But now there are only Lin Yingying and 6 other women left, so it's not impossible to take them in. Su Chen's team is full of old bachelors. Only when men and women work together can work be done without getting tired. Great. Thank you, Brother Su. He Wang immediately smiled. While the two were talking, they had already left the top floor and arrived at the conference room on the 2nd floor. Go, bring those women here. Su Chen ordered. Yes, boss. Zhou Xinhong left happily. After a while, he returned to the conference room with Lin Yingying and several other women. According to the information we have gathered, it was Zhou Shixian who betrayed you and teamed up with Gaochi Chiang to attack your residence. As soon as he saw them, Su Chen told them the news he knew. What? Zhou Shixian, that bastard. After knowing the truth of the matter, especially that Zhou Shixian had also harmed the elderly in the team, Lin Yingying clenched her teeth, her fair face filled with anger. This is the situation. Now I will give you 2 options. The first way is for you to leave on your own. I won't make things difficult for you. The second way, you can stay, but you must obey my orders in everything. Su Chen directly gave the choice. I'm willing to stay. Me too. And me. Wu Li and several other women chose the second path without any hesitation. In this extremely cold apocalypse, without enough food and warmth, it is impossible for them to survive. If you go to join other survivor teams, you will either be treated as a plaything or a burden and will be refused to join. Looking at Su Chen's appearance, he doesn't seem like a bad person, so it's better to let him stay. Zhou Xinhong helped them settle down. Wu Li, from today on, you will follow brother He. He Wang was the first one to follow Su Chen, and he was also loyal to Su Chen. So Su Chen not only kept Wu Li, but also gave her directly to He Wang. Wu Li took a look at the tall and mighty He Wang, and her face couldn't help but turn slightly red. But he didn't say anything, just stood obediently beside He Wang. He Wang immediately smiled and gave Su Chen a thumbs up. After these women were taken away by Zhou Xinhong and He Wang respectively, Su Chen and Lu Linger were the only ones left in the meeting room. To Su Chen, Wu Li and the other women looked like ordinary people without any special skills. It has no effect on the entire team. He cared more about Lu Linger. After all, she was a doctor and could contribute more to the team. What are your plans? Lu Linger took a deep breath and said with a firm look. I plan to stay. Well, I'll have someone clean it up for you. No, I want to stay with you. Su Chen was slightly stunned, then started laughing. Why should I keep you with me? Because I am useful to you and I am good at medicine. I can meet all your needs. Lu Linger spoke word by word. Having lived in the apocalypse for so long, she has grown a lot and understands very well how sinister human hearts are. The reason why she stayed in Song Linfei's team before was largely because Song Linfei was extremely polite to her. But now that Song Linfei is dead, Lu Linger has to live a comfortable and worry-free life. The wisest thing to do is to cling to Su Chen's thigh. Okay, I promise you, but I still say that you have to listen to me in everything. If you dare to disobey my orders, I will kick you out. Su Chen is not a gentleman. Since Lu Linger is useful to me and is willing to stay, why not do it? Okay, but I have another request. Tell me about it. I hope you can help me get revenge and kill Zhou Shixian. Speaking of Zhou Shixian's name, Lu Linger's beautiful eyes seem to be bursting with anger. She has a very close relationship with Song Linfei and the old people in the team. However, Zhou Shixian betrayed the team and killed them all. Lu Linger wished she could tear Zhou Shixian into pieces. I can't promise you that. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders and said lightly. But Gaochi Chiang and I have a grudge. I can only say that I will try my best. After Gaochi Chiang took over Song Linfei's team, his strength grew even more. Su Chen is not willing to take this risk for Lu Linger. Chapter 90 Female Competition. That's good. Lu Linger nodded in agreement. She also knew that given Su Chen's personality, it was already very good enough for him to agree. Okay, it's almost time, come back with me. Su Chen looked at the watch on his wrist and immediately stood up. Lu Linger did not hesitate and followed her obediently. The two walked through the hotel's corridor and came to the backyard. At this time, heavy snow was still falling, and the thick snow had already covered the original flower beds. Even the RV's amazing tires were mostly covered by snow. After entering the fingerprint next to the car door, the electric footstep was lowered as the door slowly opened. Su Chen took a step forward and walked into the car. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lu Linger, who was lying on the sofa watching a TV series, jumped down quickly. Aiken, come back. Before she could finish her words, she saw Lu Linger following behind Su Chen, and the smile on her face froze. Aiken, she is. She will live with us from now on. Go to the second floor and help her make the bed. Su Chen said this lightly, walked straight past her, and sat on the sofa. Looking at Lu Linger, who was still standing there, at a loss, Su Chen frowned slightly. What? Don't you understand what I said? No, I'll go right away. Lu Linger came to her senses and hurried to the second floor. While she was helping Lu Linger make the bed, she felt quite aggrieved. Although she usually obeys Su Chen's words, after living together for so long, Lu Linger regards herself as the hostess. Even if she lived in the end times, she had imagined that Su Chen would find other women. But when that day really came, Lu Linger still couldn't accept it. But she also knew very well that if she dared to express any dissatisfaction, given Su Chen's current personality, he would definitely throw her out. Lu Linger sighed softly and could only choose to accept it silently. At the same time, Lu Linger, who was downstairs, was also quite shocked by the situation inside the RV. Although she had been in a good relationship with Su Chen before, she also knew that Su Chen had a normadison. But she never came in from beginning to end. The RV was warm as spring, spacious and bright, forming a sharp contrast with the ice and snow outside. The Legend of Zhenhuan is playing on TV. This is Lu Linger's favorite TV series, and she has watched it many times. Soft music echoed in the car. There is a humidifier in the corner to make the air in the car less dry. Everything seems so peaceful and tranquil. Lu Linger almost thought that everything she had experienced before was just a nightmare. Why are you still standing there? Su Chen pointed to the bathroom not far away and said, Go take a shower over there. Here are some clothes for you to change into later. Lin Yingying finally came to her senses and picked up the clothes that Su Chen handed over. Without exception, these clothes are similar to the ones Su Chen gave to Lu Linger before, and the main theme is sexy and revealing. Lin Yingying's pretty face turned red, but she said nothing and went to the bathroom obediently. After she came out of the shower, Lu Linger had also made the bed. Su Chen was playing games and asked Lu Linger to take Lin Yingying to visit her residence. You are Lu Linger, right? My name is Lin Yingying, and I've heard of you before from Su Chen. Lin Yingying smiled slightly and extended her hand to Lu Linger in a friendly manner. After the end of the world, Lu Linger only stayed in Phoenix Mountain. Although I have encountered bad guys like Abbeyo, I still have little experience. But Lin Yingying is different. She had stayed in the Devil's City at the end of the world for some time and had seen all kinds of people selling your body in order to survive. It is extremely common for women to serve the same person as other women. What's worse, they even drag their family members into the water. So psychologically, Lin Yingying had no aversion to serving Su Chen together with Lu Linger. She also knew that it was necessary to establish a good relationship with Lu Linger. But Lu Linger didn't think so. Facing Lin Yingying's friendly expression, she did not extend her hand, but said coldly, "Aiken is mine." Lin Yingying couldn't help but burst out laughing. You have to understand that in the end times, a man like Su Chen is not someone you can possess alone. Looking at Lu Linger, who still had a hostile look on her face, Lin Yingying just smiled meaningfully. She said nothing more and turned and went down the stairs. Looking at the two women who appeared in front of him one after another, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a faint desire to conquer them. You know, before the end of the world, being able to catch up with one of them and make him your girlfriend was already a great achievement. But now, both of them were taken into the RV by Su Chen. "Master, what would you like to eat for lunch?" Lin Yingying smiled sweetly. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger, who was standing by, couldn't help but widen her eyes. Isn't Lin Yingying too shameless? She actually called Su Chen master directly? Although from the very beginning, Su Chen told Lu Linger that he was her master. But Lu Linger didn't take it to heart and never called Su Chen master. Glancing at the shocked expression on Lu Linger's face, Lin Yingying's mouth curled up slightly, and she felt a little proud in her heart. Her idea now was very simple, which was to use all her strength to stay by Su Chen's side. Only in this way can you survive in the doomsday and live a fulfilling life. She has been working in the sales industry for a long time, although she has never sold her body to anyone except Su Chen. But she also knows how to capture a man's psychology. Can you cook? Su Chen was a little surprised. Home-cooked meals are fine. If the host wants to have a fancy meal, I can learn from them. Lin Yingying said in a tender voice. You don't need to study, Aiken. Oh no, I'm responsible for the master's 3 meals a day. Lu Linger finally reacted and spoke quickly. Forget it, Sister Linger. You take a rest, and let me take the seat. Lin Yingying pretended to take care of Lu Linger, but in fact she wanted to take her place. But how could Lu Linger let him have his wish? She said without giving in. You don't know what the master likes to eat. What if it doesn't suit his taste? Seeing the two women fighting, Su Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. In this situation, the word female competition is the most appropriate to describe it. He had no intention of interfering. Only in this way can I be superior to both of them. How about this, Linger, you cook, Yingying, you help her. Su Chen finally made the final decision. Although she was somewhat reluctant, Lu Linger did not dare to disobey Su Chen, so she had to take Lin Yingying to the kitchen area. While cooking, she introduced the kitchen utensils in the RV to Lin Yingying. Chapter 91 Essential Oil Back Opening. Not long after, with the joint efforts of Lu Linger and Lin Yingying, a delicious meal was ready. Accompanied by two beauties, Su Chen was in a good mood while eating. After the meal, he asked the two girls to rest in the car, and he went to the hotel in front, because there were still many things waiting for him to deal with. After successfully stealing the house last night, Su Chen and his crew brought back a lot of spoils. Although he had no shortage of supplies, he still took half of them. The rest was given as a reward to Sun Yuan and his group. After receiving the supplies, they were also beaming with joy. The rest of the survivors were so envious, but they could only watch. Those who can go out with Su Chen are either old people who have followed him or those who have made contributions. They all have one thing in common. That is, Su Chen trusts them more. Those who joined in late are not qualified to act with Su Chen at all. The others also secretly swore in their hearts that they would perform well in the future and gain Su Chen's trust, so that they could be reused. After rewarding those who had made contributions last night, Su Chen began to make arrangements for Wu Li and others. Although Wu Li and the others are all women, Su Chen has already set a rule that there will be no idle people in his team. After discussing with Sun Yuan and He Wang, Wu Li and several other women were assigned to do chores such as cleaning, washing clothes, and cooking. Boss Su, we just discovered that Gaochi Chiang sent several of his men to the hotel where the other survivors were staying. It looks like he's trying to contact them. On the rooftop, Li Dong, who was in charge of surveillance, reported through the intercom. Got it. Keep an eye on them. Su Chen was not surprised by the news reported by Li Dong. It would be abnormal if Gaochi Chiang did not respond to such a huge loss. After finishing all the matters, Su Chen told He Wang and Sun Yuan to be vigilant and then returned to the RV. Lu Linger and Lin Yingying in the car were sitting on the sofa, separated by a table. It looks like one is watching Legend of Zhen Huan and the other is playing with IP80. But both of them were actually listening to the noise outside the car. When Su Chen opened the door, they immediately stood up and ran to the door. Master, you are back. Master, are you tired? The two of them competed to take off Su Chen's coat. Su Chen enjoyed the service of the two people with peace of mind and asked casually, Is dinner ready? Of course I'm ready. Today, I made some of your favorite dishes. Lu Linger spoke first. I learned a new dish just for my master. Lin Yingying also said unwillingly. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, held Su Chen's arms and came to the table. As expected, the table was filled with delicious food. Under their expectant eyes, Su Chen tasted their works in turn and gave satisfactory responses to both of them. Lu Linger breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously looked towards Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying just smiled faintly and whispered in Su Chen's ear, Master, please eat quickly and spend some time with me tonight. He was supposed to accompany me tonight. Lu Linger said a little angrily. Yingying has only been here for a short time. Linger, you have to give way to her. Su Chen said lightly. After hearing his words, Lu Linger felt a little unwilling, but she didn't dare to say anything more. She could only suppress all her grievances in her heart. Not long after, the three of them finished their dinner. After Lu Linger finished washing the dishes, she walked upstairs reluctantly. As she walked, she turned her head and looked at Su Chen, as if hoping that Su Chen would ask her to stay. But Su Chen just watched TV and had no intention of speaking. Lu Linger felt aggrieved but had no choice but to go upstairs. After she left, only Su Chen and Lin Yingying were left. Lin Yingying held a tray with several bottles and jars on it and said with a smile, Master, I learned a spa massage today. Do you need me to help you relax? You still have this method? Su Chen was a little surprised, but naturally would not refuse. He took off his shirt and lay down on the sofa. Lin Yingying applied essential oil on her delicate hands and began to massage Su Chen. I have to admit it. Although Lin Yingying had just learned it not long ago, her technique was extremely comfortable, and Su Chen was so pleased that his eyes narrowed. Master, how is my technique? Very good. Keep up the good work. Su Chen praised with satisfaction. Hearing his praise, Lin Yingying felt very happy. After all, for her, nothing is more important than being loved by Su Chen. Different from Su Chen, who was enjoying the night in the RV. On the other side, Gaochi Chiang was sitting in the room with a very serious expression. The leaders of the survivors, including Xiaomi and Gao Xiangjuan, sat opposite him in an opposing manner. Boss Gao, if you have nothing else to do, we'll leave. Xiaomi said impatiently. Gao Xiangjuan and others did not say anything, but their expressions were quite alert. There is no other reason. Gaochi Chiang's annexation of Song Linfei really made them feel threatened. No one knows whether Gaochi Chiang will attack them next. Otherwise, if Gaochi Chiang had sent someone over today and asked them in a tough manner to come for a meeting, they would not have bothered to come. Chapter 92, The Truth of Doomsday. But even if they came to the meeting, Xiaomi, Gao Xiangjuan and others had already informed each other in advance. We all came together as a group to attend the meeting tonight. I invited several bosses here today to discuss the attack on Su Chen. Gaochi Chiang said slowly. Upon hearing this, the bosses looked at each other with strange expressions. Previously, Zhao Xiong and a few others followed Gaochi Chiang to attack the Yolan Hotel. As a result, they suffered heavy losses and now have become Gaochi Chiang's subordinates. Song Linfei didn't bring anyone with him, and as a result, he was ambushed by Gaochi Chiang. Not only did the person die, but the team was also taken over by Gaochi Chiang. The bosses are currently busy hiding from Gaochi Chiang, so how could they possibly go with him? Boss Gao, we have no grudges against Su Chen. In my opinion, there is no need for this, right? Xiaomi gave a dry laugh and politely declined Gaochi Chiang's request. Why? Boss Ya doesn't want to give our boss face. Abbeyo on the side frowned and said coldly, It's not that we don't give you face, Boss Gao. It's just that we are all afraid of death. Gao Xiangjuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, Song Linfei's death was so tragic. Hearing him mention Song Linfei, Gaochi Chiang didn't get angry, but chuckled. You have misunderstood. There is actually another hidden story here. He then briefly recounted what had happened. Of course, it is not entirely based on facts, but has been modified. According to Gaochi Chiang, Song Linfei was ready to join Su Chen, but Zhou Shixian disagreed. As a result, a fierce conflict broke out between the two groups. In order to stop them from killing each other, Gaochi Chiang had to intervene. However, this caused Song Linfei to misunderstand, and he started fighting with Gaochi Chiang's men. In desperation, Gaochi Chiang killed Song Linfei. On the surface, his words sounded impeccable. But in fact, everyone understood that the temperature outside was extremely low and it was snowing heavily. Gaochi Chiang is not a kind-hearted person, so how could he try to stop a fight for no reason? We have finally survived. We should help each other. How can we kill each other? Xiaomi shook his head, his attitude remaining firm. Boss Xiao is right, but Su Chen is such a bad guy. Not only does he not want to help each other, he also kills people all the time. Gaochi Chiang threw dirty water on Su Chen crazily. Seeing that everyone was still indifferent, he decided to use his trump card. Actually, it's all fine and dandy, but the most important thing is, this kid knows the truth about the end of the world. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was moved. Boss Gao, you won't lie to us, right? Isn't this doomsday a natural disaster? How did Su Chen know about it? Facing the skeptical crowd, Gaochi Chiang smiled and said calmly, Don't be impatient. Just listen to me slowly. You all should know that I knew that bastard Su Chen long before the apocalypse, right? Everyone nodded. They had heard about Gaochi Chiang's previous loan sharking and Su Chen borrowing a large sum of money from him. A month before the end of the world, this kid Su Chen bought a Normadison RV. He spent a huge amount of money to modify this RV. Basically, no matter how bad the environment is, as long as you stay in the RV, you'll be fine. Gaochi Chiang said slowly. But that doesn't prove anything, does it? Gao Xiangjuan frowned. Don't worry, just listen to me. Gaochi Chiang paused and continued. Driver Lao Su also told you before that Su Chen bought tens of millions of supplies at Walmart. If these are still not enough to prove it, then what happens next will completely prove that I am right. Abbeyo can prove that the heavy rain has just arrived. Su Chen asked his men to collect warm supplies. And everyone still remembers that not long after the heavy rain stopped, Su Chen sent people to the back mountain to chop firewood, right? After Gaochi Chiang's reminder, everyone remembered that this incident had indeed happened. So many things combined together can only prove one thing. This kid Su Chen definitely knows something. Gaochi Chiang spoke word by word. So I suggest that we attack him together. Not only to obtain the massive amount of supplies he has hoarded, but also to get the truth out of him. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be moved. All the survivors present wanted to restore social order to normal. No matter how your life was before, at least you won't starve to death. But now in the end times, people are easily killed by heat, cold, or starvation. They have had enough of days like this. Besides, let's take a step back and say that even if we can't restore the world to normal, if I could get some inside information from Su Chen, I would be able to respond in the days ahead. Not to mention that he has a huge amount of supplies, so everyone doesn't have to worry about food and drink. I think what Boss Gao said makes a lot of sense. Xiaomi pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. That's what I think. Gao Xiangjuan followed suit and expressed his opinion. He had very little supplies left and couldn't even last a month. If Gaochi Chiang hadn't been so extreme, he would have nodded in agreement long ago. The two giants agreed, and the remaining leaders hesitated for a moment and also expressed their agreement. Seeing this, Gaochi Chiang couldn't help but be overjoyed. But Boss Gao, we have to be clear up front. If you dare to plot against us, don't blame us for turning against you. Xiaomi said in a deep voice, his eyes full of vigilance towards Gaochi Chiang. Don't worry, I'm only targeting Su Chen. Gaochi Chiang patted his chest and said. He really meant what he said. This time he didn't want to plot against other teams of survivors. His main purpose was to kill Su Chen in order to get revenge. Boss Gao, I still have a suggestion. Gao Xiangjuan said slowly. We might as well send someone to negotiate with Su Chen first. As long as he is willing to tell us the truth about the apocalypse and provide us with supplies on time, there is no need for us to fight and kill each other. Isn't that the truth? Upon hearing this, the others also nodded. Yes, that's best. We are all surviving in the doomsday, and being able to survive is the ultimate goal. Gaochi Chiang frowned slightly, but then relaxed. With Su Chen's personality, he would never agree to such a request, so it would be better for him to agree to it first. After Su Chen refuses, everyone will naturally give up. Okay, tomorrow morning, I'll send someone to meet Su Chen and have a good talk with him. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and Lin Yingying's beautiful face came into view. Chapter 93 RV Life. Lin Yingying, who was sleeping soundly, had her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, as if she was feeling a little uncomfortable. Su Chen carefully pulled out his arm, then got up from the bed, opened the door, and walked out. Lu Linger was wearing a maid outfit and was busy in the kitchen area. The aroma of food was filling the RV. As if she heard some noise, Lu Linger turned her head to look. When she saw Su Chen, she immediately showed a look of surprise on her face. "Master, are you awake?" She ran over quickly, hugged Su Chen's arm, and shook him. "I have followed the master for so long, and the master suddenly drove me upstairs to sleep alone. The master is too cruel." 5555. During the time she lived with Su Chen, Lu Linger had already regarded Su Chen as her own. Lin Yingying suddenly appeared and snatched Su Chen away from her. Of course, Lu Linger felt uncomfortable. So when she saw Su Chen, she immediately started to act coquettishly. I have to say, when a woman acts coquettishly, especially a beauty like Lu Linger, it's really hard to control yourself. Su Chen calmed down, touched Lu Linger's hair, and chuckled. "If you're not used to sleeping alone, you might as well come down tonight." Upon hearing this, Lu Linger couldn't help but show joy on her face. She thought Su Chen was planning to send Lin Yingying over so that she could sleep. But Su Chen's next words made her smile disappear. "We can sleep together so you won't be scared." Well, forget it. Although Lu Linger was reluctant to let Lin Yingying have Su Chen alone, she finally backed down. Seeing this, Su Chen didn't intend to force her. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. In this kind of thing, it is better to have mutual consent. At this moment, the intercom next to him suddenly made a beeping sound. "Boss Su, something's wrong. Gaochi Chiang sent someone to see you." Zhou Xinhong's voice rang out. Su Chen frowned, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. "This Gaochi Chiang is like a dogskin plaster, coming here every now and then. I'm going to go meet Gaochi Chiang. You two stay in the car and don't move." "Yes, master." Lu Linger responded, picked up the winter clothes beside her, and helped Su Chen put them on. After Su Chen was dressed, he opened the door and walked out. Compared to yesterday, the snow today is obviously much lighter. But the snow on the ground is getting thicker and thicker. If things continue like this, the snow will stop completely tomorrow. But the body of the Normadison has been covered up a lot. It seems that I need to find some people to clear the snow, otherwise I won't be able to start the car. Su Chen walked into the conference room while thinking. Gaochi Chiang sent a young man who, upon seeing Su Chen, hurriedly said, "Hello, Boss Su. Tell me, what does Gaochi Chiang want you to do?" Su Chen asked directly. "It's like this, my boss has formed an alliance with the leaders of other teams. He specifically asked me to come here and tell you. If you are willing to tell us the truth about the end of the world and provide supplies regularly, our two groups can live in peace." The young man's words made Su Chen slightly stunned. He was not surprised that Gaochi Chiang united other teams of survivors. After all, the weather is cold now and the food will eventually run out. We have plenty of food here, and sooner or later we will be targeted by everyone. But what surprised Su Chen was that Gaochi Chiang actually thought that he knew the truth about the end of the world. He stroked his chin and quickly figured out the reason. Judging from his previous behavior, it seems like he knows something inside. Even He Wang and Sun Yuan couldn't help but ask themselves before. Su Chen glanced at the young man and said calmly, "What if I don't agree?" "My boss said, if you don't agree, then we'll have to fight." "Are you threatening me?" A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and a strong murderous aura emanated from his body that seemed to be tangible. No, no, no. How dare I threaten Boss Su? These are the words my boss asked me to convey." The young man was startled and quickly explained. Su Chen snorted coldly, and his expression finally relaxed. "Boss Su, why should we be polite to them?" He Wang on the side said coldly. "If he wants to fight, let's fight him." Sun Yuan didn't say anything, but one hand was already pressing the dagger at his waist. As long as Su Chen gave the order, he would immediately kill the messenger sent by Gaochi Chiang on the spot. However, to their surprise, Su Chen suddenly smiled. "I think Boss Gao's suggestion is a good one." Not to mention He Wang and Sun Yuan. Even this young man was confused. You must know that since the end of the world, Su Chen has been famous for his selfishness. Whether it was Abbeyo, Zhang Mingyuan, or anyone else, when they asked Su Chen for help, he rejected them mercilessly. He actually agreed today? "Of course, I have conditions." "What conditions?" The young man said subconsciously. "He has to hand over Zhou Shixian first before I'm willing to negotiate with him." Su Chen said slowly. I can't make the decision on this. I have to go back and report to my boss." "Okay, then you go back first." Su Chen waved his hand and sent the young man away. After the other party left, Wang asked in confusion, Brother Su, we were not afraid when Gaochi Chiang attacked us before, so why is it that today? Brother I know my limits. Su Chen did not explain further, and Wang did not ask any further questions. Su Chen really said that? After hearing the younger brother's reply, Gaochi Chiang couldn't believe his ears. He had originally planned to launch an attack together with Xiaomi and Gao Xiangjuan immediately after Su Chen refused. But I didn't expect that Su Chen would agree. If that's the case, there's no need for us to do anything. That's the best. Xiaomi and Gao Xiangjuan both breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen has a rifle in his hand. If a fight really breaks out, many people will be killed or injured. But the problem is, Su Chen wants us to hand over Zhou Shixian before he will negotiate. What should we do? Abbeyo, who was standing by, suddenly interrupted. Everyone's eyes turned to Gaochi Chiang at once. After all, Zhou Shixian is his now. Gaochi Chiang hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, call him over. Since he could become a big boss in the underworld, he must be ruthless and cruel. Zhou Shixian is a traitor, so let him sacrifice himself. Abbeyo took the order and left. After a while, he brought Zhou Shixian over. Seeing all the bosses and leaders in the room looking at him, Zhou Shixian had no idea what was going on. Meet Boss Gao. Chapter 94 Revenge. Brother Shixian, how have you been these past 2 days? Gaochi Chiang greeted Zhou Shixian with a smile and a very enthusiastic attitude. Not bad. Brother Biao and the others took good care of me. Since he came to join Zhou Shixian, Gaochi Chiang did not make things difficult for him, but his attitude towards him was extremely cold. Zhou Shixian was really excited by the sudden enthusiasm today. Well, I need your help with something. Please give me your orders, Boss Gao. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Zhou Shixian thought that Gaochi Chiang wanted to use him, so he was delighted and patted his chest. That's good. Gaochi Chiang nodded with satisfaction and winked at Abbeyo beside him. Abbeyo did not hesitate. He stepped forward with his 2 younger brothers and pressed Zhou Shixian to the ground. Zhou Shixian had no time to resist before he was subdued by them. Boss Gao, what's going on? Brother Shixian, didn't you say you would never refuse? Gaochi Chiang said with a smile. I just communicated with Su Chen, and he said that as long as we hand you over, he's willing to negotiate with us. So for the sake of everyone's future, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. Zhou Shixian was stunned when he heard this. He never thought that Gaochi Chiang's intention for helping him was actually like this. Boss Gao, I am loyal to you and help you get rid of Song Linfei. You can't do this. I don't want this to happen, but there's really no other way. Just bear with it. Gaochi Chiang shrugged his shoulders and pretended to be helpless. Abbeyo called a few of his younger brothers and tied Zhou Shixian up. Gaochi Chiang, you bastard, you are not a human being. I have helped you so much, and you. Zhou Shixian, who was unable to move, suddenly became angry and couldn't help but curse. Since Lin Yingying escaped, Zhou Shixian has spent a lot of effort searching for her whereabouts, but to no avail. No trace of Lin Yingying was found among the several survivor teams nearby, so he was certain that Lin Yingying had most likely fled to the Yolan Hotel. And now Su Chen specifically asked him to go over there. Maybe Lin Yingying wanted to take revenge on him. Gaochi Chiang frowned, and before he could say anything, Abbeyo next to him punched him. Zhou Shixian, who was hit in the abdomen, curled up into a ball and could no longer shout or curse. Send him to Su Chen. Gaochi Chiang waved his hand. Abbeyo called a few of his younger brothers and asked them to carry Zhou Shixian out of the hotel. In the thick snow, heading towards the Yolan Hotel. Inside the meeting room, Lin Yingying sat next to Su Chen, feeling quite puzzled. She didn't know why Su Chen called her over, but she knew very well that she shouldn't ask questions, so she didn't speak rashly. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Accompanied by a gust of cold wind, Zhou Shixian was carried in by several people. Zhou Shixian and Lin Yingying looked at each other and were both stunned. Yingying, hello? Long time no see. Zhou Shixian, you bastard. There was a hint of anger flickering in Lin Yingying's beautiful eyes. This Gaochi Chiang is indeed cruel and ruthless. Zhou Shixian helped him a lot, and he sacrificed himself when he was asked to. Su Chen sneered in his heart and said to Lin Yingying, you want revenge, don't you? Now he is in front of you. You can do whatever you want with him. As he spoke, he picked up a fruit knife and handed it to Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying clenched the knife in her fair little hand and slowly walked in front of Zhou Shixian. Looking at Lin Yingying, who was walking towards him step by step with a determined expression, like a goddess of vengeance, Zhou Shixian suddenly became timid. Yingying, I really like you too much. That's why I was carried away. Since I was so good to you in the past, please Please forgive me. I will correct it in the future. I will definitely correct it. Lin Yingying was slightly startled, as if she remembered how Zhou Shixian took care of her when she first joined Song Linfei's team. But at this moment, Su Chen said slowly, Yingying, don't forget Song Linfei and those old men who died tragically. Hearing this, Zhou Shixian's face turned pale instantly, and Lin Yingying's eyes also became sharp. Sizzle. The sharp dagger pierced through the clothes easily and hit Zhou Shixian's heart. Zhou Shixian widened his eyes and wanted to say something. In the end, he didn't say a word, his head tilted, and he died on the spot. Su Chen walked forward and released Lin Yingying's hand that was holding the knife. He nodded to He Wang and others, indicating that they should dispose of Zhou Shixian's body. He Wang and his companions were also very sensible. They carried Zhou Shixian's body out and left the space for Su Chen and Lin Yingying. Master, thank you for giving me the chance to take revenge. Lin Yingying raised her head with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Don't thank me. This is what we agreed on. Su Chen smiled faintly, touched her hair, and said, Remember, you have to listen to me in everything from now on. Yes, master. Lin Yingying nodded obediently and leaned in Su Chen's arms. Okay, go back first. I still have things to deal with. Yes, master. Looking at Lin Yingying's departing back, Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. He asked Lin Yingying to deal with Zhou Shixian personally, which was a test for Lin Yingying. The purpose was to see if Lin Yingying would soften her heart and let Zhou Shixian go. If so, it means that her saintly heart is hopeless and there is no need for her to stay with me. Now it seems that it can still be kept. After Lin Yingying left, Su Chen held his chin with his hand and tapped the table lightly. After a while, he picked up the intercom. Hey, Gaochi Chiang. Yes, please speak, Brother Su. Gaochi Chiang didn't care that Su Chen called him by his name. Instead, he laughed heartily. It was as if the grudge between the two of them never existed at all. Since you have shown your sincerity, we can start the negotiations. Su Chen said calmly. Actually, I don't know any more about the end of the world than you do. Gaochi Chiang, Xia Bowen, Gao Xiangjuan, Zhao Xiong, Abbeyo and others on the other end of the intercom all held their breath and pricked up their ears. When I was in college, I had a classmate who was the son of an official. He told me very cryptically that the end of the world was coming and asked me to prepare supplies in advance. First there was the high temperature, then the heavy rain, and then the extreme cold. It was because of his words that I thought of buying no medicine and purchasing so many supplies. Su Chen must have nothing better to do than to tell Gaochi Chiang and the others the truth. The information he revealed was half true and half false, and Gaochi Chiang and others had no way to verify it anyway. That's actually the case. Gaochi Chiang and others on the other end of the walkie-talkie were shocked. Chapter 95. Both sides suffer. Even if he is the son of an official, would you believe him so easily? Besides, how could there be no movement at all for something like this? Gao Xiangjuan was the smartest and most thoughtful person, so he immediately started questioning. This classmate and I have a lifelong friendship. Although I didn't believe it at first, he later filmed a video for me, and I saw with my own eyes that he was in the official nuclear war shelter. As for why there is no movement, please use your brain. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders and said in a mocking tone, Do you dare to announce this kind of thing in advance? When everyone thought about it carefully, it did make sense. If it had been announced in advance, there would have been unrest in society and people would have rushed to the shelters. By then, the safety of those big shots will no longer be guaranteed. Apart from anything else, Su Chen is just an ordinary person. Preparing so many supplies for doomsday still attracted the attention of others. Everyone immediately believed it. What disaster will come after the extreme cold? Gaochi Chiang asked. I don't know about that either. My friend said the country can only predict so much. But what is certain is that returning to the days before the apocalypse is impossible. Su Chen's words immediately plunged the conference room, where Gaochi Chiang and others were into deathly silence. In fact, everyone has a glimmer of hope in their hearts and wants to return to normal society. However, Su Chen's words directly extinguished their fire of hope. Gaochi Chiang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Okay, then let's talk about your assistance to us, right? How do you want me to help? It's very simple. We have nearly 600 people here. You just need to provide us with enough food. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard that. No, have you lost your mind? Do you think I can provide food for 600 people? Old Su said that you purchased tens of millions of supplies at Walmart. Gaochi Chiang sneered. Forget about 600 people. These supplies are enough for 1,000 people to eat for a lifetime, right? That bastard old Su is such a bastard. I must kill him if I have the chance. A murderous intent emerged in Su Chen's heart, but he remained calm on the surface. Old Su is right, but the problem is, I haven't transferred all of these supplies here. What do you mean? Gaochi Chiang couldn't help but be stunned. Think about it yourself. How is it possible to transport tens of millions of supplies from the Magic City in such a short period of time? Su Chen asked back. Gaochi Chiang and others looked at each other. Only then did they remember that according to old Su Chen had purchased all the supplies about half a month before the end of the world. It is actually not difficult to transport tens of millions of supplies to Phoenix Mountain in half a month. But the difficult part is how to do it quietly. Previously, the party manager of Green Forest Hotel and other people on Phoenix Mountain did not notice anything. My old classmate didn't tell me the exact time. So I only had time to transport some of the supplies over. If it's just a small number of people, I can still consider it. But 600 people. I'm sorry, I really can't help you. Gaochi Chiang did not take Su Chen's words seriously, but sneered. I can't care so much. If you don't give it to me, then we'll have to get it ourselves. Okay, then you guys come. At worst we'll both lose. Even if I die, I will definitely burn those supplies. Su Chen did not show any weakness and responded directly. Seeing his firm attitude, Gaochi Chiang and others also looked hesitant. Could it be that what this bastard said was true? Brother Su, don't be impulsive. We are all peace-loving people. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Gao Xiangjuan quickly spoke up and acted as a peacemaker. Then how much food can you provide at most? Food for at most 100 people. That won't do. It's too few. We need at least 500 people. Gaochi Chiang refused outright. 200, 400, 300. Make a deal. Gaochi Chiang finally made the final decision. Well, I will provide enough food for 300 people for 3 days each time. Every 3 days, you must come to the hotel gate in the morning to carry the goods. But I can't hold out for long, so after the snow melts, you'll still have to fend for yourself. Su Chen said slowly. Okay, then we have a deal. After finishing the conversation with Su Chen, Gaochi Chiang looked at the other leaders present. Do you think that Su Chen is lying? Gao Xiangjuan stroked his chin and pondered. I think he definitely didn't tell the truth, but it was pretty close. A good lie is always half true and half false. From this perspective, the end of the world may not end. Xiaomi sighed. His eyes were quite complicated. But Su Chen only provides us with supplies for 300 people. How do we distribute the supplies among so many of us? After the rainstorm came, survivors continued to come. It was not until the temperature dropped and heavy snow blocked the road that no one went up the mountain. Although many people died before and after, there are still about 600 people in the group. The supplies for 300 people are only enough for half of them. What can we do? You have heard Su Chen's attitude. Zhao Xiong scratched his hair and said angrily. At worst, we can just take turns and eat every other day. Fortunately, everyone's team still has a lot of supplies, so they don't have to worry about going hungry for the time being. Therefore, he had no choice but to agree to the conditions offered by Su Chen. Even though the supplies for 300 people cannot feed everyone, it should be enough to maintain their lives. Gaochi Chiang and others discussed how to divide the supplies equally, and then left. On the other side, Su Chen also got up and left after finishing the negotiations. This morning, he found a few survivors and asked them to clear the snow near Nomadison. Then they found some thick wooden boards, laid them on the snow, and drove the Nomadison on them. When Su Chen returned to the RV, the two girls who were busy vying for his favor also tried to please him in every way possible. Ying, apart from Gaochi Chiang, do you know anything about the other leaders? Yes, there are some. Because of her good relationship with Song Linfei, Lin Ying had followed him before and met several other bosses. Although I am not very familiar with it, I can still have a general understanding of it. Xiaomi has a relatively stable personality and will not get into conflict with others unless it is absolutely necessary. Gao Xiangjuan is a man with many tricks and is cunning and treacherous. You must be careful when dealing with him. Zhao Xiong is a reckless man. Lin Ying told him everything she knew. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and determined his next action. Chapter 96 High Risk, High Reward. It feels good. Use some more strength. Gao Xiangjuan was leaning on a sofa. Two pretty women were standing behind him, massaging his shoulders vigorously. When their team arrived at Phoenix Mountain, most of the larger hotels were occupied by other survivor teams. In desperation, Gao Xiangjuan had to choose a homestay. Compared with those big hotels, the decoration of this kind of BB is undoubtedly much simpler. Although Gao Xiangjuan ordered his men to reinforce the warmth inside and outside, and a stove was lit in the room. But compared with the hotel where Gaochi Chiang and others stayed, it was still much colder. Most of his men were huddled under their blankets, shivering. Gao Xiangjuan turned his head and glanced at the two women behind him, feeling quite annoyed. If the weather hadn't been so cold, he would have really wanted to execute them on the spot. It would be great if we could occupy the hotel where Gaochi Chiang is staying. Before the arrival of winter, at Lin Yingying's reminder, Song Linfei spent a lot of effort to strengthen the warmth inside and outside the hotel. But Gao Xiangjuan only dared to think about it. Gaochi Chiang's team not only has more people than his own, but his subordinates, such as Abbeyo and Zhao Xiong, are ruthless men who dare to fight and kill. Not to mention that Gaochi Chiang had a gun in his hand. At this moment, a sentry came running and trembling. "Boss, there's a man outside, who said he wants to see you." "To see me?" Gao Xiangjuan was stunned, then asked, "Is it Gaochi Chiang's people?" "No, I don't know which side they are from." "Let him in first." Gao Xiangjuan pondered. After a while, a man in white winter clothing slowly walked in. He brushed off the snowflakes on his body and greeted Gao Xiangjuan nonchalantly. "Hello, Chief Gao. Who are you?" Gao Xiangjuan looked the other person up and down and confirmed that he did not know him. "Let me introduce myself. I am Boss Su's subordinate. You can just call me Huang." "Are you Huang?" Gao Xiangjuan was startled and subconsciously picked up the weapon beside him. Although he didn't know Huang, he had heard about the feud between Huang and Abbeyo, and naturally knew that Huang was Su Chen's most trusted subordinate. How could Gao Xiangjuan not be nervous when Huang suddenly came to see him? "Relax, Chief Gao. I have no ill intentions here." Huang laughed and explained, "I'm here to negotiate with you on the orders of Boss Su." Negotiation? Gao Xiangjuan became even more confused. Didn't they reach a cooperation agreement with Su Chen this morning? Why does Su Chen still want to negotiate with me? Could it be that he has other plans? Gao Xiangjuan thought to himself, but said calmly, "How does he want to negotiate? Supplies for 300 people are still a bit difficult for Boss Su." Huang said slowly, "So he wanted to cut back on that. This cannot be reduced." Gao Xiangjuan refused outright. Joke. This condition was decided by several leaders together, and Gao Xiangjuan has no power to reduce it. Besides, the food for 300 people is not enough for 600 people. Even if it can be reduced, the others may not be able to move. "What if we reduce the number of people eating?" Huang said slowly. "What do you mean?" A gleam of light flashed in Gao Xiangjuan's eyes. "I'm sure Chief Gao has heard about the feud between Boss Su and Gaochi Chiang and Abbeyo. Even if he really had to take out enough supplies for 300 people, Boss Su was unwilling to give it to Gaochi Chiang for nothing. So he has a suggestion. Let's work together to kill Gaochi Chiang." Huang's words instantly made Gao Xiangjuan tremble with fear. Kill Gaochi Chiang? Su Chen is such a daredevil. But he calmed down and felt that it was not impossible. He has about 100 people under his command, and Su Chen also has 40 or 50 people. In addition, Su Chen also has rifles, sniper rifles, and various strategic materials. If they really join hands to deal with Gaochi Chiang, it is not impossible. What specific actions should be taken? You have to figure it out yourself, Chief Gao. Our boss Su will only assist you. Huang shrugged. So you guys are just going to do nothing and let me take the lead? If we succeed, Su Chen will get his revenge, but if we fail, it has nothing to do with Su Chen, right? Gao Xiangjuan was both angry and amused, and was really speechless about Su Chen. High risk brings high rewards. Huang laughed and threw a bag over. There is a walkie-talkie inside, which will make it convenient for you to contact our boss Su. Boss Su also gave you some supplies as a token of his sincerity. Gao Xiangjuan opened the bag and his eyes widened immediately. In addition to the intercom, there was also a pack of huazi and a bottle of matai. Be good. It has been so long since the end of the world, and Gao Xiangjuan has already used up all his cigarettes and alcohol. As an old smoker and a heavy smoker, he has long been unable to bear the craving for it. But he couldn't find it, so he could only endure it. Su Chen's gift of huazi and matai was like timely help in times of need. Gao Xiangjuan didn't hesitate at all. He opened a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and took a deep puff. He held the cigarette in his mouth, opened the matai bottle, and took a sip from it. As soon as Gao Xiangjuan drank the mellow and rich wine, he immediately felt warm all over. What a pleasure it is to be able to have a cigarette in the left hand and a drink in the right hand in the doomsday. The men nearby smelled the smoke and alcohol and subconsciously looked over. When they saw Gaochi Chiang smoking and drinking, their eyes turned green. "Boss, let me have a drink. Boss, I want to take a puff, please, just one puff." Looking at his subordinates who were looking at him eagerly, Gao Xiangjuan felt a little regretful. He forgot that he had quite a few heavy smokers and alcoholics among his men. If I had known earlier, I would have hidden it away and enjoyed it secretly by myself. Gao Xiangjuan thought for a moment, but ultimately couldn't make up his mind. He took out half a pack of cigarettes, poured out 2/3 of the white wine, and distributed it to his men. Hey, smoke slower, drink slower. Looking at his men looting, Gaochi Chiang felt as if his heart was bleeding. But he didn't dare not share it. Otherwise, his subordinates would riot and he would lose his position as the boss. Captain Gao, Boss Su said that as long as you agree to cooperate with him, you can add a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of wine every time you distribute supplies. He Wang said with a smile. Gaochi Chiang then remembered that He Wang had not left yet. And He Wang's words also made him feel a little moved. I'll go first. Chief Gao, please think about it carefully. If you agree, you can contact Boss Su. He Wang said this and turned away. Gaochi Chiang was left with a solemn expression, deep in thought. Yolan Hotel. After He Wang came back, he went to find Su Chen and told him what had happened. Brother Su, why do I feel that? Gaochi Chiang won't be fooled. Sun Yuan stroked his chin and pondered. Chapter 97, Price Increase. No, I'd say he'll be fooled. Su Chen didn't care and showed a meaningful smile. He and Gaochi Chiang already had a grudge against each other. This time, Gaochi Chiang gathered hundreds of people to threaten him. He did this again and again, causing trouble for Su Chen. This has made Su Chen completely want to kill him. The reason why Su Chen agreed to the conditions proposed by Gaochi Chiang and others was actually to paralyze them first. Then he could take this opportunity to split the survivor team and kill Gaochi Chiang. After Lin Yingying introduced the situation of the leaders of the survivors to Su Chen finally chose Gaochi Chiang. Gaochi Chiang is cunning, scheming, and a typical selfish person. But it is precisely such people who are likely to be tempted by interests. Sure enough, Su Chen's guess was not wrong at all. He had just talked with He Wang and Sun Yuan for a while when the intercom on the table rang. Hello, is this Boss Su? Gaochi Chiang's voice came from the intercom. So, Chief Gao agreed to my request? Su Chen said casually. Hey, your request is really too much. Boss Gao is the person I respect the most. No, you have to raise the price. Hearing Gaochi Chiang's words, Su Chen's smile was full of irony. How do you raise the price? I have so many brothers under my command. You have to give them 10 packs of cigarettes and 10 bottles of wine every time. Gaochi Chiang made a huge request and raised his requirements tenfold. Su Chen was not angry, but said calmly, You're dreaming. I don't have that much cigarettes and alcohol. No more than 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of wine each time. If it doesn't work, then forget it. I'll find someone else. His firm attitude actually intimidated Gaochi Chiang. Okay, I'll do as you say. Then let's talk about how to get rid of Gaochi Chiang. My plan is this. Gaochi Chiang is indeed a cunning old man and had already thought of a plan. After hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but nodded secretly. It's true. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. Then follow your plan. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. After finishing the discussion with Gaochi Chiang, Su Chen stretched. I'll leave this to you. We'll talk about it tomorrow. He stood up, left the meeting room, and returned to Norm Addison. The master is back. Hearing the noise, Lu Linger and Lin Yingying stood up together and came to greet them. Looking at the 2 girls holding hands, Su Chen was slightly startled and then said with interest, When did you 2 become so close sisters? Lu Linger glanced at Lin Yingying and said with a slightly red face, Master, since we both follow you, we should get along as sisters. Yes, this is what we both think. Lin Yingying nodded. Whether it is Lin Yingying or Lu Linger, both have received modern education and had countless suitors before the end of the world. In their hearts, they cannot accept sharing the same man with other women. But they also understood that in the doomsday world, with Su Chen's conditions, it would be easy to find 8 or 10 people. If you don't want to be abandoned by Su Chen, you must not annoy him. The first thing Lin Yingying and Lu Linger need to do is to accept each other's existence. After all, Lin Yingying has worked in sales and has a relatively extroverted personality. When Su Chen went to negotiate with Gaochi Chiang, she took the initiative to find Lu Linger and expressed her thoughts. Although Lu Linger did not completely degenerate into Xiaomi, her thinking has changed a lot. The 2 of them just communicated and decided to get along well. Don't provoke Su Chen and try to stay by his side. After learning the whole story from Lin Yingying, Su Chen was quite relieved. He laughed and patted the 2 girls' heads. Don't worry. As long as you behave yourself, no matter how many women I have in the future, there will always be a place for you by my side. Ermiai also breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Su Chen took a look at the sky outside and said with a wicked smile, It's getting late, let's eat quickly. Lin Yingying and Lu Linger noticed something from Su Chen's smile. They looked at each other, and their faces suddenly turned red. The next morning, although he had been busy all night, Su Chen still woke up early. Instead of feeling tired, he felt refreshed. After having a quick breakfast, he dressed neatly and went to the meeting room. Not long after Su Chen sat down, he saw He Wang, with dark circles under his eyes, walking in while yawning. Morning, Brother He. Why are you like this? Good morning, Brother Su. Hey, don't mention it. He Wang seemed to be hesitant to speak, and after hesitating for a while, he said, Brother Su, can you handle 2 women around you? You must be kidding. How could I not be able to handle this? Well, I have a friend who wants to ask you if there is any way to be as strong as you. Su Chen stared at He Wang for a long time and said with a mischievous smile, Brother He, this friend you were talking about, is it you? He Wang's old face turned red, and he said nothing. He is about the same age as Wu Li, both in their late 40s. It is said that men at 30 are like wolves and at 40 are like tigers. Wu Li, who had been hungry and thirsty for a long time, was like dry wood meeting fire when she met He Wang. Even though He Wang was strong and a veteran, he couldn't stand it several times a day. It's only been 3 or 4 days, but he's already feeling a bit overwhelmed. Brother He, there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no land that is damaged by plowing. You must take care of yourself. Su Chen patted He Wang on the shoulder and said earnestly, I have a few bottles of sildenafil. I'll give them to you later. Thank you so much, Brother Su. He Wang suddenly felt relieved. The two had just finished chatting when Sun Yuan walked in from outside. After they greeted each other, Zhou Xinhong's voice came from the intercom. Boss Su, there's movement from Gaoxiangjuan. The 3 of them immediately put on thick winter clothes and went up the stairs to the top of the hotel. They held binoculars and looked at the homestay where Gaoxiangjuan and others were staying. Gaoxiangjuan and others were seen wearing down jackets, cotton coats, and other warm clothes, stepping deep and shallow in the snow, walking towards Gaochi Chiang's camp. You want to treat me to a meal? Looking at Gaoxiangjuan in front of him, Gaochi Chiang was confused. If it were before, he wouldn't care. But this is the end. Would Gaoxiangjuan be kind enough to treat himself to a meal? Are you kidding? It's absolutely true. I've prepared a hot pot, a bottle of matai, and a few packs of huazi. I'm just waiting for you, Boss Gao, to come over. Gaoxiangjuan laughed and lowered his voice and said, Actually, I also want to talk to you about how to distribute supplies. Chapter 98, Addicted to Stealing. Hearing this, Gaochi Chiang immediately understood Gaoxiangjuan's plan. Although everyone's strength is similar, they can fight hard with the help of their subordinates. Among the leaders, Gaochi Chiang is secretly the leader. And this time it was he who came forward and successfully negotiated with Su Chen. When it comes to how supplies are distributed, everyone else has to look at Gaochi Chiang's face. So in Gaochi Chiang's opinion, Gaoxiangjuan wanted to curry favor with him. Hey, Brother Xiangjuan, you are too polite. Gaochi Chiang pretended to shake his head and said, So shall we set off now? Let's go, Boss Gao, please. Gaoxiangjuan quickly stood up and made a gesture of invitation. Although he did not suspect Gaoxiangjuan, Gaochi Chiang did not dare to be too careless. He thought for a moment and left Zhao Xiong behind to guard the house. He took Zhao Xiong, Lao Su, and dozens of other brothers to Gaoxiangjuan's camp. In this way, even if Gaoxiangjuan has any ambitions, Gaochi Chiang can deal with them calmly and does not have to worry about his house being robbed again. After a while, Gaochi Chiang and his group arrived at the homestay where Gaoxiangjuan was staying. In the center of the room, there is a table. There is a copper stove for hot pot on the table, and various dishes are placed next to it. Although they are mainly fast food, Gaoxiangjuan's dedication can be seen. Apart from that, the most attractive thing is the several packs of cigarettes and a bottle of matai on the table. In this year of great disaster, this is too much, Brother Xiangjuan. Gaochi Chiang pretended to shake his head and sigh. As he sat down at the table, he put the packs of cigarettes into his pockets. Seeing this, Gaoxiangjuan couldn't help feeling a little painful. It's okay, I'll be back soon. He comforted himself and quickly sat down next to Gaochi Chiang, picked up the maotai, and filled their glasses. Gaochi Chiang picked up the wine glass, drank it all, and his face was immediately filled with satisfaction. Hey, it has to be thatched. Before the end of the world, Gaochi Chiang was a big brother. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as gargling with maotai. Being able to have a sip after such a long time almost brought him to tears. Okay, Brother Xiangjuan, I didn't expect you to have such a good thing. Gaochi Chiang put down his wine glass and said with a hint of reproach, Please forgive me, Boss Gao. I only have half a bottle left. Gaoxiangjuan quickly filled his glass and said in a wrong tone, I understand your intention. We both have the surname Gao, and we were brothers hundreds of years ago. In the future, I can give you 5 more of the supplies that Su Chen sends. Su Chen delivered a total of 300 portions, and Gaochi Chiang gave 5 more portions to Gaoxiangjuan. It can be said that he was quite generous. Boss Gao, you really are my half-brother. Gaoxiangjuan looked flattered and raised his glass quickly. Come, I'll toast you. They both drank it all again. Gao Xiangjuan picked up the bottle again and poured wine for Gaochi Chiang, feeling anxious. Why hasn't Su Chen started any action yet? If we delay any further, Gaochi Chiang will drink up this half bottle of Matai. Fortunately, Gao Xiangjuan didn't have to wait too long. He and Gaochi Chiang just picked up the chopsticks and took 2 bites of the food. A man ran in a hurry. Boss Gao, it's bad. Our camp has been besieged by Su Chen. Brother Biao asked me to come here to inform you. Come back for help quickly. Hearing this, Gaochi Chiang could no longer sit still. I had just been out for a while, and this bastard Su Chen went to steal my house. You're addicted to stealing houses, aren't you? And this bastard is such a piece of shit. He just negotiated the verdict yesterday, and now he's turning against me today? Brother Xiangjuan, I'm so sorry. I have to go first. Gaochi Chiang stood up and prepared to take his people back. Hey, Boss Gao, if you go back now, what if you are ambushed by Su Chen? Gao Xiangjuan quickly held him down and advised. Besides, let the brothers handle the fighting and killing. Song Shuai, take your men to help Boss Gao. Gaochi Chiang thought about it and realized that this was the truth. If he were to lead his men back now, he might bump into Su Chen's men. What if you accidentally get hurt? Thinking of this, he said to Zhao Xiong, Brother Zhao, take your men back to support Abbeyo. Just beat back Su Chen's men, don't chase them. Yes, Boss Gao. Zhao Xiong nodded heavily, and he and Gao Xiangjuan's younger brother Song Shuai, each with dozens of people, left the BB. Abbeyo, who was fighting with Su Chen's men at this time, noticed something wrong. Su Chen had launched a sneak attack before, but that was in the middle of the night. Moreover, Su Chen only chose to take action after Gaochi Chiang's men had mobilized in full force. But today is different. In broad daylight, Su Chen's men walked over in a swagger. As a result, he was immediately discovered by the younger brother who was on guard, who notified Abbeyo. The two sides did not fight in close range, but threw objects at each other from a distance. Although the fight was intense, Abbeyo's side did not suffer much loss. There were only 2 unlucky little brothers who were unable to dodge and had their clothes set on fire by the Molotov cocktails that fell beside them. Other than that, there is little to lose. However, Abbeyo did not dare to be careless. While keeping vigilant, he sent someone to inform Gaochi Chiang, who was visiting Gao Xiangjuan. At this moment, a commotion suddenly broke out on the opposite side. Immediately afterwards, Abbeyo saw Su Chen's men retreating quickly. In a short while, they disappeared from sight. What is going on? Abbeyo couldn't help but be stunned. Biaozi, don't do it. We are on the same side. A deep voice sounded. Abbeyo looked carefully and saw Zhao Xiong and Gao Xiangjuan's younger brother Song Shuai walking towards him from a distance with their men. It turned out that it was the 2 of them who launched a sneak attack from the side, which forced Su Chen's men to retreat. Biaozi, what are our losses? Zhao Xiong said with concern. It's not a big loss. Abbeyo shook his head. That's good. Su Chen is such a bastard that he has no credibility at all. Fortunately, I reacted in time today and didn't let him succeed. Zhao Xiong snorted coldly, and seeing Abbeyo's solemn expression, he asked doubtfully, What's wrong? Is there anything else wrong? I don't know either. Abbeyo always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. 2 big brothers, if everything is okay, I will go back first. Song Shuai on the side spoke up. Okay, then please go back and tell our boss that Su Chen's men have been beaten back, and let him come back without worry. Abbeyo nodded. At the same time, in Gao Xiangjuan's homestay, after Zhao Xiong and his men left, there were less than 5 people left around Gaochi Chiang, including Lao Su. Okay, Boss Gao, don't think too much, just drink. Gao Xiangjuan came to Gaochi Chiang and poured him wine with a smile. Gaochi Chiang was a little absent-minded, looking towards the window, as if he wanted to see what was going on in his old nest. Seeing this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Gao Xiangjuan's eyes. Chapter 99 Gaochi Chiang was killed. Gao Xiangjuan took out a dagger from his pocket, and, while Gaochi Chiang wasn't paying attention, slashed his throat fiercely. Gaochi Chiang had no time to react. He just felt a chill in his throat and a sharp pain in an instant. But Gao Xiangjuan did not intend to let him go. He raised the dagger and stabbed him in the chest several times. It was not until then that Gaochi Chiang came to his senses. Relying on the instinct for survival, he kicked Gao Xiangjuan away and staggered backwards. Blood gushed out of his throat wildly, spraying everywhere. All this happened too quickly. Looking at the blood all over the ground, Gaochi Chiang's men, Lao Su and others were all stunned. But Gao Xiangjuan's people had already anticipated this. They rushed forward and hacked everyone except Gaochi Chiang and Lao Su to death. Gao Xiangjuan patted the footprints on his body and came to Gaochi Chiang with a smile. Boss Gao, how do you feel now? Gaochi Chiang no longer has the arrogance he once had. He was crawling on the ground with difficulty like a dead dog. At this point, he naturally understood that Gao Xiangjuan had tricked him. He wanted to curse loudly, but his throat was cut, and he could only make a hoarse roar. You can only blame yourself for being too careless and offending Su Chen again. Gao Xiangjuan sighed with pretended regret. When Gaochi Chiang heard Su Chen's name, his eyes widened immediately. However, the next moment, Gao Xiangjuan's dagger pierced his heart fiercely. Gaochi Chiang's eyes went dark, and he could no longer move. After getting rid of him, Gao Xiangjuan felt relieved, and his eyes fell on old Su standing beside him. Old Su was so frightened that he trembled and said quickly, "Chief Gao." "Oh no, Boss Gao. I am willing to serve you. Please don't kill me." "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Gao Xiangjuan smiled and stretched out his hand to wipe the blood on old Su's body. Old Su just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Gao Xiangjuan slowly say, "I will send you to Su Chen and let him deal with you." Old Su's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Abbeyo and Zhao Xiong waited and waited, but Gaochi Chiang never came back. Did something happen to Boss Gao? Abbeyo's heart sank. Not necessarily. Maybe Boss Gao got drunk at Gao Xiangjuan's place. Zhao Xiong said with a smile. "Are you a tyrant? With such a big incident, how could Boss Gao sit still?" Abbeyo wanted to pry open Zhao Xiong's head to see if his brain was full of shit. After hearing what he said, Zhao Xiong also realized that something was wrong. "Then, what should we do then?" Abbeyo's face was uncertain. He waved to a younger brother and ordered, "Take your men to Gao Xiangjuan right away and tell him that you want to bring the boss back. See how he reacts." "Yes." The younger brother left quickly. "Brother Biao, I think Gaochi Chiang is in danger." Xiaomi came over and whispered, "If that's the case, then that's your chance." Although Xiaomi is a bit of a green tea girl, she is not promiscuous. After following Abbeyo to join Gaochi Chiang, she kept a low profile, fearing that she would be targeted by men from other teams. Hearing Xiaomi's words, Abbeyo didn't say anything, but his eyes became hot. After a while, the younger brother sent by Abbeyo ran back with injuries. "Brother Biao, Gao Xiangjuan's people are not allowed in at all. As soon as I get close, they're going to kill me." Zhao Xiong's face darkened, and he asked, "What about Boss Gao?" They said that Boss Gao had been killed by him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. "Gao Xiangjuan is such a despicable villain. I want to kill him and avenge Boss Gao." Zhao Xiong is a man of integrity. As soon as he heard that Gaochi Chiang was murdered, he immediately rushed out to avenge Gaochi Chiang. "Wait." Abbeyo called Zhao Xiong and said in a deep voice, "We need to discuss this matter." "What the hell are you talking about? Boss Gao treats you well, Biaozi. Are you still a human being?" Zhao Xiong cursed. "Watch your words, Zhao Xiong." Abbeyo said coldly, "I scolded you, so what?" Zhao Xiong raised a long knife with a fierce look on his face. "Okay, if you want to avenge Gaochi Chiang, I won't stop you." Abbeyo narrowed his eyes and folded his hands across his chest, as if he had no intention of stopping Zhao Xiong. Zhao Xiong looked at him suspiciously and shouted to the brothers around him, "Come with me to avenge Boss Gao." However, to his surprise, except for the dozen or so confidants who followed him to join him, none of Gaochi Chiang's younger brothers responded. The scene was silent for a moment. "You want to avenge Gaochi Chiang, but that doesn't mean others want to do the same." Abbeyo sneered. After the death of his younger brother Gaochi Chiang, Gaochi Chiang was too lazy to deal with the affairs of the team. But Abbeyo is smart and has good skills. So Gaochi Chiang left most of the matters to Abbeyo. Relying on his excellent means, Abbeyo quickly became the second in command of the team and promoted all his former subordinates to small leaders. Now that Gaochi Chiang is dead, others naturally regard him as the boss. "What do you want?" Zhao Xiong stared at Abbeyo with an ugly expression. "It's not what I want, but what do you want?" Abbeyo said with a smile. "From now on, if you listen to me, I can keep you on the team. If you don't want to listen to me, you can leave now, and I won't make things difficult for you." Although Zhao Xiong is simple-minded, he has strong limbs. The people under his command also have extraordinary skills. If a real fight breaks out, Abbeyo will also have to pay a heavy price. Therefore, Abbeyo's plan is to keep him as long as possible. If he can't stay, drive him away. Anyway, it's freezing outside, and Zhao Xiong and his group won't survive long without food. Zhao Xiong's big nostrils kept exhaling air. After a long while, he finally said in a muffled voice, "Okay, Brother Biao, I will listen to you from now on." "Very good, we are brothers from now on." Abbeyo smiled and nodded in agreement, feeling extremely satisfied. He has been Gaochi Chiang's younger brother for so long, and finally, he has become the master again. Yolan Hotel. "According to your instructions, Boss Su, my boss killed Gaochi Chiang and sent his little brother, Lao Su, over here." Gao Xiangjuan's younger brother Song Shui said respectfully. Looking at Gaochi Chiang, who died with his eyes open, Su Chen sneered. Didn't you always want to kill me? How come I killed you instead? He turned his gaze to old Su standing beside him. Old Su trembled suddenly and said in a hoarse voice, Boss Su, kill him. Su Chen gave the order without hesitation. Although Lao Su only drove him for a few days, he was still polite to Lao Su. But old Su directly betrayed Su Chen, making Su Chen the target of all the survivors. Su Chen will never show mercy to such a traitor. Chapter 100. The Clown is Me. Crack. Sun Yuan raised his knife and stabbed it directly through old Su's heart. Old Su opened his eyes wide, struggled for a moment, but finally died. Looking at the killed old Su, the people present did not feel the slightest pity, but instead felt quite relieved. In the doomsday world, the worst thing to do is to be soft-hearted, especially to someone like Lao Su. If Su Chen didn't kill old Su today, it would be troublesome if old Su held a grudge and betrayed Su Chen in the future. The safest thing to do is to just kill him and be done with it. We have done everything you ordered us to do, Boss Su. Our boss asked me to ask if we can settle the agreed materials? Song Shui said with a smile. That's easy. Su Chen nodded slightly and winked at Sun Yuan beside him. Sun Yuan understood and stood up and walked out of the meeting room. After a while, he turned back, followed by 7 or 8 men. But what puzzled General Song was that Sun Yuan and his companions did not bring any supplies, but instead were holding a compound crossbow. Boss Su, what do you mean? Song Shui's heart sank, and he had a bad feeling. But what responded to him were sharp arrows shot out one after another. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After a round of volleys, General Song and several of his younger brothers were shot into hedgehogs. Throw their bodies in the backyard. Remember, tie them all up with nylon ropes, just like before. Su Chen ordered. Like Zhou Shixian, who was killed before, his body was not disposed of. Su Chen had him tied up with nylon rope and thrown into a small yard at the back. Everyone was quite confused. These people are already dead. Why are they tied up with ropes? But since Su Chen didn't say anything, no one dared to ask. According to Su Chen's instructions, the bodies of Lao Su, Song Shui and others were tied up and carried away. After cleaning up the scene, He Wang smiled and praised. Brother Su is really smart. He only paid a small price and got rid of Gaochi Chiang. But even though Gaochi Chiang is dead, won't the other survivors unite again? Sun Yuan said with some worry. Don't worry, once Gaochi Chiang dies, their alliance will surely collapse. Su Chen sneered. Good. From the very beginning, Su Chen had no intention of providing supplies to Gaochi Chiang and the others. Compared with the vast amount of supplies in his storage space, 300 servings are nothing. But Su Chen doesn't like the feeling of being threatened. He pretended to agree to Gaochi Chiang, but in fact he wanted to split up these teams of survivors. Although Su Chen didn't like Gaochi Chiang, he had to admit that Gaochi Chiang was the most prestigious among the survivors. And with him being killed, the remaining team of survivors will inevitably be filled with suspicion and doubt. This is also the reason why Su Chen dared to kill Song Shui directly and turned against Gao Xiangjuan. Su Chen, you bastard. In the BB. Upon learning the news that his younger brother Song Shui had been murdered, Gao Xiangjuan was furious. He took great risks to help Su Chen get rid of Gaochi Chiang for the sake of supplies. But I didn't expect that Su Chen would go back on his word. I sat up in shock from my dying illness and realized that I was the clown. Boss, we can't let Su Chen go. Yeah, he's such a piece of shit. The other brothers were also very angry. Like Gao Xiangjuan, they were still thinking about the Huazi and Mitai that they had agreed with Su Chen. Since you don't keep your word, don't blame me. Gao Xiangjuan took a deep breath and instructed his subordinates. You guys, contact Abbeyo, Xiaomi, and the others immediately and tell them that I was deceived by Su Chen before. Now I plan to go to war with Su Chen. If they are willing to help me, I can provide them with supplies. After taking over the Yolan Hotel, let them pick Su Chen's supplies first. Considering Gao Xiangjuan's quick-tempered personality, it was a huge investment for him to offer such conditions. From this, we can see to what extent he resents Su Chen. Yes, big brother. Several younger brothers quickly put on their down jackets and rushed to the camp of other survivors. Not long after, they turned back one after another. But the news brought back was extremely pessimistic. Abbeyo sent someone to tell Xiaomi and others about Gao Xiangjuan's plan to murder Gaochi Chiang. Now, Xiaomi and his men are busy avoiding Gao Xiangjuan, so how could they possibly join forces with him to attack Su Chen just for a little profit? Who knows if Gao Xiangjuan is planning to murder them again? They never even met the younger brothers sent by Gao Xiangjuan. As for Abbeyo, he was even more rude. One of the 2 younger brothers sent over was slashed directly. The other person was also seriously injured. After he managed to come back and tell Gao Xiangjuan he died. After knowing the result, Gao Xiangjuan felt suddenly disappointed. Not only did Gao Xiangjuan fail to obtain supplies, he also made mortal enemies with Abbeyo, Zhao Xiong and others, and also offended Xiaoboan and other survivor teams. This is really a case of trying to steal a chicken but ending up losing the rice. Su Chen, just wait for me. Gao Xiangjuan gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. Hate you. Su Chen and Nor Madison couldn't help but sneeze. What happened to the master? Did he catch a cold when he went out? Lin Yingying, who was standing by, hurriedly said with concern. Ever since Su Chen helped her get rid of Zhou Shixian, she has become more and more obsessed with Su Chen. I don't think I caught a cold. I guess it was Gao Xiangjuan scolding me, right? Su Chen laughed and didn't take it to heart. However, if the survivors on Phoenix Mountain do not work together, no other team can threaten them. If Gao Xiangjuan doesn't know how to live or die, Su Chen doesn't mind using some means to kill him as well. That's good, master. How strong is this? Lin Yingying said with a smile. Very nice. Su Chen lay on the sofa, squinted his eyes, and enjoyed her massage. Master, come and eat some fruit. Lu Linger brought over the cut fruit. Being accompanied by two such charming beauties, he is treated so happily that even gods could only enjoy such bliss. Although Gaochi Chiang's death caused quite a reaction among the survivors, it soon calmed down. After all, people have been dying since the apocalypse. The most important thing for survivors is how to continue living in the future. Chapter 101: The New Leader. Fortunately, each survivor team has a lot of supplies stockpiled. Everyone had enough food and drink, and for a while Phoenix Mountain was peaceful and calm. But this peace did not last long. About half a month later, the survivor team's supplies were used up. They set their sights on other weak teams. There are about 50 survivors stationed at the Zhenghao Hotel. Their leader is Li Jiawei. Just last night, they ambushed another team nearby that had only a dozen people. Zhou Xinhong reported the intelligence he had obtained to Su Chen, Huang, and Sun Yuan. This is the third time in a row. Huang looked a little solemn and whispered. As time goes on, more teams will run out of supplies and start looting other people. If we really wait until the end, I'm afraid cannibalism will happen again. Thinking back to what happened during that last period of time in the underground parking lot of Green Forest Hotel, Sun Yuan's face changed slightly. But Su Chen was extremely calm. All this was within his expectations. After all, Phoenix Mountain had been completely plundered, with not a single bit of supplies left. It was freezing cold outside and the mountains were covered with snow. It is almost impossible to go out and search for supplies. All the survivors have been living beyond their means, and this situation is bound to happen over time. In the next period of time, we have to cheer up. Su Chen said calmly. If we don't have supplies, they will definitely gather together and attack us. Brother Su. Huang called Su Chen, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Brother He, do you want me to distribute supplies to the survivors? Su Chen asked with a chuckle. Yes, if you have enough supplies, you can be generous and save them. Huang paused, then quickly explained. Of course, this is my personal opinion. No matter what you do, I will support you. Su Chen was not angry about Huang's idea. Instead, he smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, Brother He, do you still remember how kind you were to those survivors? But after being ambushed by Abbeyo, is there anyone willing to come forward to avenge you? Huang was silent for a moment and shook his head. That's right. I have stockpiled a lot of supplies, enough for us to use for a long time. But why share it with others? Wang Yi, Zhang Ying, Zhou Jun. I gave them all the supplies. What was the result? How did they repay me? When a person is hungry, he will only have one worry. Once you are full, you will have countless troubles. Especially among these survivors, there are people like Abbeyo, Zhao Xiong, Gao Xiangjuan, and others. Huang and Sun Yuan nodded continuously after hearing Su Chen's words. You're right. It's better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. Thinking of Wu Li in the room, Huang gave up his kindness. But don't worry, I will consider taking in some survivors, provided they are reliable. Su Chen smiled faintly. Now he has nearly 50 survivors under his command, and they can be said to have been carefully selected. But even so, Su Chen was not completely relieved about the people except Huang, Sun Yuan, and a few others. After all, having been betrayed in his previous life, Su Chen only believed in himself. After the three of them finished their discussion, they stood up and left the meeting room. In a room specially set aside for public rest, a blazing fire was burning in the fireplace. Lin Yingying was sitting at a table, treating a sick survivor. Behind the other party, the survivors waiting to see a doctor had formed a line. Due to the cold weather and unhealthy diet, many survivors experienced various conditions. Fortunately, Lin Yingying showed up in time and treated the survivors regularly every day, so there were no non-combat casualties in the team. The survivors admired her actions from the bottom of their hearts. As a result, they became more respectful to Su Chen. Boss Su. Brother he. Brother Sun. Seeing Su Chen and the other two coming, the survivors hurriedly greeted them. Su Chen and the others also nodded slightly in response. Lin Yingying looked up and saw Su Chen, and a smile appeared on her face involuntarily. This morning's consultation ends here. If you feel uncomfortable, come here early in the afternoon. After hearing Lin Yingying's words, everyone was a little disappointed, but they all dispersed. Aiken, you're here. Lin Yingying greeted Yi Wang and Sun Yuan, then leaned against Su Chen with a happy look on her face. Although the two of them are master and servant, Su Chen still allows Lin Yingying and Lu Linger to call his name in front of outsiders. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go back first. Su Chen waved to Yi Wang and the others, and walked towards the RV with Lin Yingying. In addition to Lin Yingying and Wu Li, the other women not only took on the chores of the team, but also formed partnerships with other men in the team. Now the atmosphere in the whole team is very good. Thinking back to when I and Wu Li and the others had just escaped from the camp, I felt panicky and uneasy. Look at it now, it's quiet and peaceful. Lin Yingying's heart was filled with gratitude towards Su Chen. Master, thank you. Thank me for what? Su Chen asked back with a smile. Thank you for being so nice to us. Lin Yingying hugged Su Chen's shoulders and said sincerely. Su Chen laughed and said nothing more, then took her into the RV. Lu Linger had already prepared a variety of delicious dishes, and the three of them enjoyed the food with great pleasure. At the same time, in Abbeyo's camp, he looked at Gaochi Chiang, Xiaomi, Li Jiawei, and others who had gathered in front of him, and said seriously, Everyone, we are now in a critical moment. If we want to survive, we must unite. In the month after Gaochi Chiang's death, Abbeyo was not idle either. On the one hand, he strengthened his control over his subordinates, and on the other hand, he sent people everywhere to contact other groups of survivors. Abbeyo's purpose is simple. That is to replace Gaochi Chiang and become the new leader of the Survivor Alliance on Phoenix Mountain. Seeing more and more people running out of supplies, Abbeyo knew that his chance had come. So he called all the leaders of the survivors over. Brother Biao, you're right, but that bastard Li Jiawei hacked 2 of my brothers to death yesterday. How do you explain this? Xiaomi slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Li Jiawei. Why? You don't accept it. If you don't accept it, come and chop me up. Li Jiawei did not back down and sneered. That's enough. Seeing the two of them confronting each other so fiercely, Abbeyo slammed the table heavily and said angrily, Today we are not here for you to quarrel. What we want to discuss is how to deal with Su Chen. Chapter 102 If you don't hand over the supplies, I will kill you all. Brother Biao, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Li Jiawei leaned back in his chair and said lazily, When Gaochi Chiang was here, didn't he also want to organize us to attack Su Chen? What's the result? A certain dishonest bastard actually teamed up with Su Chen to kill Gaochi Chiang. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned to Gao Xiangjuan. Gao Xiangjuan's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. Li Jiawei, just stop talking. Abbeyo glared at him and said in a deep voice, It's been so long. I guess everyone's supplies have been almost used up, right? If this continues, I'm afraid we'll all starve to death. Although everyone remained silent, their expressions betrayed their thoughts. Even Xiaomi, who had the most supplies, couldn't hold out for long. Since everyone wants to survive, we must abandon our past grudges, unite, and take down Su Chen. Abbeyo's sharp eye swept around the crowd and finally landed on Gao Xiangjuan. Boss Gao, in order to atone for your crimes, your men must lead the charge in this attack on Su Chen. Do you have any objection? I have no objection. Gao Xiangjuan knew very well that because of Gaochi Chiang's incident, the other survivors were hostile to him. If it weren't for Su Chen, his team would probably be the first target. In this situation, he could only grit his teeth and agree. The rest of you, do you have any comments? Abbeyo looked at the other leaders again. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Although they all disliked Gao Xiangjuan, it was most appropriate that Gao Xiangjuan was willing to take the lead to deal with Su Chen. Then let's make a deal. This time we're going to attack the Yolan Hotel. If anyone dares to betray us again, we will take action against him. Do you understand? Abbeyo's expression was grim, and his tone was full of murderous intent. Clear. The leader of the survivors responded involuntarily. Very good. Everyone go back and make preparations. Tomorrow morning, we will go to find Su Chen. Abbeyo waved his hand and gave orders. Boss Su, something happened. Su Chen, who was sleeping, was awakened by the sound of the intercom. He yawned and looked outside. It was still a little dark. Then he slowly stood up and picked up the walkie-talkie beside him. Thanks to the car's constant temperature system, he didn't feel cold at all even though he wasn't wearing any clothes on his sturdy body. What's wrong, Zhou Xinhong? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. A lot of people suddenly started gathering outside our hotel. There was a hint of nervousness in Zhou Xinhong's voice. Got it. I'll be out right away. Su Chen turned his head and glanced at Ermiai, who was still sleeping soundly. He didn't bother them. After changing into winter clothes, he took the 3 guns, the pistol, Cube Easy, and Cube U, with him and left the RV. When an emergency occurred outside the hotel, Zhou Xinhong naturally notified He Wang and Sun Yuan. Su Chen came to the conference room, met the two of them, and immediately went to the top floor of the hotel. So much time has passed that the blizzard has long stopped. The thick snow even flooded the second floor of the hotel. Due to the geographical location of Phoenix Mountain, the snow here is quite acceptable. In some inland places, the snow is even as high as 7 or 8 stories. With the help of a high-powered telescope, Su Chen could clearly see that many survivors had gathered at the intersection outside the hotel. There were other survivors coming one after another, like ants, from all directions. In a short while, the intersection was crowded with people. This is trouble. He Wang's expression became a little nervous. It is impossible for so many survivors to gather together for no reason. It is very likely, as Su Chen said yesterday, that it was to plunder their own supplies. Brother Sun, go down and command the brothers. Be careful of the enemy's attack. Su Chen ordered. Yes. Sun Yuan went downstairs without any hesitation. Other people in the hotel also received the news and became alert. Seeing that all the survivors had gathered, Abbeyo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Although he was a senior executive of Ming Yuan Group before the end of the world, he could be considered successful in his career. But after all, he is just a dog of Zhang Ming Yuan. However, after the apocalypse, he can now command hundreds of people at once. How high-spirited is this? Let's go. Abbeyo waved his hand and gave the order. Everyone's eyes fell on Gao Xiangjuan. Gao Xiangjuan had no choice but to bite the bullet and nodded to his men. His 100 or so men walked towards the Yolan Hotel with great reluctance. But after taking a few steps, he heard a gunshot. A bullet hit the survivor in front, splashing countless snowflakes. This shot instantly frightened all the survivors present into frightened birds. They quickly fled in all directions and hid behind buildings to avoid the cold gunfire coming from the direction of the hotel. Waste. All of you are waste. Abbeyo, who was watching the fight from behind, was so angry that his teeth were itching. Brother Abbeyo, don't be angry. Let's talk to Su Chen first. Xiaomi on the side hurried to comfort her. Abbeyo took the intercom that Su Chen had given him from Gao Xiangjuan and said in a deep voice. Su Chen, I'm Abbeyo, reply quickly. Hearing Abbeyo's voice, Su Chen was slightly startled, and then he understood. It seems that after Gaochi Chiang's death, this kid Abbeyo replaced his position. I didn't expect that you're still alive, Brother Abbeyo. It's true that good people don't live long, but evil people live for thousands of years. Su Chen's tone was full of sarcasm. Stop talking nonsense. Abbeyo was not angry, he sneered. Now our supplies have been almost used up, so there are only 2 options before you. First, hand over half of the supplies immediately, and let's all live in peace. Second, we'll break into the hotel, kill you, and then take the supplies. It's up to you to decide which way to go. Facing the conditions offered by Abbeyo, Su Chen smiled. Maybe I have a third plan. If you don't hand over the supplies, I will kill you all. Okay, let's see if you have the ability. Abbeyo had a fierce look on his face. After hanging up the intercom, he shouted to the survivors. Brothers, we are running out of food. It won't be long before we all starve to death. Instead of starving to death, I might as well fight Su Chen. As long as we can kill him, we can survive. The world is not settled yet. You and I are nothing but cattle and horses. Go. Under Abbeyo's instigation, the survivors who were originally fearful now had green light in their eyes. Chapter 103 Zombies. An incited survivor jumped out from his hiding place. But before he could run 2 steps, he heard a gunshot, and his head exploded, and he fell to the ground. The other people around them had no time to feel angry or sad and rushed out one after another. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of gunshots, several survivors who rushed out fell to the ground. There were also people who didn't believe in it and quietly stuck their heads out to observe the situation on the top floor of the hotel. As a result, his head was blown off less than 3 seconds after it was exposed. The others present were stunned for a moment. Oh my god, he's instantly killed as soon as he shows his head. Is this cheating? He Wang, who was standing next to Su Chen, also looked incredulous. Although he knew that Su Chen was extremely talented in shooting, wasn't he too abnormal? He didn't fire a single shot just now. Su Chen took out his sniper rifle and shot everyone who showed their heads. With such a terrifying reaction speed, even He Wang, who won the shooting championship in the army, had to admit defeat. Abbeyo and others outside the hotel were also in trouble. If everyone had rushed towards the hotel from the beginning, there would be nothing to be afraid of. But now everyone is hiding behind the buildings, and whoever gets out first will die. In such a situation, no one is willing to show up easily. Gao Xiangjuan, where are your people? Let them charge. Li Jiawei yelled at Gao Xiangjuan. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't command them right now. Gao Xiangjuan said helplessly. Although he is the boss of the team, he has the final say in the team. But the team members would not listen to him if he wanted to die. Forget it. Rushing like this will only lead to your death in vain. Abbeyo waved his hand to stop the quarrel. Why not wait until night? It is daytime now, and the visibility is good. Su Chen, who is located on the roof, has a panoramic view. He shot with a gun, and the survivors downstairs were like targets. If we wait until night falls before attacking, the effect will be better. Everyone stopped arguing and went back to take a short rest. Seeing the enemies outside retreating, Sun Yuan and others in the hotel couldn't help but cheer. Sun Yuan and his friends who had similar experiences knew very well that if they allowed the enemy to rush into the hotel, their fate would be extremely miserable. Boss Su. Meet the boss. Boss Su is really awesome. He scared them away directly. When Su Chen and He Wang came down together, everyone came to greet them, and their attitude was extremely respectful. We can't be careless. If I'm not mistaken, they will wait until night to attack. Unlike Sun Yuan and the others, Su Chen was not particularly happy and his expression remained calm. Abbeyo has gathered so many survivors, he will definitely not return empty-handed just by firing a few shots. Zhou Xinhong, take your men to the rooftop to observe the movements of other survivors. If there is anything wrong, report it immediately. Zhou Xinhong did not hesitate at all. He immediately followed Su Chen's order and rushed to the rooftop with a few of his brothers. The rest of you, take this time to rest. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle tonight. Su Chen gave instructions to others. Yes, boss. Everyone responded in unison. After all this trouble, it was already dawn. I don't know what kind of food Lu Linger and Lin Yingying prepared for me. Su Chen touched his hungry stomach and walked towards the backyard. At this moment, the survivor Li Dong suddenly rushed over. His face was pale, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Su. Boss Su, no. Something bad has happened. Su Chen's heart moved, and he whispered. I see. Take me over there to have a look. Li Dong was stunned for a moment. Although he was a little scared, he still took Su Chen and walked towards the backyard. The backyard of the hotel is divided into two areas, A and B. Area A is the office area, and is now used by Su Chen to park the Nomadison. Area B is connected to the hotel's kitchen and freight elevator. It was previously used to transport various items into the hotel. Li Dong took Su Chen to Area B. Just as the blizzard came and the temperature dropped sharply, Su Chen had Area B blocked off, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. The other survivors were curious but said nothing. After all, the weather is so cold that everyone prefers to stay in the common room and warm themselves by the fire. After a while, the two of them came to a warehouse, one after the other. Even through the iron door, I could still hear the roar coming from inside. Boss Su, the corpse inside, actually came back to life. Li Dong swallowed and stammered. The bodies of Zhou Shixin, Lao Su, Song Shui and others who had been killed earlier were not abandoned at will, but were placed in the warehouse in Area B. Su Chen appointed Li Dong and several other survivors to take turns to guard. If there is any movement, come and inform him immediately. Just now, Li Dong suddenly heard a noise in the warehouse. Out of curiosity, he opened the door of the warehouse and saw that Zhou Shixin and others, who had been dead for a long time, had come back to life. After seeing Li Dong, they roared wildly and wanted to rush over. Fortunately, Su Chen had previously ordered that the bodies of Zhou Shixin and others be tied up with nylon ropes, which prevented them from moving. Li Dong was almost scared to death. He didn't dare to delay and went back to inform Su Chen immediately. I know. You don't have to be afraid. Just open the door. Su Chen said lightly. Seeing him so calm, Li Dong's panic calmed down a little. Hearing the roar coming from inside, Li Dong gritted his teeth and opened the warehouse door. Just as Li Dong said, Zhou Shixin and others actually opened their eyes again. After hearing the door open, they looked over subconsciously. When he saw Su Chen and Li Dong, he immediately growled in a low voice and struggled desperately. If they hadn't been tied up with nylon ropes, they would have rushed over long ago. Su Chen observed Zhou Shixin and others carefully. Although they had been dead for so long, due to the extremely low temperature, the bodies of Zhou Shixin and others were preserved extremely intact and showed no signs of decay. But their pupils all turned grayish-white. Boss Su, what happened to them? Li Dong couldn't hide the fear in his heart and asked weakly. Can't you see that they have turned into zombies? Su Chen said softly. Zombies. Li Dong was stunned. Although he has seen many zombie movies, aren't those things fictional? How could they appear in reality? Su Chen actually didn't understand this question. After the end of the world in the previous life, many scientists still conducted research. The final conclusion is that human beings have caused such serious damage to the Earth's environment that they have brought revenge from the Earth. Chapter 104 Ancient Virus. A widely circulated theory in the previous life was that there were problems with the Earth's magnetic field, gravity, etc. This triggered the initial meteor shower and the subsequent high temperatures. The high temperature that lasted for several days not only evaporated a large amount of seawater, but also melted the glaciers at the Earth's poles, which led to continuous heavy rains. The sea level rose, submerging large amounts of land. As the polar glaciers melt, the ancient viruses contained in them are spreading to the world along with the global water cycle. Almost all human beings are infected with this ancient virus. When you are first infected, there are no immediate symptoms. It is not until humans die that the ancient virus takes over the human body and turns humans into zombies like in movies and TV shows. This kind of zombie has no consciousness, only the bloodthirsty instinct to attack humans. Once bitten by them, the ancient viruses in the human body will be activated in 1 or 2 hours at the fastest, or 2 or 3 days at the slowest, and the human will become the same kind as them. The physical fitness of the transformed zombies is not particularly abnormal. They are only about 10% to 30% stronger than humans. Based on this point alone, humans don't even need to take action. Special forces like Blackwatch can actually defeat the zombies. But the problem is, after the baptism of high temperatures, heavy rains, and extreme cold, social order has collapsed and the world's population has decreased by more than 30%. Such a large-scale zombie swarm cannot be stopped by the remaining scattered humans. In order to survive, the survivors built high walls and established survivor cities. During this period, there were still many scientists who tried to find out the truth about the apocalypse and restore the world to its pre-apocalyptic state. However, the world has become chaotic, and the remaining survivors are scheming against each other for survival resources. In the end, it came to nothing. It's strange. Logically, these infected corpses should be resurrected at the end of the extreme cold. How come it's so long in advance? Su Chen touched his chin and observed Zhou Shixian and others in front of him. Then he slapped his forehead and showed an expression of realization. Normally, the bodies of the dead survivors were either buried in pits or simply thrown into the wilderness. But no matter what, it was covered with heavy snow. The world of ice and snow is equivalent to a huge refrigerator. The bodies of the survivors and the ancient viruses in their bodies were all frozen. The zombies will only be activated when the extreme cold is about to end and the temperature slowly rises. Su Chen threw the bodies of Zhou Shixian and others into the warehouse, and sent Li Dong and others to guard. I just want to receive timely notification when the zombies are resurrected. But he ignored the fact that the temperature inside the warehouse was much higher than outside. This also led to the early awakening of the ancient virus. Boss Su, how do we deal with these zombies? Although before the apocalypse, Li Dong had watched quite a few zombie movies. But watching a movie and experiencing it in person are two different things. Looking at the zombies that kept roaring and trying to rush up to bite him, Li Dong was so scared that his legs went weak, fearing that the nylon rope was not strong enough. If Su Chen had not been there, he would have turned around and ran away long ago. You, go and call brother He and the others over. Su Chen thought about it and gave the order. Yes. Li Dong didn't hesitate at all, turned around and ran away. After a while, He Wang, Sun Yuan, and others rushed over after hearing the news. When they saw the zombies that only appeared in movies, their faces changed. Boss Su, what's going on? Is this thing a zombie? It doesn't seem that great. Not awesome? How about loosening the rope and trying again? When we first saw the zombies, we were really scared. But after seeing these zombies tied up with ropes and unable to move at all, their mood gradually calmed down. Su Chen briefly explained the situation of the zombies to everyone. I called you all here to remind you that from today on, you must not only be wary of other survivors, but also be careful of zombies. How to deal with this kind of zombies? Someone couldn't help but say, Brother Sun, lend a hand. Su Chen gestured to Sun Yuan. The two of them worked together to pull out the zombie that Song Shui had turned into. After being infected by the ancient virus, Song Shui no longer had any personal consciousness. He struggled desperately, shaking his head, trying to bite Su Chen and Sun Yuan. This kind of zombie is similar to the one in the movie. They have average eyesight, but their hearing is quite developed. Although I can't smell humans, I'm extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. Other than that, they have no sense of pain, only a desire for flesh and blood. As Su Chen spoke, he raised the baseball bat in his hand and hit Song Shui in the face. The blow was so powerful that it broke his nose. But Song Shui didn't feel anything at all. He still stretched his neck and tried to bite Su Chen. Su Chen raised the knife again, and with a sharp movement, he chopped off one of Song Shui's hands. In the extremely cold temperature, after being dead for so long, the blood in Song Shui's body had already coagulated and no blood flowed out. Then Su Chen chopped off Song Shui's legs and pierced his heart. But Song Shui still didn't react. He just tried hard to bite Su Chen. There's only one way to kill them, and that's to aim at their heads and blow them up. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, the knife in his hand chopped towards Song Shui's head. Crack! Song Shui's head was split into two, and the brain tissue inside was destroyed. He seemed to be under a spell and didn't move at all. Seeing General Song being completely killed, everyone finally let go of their worries. They are not afraid of the zombies' strong vitality, but they are afraid that these things are impossible to kill. Since the brain is the zombie's weakness, it will be much easier to deal with. Okay, everyone go back first. Be careful of Abbeyo and his men's sneak attacks. After finishing the training for everyone, Su Chen waved his hand and asked them to go back to the hotel first. Brother Su, how about we just kill all the remaining zombies? Huang glanced at Zhou Shixian and others and asked. He has watched many zombie movies and knows very well that these zombies, if left behind, will be a time bomb. If we accidentally let them out one day, we will be doomed. Why did you snap it right away? Su Chen showed a cold smile. They are powerful weapons if used properly. Huang and Sun Yuan were stunned for a moment, and then they immediately understood what Su Chen meant. Su Chen whispered a few words. Huang and Sun Yuan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and left first. For a moment, Su Chen was the only one left in the warehouse. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced casually and suddenly saw something. Chapter 105 Energy Crystal. A grayish-white area was revealed in Song Shui's split head. Although he had been frozen for so long, his body tissues still appeared red. Therefore, this grayish-white color appears somewhat dazzling. Su Chen walked forward, suppressed the nausea in his heart, and observed carefully. The grayish-white thing was a pebble-like object, right in the center of Song Shui's head. Su Chen reached out, took it out carefully, and looked at it in the palm of his hand. Its surface is extremely smooth and slightly cool to the touch. Could it be the Saraira mentioned in Buddhism? As soon as this thought came to mind, it was dismissed by Su Chen. There are many different opinions about the reasons for the formation of Saraira, but what is certain is that the relics will only appear after the Buddhist is cremated. Marshal Song's body was just lying here. How could there be relics there? Su Chen studied it for a while, but still couldn't figure out what this thing was. I just put it in my pocket and didn't think about it anymore. He closed the door again, then stood up and left, walking towards the backyard. Just as Su Chen pushed open the car door and walked into the RV, his eyes blurred, and the screen of Doomsday Fortress RV system automatically appeared. Suddenly, there was a line of small words on it. Energy crystals detected. Would you like to absorb them? Energy crystal, what is that? Su Chen was a little dazed. Master, you're back. At this moment, Lin Yingying and Lu Linger also hurried over to greet Su Chen and said with concern, What's the situation outside? We have beaten Abbeyo and the others back. It's okay now. I'm not feeling well. I'm going to lie down for a while. Please don't disturb me. Su Chen said a few perfunctory words to Ermiai and walked towards the bedroom. The two girls looked at each other and didn't dare to say anything more. After Su Chen returned to the bedroom, he lay on the bed and began to study the RV system. He thought about it, chose yes, and then felt a warm feeling in his pocket. He was startled and quickly reached out his hand and touched his pocket, only to find that the gray stone he had taken out of Song Shui's head had disappeared. Could this thing be the so-called energy crystal? Su Chen's heart moved, and he called out the Doomsday Fortress RV system again. Doomsday Fortress RV system. RV Level 1. Energy points required to upgrade, 10. Currently has energy points, 1. Vehicle durability, 99%. When the durability reaches 0, the RV will be scrapped. It can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Nothing else changed, except the energy points, which changed from 0 to 1. At this point, Su Chen suddenly realized. It seems that if you want to upgrade the RV, you must obtain the gray-white energy crystals from the zombies' heads. If one energy crystal can be exchanged for 1 point of energy, then as long as you get 10 of them, you can upgrade the RV. A first-class RV has almost unlimited storage space. If it is upgraded to level 2, level 10, or even higher, who knows what kind of black technology will be available. When that time comes, won't I be able to walk around freely in the end times? Su Chen's heart suddenly started pounding with excitement. Without hesitation, he jumped up and walked out. Master, don't you want to eat? Looking at Su Chen putting on his clothes again and preparing to go out, Lu Linger was stunned for a moment. I have something important to take care of. You guys eat. Su Chen didn't bother to say anything more to them. He immediately pushed open the door and walked out. After a while, he returned to the warehouse in Area B. Marshal Song's body was still lying there quietly. Zhou Shixian, Lao Su and others nearby immediately started to make a fuss after hearing the noise. Su Chen picked up the axe beside him and swung it at old Su's head. Crack! With this blow of the axe, the originally restless old Su suddenly calmed down. But this time, it was beyond Su Chen's expectations. He searched for a long time, but couldn't find anything like energy crystals in Lao Su's head. Su Chen touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Song Shuai and Lao Su are both ordinary people. There is no difference between them. From this perspective, the generation of energy crystals seems to be random. Su Chen turned his gaze to the remaining zombies. There were originally 5 zombies in the warehouse. After killing Song Shuai and Lao Su, only 3 were left. Even if these 3 zombies have energy crystals in their brains, they only have 4 abilities in total. Not enough to upgrade the RV. It would be better to use them as weapons as originally planned. As Su Chen thought about this, his eyes gradually became cold-blooded. The Survivors' Alliance on the other side. A group of leaders gathered in Abbeyo's hotel and enjoyed the food provided by Gaochi Chiang. Okay, Boss Gao, I didn't expect you had such good stuff hidden. Abbeyo was smoking a cigarette and puffing out smoke. I usually don't want to smoke this, so today I specially brought it to present to you, the bosses. Gaochi Chiang forced a smile on his face. Su Chen gave him a pack of cigarettes before. Apart from sharing it with his subordinates, he was reluctant to smoke the remaining half and kept it as a treasure. The reason why I brought it out today is that I want to build good relationships with other bosses. Smoking Huazi, which was more precious than gold, everyone's attitude towards Gaochi Chiang suddenly became much more relaxed. At this moment, one of his men suddenly ran in. Bosses, a man came out of the Yolan hotel waving a white flag. Brother Biao, it seems that Su Chen, this bastard, can't stand the pressure anymore. Gaochi Chiang was overjoyed when he heard this. The others were also cheered up. Su Chen took the initiative to send people out, which was obviously for negotiations. Don't be careless. This bastard is always cunning and might be plotting something again. Others may not know, but Abbeyo, who has dealt with Su Chen so many times, knows Su Chen's character best. Su Chen has never bowed to anyone. Once he bows his head, it means he is plotting again. But let's meet that person first and see what Su Chen wants to do. Abbeyo hesitated for a moment and ordered, "Bring him in." After a while, Su Chen's subordinate Zhou Xinhong was brought in. Abbeyo looked him up and down and sneered. "So it's you. Tell me, what did Su Chen ask you to do?" "Our boss Su said that he is willing to live in peace with you. And in order to dispel your doubts, he can first provide a box of supplies." Zhou Xinhong went straight to the point and stated his purpose. Hearing this, Abbeyo became even more confused. Su Chen is so sincere, is he really scared? This is not his character. Xiaomi, who was standing by, seemed to notice Abbeyo's hesitation and whispered, "Brother Biao, we might as well agree to it first. If Su Chen is really willing to give us supplies, that would be the best. If he refuses to give it to us, we won't lose anything. We can just continue to attack him then." Chapter 106. Something is 100% wrong. Abbeyo thought about it and felt that what Xiaomi said made sense. If Su Chen only sent supplies, what danger could there be? At most, they poison the food. If that's the case, then all I have to do is be careful and let the other survivors eat the food first, right? Just wait until it is confirmed to be safe before enjoying the supplies. Thinking of this, Abbeyo nodded slightly. In that case, you guys should deliver the supplies first, and then we can talk about other things. Hearing that Abbeyo agreed, Zhou Xinhong was relieved and said with a smile, "Our boss Su has already prepared the supplies and will place them at the entrance of the hotel. You just need to receive them." After the two parties finished the discussion, Zhou Xinhong left in a swagger. Looking at his receding back, Abbeyo always felt a little uneasy for some reason. This must be the after effect of being tricked by Su Chen too many times. Abbeyo comforted himself. Contrary to the expectations of Abbeyo, Gaochi Chiang, and others, things went very smoothly. Not long after Zhou Xinhong returned to the Yolan Hotel, several people came out pushing a box. The box is about 1 person tall, 2 or 3 meters long and wide. There seemed to be a lot of things inside. Zhou Xinhong and several others pushed it, and it was quite difficult to walk on the snow. They pushed the box to the intersection, said hello to Abbeyo's men, and then retreated. After taking over the wooden box, Abbeyo's men also pushed it back. The leaders walked up to the wooden box, their expressions showing considerable satisfaction. Such a big box can hold a lot of supplies. Even if it is distributed equally, everyone can get supplies for 2 or 3 days. "Brother Biao, should we open it?" Li Jiawei rubbed his hands together and looked at Abbeyo expectantly. "Okay, then you open it." Abbeyo nodded. After getting his permission, Li Jiawei picked up the crowbar beside him and walked forward impatiently. Just when everyone's eyes were focused on Li Jiawei, Abbeyo winked at Xiaomi and his other men. They all took a few steps back calmly. Abbeyo has to be on guard against Su Chen, but he didn't know that this action saved his life and the lives of Xiaomi and others. Crack. Li Jiawei used a crowbar to pry open a wooden board. The situation inside the wooden box immediately came into everyone's sight. But to their surprise, the box was empty and there were no supplies. Only in the deepest part of the box can a few figures be vaguely seen. Who are you? Get out now. Feeling that he was being fooled by Su Chen, Li Jiawei couldn't help but fly into a rage and pointed at those figures and cursed. Hearing his voice, several figures were stunned for a moment, then slowly walked towards this side. When they were exposed to the light, everyone present was shocked. They recognized them at a glance. These people were Zhou Shixian and his two younger brothers who went with Song Shui to ask Su Chen for supplies. No, weren't they all killed by Su Chen? How did you get here? You too, what's going on? Gao Xiangjuan frowned and shouted at his two younger brothers. But the two younger brothers seemed not to hear it. Their eyes were fixed on Li Jiawei in front of them. There was bloodthirstiness and cruelty in his eyes, which made people shudder. Are you pretending to be your mother? Li Jiawei tried to remain calm, raised the crowbar, and hit one of the men hard on the shoulder. But the man just shook his body, and other than that, there was no reaction at all. Just when everyone was stunned, Zhou Shixian suddenly moved. He pounced on Li Jiawei with lightning speed. Before Li Jiawei could react, he was knocked to the ground by Zhou Shixian. Zhou Shixian opened his bloody mouth and bit Li Jiawei's neck hard. Oh! A large bloody hole suddenly appeared on Li Jiawei's neck, and he couldn't help but let out a series of screams. What shocked everyone even more was that Zhou Shixian actually swallowed the meat he had torn off Li Jiawei's body directly into his stomach. After smelling the blood, the remaining two people pounced on him and started biting Li Jiawei madly. In just a few moments, Li Jiawei was covered with scars. The snow beneath him had been dyed red with blood. It was not until then that everyone reacted. Li Jiawei's younger brothers rushed forward and tried to control Zhou Shixian and the other two. But they were like crazy, becoming extremely powerful, and 2 or 3 people couldn't even hold down one of them. During this process, more than a dozen people were bitten and scratched by the 3 people. By the time the 3 men had completely controlled him, Li Jiawei had already died from excessive blood loss. The survivors who went up to subdue Zhou Shixian and the other 2 were also scratched and bitten. Brother Biao, how do we deal with these 3 bastards? Zhao Xiong said angrily. Several of his younger brothers were bitten by Zhou Shixian. He wished he could kill Zhou Shixian directly to relieve his hatred. After the situation calmed down, Abbeyo slowly walked in front of everyone. He looked at Zhou Shixian and the other 2, frowning and saying, "What do you think happened to these 3? I feel like I have rabies." Xiao Bowen, who was standing by, slowly said, "I've seen rabies patients before. They become extremely manic and bloodthirsty. In extreme cases, they will attack other people. But the question is, how do they get rabies? Yeah, there's not even a bird on the mountain. Even if it really is rabies, why did Su Chen send them here?" For a moment, everyone couldn't help but talk about it. "Okay, don't worry about it." Abbeyo waved his hand and said gloomily, "No matter what, Su Chen is not sincere in negotiating with us. He killed Boss Li. If we don't teach him a lesson, he will really think we are afraid of him. Lock up Zhou Shixian and the others first. Everyone else, get ready. As soon as it gets dark, we'll be ready to take action." Everyone stopped talking nonsense and immediately took action according to his instructions. Abbeyo took Xiaomi and walked into the hotel first. "Brother Biao, I feel like something is wrong. It's 100% wrong." Xiaomi took Abbeyo's hand and whispered, "What's wrong?" Abbeyo still believed in Xiaomi's intuition. Even if Zhou Shixian and the others have rabies, what is Su Chen's purpose in sending them here? It can't be just to disgust us, right? Xiaomi analyzed. "So what you mean is, judging from the condition of Zhou Shixian and the others, is there a possibility that they have been infected with the zombie virus?" Chapter 107 Zombie Outbreak. Zombie virus? Hearing these 4 words, Abbeyo felt a little bit amused. Of course he has seen similar film and television works. But that's all fiction. How could a zombie virus appear in the real world? Xiaomi saw what Abbeyo was thinking and continued to persuade him. "Look at the situation of Zhou Shixian and the others. Is there any difference between them and those infected with the zombie virus? Besides, the world is about to end, so why can't there be a zombie virus?" Xiaomi's words seemed a bit absurd, but when Abbeyo thought about it carefully, they made sense. "We've experienced high temperatures, heavy rains, and extreme cold weather, so it's reasonable for a zombie virus to appear, right? So what do you think we should do? I think none of our people were bitten, right?" Xiaomi said in a delicate voice. "In that case, let's be vigilant and avoid any contact with people from other teams." Observe for a while. If they are fine, it means our guess is wrong. You really are my female Zhuge. Abbeyo laughed, hugged Xiaomi, and gave her a kiss. I have to say, Xiaomi, who was originally just a green tea bitch, has become meticulous after being baptized by Doomsday. This is all thanks to Brother Biao's good training. Xiaomi pretended to be shy and leaned into Biao's arms. Okay, I'll train you well tonight. Abbeyo deliberately emphasized the word cultivate. Seeing the two people flirting in public, the younger brothers standing by were all very angry. But out of fear of Abbeyo's power, they had to suppress their anger. But the look he gave Xiaomi was full of other meanings. Boss, you died miserably. Woo woo woo, don't worry, if we catch Su Chen, we will definitely avenge you. I have to say, Li Jiawei's younger brothers are still very loyal. They did not abandon Li Jiawei's body casually, but found a quilt and wrapped it up. A group of people knelt in front of his body and cried. Just when he had finished crying and his gang were preparing to bury Li Jiawei, someone suddenly noticed something was wrong. Look, the bedding seems to be moving. The younger brothers were stunned for a moment, then looked in the direction the man pointed. Just as he said, the quilt covering Li Jiawei began to tremble. Is the boss not dead? A loyal younger brother walked up quickly and lifted the quilt. Under the quilt, Li Jiawei, whose body was covered in blood, actually opened his eyes. He turned his head, and his eyes fell on the younger brother in front of him. Come here quickly, the boss is not dead. The younger brother called out to other companions. Hearing this, everyone gathered around and said with concern, Boss, how do you feel? Is there anyone who knows medical skills? Come and take a look at the boss. Facing everyone's questions, Li Jiawei seemed not to hear them, and his eyes were only fixed on the younger brother closest to him. Suddenly, he moved violently, pounced on the younger brother, and started biting him wantonly. Oh! The younger brother screamed and pushed Li Jiawei away with force. He took a few steps back, and a large piece of flesh had been torn off his cheek by Li Jiawei. Before everyone could react, another younger brother was targeted by Li Jiawei. Li Jiawei hugged his legs and started biting his ankles madly. Although the weather was cold and the survivors were wearing thick clothes, they could not withstand Li Jiawei's bite. In just a few moments, the young man's ankle was bitten so deeply that the bone was visible. His companions finally came to their senses and rushed forward to hold down Li Jiawei. But just like Zhou Shixian's previous situation, Li Jiawei struggled frantically and bit many of his younger brothers with his mouth. At this moment, the first little brother who was bitten by Li Jiawei suddenly fell to the ground with a plop. Hey, Xiaoqiang, what's wrong with you? Someone heard the noise and turned around to ask. But the younger brother named Xiaoqiang ignored him completely and even lay on the ground, twitching violently. A companion who was worried about him ran forward. At this moment, Xiaoqiang suddenly stopped twitching and suddenly opened his eyes, which had turned gray. Before his companion could react, Xiaoqiang suddenly jumped up and bit his neck. The rest of the companions were also dumbfounded. I just pinned down my eldest brother. Why is Xiaoqiang also going crazy? Xiaoqiang, your magic cloak. As a last resort, they sent 2 more people to try to hold Xiaoqiang down. However, at this time, the younger brother whose ankle was bitten by Li Jiawei also fell to the ground and began to twitch. After a moment, like Xiaoqiang, he stood up again and rushed towards the others. In order to avoid his bite, 2 younger brothers quickly let go of Li Jiawei's hands and dodged to the side. But in this way, Li Jiawei also lost control. He and his 2 younger brothers launched a frenzied attack on the remaining normal people. Not long after, the residents of Li Jiawei's team became quiet again. There was only a group of zombies whose eyes had turned gray, making low roars. The other survivors were unaware of what happened in Li Jiawei's team. But similar things also happened in other survivor teams. Gao Xiangjuan, Xiaomi, and others, with their respective men, returned to their residence to rest, preparing to meet up with Abbeyo after nightfall and then attack Su Chen. But not long after, those who were bitten by Zhou Shixian began to show the same symptoms as Li Jiawei. They first fell to the ground and twitched. After a while, their eyes turned gray and their faces became hideous. They began to bite their companions frantically. This is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is that the survivors bitten by these people will mutate rapidly in a short period of time and continue to attack other normal people. When the situation was about to get out of control, leaders such as Gao Xiangjuan and Xiaomi also realized that these people had turned into zombies. But it was too late. Although they knew that they should attack the zombies' heads like in movies and TV shows. But the human skull is the hardest. How easy is it to shoot someone in the head accurately and with great force when being surrounded by zombies? Soon these teams of survivors were conquered by zombies. The remaining survivors were no longer able to resist the zombies and could only flee in all directions. It's really the zombie virus. Abbeyo, who was hiding upstairs in the hotel and observing the situation outside, was suddenly both relieved and angry. Fortunately, he listened to Xiaomi's advice and temporarily separated himself from Gaochi Chiang and others. Otherwise, he would probably be in trouble too. What makes me angry is that Su Chen is such a fucking inhuman. In the name of peace talks, they sent a few zombies, but as a result, the survivors on Phoenix Mountain were almost wiped out. Chapter 108, Hunting Zombies. Although the specific situation is not clear, it seems that most of the survivors have been infected and turned into zombies. This is trouble. Although we were short of food and it was extremely cold outside, at least we could still move freely. As a result, now we have to face the risk of being chased by zombies. All this is thanks to Su Chen. If possible, Abbeyo really wanted to stab Su Chen to death with one knife. But since he met Su Chen, he has been defeated everywhere and has never gained the upper hand. Looking at the zombies wandering outside, Xiaomi hugged Abbeyo tightly with some fear and whispered, "Brother Abbeyo, this may not be a bad thing. Is this still a good thing?" Abbeyo didn't quite understand what Xiaomi said. Think about it. After the survivors on the mountain were infected and turned into zombies, they no longer consumed food. In this way, their food will be ours, right? Xiaomi comforted. That's what we said, but there are so many zombies outside. How can we get out? Abbeyo said unhappily. If these zombies are the same as those in movies and TV shows, then their weakness is most likely in their heads. Xiaomi analyzed. The number of zombies on the mountain is limited. We just need to find an opportunity to kill those that are alone. One day, we will kill all these zombies. Although her method is a bit stupid, it is the only feasible one at the moment. Abbeyo sighed and nodded. That's the only way. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Yolan, after witnessing the almost complete annihilation of the survivor team and their entire team turned into zombies, Wang, Sun Yuan, and the others subconsciously swallowed their saliva and trembled in fear. On the one hand, people are terrified by the horror of zombies. On the other hand, he was also scared by Su Chen. Although before, Su Chen also used rifle shooting to kill hundreds of survivors. But you have to know that killing them with rifles is the same as turning these people into zombies. They're completely different things. You must never betray Su Chen in the future, otherwise, your fate will probably be no better than those survivors outside the hotel. Wang and Sun Yuan swore secretly in their hearts. Su Chen was not clear about the psychological activities of the two. He looked at the zombies wandering slowly in the snow and couldn't help but smile. There are a total of 500 to 600 survivors on the mountain. After this round of infection, there are at least 300 zombies. Even if 1 out of 10 zombies has an energy crystal in its head, there will be 30 energy crystals in total. It is more than enough to upgrade the RV's Doomsday Fortress system to level 2. But the problem facing Su Chen is how to hunt these zombies. You have to know that these zombies will not wait obediently for you to kill them like Song Shui and Lao Su did before. If you use QBU and QBEZ, the gunshots will be too loud and will easily attract the surrounding zombies. It seems that we can't act too hastily and must slowly think of a solution. Su Chen thought for a moment, then said to Wang and Sun Yuan, "There are zombies outside now. Tell the team to be on guard at night. You are not allowed to go out unless necessary. If you go out, you must take off all your clothes for inspection when you come back. Anyone who disobeys orders will be expelled from the hotel." The two had no objection to Su Chen's order. After all, it was also for the consideration of the entire team. What if someone goes out without permission and gets infected with the zombie virus and it's concealed? By then, the entire team will probably be wiped out. For Su Chen's team, it is a good thing that the survivors outside have been infected and turned into zombies. At least they don't have to worry about the survivors gathering together and attacking them. For his own safety, Su Chen decided to stay in the RV as much as possible when he had nothing to do. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things. Just be prepared for the worst. If there was any loophole in the hotel's defenses and zombies broke in, Su Chen's life would be threatened. This is the situation outside. If you have nothing else to do, try to go out less in the future. Su Chen gave instructions to Lu Linger and Lu Linger. After knowing what happened outside, the two girls were so scared that their faces turned pale. They originally thought that natural disasters such as high temperatures, heavy rains, and extreme cold were already severe enough. I didn't expect that a zombie virus would pop up at the end. Fortunately, they have Su Chen to rely on, so they can hide in Madison and enjoy life in peace. Otherwise, I would probably become food for zombies like the other survivors. The two girls looked at each other and made up their minds to listen to Su Chen obediently to avoid being kicked out. After enjoying a delicious meal, Su Chen went to the second floor and began to pack up his equipment. Originally, The second floor of the RV was for Lu Linger to live in. But now that the three of them are living on the first floor, the second floor is empty. So Su Chen temporarily used the second floor as his workbench. Fortunately, the nomadison is equipped with a large bed, which is big enough for 3 or 4 people to lie down together. Otherwise, it would be a bit crowded for the three of them. Su Chen first took out a gray long-sleeved shirt and put it on over his underwear. This is a stab-proof clothing made of Kevlar fiber material. It is vulnerable to bullets. However, when faced with attacks from sharp weapons, it can be easily resisted. Su Chen had spent nearly 100,000 yuan to buy it for the purpose of using it to resist the bites of zombies. He put on his clothes, including a cold-proof suit, tactical gloves, a tactical hat, and other clothing. Only after making sure there were no holes anywhere on my body did I feel relieved. That's right. Su Chen is so fully armed because he plans to go out and hunt zombies in order to upgrade his RV. He gave the two girls some instructions and then left nomadison. Su Chen did not bring the QBZ and QBU guns on this trip. The reason was very simple. The two guns made too much noise. Once you fire a gun, zombies will be attracted. Moreover, they are too big to be easy to carry. Su Chen only brought the short gun in case of emergency. In addition, he carried cold weapons such as military hand axes and compound crossbows. Because of the heavy snow, the wall in front of the hotel was almost completely covered. Fortunately, the wall at the back was built relatively high to block the wild beasts in the mountains. Su Chen bent down and, like a nimble cat, jumped along the top of the wall and onto a building near the hotel. At this time, the sky was gradually getting darker. On a night without lights or moon, everything is dark except the white light reflected by the snow. Su Chen took out the night vision goggles he had prepared in advance and put them on his head. After it was activated, the sky and the earth instantly turned green. There are not many survivor teams near the Yolan Hotel, and naturally there are not many zombies. Su Chen searched for a while and made sure that there were no zombies wandering around. He could only move cautiously towards the center. Chapter 109 Superpowers. Su Chen moved slowly on the snow, avoiding making any noise and thus attracting the attention of the zombies. In the dark night, he was covered in winter clothes and seemed to blend into the snow. Soon, Su Chen discovered zombies through the night vision goggles. But there are quite a lot of zombies in this group, at least 7 or 8. They also seemed to realize that walking in the snow was difficult and that the extreme cold would take its toll on them. Therefore, these zombies were just wandering around a building. Su Chen evaluated the situation in his mind and gave up the idea of taking action. Without using guns, with his equipment and skills, he can only deal with 2 or 3 zombies at most. It's really difficult to deal with 7 or 8 of them. If you are not careful and get yourself involved, it will be more trouble than gain. Su Chen walked around the building occupied by zombies and headed in another direction. He searched the nearby area for a long time. But most of the zombies found were in groups, with at least 5 or more in number. Su Chen didn't want to take too much risk, so he didn't take action for a long time. Hard work pays off. With his unremitting efforts, he finally found 2 lone zombies. The location of these 2 zombies happened to be right at the convenience store that had been looted by the survivors earlier. The 2 of them dragged their broken bodies and wandered around the door of the convenience store, as if trying to lure Su Chen into the trap. Su Chen did not act rashly, but instead walked around the convenience store carefully twice. After becoming familiar with the surrounding situation and making sure that there were no other zombies within a few hundred meters, he prepared to take action. Su Chen crawled on the snow and slowly raised the compound crossbow in his hand. With the help of night vision goggles, he aimed at the head of one of the zombies. Take a deep breath and pull the trigger. Call out. The arrow swiftly cut through the night sky and accurately hit the zombie's head from a distance of hundreds of meters. It fell to the ground without making any sound. Another zombie nearby heard the noise and turned his head to take a look. When it saw its fallen companion, it seemed to be stunned for a moment, let out a low roar, and then slowly walked forward. At this moment, Su Chen had already locked onto it. Call out. Another arrow was shot, accurately ending the life of the second zombie. After shooting 2 zombies in succession, Su Chen did not act rashly. He continued to crawl quietly on the snow and waited for 10 minutes. Only after he was sure that no zombies were found did he stand up. Under the cover of night, Su Chen walked briskly across the open space and came to the convenience store. He kicked the zombies on the ground and only felt relieved after making sure they were both dead. He took out the military hand axe he carried with him, aimed it at the forehead of one of the zombies, and hit it hard. Crack! With a crisp sound, the zombie's forehead was split in 2, revealing the brain tissue inside. Su Chen searched for a long time, but did not find the energy crystal. He was a little disappointed, raised his hatchet and chopped at another zombie. This time Su Chen was not disappointed. After splitting open its head, he was surprised to find that there was indeed an energy crystal inside. The last time he obtained the energy crystal, Su Chen had no time to study it carefully before it was absorbed by the RV system. This time he was not so anxious. He grabbed a handful of snow, washed off the blood stains on the surface, and looked at the energy crystal. The whole body is not transparent, but grayish-white in color, but you can faintly see that there seems to be light flowing inside. Strangeness. Why are there energy crystals needed to upgrade the RV system in the zombies' heads? I had never heard of this thing in my previous life. Maybe it was because I was hiding in the survivor city when the zombie outbreak occurred. When the zombies broke out, there was no time to dodge, so how could you possibly study what was inside their heads? However, I seem to have heard other survivors talking about it, saying that after the zombie virus broke out, some people suddenly developed all kinds of strange superpowers. At that time, I thought they were just bragging and didn't take it seriously. Thinking about it now, it doesn't seem impossible. After all, I can travel through time and have a RV with a system. It is also acceptable for other survivors to have superpowers. Moreover, Su Chen clearly remembered that those who managed the survivor city often recruited various mercenaries. These mercenaries have to leave the base and go to the outside world every now and then. They not only have to search for various supplies, but are also responsible for hunting zombies. Based on this inference, is it possible that those survivors with superpowers have some special connection with the energy crystals in the zombies' heads? But all this is just inference. Su Chen has no direct evidence. The most important thing for him right now is to quickly obtain energy crystals and upgrade the RV system as soon as possible. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly came from behind Su Chen's head. Alarm bells suddenly rang in his mind, and he instinctively dodged to the side. However, it was too late. A huge force came and knocked him to the ground. It turned out that a zombie appeared behind Su Chen at some point. It pressed Su Chen under its body, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Su Chen wantonly. Fortunately, Su Chen reacted in time and pushed the zombie hard to prevent its teeth from touching him. Just when the man and the corpse were in a stalemate, Su Chen took a deep breath, used almost all his strength, and pushed hard. The zombie was caught off guard and fell backwards, knocking over a shelf nearby. Su Chen also seized the opportunity, picked up the hand axe, and swung it on the head, ending its life. After making sure that the zombies were dead, Su Chen collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After calming down a little, he hurriedly checked his body. Fortunately, thanks to the equipment on his body, Su Chen was not bitten or scratched by the zombies. Otherwise, he can only wait quietly for the corpse to turn into a corpse. Judging from what happened just now, this zombie should have been hiding in the convenience store. Su Chen was so busy searching for energy crystals that he forgot to check inside the convenience store. Due to his carelessness, he was almost killed by this zombie. Feeling his underwear soaked with cold sweat, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He looked carefully and found that the person who attacked him was Li Jiawei. This bastard almost killed me. Su Chen was so angry that he kicked his body twice. After venting his anger, Su Chen packed up his things and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, bursts of roars suddenly came from outside. Su Chen's heart sank, and he cautiously stuck his head out. Through the night vision goggles, I saw at least 20 zombies surrounding this side. Chapter 110 Escape. The shelf must have been knocked over when he was fighting with Li Jiawei just now. As a result, it made some noise and attracted all the zombies. Being surrounded by so many zombies at the same time, there is no possibility of survival unless Su Chen has a rifle. Even if he had a rifle, he wouldn't dare to shoot it well. Otherwise, it will only attract more zombies. Hold on. Su Chen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. His eyes scanned the convenience store. There is only one convenience store like this in the entire Phoenix Mountain Hotel area, so it is quite large, with 2 floors in total. Due to heavy snow, the first floor of the convenience store was covered, leaving only the second floor exposed. Su Chen climbed into the store through the broken window on the second floor. Such a big store must have a rest area and toilets for employees. See if there is any way out from there. Su Chen would not confront these zombies head-on unless it was absolutely necessary. He quickly walked towards the innermost part of the convenience store. Fortunately, apart from Li Jiawei, there were no other zombies hiding in the convenience store. Su Chen first came to the rest area, which was a mess with only one window equipped with a burglar-proof bar. He frowned and walked quickly towards the toilet. However, the situation in the toilet is the same as that in the rest area. Although there are windows, there are also protective railings. Su Chen couldn't help feeling a little discouraged. It's fine that you installed anti-theft bars in the rest area, but you also installed them in the toilet. Are you afraid that people will steal your shit? At this moment, Su Chen could already hear the faint roar of zombies coming from the rooftop. His heart tightened, and he knew he had to hurry. Otherwise, if you are discovered by zombies and trapped in the convenience store, you will be in trouble. Su Chen quickened his pace and walked towards a door in the corner. When the door opened, Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Then a look of joy appeared on his face. It really is true that there is always a way out. It turns out that this room is a warehouse used by the convenience store to store goods. Although the supplies in the warehouse had already been looted by the survivors. But fortunately, the door at the back of the warehouse used for unloading goods was ajar. Su Chen opened the door, and what came into view was thick snow. The first floor of the convenience store was covered with snow, and there was naturally snow outside the door of the warehouse as well. Although the snow was extremely thick, it was still easy to dig a path with tools. Su Chen did not dare to delay. He immediately took out the tools he carried with him and started digging at the snow. Fortunately, the snow did not last long, and the snow had not yet completely frozen. Su Chen dug out a tunnel easily. As he crawled in, he closed the door of the warehouse. In order to avoid being discovered by zombies, Su Chen deliberately dug a few meters outwards. Only when the oxygen in the snow layer became thin did he start digging upwards. As a small hole was dug out in the snow, fresh air rushed in instantly. Su Chen took a few deep breaths and cautiously stuck his head out. At this time, he was less than 10 meters away from the convenience store. After making sure there were no zombies around, Su Chen crawled out of the snow like a groundhog. He lay on the ground, moving carefully. It was not until he was completely away from the convenience store that the tension in Su Chen's heart finally relaxed. He picked up the telescope and looked towards the convenience store. He couldn't see what was going on inside the convenience store, but there were 20 zombies gathered at the entrance where he climbed in. Fortunately, I escaped through the back door, otherwise, I would have died there today. Su Chen was secretly glad. After his strength recovered, he no longer had the idea of continuing to hunt zombies and search for energy crystals. So we followed the same route back to the Yolan Hotel. When Su Chen returned to Madison, Lu Linger and Lin Yinging jumped up from the sofa and came to him, saying with concern, "Master, how are you? You've been gone for so long. Did something happen?" Now, for Ermiai, Su Chen is their backbone. If Su Chen got into danger and couldn't come back, it would be difficult for the two of them to survive in this doomsday. Therefore, their nervousness also came from the heart. Although Su Chen wanted to use Lu Linger and Lin Yinging, but the fact that the two girls were so nervous about him still warmed his heart. Nothing. Su Chen waved his hand and didn't intend to tell the two girls what had just happened. After comforting Lu Linger and Lin Yinging, he sent the two girls back to sleep. I sat on the sofa and closed my eyes. Doomsday Fortress System. Su Chen's heart moved, and he called out the control panel again and chose to absorb. The energy crystal in the palm of his hand heated up slightly and then disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the RV's energy points also became 2 points. Only then did Su Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Everything he had experienced since his rebirth had gone too smoothly. Because of this, he developed a sense of pride and arrogance. For example, tonight, he actually dared to go hunting zombies alone. As a result, he was first ambushed by zombies and then blocked by the zombies in a convenience store. Although he finally returned to the RV safely, it also sounded a wake-up call for him. Don't be so careless in the future. Although upgrading the RV is important, what is more important is your own life. If I don't go out to hunt zombies, how can I obtain energy crystals to upgrade the RV? Su Chen pondered for a moment, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. The next morning, Su Chen got up from bed, washed up, put on his equipment, and went to the common room. At this time, Sun Yuan was organizing his men to distribute breakfast to the survivors. On weekdays, the food Su Chen gave to the survivors was mainly instant noodles. After all, this thing was convenient and saves trouble. Only close confidants like He Wang, Sun Yuan, and Zhou Xinhong could occasionally change their taste and eat some bread, canned food, etc. But even so, the survivors in the team are grateful to Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen coming, they hurriedly greeted him. "Boss Su." "Hello, brother." Looking at the survivors snorting in front of him, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh in his heart. If they knew that I was about to vomit from eating so much meat recently, and even planned to eat instant noodles to change the taste, would they be mad to death? "Brother Sun, I have something to announce. Please call everyone over," Su Chen said casually. Oh well. Sun Yuan didn't think much about it, and quickly called all the survivors to Su Chen. "I guess everyone is tired of food like this." Su Chen raised the instant noodles in his hand and said with a smile, "Do you want to eat something good?" Chapter 111 PY Transaction. Think. Everyone nodded in response involuntarily, their faces full of expectation. Even if it is delicacies from land and sea, You will get tired of eating them every day, not to mention that they only eat instant noodles. A packet of instant noodles for each meal can only barely sustain their lives and prevent them from starving to death. Who doesn't want to eat better if possible? Now I give you this opportunity. Su Chen smiled faintly. From today on, you can leave the hotel and go out to hunt zombies. As long as you can return the zombie's body, you can come to me to redeem the reward. Whether it's delicious food, cigarettes, alcohol, or other supplies, it's all fine. As soon as these words were spoken, the survivors suddenly quieted down. Although they were tired of instant noodles, it was still not worth it to go outside and fight zombies just for a bite of food. The opportunity is given to you. Whether you can enjoy the good life depends on you. Su Chen turned his head and instructed Sun Yuan beside him. Only 5 people can go out each day, and they must strip naked for inspection when they return. The reason why he limited the number of people. One reason is to create a hunger marketing campaign, so that the survivors will rush out to hunt zombies. Secondly, it is also for the safety of the team. There are only 5 people going out, so even if they are infected, it won't be a big threat. Really? After hearing that there were only 5 spots, several hesitant survivors immediately stood up. Boss Su, Captain Sun, I am willing to go out and hunt zombies. And me, I'm going too. With the first person stepping forward, others also rushed to express their opinions, fearing that there would be no vacancies. In just a moment, the 5 places for today were decided. Others who didn't have time to sign up were suddenly a little annoyed. Although I have never fought zombies myself, I know with a little bit of thinking that zombies are extremely difficult to deal with. Otherwise, the enemies who besieged the Yolan Hotel would not have been wiped out. Therefore, those who actively signed up were all strong, brave, and careful. Because of the rampant zombies, Su Chen asked Wang and Sun Yuan to renovate the hotel. Although the original entrances and exits were covered with snow, the survivors nailed them shut with wooden boards and blocked them with debris just in case. The only way in and out of the hotel is via a rope ladder, sliding down from a height. Although this is extremely inconvenient, it can ensure safety. If these survivors come back with a large number of zombies following them, then they will never be able to come in again. After getting their equipment ready, the registered survivors climbed down the rope ladder and landed on the ground. After they all left, the rope ladder was raised. Su Chen stood by the window, watching the 5 survivors go away, a satisfied smile on his face. Rather than hunting zombies yourself, it is undoubtedly most appropriate to let these survivors do it. It only requires some supplies and there is no risk, so why not do it? Just as Su Chen was about to go back, something suddenly occurred to him, and he asked Sun Yuan. How's the situation over there, Abbeyo? Based on yesterday's observations, it seems that only Abbeyo and his friends were in the hotel, and there was no movement. Su Chen looked thoughtful. According to what Sun Yuan said, the people under Abbeyo either have no infection or very few infection cases. Otherwise, there would be no movement at all. In that case, I can definitely cooperate with him. As long as he can provide me with zombie corpses, it would be fine to give him some supplies in exchange. Thinking so, Su Chen picked up the walkie-talkie. Hey, Biaozi, are you there? On the other side, in Abbeyo's camp. Abbeyo was busy with work with Xiaomi and was so frightened by the sudden ringing of the intercom that he almost collapsed on the bed. He quickly jumped out of bed, grabbed the intercom, and turned down the volume. Su Chen, you bastard. What do you want to do? Abbeyo asked through gritted teeth. In order to avoid being discovered by the zombies, he asked his men not to make any noise. Even when he and Xiaomi were making love in bed, he asked Xiaomi to bite the corner of the quilt. I'm just trying to make a deal with you, Su Chen said with a smile. Let's do a damn deal. Abbeyo lowered his voice and cursed loudly. He has suffered so many losses at the hands of Su Chen, and it would be stupid of him to make a deal with Su Chen again. Don't rush to refuse, listen first. Su Chen said slowly. As long as you can hunt down a zombie and send its body here, I can exchange various supplies with you. Hearing this, Abbeyo instinctively felt that Su Chen was plotting against him again. After all, how stupid would it be to exchange supplies for zombie corpses? Seeing that Abbeyo didn't say anything, Su Chen sighed. Forget it. Since you don't want to trade, I can't force you. Just hang up. Wait. Abbeyo quickly called Su Chen and asked. Do you have any specific requests? No, as long as it's a zombie's body. Then, how can I trust you? Abbeyo said hesitantly. You can send one here first. If I offer some supplies in exchange, our deal can continue. If I lie to you, all your efforts will be in vain. Abbeyo didn't say anything and fell into thought. As Su Chen said, if he deceived himself, all his efforts would be in vain. But if it is true, he can exchange various supplies with Su Chen. Apart from anything else, Abbeyo, an old smoker, hasn't smoked for several days since he finished smoking the cigarette given by Gaochi Chiang last time, which made him feel very suffocated. Not to mention, the food in the team was becoming less and less. In a few days, Abbeyo and others will run out of food. So even though he was worried that Su Chen would deceive him, Abbeyo still decided to give it a try. Okay, I'll contact you after I kill the zombies. It's a deal. Su Chen and Abbeyo reached a PY deal. It was not until the sky gradually darkened that the 5 survivors who had gone out to hunt zombies finally returned. Their progress was not smooth, because they encountered a similar situation as Su Chen. Most zombies come in groups. Even if there are a few lone zombies occasionally, these people dare not act rashly without absolute certainty and without alerting the surrounding zombies. Fortunately, in the end, they seized the opportunity and successfully hunted down 2 zombies. After making sure that there were no zombies following them, Sun Yuan first let down the rope. The 5 survivors tied up the zombie's body with ropes and signaled Sun Yuan and others to pull it up. Then they climbed back into the hotel along the rope ladder. Looking at the 2 zombies whose heads were blown off by crossbow arrows, Su Chen was quite satisfied. You have to know that he worked hard for a whole night and almost lost his life, but he only hunted down 3 zombies. Chapter 112, Aftermath. These 5 survivors also knew that they could not fight the zombies head-on. They learned Su Chen's fighting style without any instruction, became cowardly, and kept squatting in the toilet. Until he found 2 lone zombies, he shot them to death with a crossbow. For safety reasons, the 5 survivors were quarantined first. Su Chen asked others to take the 2 zombies to the warehouse in Area B. When he was the only one left, Su Chen skillfully chopped off the zombie's head. What surprised him was that these 2 zombies actually had energy crystals in their brains. Draw. Su Chen muttered to himself. His palms felt warm, and the 2 energy crystals turned into powder and dissipated in the air. The energy points of the Doomsday Fortress system also became 4 points. If I continue at this pace, it won't be long before I can upgrade my RV. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. The next morning, after being quarantined for 1 night, the 5 survivors showed no symptoms of infection and were released. When they arrived at the common room, Su Chen and other survivors had been waiting for a long time. Thank you for your hard work. Su Chen laughed. Tell me, what reward do you want? The 5 survivors looked at each other, and one of the leaders stepped forward and said respectfully, Boss Su, we want to exchange a zombie's body for a pack of cigarettes and a box of beer. Is that okay with you? Such a request is not excessive, especially since there are energy crystals in the zombies' brains. Sure. What about the other one? Su Chen asked. We want to try some other food. Do you have any suggestions, Boss Su? How about this? I'll give you a ham. What do you think? Su Chen thought about it and suggested. When they heard the word ham, the eyes of several survivors widened. It has been so long since the apocalypse, and they have only eaten meat a few times. The most recent time was when Su Chen prepared a whole roasted lamb. But there were too many survivors, and they didn't even get to eat a few bites. Okay. Several people nodded quickly. Su Chen got up and left, returned to the RV, took out a box of beer, a pack of cigarettes, and a piece of fine Spanish ham. When these prizes were placed in the room, all the survivors showed expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred on their faces. If they had known the rewards were so generous, they would have gone out to hunt zombies. Noticing their expressions, Su Chen's mouth corners couldn't help but curl up slightly. The reason why he wanted to reward these 5 people in front of everyone was to motivate others. Tell them that as long as they can hunt down the zombies, they will get a reward. Thank you, Boss Su. The 5 people thanked Su Chen and left happily with their rewards. After they left, the remaining survivors were like a nest of monsters exploded, and with a bang, they surrounded Sun Yuan. Brother Sun, I want to go out and hunt zombies. And me, I'm going too. Little brother, please step back a little. With your physique, you are probably not going out to feed the zombies, right? What do you care about me? Seeing this, Sun Yuan hurriedly shouted. Everyone be quiet and listen to Boss Su's orders. Everyone immediately quieted down and looked at Su Chen in unison. Su Chen hesitated for a moment before speaking. I understand everyone's desire to go out and hunt zombies and get rewards. But this is an extremely risky matter. The old, weak, sick, and disabled people should not take the risk. Hearing this, the weaker survivors couldn't help but reveal expressions of disappointment. Su Chen continued. As for the others, let's line up and go out in turns. Naturally, everyone had no objection to Su Chen's arrangement. They quickly lined up and registered with Sun Yuan. Call. Abbeyo hugged Xiaomi and breathed slightly. While I feel satisfied, I also feel a little regretful. It would be nice if I could have a cigarette at this time. Speaking of the smoke, Abbeyo suddenly remembered the agreement he made with Su Chen. Do you think that Su Chen is sincere? I say, let's give it a try. Xiaomi embraced Abbeyo and said in a tender voice. Even if he is not sincere, we will just have to spend some time and effort, and there will be no big loss. Okay, I'll listen to you. Abbeyo finally made up his mind. You wait for me in the house. I will take people out to hunt zombies. He got out of bed, put on thick clothes, and went to another room. Zhao Xiong and others were gathered together to keep warm. When they saw Abbeyo coming out, they all greeted him. "Brother Abbeyo." "Hello, boss." Abbeyo nodded slightly in response and said in a deep voice, "I plan to go out and hunt zombies and exchange supplies with Su Chen. What do you think?" Everyone looked at each other, and no one said anything. They all knew that the supplies in the team were dwindling. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to take the initiative and hunt zombies. What if Su Chen didn't deceive them? "Okay, get your stuff ready and come out with me." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. Although Abbeyo inherited Gaochi Chiang's power, Gaochi Chiang did not have any useful weapons. Apart from a pistol and a dozen bullets, the rest were cold weapons such as machetes and daggers. Although compared with the compound crossbow in Su Chen's team, it is much more shabby. Fortunately, Abbeyo and his men are all strong and healthy. After preparing their weapons, Abbeyo and a dozen people quietly slipped out of their hiding place. Abbeyo actually considered taking action at night. But unfortunately, he didn't have night vision goggles, and the visibility was poor at night, so the risk was too great. In the end, Abbeyo chose to take action during the day. After leaving the hotel and walking not far away, Abbeyo saw 7 or 8 zombies wandering ahead. He thought to himself that he had nearly 20 people. On average, 2 people dealing with 1 zombie shouldn't be a problem. For safety reasons, Abbeyo did not take action in an open space. He found a narrow terrain and led his men to ambush there. Then he sent another younger brother to lure the zombies. Not long after, Abbeyo and his group heard the roar of zombies. The younger brother appeared in front of them, and behind him, the group of zombies. "Brothers, take action." Abbeyo roared, picked up the fire axe and rushed out. He and Zhao Xiong worked together. Zhao Xiong was responsible for attracting the zombies' attention from the front, while he was responsible for attacking from the side. Boom. The fire axe in Abbeyo's hand hit the zombie's head hard. With such great force, the zombie was knocked to the ground. Zhao Xiong took a step forward and used the small hammer in his hand to smash the zombie's brains everywhere. With the cooperation of the two, they easily eliminated a zombie. However, unlike Abbeyo and Zhao Xiong who took it lightly, others encountered trouble. Chapter 113 Mate 1 Takeaway. No matter what your physical condition was before death, your physical fitness will increase dramatically after being infected by the zombie virus. Not to mention that these zombies don't know pain or fear at all. As long as you fail to knock them down completely, they will cling to you. Soon, one of the people was unable to dodge and was pinned down by the zombies. The other companions rushed to rescue the man, but it was too late. The zombie bit the man's neck hard. This is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing was that in order to rescue their companions, their formation became chaotic. The remaining zombies seized the opportunity and knocked down 2 or 3 of Abbeyo's men in succession. Abbeyo's face darkened, and he quickly called Zhao Xiong and turned back to rescue them. With the 2 of them joining the battle, no one else was bitten or scratched by the zombies. After dealing with all the zombies, Abbeyo was so tired that he was gasping for breath. "Brother Abbeyo, be careful." Suddenly one of his men reminded hurriedly. Feeling the wind coming from behind him, Abbeyo instinctively dodged. When he looked closely, he found that the subordinate who had been bitten on the neck by a zombie had turned into a zombie. Fortunately, I dodged quickly. Abbeyo, still frightened, couldn't help but get angry when he saw the zombies rushing towards him again. He chopped the zombie's head directly with his axe, ending its life. After the final inventory, including this infected subordinate, Abbeyo and others hunted down a total of 9 zombies. Abbeyo was afraid that other zombies would hear the noise or smell the blood and come over. He didn't have time to rest, and told his men to carry the zombies and rush to the hotel. However, after walking a few steps, Zhao Xiong suddenly lost his voice and said, You were all bitten by zombies?" Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction he was looking, only to find that 2 people were avoiding his gaze and had panicked expressions. It turned out that they were knocked to the ground by the zombies in the fight with them just now. Although the neck was not bitten, the zombies bit my palms and made them bleed. "Brother Abbeyo." Zhao Xiong looked at Abbeyo with a very serious expression. As soon as Abbeyo opened his mouth, he would immediately take action and kill the 2 men. The other younger brothers standing by were also quite nervous. Everyone knows that after being bitten by a zombie, sooner or later you will be infected and become a zombie. But Abbeyo hesitated for a moment before saying calmly, "Let's go back first." "Brother Abbeyo." Zhao Xiong was stunned for a moment and suddenly became anxious. "These 2 people are like time bombs. Wouldn't it increase the risk if we bring them back?" Abbeyo ignored Zhao Xiong and said to the 2 men, "We are brothers. I don't want to kill you. But for everyone's safety, I have to tie you 2 up first. If you 2 don't change, we will let you go later. But if you turn into a zombie..." "I'm sorry. Do you 2 have any objections?" Abbeyo's remarks were impeccable. The 2 people who were bitten hesitated for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Abbeyo asked his men to find ropes and tie up the two men. Then everyone carried the zombies' bodies and rushed towards their hiding place. Brother Abbeyo, why should we take them back? Xiaomi came close to Abbeyo and whispered. He really didn't understand why Abbeyo did this. Abbeyo glanced at his men around him and smiled sinisterly. Let me ask you, if we kill them now, what good will it do? Benefits? None. Xiaomi shook his head. Then why not wait until they transform into zombies before killing them? This way, we have 2 more zombie corpses. Hearing this, Xiaomi was stunned. It turns out that Abbeyo's brotherly love just now is all a fake. His mind is so vicious that he wants to wait for his brother to turn into a zombie and then trade him with Su Chen. Xiaomi only felt a chill rising on his back, his heart filled with fear and dread of Abbeyo. After a lot of effort, Abbeyo and others moved all the zombies back to the hotel. At this moment, the 2 men who were bitten earlier also turned into zombies. Brother, have a safe journey. Abbeyo had a sad face and raised the fire axe, ending the lives of the 2 men. If Xiaomi didn't already know Abbeyo's plan, he would really think that Abbeyo was a kind and loyal brother. After resting for a while, Abbeyo returned to the room, picked up the intercom, and started contacting Su Chen. Hey, Su Chen. What's wrong, Biaozi? I have hunted down the zombies. How do we trade? Just send the zombies outside my hotel. Why do I have to deliver the food to your door? Do you think a manhwa or hualala? Abbeyo was so angry that he laughed. Then you don't have to send it. Su Chen shrugged. He wasn't worried that Abbeyo would refuse. No one wanted the zombie corpse except him. Okay. Abbeyo pinched his nose and agreed. What do you want in exchange? 1 zombie for 10 packs of instant noodles. No. Abbeyo refused without thinking. In order to hunt down 8 zombies, he lost the lives of 3 of his men. If he followed the conditions offered by Su Chen, he could only get more than 100 packs of instant noodles. On average, each person in his team could only get 1 pack. 1 zombie and 1 box of instant noodles. What are you thinking about? Su Chen sneered. Although he only had a lot of instant noodles in his warehouse, it was impossible for him to trade with Abbeyo without limits. Don't underestimate the cooperation between the 2 sides now, just for the sake of interests. After all, they are sworn enemies and both want to kill each other. Have a box of instant noodles. If it works, we'll trade. If not, forget it. Abbeyo put forward his own conditions. Su Chen thought about it and nodded. Okay. Abbeyo called over 2 of his men and ordered. Send the bodies of these 2 zombies to Su Chen. Naturally, he was unwilling to completely trust Su Chen, so he planned to send 2 zombies first. If Su Chen abides by the agreement, he will continue the transaction. Yes, boss. 2 men carried the zombie's body and hurriedly left the hotel. After a while, they returned with a box of instant noodles. Brother Abbeyo, Su Chen didn't break his promise. Looking at this box of pickled cabbage beef noodles, Abbeyo felt relieved. He picked up the intercom and said with a smile, You are a man of your word. I will send the remaining zombies to you right now. But I have a request. Change it to braised or spicy flavored instant noodles. This old-style pickled cabbage beef noodle tastes like stinky feet. As the bodies of the 11 zombies were sent to the Yolan hotel, Abbeyo also received 5.5 boxes of instant noodles. Although for the entire team, these 5 boxes of instant noodles would not last long. But at least it gave Abbeyo and others a way to survive. As long as you hunt zombies, you can get supplies. Chapter 114 Strengthening. Just like the ecstatic Abbeyo and others at the Yolan hotel. Looking at the 11 zombie corpses that were delivered, Su Chen's heart was filled with joy. If I'm lucky, I can upgrade the system today. Without hesitation, he directed his men to move the 11 zombies into the warehouse. After everyone else left, Su Chen started opening his blind boxes. He was lucky as he found energy crystals in the heads of the first 2 zombies. But following the 2 zombies yielded nothing. Finally, after beating up all the zombies, Su Chen successfully obtained 7 energy crystals. Together with the 4 points he had obtained before, it was enough for him to upgrade the RV system. He suppressed his excitement and returned to the car with the energy crystal. After instructing the 2 girls to stay in the bedroom and not come out, Su Chen leaned back on the sofa and called out the Doomsday Fortress system. Absorbing energy crystal. As Su Chen's mind moved, 7 energy crystals were absorbed by the system. The detection energy points are sufficient for upgrading. Would you like to upgrade? A prompt popped up. Upgrade. Su Chen confirmed it without hesitation. He originally thought that there would be some big reaction to the system upgrade. But to his surprise, a few seconds after he confirmed it, a ding sound was heard. System upgrade successful. That's it. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, and when he reacted, he hurriedly checked the system. Doomsday Fortress RV system. RV level 2. Energy points required to upgrade 50. Currently has energy points 1. Vehicle durability 100%. When the durability reaches 0, the RV will be scrapped. It can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Enhanced options. Compared with the system before the upgrade, the current system has not only reduced its level to 2, but also restored its durability to 100%. It seems that in the future, there is no need to worry that Norma Decent will overuse and lead to revenge. Su Chen thought to himself and continued looking down. The storage space has also been improved. It was originally 9,999 grids, and now it has been increased to 99999. It increased tenfold. The original storage space can store a large amount of supplies. After this upgrade, it is directly equivalent to infinite space, which is simply awesome. Su Chen looked at the energy store again. After the upgrade, in addition to the original gasoline and water, there are 2 more options in the energy store. Instant noodles and compressed biscuits. You can choose the instant noodles yourself, whether you want braised or spicy, which is quite user-friendly. Their exchange method is the same as gasoline and water. 1 energy point can be exchanged for a box of instant noodles or a portion of compressed biscuits, even if all the food in Su Chen's storage space was consumed. But just by relying on the things that can be exchanged in the energy store, you can survive the doomsday by hunting zombies and obtaining energy crystals. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. His eyes fell on the last line. Options. The previous items all existed before. After the upgrade, there are just a few more changes. But only this enhancement option appeared out of thin air after upgrading. Su Chen used his consciousness to choose the strengthening option, and then 2 more options popped up. RV enhancement. Host enhancement. In order, Su Chen chose to strengthen the RV first. However, the system mercilessly reminded, because the level is too low, the RV cannot be strengthened for the time being. Su Chen was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Are you kidding me? He chose host enhancement unhappily. I originally thought that it would be rejected like the first item. But what I didn't expect was that I could get in so easily. Based on the host's physical fitness, the combat power is rated G. Talent, shooting mastery. A screen similar to the character attribute column in online games appeared in front of Su Chen's eyes. Looking at his own attributes, Su Chen was a little confused for a moment. What is this? As if sensing his doubts, the system automatically popped up a dialog box with a detailed introduction to host enhancement. After reading it, Su Chen suddenly realized. It turns out that as long as he has enough energy points, he can use the system to strengthen his body. After strengthening, his physical fitness will be improved. At the same time, his combat power rating will also increase. As for the so-called talent, it should be the skills that have been mastered. Just like when he first got the gun, his shooting skills surpassed He Wong, who was known as a sharpshooter. I just don't know what level this G+ is. Sensing Su Chen's thoughts, the system popped up another prompt. Based on the host's physical fitness, from high to low, it can be divided into 10 levels. SSS, SS, S, A, F, G. Each level is divided into 3 sub-levels. For example, the G grade can be divided into G+, G, and G-. Su Chen's face turned dark. He originally thought that his physical fitness was pretty good. Unexpectedly, it was just the lowest level G. But from this perspective, ordinary people should be at the G level. I just don't know what level the highest level SSS will be. Su Chen thought about it for a while and looked at the enhancement option at the bottom. Strengthen. He muttered to himself. Immediately afterwards, a hot current appeared on the top of his head, spreading along his spine to his limbs. Su Chen felt warm all over, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. After the feeling dissipated, Su Chen stood up and stretched his body. He could vaguely feel that his strength had increased and his body had become lighter. Even his senses were much more sensitive. I could vaguely hear Lu Linger and Lin Yingying talking in the bedroom. This is just the initial reinforcement, and it can have such an effect. If I were to strengthen to S, SS, or SSS levels in the future, wouldn't I be able to become a native of my country directly? Su Chen couldn't help feeling a little ecstatic. But when he looked at the enhancement options below, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just like upgrading the RV, very few energy points are required at the beginning. For the first host enhancement, just a little bit is enough. But the second enhancement directly requires 100 points. This is even darker than an RV upgrade. Even if you can get 1 energy crystal for every 2 zombies killed, you still have to kill 200 zombies to get enough. If you want to upgrade it to the top level, it will take a long time, right? Whatever. Anyway, there are so many infected zombies all over the world. As long as you keep hunting, you will become strong enough one day. Su Chen comforted himself. But if this happens, I won't be able to stay in Phoenix Mountain for long. Even if all the survivors on the mountain were turned into zombies, they all had energy crystals in their brains. I'm afraid it's not enough to upgrade to E level by myself. Chapter 115, Discussion. Despite the enhanced body. But Su Chen still didn't rush out to hunt zombies. For the following time, he hid in the RV and left the task of hunting zombies to the survivors in the team and Abbeyo's team. In less than a week, the two groups provided Su Chen with 30 zombies. But relatively speaking, it also came at a considerable price. For example, Su Chen's team had 2 waves of survivors who were wiped out and never came back. After consideration, Su Chen finally ordered that no one in the team be allowed to go out and hunt zombies. These survivors have all been tested by him and are reliable. It would be a waste to sacrifice it in vain. Besides, there is also Abbeyo who is helping Su Chen hunt zombies. It will not be too late to send men to hunt zombies until he is unwilling to cooperate anymore, or when all their people are dead. The 30 zombies that had been harvested also provided Su Chen with more than a dozen energy crystals. Although the progress is not fast, it won't be long before he can upgrade the RV again. That day, Su Chen left Nomadison and came to the hotel's public lounge. Yiwang was sitting at the table, playing poker with several survivors. Not only is it extremely cold outside now, but there are also zombies rampant. If you want to survive, it is naturally safest to stay in the hotel. But no one can stand being stuck in a hotel every day. So Su Chen took out a lot of playing cards, mahjong, online novels, and other things from the storage space for the survivors to relax and entertain. "Brother He," Su Chen shouted. Yiwang raised his head, and when he saw him, he immediately dropped the cards in his hand, stood up, and said with a smile, "What's wrong, Boss Su? Are you free? I'd like to spar with you." Su Chen grinned. After the survivors checked into the Yolan hotel, Yiwang and Sun Yuan started training them. Su Chen also had some exchanges with Yiwang. Naturally, his practical experience and fighting skills are not very good. But Yiwang is a little older and his physical fitness is not as good as his. Therefore, the two of them fought evenly. After his physical fitness was improved, Su Chen still had never experienced actual combat. He went to see Yiwang today just to see what his current level was. "Sure, no problem." Yiwang agreed readily. After staying in the hotel for so long, he was feeling bored and decided to take this opportunity to have a discussion with Su Chen. The two of them came together to a room specially used for training. After hearing the news that the two of them were going to compete, other survivors like Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, and others also followed over. "Hey, who do you think will win?" "I think it's Brother He." "Nonsense, I think Boss Su." "If you ask me, it's still a draw. They were tied just now." Everyone was talking about it. The two stood opposite each other and bowed to each other. "Boss Su, here I come." Yiwang gave a reminder, took a deep breath, and quickly pounced towards Su Chen. As a veteran, he sparred with Su Chen again. What Yiwang used, of course, were the fighting and grappling techniques he was taught in the army. If it had happened before, facing the aggressive Yiwang, Su Chen would have chosen to avoid him first and then counterattack. However, today, when his nerves were tense, he felt that Yiwang's movements were much slower than before. Su Chen could clearly feel the wind brought by Yiwang's fist when he swung it. He reached out and easily grabbed Yiwang's wrist. Yiwang was slightly stunned. He had no idea what was happening before Su Chen grabbed his wrist. Before Yiwang could come to his senses, Su Chen had already thrown a punch. His punch was faster than Yiwang's. Before Yiwang could even react, Su Chen's fist landed on his chest. Bang! Su Chen's punch was so powerful that Yiwang was knocked off his feet and retreated dozens of steps. Fortunately, Yiwang was wearing protective gear. But even so, he still felt stuffy in the chest and his blood was boiling after being beaten by Su Chen. The people watching on the side were also stunned. Although Yiwang is quite old, as a veteran, his skills are among the best among the survivors. Except Sun Yuan and Su Chen, basically no one can be Yiwang's opponent. But such a powerful man was actually defeated by Su Chen with one blow today. "Oh my god, Brother Su, how come you are so powerful now?" Yiwang rubbed his chest and looked at Su Chen in disbelief. They were evenly matched before, but today, when they fought, Su Chen showed a crushing attitude and killed Yiwang instantly. Nothing special, just hard work and practice. Su Chen laughed and felt quite satisfied. He also didn't expect that his strength would be improved so much after being strengthened by the system. In this case, whether it is against Abbeyo or the zombies, he should be able to win easily in a one-on-one fight. "Let me try." It turned out that Sun Yuan heard the noise and rushed over. After seeing Su Chen easily defeat Yiwang, he felt itchy and couldn't help but want to try it. Although Sun Yuan has not served in the army like Yiwang, he loves fitness and has practiced Sanda in his early years. However, his fate was not much better than Yiwang's. Su Chen only took the initiative to attack for 2 or 3 rounds, and Sun Yuan had to admit defeat. There is no other reason. Su Chen's punches and kicks were extremely fierce, and even through the protective gear, Sun Yuan still grimaced in pain. On the other hand, Sun Yuan had basically no offensive opportunities. The few counterattacks were easily resolved by Su Chen. In this cruel doomsday, people will naturally worship the strong. The previous survivors were only in awe of Su Chen because he had a gun and was ruthless. But after Su Chen fought with Wang and Sun Yuan today, everyone was completely in awe of him. If you train hard, you will be able to reach my level one day. By then, ordinary zombies won't be your opponents. Su Chen encouraged everyone with a smile, then turned and left the hotel. After returning to the RV, he began to pack up his equipment. Master, are you going out again? Seeing this, Lin Yingying on the side couldn't help but said nervously. The last time Su Chen ventured out, Lin Yingying, who later learned the whole process, was very worried. If possible, she didn't want Su Chen to take risks again. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Just stay in the RV and wait for me to come back and pamper you. Su Chen stretched out his hand and touched Lin Yingying and Lu Linger's heads with a smile. Although after competing with Wang and Sun Yuan, it was proved that his strength has improved. But the two sides are just competing with each other after all. Su Chen still wanted to see how he would perform in a life-and-death combat, hunting zombies. If possible, he could work on his own and stop cooperating with Abbeyo. After all, he has a grudge against Abbeyo, so why should he continue to provide him with supplies? Chapter 116 Shannon City. Buzz buzz buzz. With the roar of the engine, a snowmobile came speeding from a distance. The one riding on the back of the car was naturally Su Chen. When he was preparing supplies, he also took into account extreme cold and blizzards. Therefore, several snowmobiles were purchased and loaded into the storage space. This time he took out his snowmobile and left Phoenix Mountain. One reason is to hunt zombies and see what his true strength is. Secondly, I also want to take this opportunity to understand the situation outside. Su Chen rode a snowmobile all the way down from Phoenix Mountain. A lot of zombies were disturbed along the way, but the motorcycle was running very fast. The zombies moved extremely slowly on the snow and couldn't catch up with him at all. So he successfully arrived at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. The snow at the foot of the mountain is even thicker. Su Chen stopped the motorcycle, took off his snow goggles, and looked into the distance. The sky and the earth were covered in a vast expanse of white. Apart from a few tall trees with their tops occasionally visible, nothing else could be seen. Judging from this, even if there are zombies, they are probably buried under the thick snow. If you want to find zombies, you still have to go to the city. Thinking of this, Su Chen took out his cell phone. Although there is no signal at the moment, there are many useful apps stored on his mobile phone. Through the map, he found that the nearest town to him was a small town called Shannon. After Su Chen shared the location of the small town to his GPS, he put on his goggles and rushed away. Many of the survivors who subsequently fled to Phoenix Mountain escaped from Shannon City. Shannon is the closest city to Phoenix Mountain, but it is still 20 kilometers away. Fortunately, the sky and the earth were covered with snow. Su Chen rode a snowmobile and drove on the snow as if he was walking on flat ground. It didn't take him long to reach the outskirts of Shannon City. Compared with the wild, many buildings in the city are not covered by heavy snow. Su Chen could still see many high-rise buildings half buried in the snow, as well as various billboards. For safety reasons, he did not drive the snowmobile into the city. After all, this thing is too loud. Even if it doesn't attract zombies, it will alarm other survivors. In this doomsday covered by blizzards and extreme cold, the temptation of a snowmobile is quite great. After Su Chen parked the car, he took out the car key and walked into the city. Without a snowmobile, walking on the snow would undoubtedly be extremely difficult. But fortunately, Su Chen has been strengthened and has plenty of physical strength. He walked carefully while observing the situation around him. The snow on the ground was not very flat, but there were many scattered footprints. Judging from this, there should still be many survivors in Shannon City. Although compared with Phoenix Mountain, Shannon's geographical location is not good. But it is a city after all, with sufficient supplies and many tall buildings. At this moment, Su Chen came to Wanda Plaza in the city according to the map and GPS. Generally speaking, the location of Wanda Plaza is full of tall buildings and is extremely prosperous. After Su Chen found Wanda's main building, he climbed into the building through a broken window. He is located on the 3rd floor of the square. There was a lot of snow piled up at the entrance and a lot of debris scattered on the ground. Su Chen picked up the tactical flashlight and observed his surroundings. Most of the shops are not closed. Apparently, Wanda Plaza will still be open for business when the end of the world comes. But strangely, Su Chen did not see any corpse. Logically speaking, even if there are all kinds of supplies in Wanda Plaza, there should be many survivors who cannot survive the doomsday. But Su Chen changed his mind. Perhaps their bodies were carried away and buried by other survivors. Su Chen didn't think much about it and began to search along the aisles of the mall. He first searched the bottom few floors, where there were several restaurants and supermarkets. However, most of the shops were in a mess, and it seemed that they had been visited by the survivors long ago. However, those people didn't seem to have looted everything, and Su Chen still found a lot of instant noodles, biscuits, and other supplies. A lot of meat frozen into ice lumps was found in the refrigerator in the restaurant's back kitchen. There are countless fresh meats in Su Chen's storage space. He naturally looked down on these things, but he still put them all in the bag. There are still many survivors in the Yolan hotel. Su Chen can give these foods to them as rewards. Anyway, to them, these foods are the ultimate delicacies. After packing a bag of food, Su Chen began to search upstairs again. Just when he searched the 5th floor and turned a corner, suddenly a machete came towards him. Fortunately, after being strengthened, Su Chen's reaction was extremely quick. He moved sideways to avoid the knife. He was just about to communicate with the other party, but the other party refused to give in and slashed at him with a knife. Su Chen was slightly angry and no longer showed mercy. After dodging the machete again, he kicked out without hesitation and kicked the opponent out. The opponent flew several meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Su Chen finally had time to look at the other person carefully. The other person was a man. Although his hair and beard were tangled, one could vaguely tell that he seemed to be only in his 40s. After being kicked by Su Chen, he gasped in pain. "Who are you?" Su Chen said lightly. The other party didn't say anything, but just struggled and tried to grab the knife. Su Chen frowned, walked forward slowly, kicked the machete away, and stepped on the man's palm. As Su Chen exerted force, the man could no longer hold back and shouted, it hurts, let me go. I'll tell you everything. You won't cry until you see the coffin." Su Chen snorted coldly and then raised his foot. The man looked at Su Chen with some fear and told him everything about his situation. This man's name is Li Chang and he's a security guard at Wanda Plaza. His situation is somewhat similar to that of Manager Dang. When the end of the world came, he joined forces with a group of colleagues to take control of the square's supplies. Therefore, compared with other survivors, Li Chang's life is pretty good. "What about your colleagues?" Su Chen asked. "Well, either he was killed by the Tiger Gang or he joined them." Li Chang sighed. "Tiger Gang?" "Yes, it's a gang formed after the apocalypse." Li Chang explained to Su Chen. "Their boss is called Dai Hao. He used to be a gangster and has a lot of thugs under him. His style of doing things is extremely ruthless. Once he sets his sights on you, you can't escape. Dai Hao asked us for supplies, and after we refused, he attacked us again and again." Chapter 117 Tiger Gang. In the Doomsday, supplies are the most important. Li Chang and others who occupied Wanda Plaza would naturally be targeted by the Tiger Gang. But Li Chang and his men refused to give up the supplies for nothing. In the end, the two sides fought several times. Although Li Chang and his men are security guards, they are still not as strong as the Tiger Gang. In the end, he and his colleagues were either killed or injured, and many were forced to join the Tiger Gang. Because he injured Dai Hao's younger brother, Li Chang was afraid of retaliation and did not dare to join like the others. After the Tiger Gang looted Wanda Plaza, they abandoned the place. Fortunately, the Tiger Gang did not loot everything and left behind a lot of supplies. Moreover, Li Chang had accumulated a lot of wealth before. So he kept hiding in Wanda Plaza until he met Su Chen today. After explaining his origins, Li Chang said flatteringly, "Brother, where are you from? Why do you care so much?" Su Chen said coldly, "Tell me more about the official affairs." Li Chang did not dare to disobey him and honestly introduced the situation in Shannon. When the Doomsday just came, the officials of Shannon were similar to those of Shanghai, and they also tried hard to save themselves. But as high temperatures and heavy rains raged in turn, the authorities were completely powerless. Some troops came here before, but they had no choice but to retreat in the end. Because the situation is so serious, they can't even protect themselves. The remaining survivors in the city are roughly divided into 3 factions: the Tiger Gang, the Shield Alliance, and the Tianxiang Pavilion. Besides that, although there are other survivors, they are unable to compete with them. It is true that there are many turtles in shallow water, and big brothers are everywhere. There are so many forces in such a small city like Shannon. But this is normal. After all, the official authorities no longer exist, and the survivors will spontaneously form an alliance to stabilize order. Looking at Su Chen in deep thought, Li Chang said cautiously, "Brother, can you take me away?" Li Chang is not a fool. From Su Chen's conversation, skills, and especially the equipment he was wearing, Li Chang could tell that Su Chen was not an ordinary person. "It would be great if I could get close to Su Chen. Just you? Are you worthy?" Su Chen glanced at Li Chang and sneered. Although Li Chang acted extremely innocent, Su Chen was very sure that this guy was definitely hiding something. As soon as he met Su Chen, he planned to kill Su Chen without even saying a word. How could he be a good person? Moreover, it is impossible that Li Chang has never killed anyone since he was able to survive the apocalypse. Bringing such a person back will only bring trouble to yourself. Li Chang's expression froze. He smiled awkwardly and said nothing. "One last thing. Have you ever seen anything like zombies?" Su Chen asked calmly. "Zombies?" Li Chang was confused and shook his head. "No." Su Chen thought about it, and it made sense. Wanda Plaza is different from a residential area, as it is mainly composed of shops. When the end of the world comes, the survivors will naturally and instinctively hide in their homes. Even if some people died here, their bodies would be disposed of by Li Chang and others. In this way, there will be no zombies in the square. Okay, got it. After Su Chen understood what was going on, he ignored Li Chang and turned to walk out. Looking at Su Chen's receding back, an unwilling expression appeared on Li Chang's face. He hesitated for a moment, picked up the machete beside him, and ran quickly in the opposite direction. With his familiarity with the terrain of the square, Li Chang quickly got in front of Su Chen. He hid behind a pillar, waiting for Su Chen to appear. After a while, the sound of Su Chen's footsteps was heard. Li Chang took a deep breath, and just as Su Chen walked over, he swung his knife hard. Clang! His knife was easily blocked by Su Chen with a baseball bat. Act recklessly. Su Chen sneered, then hit Li Chang on the head with a stick. Bang! Li Chang's crown was directly shattered by this stick. Blood slowly flowed down from his head. He opened his eyes wide, full of disbelief, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Before Su Chen got close to the pillar, he heard Li Chang's heavy breathing with his amazing hearing, and naturally he was on guard. It seems that I am still too kind. Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. After asking Li Chang the question just now, I should have killed him directly to prevent him from ambush me again. After killing Li Chang, Su Chen did not stay any longer and left Wanda Plaza carrying the bag. At this time, a cold wind was blowing outside, and the footprints he left when he came were already covered by the wind and snow. Fortunately, Su Chen had a GPS in his hand, and following the instructions, he walked step by step towards where the snowmobiles were parked. But when they were still a few hundred meters away, Su Chen's heart moved. He could vaguely hear from the whistling wind that there seemed to be people talking not far away. He dropped the collected supplies, bent down, and tiptoed forward. After getting closer, Su Chen could see clearly that there were 5 or 6 figures gathered next to his snowmobile. Oh my gosh, a snowmobile. I don't know where that guy got it from. Stop talking nonsense and think of a way to get it back. Without the key, it won't start. Seeing that they were thinking about his snowmobile, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He took out the compound crossbow he was carrying and aimed at one of them. Call out. An arrow flew through the air and pierced the man's head silently. Without even a word, he plunged headfirst into the snow. Looking at the arrows hitting their companions' heads, the others were stunned for a moment before they realized that they had been ambushed. Be careful, little one. The other man was shot through the head before he could finish his words. Su Chen shot 4 arrows in succession, taking away 4 people on the opposite side. The remaining 2 people saw that the situation was not good, and they quickly knelt on the ground and shouted, I surrender, I surrender. Seeing that they threw their weapons aside, Su Chen stood up and walked forward slowly. When they saw Su Chen, who was wearing a white cold-proof suit and snow goggles on his head, the 2 men were a little confused. Su Chen also took this opportunity to observe the other party. Although the other person was wearing thick clothes, he also had a hat and a scarf on his head. But you can still vaguely see that they are a man and a woman. And from the way the woman hid behind the man, it could be determined that they had a close relationship. Who are you two? Su Chen said in a deep voice. Brother, my name is Yang Wan, and this is my wife Xiaomi. We are both members of the Tiger Gang. Yang Wan quickly introduced himself. What are you doing around my snowmobile? Su Chen asked again. Yang Wan was stunned for a moment. Is this snowmobile Su Chen's? But when he thought about it, it did make sense. Su Chen's equipment is so cool, so it seems reasonable for him to have a snowmobile. Chapter 118. Hungry and Indiscriminate. We saw the snowmobile and we got greedy. Yang Wan said cautiously. In order to survive, they need to go out every day and walk on the thick snow to search for supplies. It would undoubtedly be much more convenient if we could have a snowmobile like this. Not only can you search the entire Shannon City, you can even go to neighboring cities. Seeing that Su Chen didn't say anything, Yang Wan became even more frightened and quickly pulled his wife Xiaomi out from behind. Big brother, I'm giving my wife to you. Can you please not kill me? As he spoke, he pulled Xiaomi's scarf off. Su Chen took a look and was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Xiaomi has very dark skin and an ordinary appearance. Not to mention that Su Chen is surrounded by beauties like Lu Linger and Lu Linger. Even if he is single, he would not be so desperate as to look at Xiaomi. Okay, answer me a few questions and I won't kill you. Su Chen waved his hand, motioning them to stand up. After hearing this, Yang Wan stood up. Xiaomi, who was standing by, quickly lowered her head and wrapped her scarf around her neck again. You just said that you were from the Tiger Gang? Yes. Our boss, Dai Hao, now occupies 1/3 of Shannon City. Yang Wan told Su Chen the situation of the Tiger Gang honestly. After hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly. It's similar to what Li Chang said. It seems that these two people didn't lie to me. What weapons do the people in your gang use? Do you have guns? Most people used cold weapons. Only the gang leader, Brother Hao, and his cronies used guns. Young One introduced. They used to be gangsters and had several shotguns. Shannon is a small city after all, and its public security is slightly worse than that of the most prosperous Shanghai. It is normal for Dai Hao and others to have hunting rifles. Su Chen nodded and asked again. Have you encountered anything unusual recently? Something unusual? Young One was stunned for a moment, trying hard to recall. Oh, it seems so. Someone went out to search for supplies a few days ago, and when he came back he said he saw a dead body resurrected. Everyone thought he was dazzled at the time, and no one believed him. That being said, the zombie virus in Shannon City has also begun to break out. But the city is so big that it will take at least 10 days or half a month to spread it. I arrived a little early. Su Chen decided to leave Shannon City first and come back in 2 days. It's okay, you guys go. Young One couldn't quite believe it. Would Su Chen let him go so easily? His legs went weak and he said in a trembling voice. Brother, you won't shoot us from the back when we turn around and leave, right? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just leave when I tell you to. Su Chen said impatiently. Yang Wan was startled and hurriedly pulled Xiaomi away. As he walked, he kept looking back and secretly observing Su Chen, fearing that Su Chen would take out a crossbow and shoot him. Only after they had walked a long way and Su Chen still hadn't made any movement did Yang Wan feel relieved and quickened his pace with Xiaomi. Yang Wan and the other survivors were only thinking about the snowmobiles. Su Chen is not a murderer. Killing a few people is enough to serve as a warning. Small figures like Yang Wan and Xiaomi can just be released. I'm afraid the two sides will never have the chance to meet again in this life. Su Chen put the collected supplies on the snowmobile. He walked over to the bodies of the Tiger Gang members and looted them. After everything was ready, Su Chen started the snowmobile and roared out of Shannon City. Not long after he left, a large group of dark figures suddenly appeared from a distance. Walking in front was a fierce-looking man. He was Dai Hao, the boss of the Tiger Gang. Following Dai Hao were Yang Wan and Xiaomi, who had just left. The crowd following behind were all holding weapons and looked extremely difficult to deal with. A group of people came to the place where Su Chen had parked his snowmobile. Yang Wan pointed at the body on the ground and said tremblingly, "Boss, it's right here." Dai Hao did not check the bodies of his men, but stared at the tracks of the snowmobile on the snow. "Brother, it seems that this kid didn't lie." A young man came forward and whispered. He looked somewhat similar to Dai Hao, and is Dai Hao's younger brother Dai Rongliang. "My dear brothers, how could I lie?" Yang Wan quickly smiled flatteringly. "How dare you say that? A bunch of people died, and you were the only one who escaped with your wife." Dai Rongliang stared at Yang Wan and said viciously, I was wrong, Brother Liang. The main reason is that I am no match for him." Yang Wan had a sad face and pulled Xiaomi over. "Boss, why don't you let my wife follow you? Your wife is ugly. My brother doesn't like her." Dai Rongliang said disdainfully, looking at Yang Wan with eyes full of contempt. After the end of the world, many ordinary people joined the Tiger Gang to seek shelter. But no one is as spineless as Yang Wan, who is willing to sacrifice his wife at every turn. The key point is that his wife, Xiaomi, is not that good-looking. "Xiao Liang." Dai Hao called out to his brother and said in a deep voice, "Yang Wan, you just said that boy is not from Shannon?" "Yes, Brother Hao." Yang Wan nodded quickly. Because he kept asking me about Shannon's situation. He didn't dare say that Su Chen was asking him about the Tiger Gang, and he told him everything. If Dai Hao really knew about this, he would probably be dead. "Got it. Let's go back first." Dai Hao waved his hand and ordered his men to collect the bodies on the ground. "Brother, who do you think that boy is?" Dai Rongliang came forward and whispered. "Yang Wan shouldn't have lied to me." Dai Hao said calmly, "We all know the situation of Jiandun League and Tianxiang Pavilion. It is impossible for them to have such good things as snowmobiles. Besides, we haven't fought them for a long time, so there's no need for them to kill so many of us. If you ask me, the other party is definitely someone from outside." And judging from the direction he left, it was towards Phoenix Mountain. I heard that there seemed to be quite a few survivors on Phoenix Mountain. Maybe he came from there. As expected of being the boss of the Tiger Gang, Dai Hao was able to determine Su Chen's origins based on just a few clues. Since that guy has a snowmobile, he probably has a lot of good stuff. It would be great if we could rob him. Dai Rongliang said with regret. "I'm afraid there's no chance. We don't have a snowmobile, so how can we go to Phoenix Mountain?" Dai Hao shook his head. "Okay, stop thinking about it. Let's go back first." Chapter 119. Sure enough, it's awesome. Su Chen didn't know that Dai Hao and others were talking about him. At this time, he drove at full speed and soon returned to Phoenix Mountain. However, he did not rush back to the Yolan Hotel, but parked the snowmobile outside first. After locking the motorcycle, Su Chen carried his equipment and began to sneak towards the center. Although I went to Shannon City and obtained a lot of supplies. But Su Chen's purpose was not supplies, but energy crystals. No matter how much supplies he has, they are of no use to him. Not long after walking out, Su Chen saw 3 zombies wandering on the snow. They must have been attracted by the previous motorcycle sound and came to such a remote location. After his physical fitness was strengthened, Su Chen was not nervous at all when he saw these zombies again. He raised the compound crossbow and shot an arrow. Call out. The zombie in front was shot through the head and fell to the ground. The 2 companions next to him were stunned for a moment, then raised their heads and looked around. When they saw Su Chen, they screamed and rushed over frantically. Su Chen dropped the compound crossbow, picked up the Nepalese machete he had bought before Doomsday, and walked forward without fear. The zombie rushing in the front stretched out his hands, trying to knock Su Chen to the ground. However, Su Chen's skills were much more agile than before. He crouched down, dodged the zombie's attack, and raised his hand to strike with a knife. The sharp Nepalese machete cut off the zombie's arms smoothly without making any sound. At the same time, the second zombie rushed to Su Chen with great momentum. He calmly dodged the zombie again and slashed its throat with his knife. Crack! The zombie's head flew high into the air and then fell to the ground. His body fell to the ground in the snow with a loud bang. Su Chen turned around, faced the remaining zombie without arms, and chopped it on the crown of its head with a knife. Crack! After the brain was severely injured, the zombie also fell to the ground. The whole process lasted less than 30 seconds. It can be said that Su Chen dealt with the 2 zombies with great ease. Looking at the zombies on the ground, he felt quite satisfied. You know, the last time I fought zombies, I could only shoot them from a long distance with a compound crossbow. Due to his carelessness, he was approached by the zombie Li Jiawei and nearly lost his life. However, today, he was able to fight the zombies head-on and kill 2 of them head-on. That's quite the progress. This system is really awesome. While sighing, Su Chen skillfully cut open the zombie's head and took out an energy crystal from it. He walked to the severed zombie head again. Although the body was gone, the brain was not damaged. The zombie kept opening its mouth, trying to bite Su Chen. Su Chen stepped on it and crushed its head. Including the zombie that was shot before, Su Chen killed a total of 3 zombies and obtained 2 energy crystals, which could be considered a good harvest. After a short rest, Su Chen continued to search for zombies. It's a pity that the zombies we encountered next were in groups, at least 7 or 8. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Chen gave up the idea of continuing to hunt zombies and decided to go back first. Instead of going straight back to the hotel, he drove his snowmobile around the resort. Su Chen stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the engine made a harsh roar. For a moment, most of the zombies were attracted by the sound of the snowmobile and chased Su Chen frantically. Such a big commotion also attracted many survivors. Abbeyo was standing on the upper floor of the hotel, looking at the situation outside, and he was extremely jealous. How come Su Chen has such a good thing as a snowmobile? If I had one, I could leave Phoenix Mountain. Su Chen walked around for several times and saw that all the zombies were attracted away by him. He stepped on the accelerator and ran away. It was extremely difficult for the zombies to walk on the thick snow, and they could not catch up with Su Chen at all. After Su Chen led them away, he rode his snowmobile back to the Yolan Hotel. Brother Su, what's the situation outside? After seeing Su Chen, He Wang said with concern. Not very optimistic. Su Chen briefly explained the situation in Shannon City to He Wang. From this perspective, the authorities should be completely unable to control the situation. He Wang sighed deeply. Before Su Chen came back, he still held out a glimmer of hope. If things outside have returned to normal, even if the authorities are trying to control the situation, that would be good news. But the reality is cruel. The small city of Shannon is occupied by several groups of survivors, and there is no official presence at all. Okay, stop thinking about it. Sun Yuan patted He Wang on the shoulder and said comfortingly. With Brother Su's care, at least we won't starve to death now. While the 3 were talking, Zhou Xinhong suddenly ran over. Boss Su, Abbeyo has sent more people to deliver a lot of zombie corpses. Su Chen's heart moved. Come on, come with me. They came to the balcony outside the window together. Many of Abbeyo's men were standing below, led by Zhao Xiong. In addition, there were a dozen zombie corpses on the ground. This is the only way in and out of the Yolan Hotel. Su Chen's group exchanged zombies and supplies with Abbeyo's people through this balcony. Sun Yuan and others first let down the rope. Zhao Xiong below directed his men to tie ropes around the zombies' bodies. Then Sun Yuan and others pulled up the rope and brought the zombies up. After all the zombie corpses were carried up, Zhou Xinhong checked their number. 1, 2, 11, 12. Boss Su, there are 12 bodies in total. We should give them 6 boxes of instant noodles. After hearing this, Su Chen had no intention of leaving. He looked at Zhao Xiong below and sneered. Go back and tell Abbeyo that I accepted the zombies, but I won't give you the stuff. Now that Su Chen's abilities have been enhanced, he can completely hunt zombies on his own, and there is no need to cooperate with Abbeyo anymore. Why not just turn against them and take these zombies away for free? What? You? Su Chen, you bastard. Just wait for me. Xiaomi was so angry that his face turned blue, but he didn't dare to say anything more. It's getting dark. If you continue to stay outside, you might become food for the zombies. He called to his men and quickly disappeared into the night. Su Chen smiled coldly and turned back to the hotel. In the warehouse, he chopped open all the zombies sent by Abbeyo and obtained 6 energy crystals from them. With the energy he had saved before, Su Chen already had 25 points of energy. Although it is still far from enough to strengthen the body again, it is not far from upgrading the RV to level 3. Chapter 120. Pull up your pants and don't recognize me. Su Chen is such a bastard. What a jerk. After knowing that Su Chen refused to pay his debt, Abbeyo was so angry that he started swearing. The previous few times he sent people to deliver corpses to Su Chen abided by the agreement. So this time, Abbeyo didn't think much about it and sent more than a dozen corpses to Su Chen in one breath. But he never expected that this time, Su Chen would actually pull up his pants and ignore him. Damn it, I'll chop his head off if I get the chance. Xiaomi was also very angry. These zombies were hunted down by him and his men with great effort. Not only was he nearly bitten to death by zombies, but he also lost several lives. How could he not be angry when the result was a waste of effort? Abbeyo had a gloomy face and said nothing. The supplies he had accumulated from Gaochi Chiang had almost been consumed. It was for this reason that Xiaomi led people to hunt more zombies so that he could exchange instant noodles with Su Chen. But since Su Chen turned against us, there will be no supplies in the future. It won't be long before the instant noodles that were previously saved will be eaten up. What will we do when there is no food? Is he going to eat his own subordinates like he did before? Brother Abbeyo, why don't we fight Su Chen? Xiaomi gritted her teeth. She also knew in her heart that the team would soon run out of supplies. At that time, they will have no choice but to eat humans again. She had had enough of that kind of life and didn't want to go on any longer. The question is, how to fight them? Abbeyo sighed, looking quite helpless. Although he has about 100 people, the Yolan Hotel is easy to defend and difficult to attack after Su Chen's renovation. Not to mention that Su Chen is holding a rifle and there are zombies outside waiting for him. If a real gunfight breaks out, these people will probably be eaten by zombies or shot to death before they even break into the hotel. I have an idea. Xiaomi smiled sinisterly, leaned close to Abbeyo's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing this, Abbeyo's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Mayor, you're really smart. Brother Abbeyo, I have another suggestion. Xiaomi stroked her long hair and smiled with a hint of pride. Aren't Gaochi and his people still alive? Call them over. Let's work together. Although the survivors suffered heavy losses when the zombies broke out. But people like Gaochi, Xiaomi, and others realized something was wrong in advance and hid themselves. Recently, Abbeyo and Xiaomi had encountered their people when they went out to hunt zombies. Your suggestion is a good one. Abbeyo thought about it and nodded. Okay, then I'll send someone to invite them over and try to start the action tonight. Today, Phoenix Mountain is occupied by zombies. Gaochi, Xiaomi, and others are hiding in abandoned buildings like rats crossing the street. It took Abbeyo a lot of effort to find them. After knowing Abbeyo's intention, Gaochi and others did not hesitate and immediately chose to agree. Brother Abbeyo, is there anything to eat? Gaochi, Xiaomi, and other survivors greeted Abbeyo weakly. When the zombie tide broke out, the survivors stayed in their respective residences. They were so busy escaping that they had no time to pack up their supplies. This resulted in them suffering from hunger during this period. Bring up all the instant noodles, plenty of them. Abbeyo was very generous and waved his hand. After a while, the cooked instant noodles were served. Everyone, their eyes green with hunger, quickly grabbed their chopsticks and started slurping the noodles. They had been hungry for a long time and even drank up all the noodle soup. Although he was not full, he looked much better. Gaochi put down his chopsticks and said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Abbeyo. No way, in this doomsday world, we should help each other." Abbeyo chuckled. Brother Abbeyo, you called us here to continue dealing with Su Chen? Xiaomi also finished his instant noodles and asked. Yes, I don't have much food left. If we don't think of a solution, I'm afraid we'll all starve to death. Abbeyo said in a heavy tone. But we only have so few people now. How can we deal with Su Chen? When saying this, Gaochi looked frustrated. They are not as foresight as Abbeyo. When the zombies broke out, their respective teams suffered heavy losses. Now, altogether, there are only more than 50 people. Before, there were hundreds of them, but they couldn't take down Su Chen. How could they be Su Chen's opponent now? Don't worry, I have a way. Abbeyo smiled confidently. I invited you here because I want everyone to join forces. If it had happened before, everyone might have been a little hesitant. But now they were almost starving to death, so naturally they didn't think too much about it. Gao Xianjuan and Xiao Bowen looked at each other and nodded. Brother Biao, we'll do whatever you decide. Yes, Brother Biao, you say it. Once they took the lead, the rest of the survivors nodded in agreement. Abbeyo nodded with satisfaction and whispered, my solution is... Crack. Su Chen swung the Nepalese machete in his hand and chopped off the head of a zombie. Beside him, there were several zombies lying in a mess. Ever since he had a falling out with Abbeyo a few days ago, Su Chen has not been idle. He comes out every day to hunt zombies. With his enhanced physical fitness, 1 or 2 zombies are no match for him. After these few days, not only did he become more agile and his fighting skills improved, but he also obtained more than 20 energy crystals. Bang! Su Chen raised his foot and stomped hard, crushing the zombie's head, then pulled it apart for a while. When he discovered the gray-white energy crystal, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. With this energy crystal, he has accumulated 50 energy points and can go back to upgrade the RV. Su Chen put away his weapon with satisfaction and started heading towards the hotel. When passing by the hotel where Abbeyo and others were staying, he made a special observation. However, the hotel was unusually quiet and there was no movement. Su Chen frowned slightly and thought to himself that Abbeyo was a vengeful person and would not tolerate any loss. After suffering such a huge loss, he didn't even react. Maybe he was planning some big move. After returning to the Yolan hotel, Su Chen found Yi Wang and Sun Yuan and told them his concerns. Don't worry, Brother Su. Our place is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Even if we give Abbeyo twice as many troops, it won't be that easy to attack. Yi Wang smiled indifferently. Yes, don't worry. I have arranged for sentries, both visible and hidden. If he comes, we will definitely find him in advance. Sun Yuan also patted his chest and said, Chapter 121 Upgrade again. Su Chen calmed down a little, but still reminded. Having said that, we can't be careless. Don't worry, Brother Su. We'll do the work. Don't worry about it. The two of them nodded with a smile. After chatting with the two of them for a few minutes, Su Chen got up and left the hotel and returned to the RV. After asking the two girls not to disturb him, he went into the bedroom and called out the system. Absorb energy crystal. The several energy crystals in Su Chen's pocket heated up slightly. Then the system's energy point became 50. Upgrade the system. The white screen trembled slightly, and the RV level changed from level 2 to level 3. Su Chen hurriedly checked the updated RV system. Doomsday Fortress RV system. RV level 3. Energy points required to upgrade 100. Currently has energy points 0. Vehicle durability 100%. When the durability reaches 0, the RV will be scrapped. It can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Enhanced options. Compared with the previous system, the upgraded system doesn't seem to be any different. Su Chen first clicked on the storage space and found that the capacity had increased tenfold. But whether it is 99,999 or 999,999, it makes no difference to Su Chen. After all, the things in the warehouse can be stacked unlimitedly. Su Chen opened the energy store again. Well, there are no new redeemable options. However, the RV option and the enhancement options can be clicked. Su Chen clicked on it and took a look, and found that there was only one option available. Add space. Consume 10 points of energy to increase the space inside the RV. There is nothing else besides this. That's it. Su Chen couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. I worked hard for several days to collect 50 points of energy. As a result, the upgraded RV system had no practical functions. At this moment, the system seemed to have noticed Su Chen's thoughts and popped up a prompt. After the system is upgraded, the portable storage function will be unlocked. Portable storage function? Su Chen was stunned and immediately looked up this function. After understanding it, he instantly became excited again. In the past, whether Su Chen was putting things into the storage space or taking things out of it, he had to be near nomadison. But after unlocking the portable storage function, Su Chen can store or take out things inside the RV at will even if he is tens of thousands of miles away. This feature is really practical. For example, when Su Chen goes to Shannon City again, he can put the snowmobile directly into the storage space. This way, he doesn't have to worry about being targeted by other survivors. For example, you can put all the guns into the storage space. Wait until the enemy gets close, and then attack him by surprise. All in all, this function can be said to be extremely practical. That's right, it's worthy of all the energy crystals I've accumulated after so much effort. Su Chen's mood suddenly became much happier. He opened the door and walked out briskly. Lin Yingying and Lu Linger were busy in front of the stove, and an enticing aroma filled the air. Master, you're out. Lu Linger smiled and said to Su Chen. Wait a moment, we'll prepare the meal soon. After a while, the two girls brought up the prepared food. Su Chen took a few bites and said with a smile, "You two are getting better and better at cooking. That's for sure. Our mission is to take good care of our master." Lin Yingying said with a sweet smile. "Very good." Su Chen nodded with satisfaction and gave a wicked smile. That night, Su Chen and others in the RV fell asleep peacefully. The other survivors of the Yolan Hotel also fell asleep. Only Shou Xinhong, Li Dong, and others arranged by Sun Yuan were guarding their respective posts, vigilantly observing the situation around them. But what they didn't know was that at this moment, outside the Yolan Hotel, under the thick ice, a group of survivors were busy. It turned out that the method Xiaomi told Abbeyo was to dig a tunnel under the snow and break into the Yolan Hotel. Due to the extremely low temperature and the heavy snow, the snow at the bottom is basically the same as ice, and it is quite difficult to dig it out. But compared with a frontal attack, it is much safer. They don't have to worry about the threat of zombies, nor do they have to worry about being shot by Su Chen. "Xiaoboan, what's going on?" Abbeyo, who was guarding outside the passage, saw Xiaoboan coming out and immediately asked, "We have already dug to the intersection. We should be able to dig it through tonight." Xiaoboan shook off the snow on his body and answered, "That's fine." Abbeyo breathed a sigh of relief and then gave an order in a deep voice. "Tell them to speed up the process. They must dig to the Yolan Hotel before daybreak. Otherwise, it will be too late." Xiaoboan nodded, turned around and returned to the passage. Abbeyo waved to Zhao Xiong and said, "Brothers, get ready. As soon as the tunnel is dug, we will start immediately." "Yes." Zhao Xiong also took the order and left. Time passed minute by minute, and just as the sky began to brighten, a survivor who was in charge of digging the ice in the passage felt that it was extremely hard when he touched it with his pickaxe. He raised the weak flashlight in his hand, took a closer look, and immediately a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because there was no longer snow in front of us, but a wall. From the decorations on the wall, it can be seen that they have dug out the main body of the Yolan Hotel. When this news was passed to the rear, Abbeyo and others were immediately cheered up. After so long, they can finally meet face to face and take revenge on Su Chen. Abbeyo immediately led his men into the passage and soon arrived at the end of the passage. However, at this time, they encountered new problems. It turned out that Su Chen had already considered that someone would attack the Yolan Hotel by digging a passage under the ice. In the rooms on the ground floor that were buried in the snow, the windows were sealed by Sun Yuan and others. Su Chen also asked people to find some debris and block the windows tightly. Abbeyo and others tried for a long time but failed to open the window. "Brother Abbeyo, what should we do?" Gao Xianjuan was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. At this time, the sky outside was gradually getting brighter, and the air in the passage was also becoming thinner. Abbeyo frowned, made up his mind, and said to Zhao Xiong, "Bring the bomb." Gao Xianjuan and Xiaoboan looked at each other. Both of them looked a little confused. "Abbeyo actually has a bomb?" After a while, Zhao Xiong brought over a few drink bottles. Ever since he knew that Su Chen had a rifle, Abbeyo has not been idle. He asked his men to collect things like urea and bleach and made several simple bombs. Chapter 122 Homemade Bomb. After all, Abbeyo is also a special forces soldier who retired from the army. With his skills, making a few simple bombs is a piece of cake. He originally planned to use a bomb to deal with Su Chen. But in this situation, we have no choice but to do so. Even if it will alarm the survivors in the hotel, it must be used. Abbeyo first asked everyone to retreat to the back of the passage. Then he stuffed a makeshift bomb made of a plastic bottle into the window. These homemade bombs are not very powerful. It's impossible to expect to use them to blow up the walls of the hotel. Abbeyo's plan was to blow up the debris behind the window to create a path. After lighting the bomb, Abbeyo quickly retreated. Bang! With a loud bang, the passage where Abbeyo and other survivors were located was shaken. Large flakes of snow fell down. After things calmed down, Abbeyo was the first to rush forward. I saw that the window that was originally blocked was blown out to create a passage. "Brothers, it's done." Abbeyo called out, and the survivors behind him all howled and rushed into the Yolan Hotel. The explosion was really loud. He Wang, Sun Yuan, and others who were sleeping were all awakened. Realizing something was wrong, they quickly put on their clothes and went to the common room. At this time, the remaining survivors were also awakened by the explosion. Brother Sun, what's going on? Was that an earthquake?" Everyone looked bewildered. He Wan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Sun Yuan picked up the intercom and said in a deep voice, "What happened just now?" "Brother Sun, there was an explosion just now from below the hotel." Zhou Xinhong, who was on the other end of the intercom, hurriedly reported. "Explode?" He Wang and Sun Yuan looked at each other, and both had an ominous premonition in their hearts. "Everyone get ready. I'll go inform Boss Su." He Wang gave the order in a deep voice and took out the intercom he used to contact Su Chen. "Hey, Boss Su. Su Chen, who was sleeping soundly with Ermiai in his arms, had his sleep disturbed by the sudden ringing of the intercom. He opened his sleepy eyes and took the intercom. Who is this? So annoying. Lu Linger couldn't help but let out a low murmur. You guys go to sleep first. Su Chen knew very well that Wang contacted him at this point because there must be something important. He stood up and walked out, asking, What happened, brother he? There was an explosion just now. Wang briefly recounted what had just happened. The sound insulation effect of nomadicin is really good. Therefore, Su Chen, who was sleeping, did not know about this. Explosion. Su Chen frowned slightly. Before he could say anything, shouts of killing were heard from the other end of the intercom. It turned out that Abbeyo and others had rushed up from the lower floors along the stairs. Fortunately, Sun Yuan was prepared in advance. Facing the enemy rushing towards him with great momentum, he led his men and bravely stepped forward. Abbeyo and his men are attacking Boss Su. Wang picked up the machete in his hand, chopped down an enemy, and yelled into the walkie-talkie. Su Chen's heart shuddered. He thought for a moment, put on his stab-proof underwear and cold-proof clothes, picked up the weapon beside him, and pushed open the car door. Not long after, Su Chen arrived at the hotel in front. At this time, the battle between the two sides has reached a fever pitch. Abbeyo's side not only has a lot of people, but is also very good at fighting, making Wang, Sun Yuan, and others unable to raise their heads. If they were not well-equipped and loyal to Su Chen, they would have been defeated long ago. As soon as Su Chen went upstairs, several enemies attacked him. Court death. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and the Nepalese machete in his hand flashed a cold light in the air. The man who was rushing in the front had one of his hands chopped off. The survivor who was following closely behind him had not yet reacted when Su Chen raised the short gun in his hand. Bang! With a gunshot, the man was instantly shot into a sieve. But in the blink of an eye, a man had his hand chopped off and fell to the ground wailing. Another was shot dead. Su Chen's attack was so ruthless that it really shocked the others. Yes, it's Su Chen. Someone suddenly recognized Su Chen and shouted. After learning that Su Chen had arrived, the morale of Wang and Sun Yuan was greatly boosted. However, the survivors on Abbeyo's side were a little nervous, because they all knew that Su Chen was holding a rifle. Where is Su Chen? Zhao Xiang roared, his eyes widened. Gaochi Chiang's murder was closely related to Su Chen. Although he was unable to kill Gao Xiangjuan and avenge Gaochi Chiang, Zhao Xiang still bore a grudge against Su Chen. In addition, he had hunted zombies before and came to trade with Su Chen, but ended up being swallowed up by Su Chen. Zhao Xiang had long wanted to kill Su Chen to relieve his hatred. Bang, bang, bang. Su Chen fired a few more shots, killing several survivors who surrounded him. At this moment, Zhao Xiang also rushed over. Su Chen had no time to reload his ammunition, so he simply picked up the Nepalese machete and faced Zhao Xiang. Zhao Xiang is a big and burly man, about the same size as the Black Iron Tower. Although Su Chen is not short, he is still much shorter than him. The two didn't talk much before Zhao Xiang swung a fire axe and chopped towards Su Chen. In the narrow hotel corridor, Su Chen didn't have much room to dodge. But with his strengthened body, Zhao Xiang's movements looked like a slow-motion movie in his eyes. He slightly moved his body to avoid the axe, and at the same time, he swung his knife back and slashed at Zhao Xiang's throat. Different from Su Chen's feeling, Zhao Xiang felt that Su Chen's knife was as fast as lightning. He almost dodged the attack by relying on instinct. Looking at Su Chen in front of him, Zhao Xiang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Isn't this kid too scary? He gritted his teeth, raised the axe again, and attacked Su Chen again. However, this time, he was not so lucky. Before his axe fell, Su Chen took a step forward. The sharp Nepalese machete penetrated Zhao Xiang's chest easily, as if cutting tofu. His eyes widened, his hands went limp, and the fire axe in his hands fell to the ground with a thud. The whole person fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing that the usually brave Zhao Xiang was killed by Su Chen, the others present were stunned. If you don't want to die, put down your weapons. Su Chen shouted in a deep voice, looking at the enemies present with sharp eyes. The survivors who followed Zhao Xiang to kill did not dare to look him in the eye. Their hearts trembled and they subconsciously planned to drop their weapons. But at this moment, Su Chen's heart was filled with alarm bells, and the hairs on his back stood up. Chapter 123 It's good to be young. Su Chen rolled over suddenly and hid in a room nearby. At the same time, a crisp gunshot was heard not far away. Bang. Yes, it was Abbeyo who fired the shot. The pistol he was holding was inherited from Gaochi Chiang. Seeing that Su Chen actually dodged his bullet, Abbeyo couldn't help but be stunned. This guy, is his reaction speed so fast? He came to his senses and shouted. We have many people and there is no need to be afraid of Su Chen. Kill Su Chen, and we can split his supplies. After his scolding, the survivors who were originally frightened regained their spirits. They waved their weapons again and fought with Wang, Sun Yuan, and others. Su Chen, get out here. Today is the day you die. Abbeyo raised his pistol and said with a grim smile. As soon as Su Chen shows up, he will shoot Su Chen to death. Su Chen in the room had a sneer on his face. Okay, since you let me out, then I'll come out. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a rifle from the storage space as if by magic. He didn't stick his head out, but raised his rifle out like an African uncle. Da-da-da. As Su Chen pulled the trigger, the rifle spewed out a tongue of fire. Abbeyo's men fell to the ground in an instant. Fortunately, Abbeyo was far away, and when he saw the situation was not good, he laid down and was not shot. No. Doesn't Su Chen, this bastard, have nothing in his hands? Where did he get the rifle from? After successfully suppressing the enemy, Su Chen quickly stood up and ran to another room. After they checked into the Yolan hotel, Su Chen ordered a refit. Most of the rooms are connected and can be entered and exited freely. Su Chen knocked down 5 or 6 enemies in a row and came to the common room. Seeing Su Chen, Wang and others were overjoyed and quickly welcomed him in. How's it going? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. It's not very optimistic. We've already lost 7 or 8 people. When Sun Yuan talked about this, his expression was quite angry. Including Lin Yingying, Wu Li, and others who joined later, there were less than 60 people in total. On Abbeyo's side, there were as many as 150 or 60 people. Due to the huge disparity in numbers, even if Sun Yuan and his men fought desperately, they would still suffer heavy losses. The other side. After knowing that Su Chen had reunited with Wang, Sun Yuan, and others, Abbeyo did not rush in. He called Gaochi Chiang and Xiaomi over and said viciously, Su Chen only has 1 gun, and we have so many people. We can charge in even if it costs us lives. Just decide for yourself whether you want to starve to death or give it a try. Gaochi Chiang and the others shouted without thinking. Of course I want to give it a try. That's good. Abbeyo nodded heavily. They regrouped and were preparing to attack the common lounge where Su Chen and others were. The door suddenly opened, followed by a gunshot. Bang! The survivor at the front was shot in the head. It turned out that Wang had put an iron table on the ground and used it as a cover. He was holding a sniper rifle cube, hiding behind a cover, and kept shooting at the enemies in the corridor. Under Wang's fire suppression, even though the survivors were fearless and brave, they were suppressed and could not rush in. Abbeyo held the gun in his hand and kept looking out to observe the situation. But after hesitating for a moment, he did not shoot. Although he was a battle-hardened Special Forces soldier with superb marksmanship, he was still unable to hit the target with 1 strike as he was 20 to 30 meters away from Wang. Not to mention that Gaochi Chiang's pistol was not an official pistol, but a homemade one. The power is enough, but the accuracy is terrible. A dozen meters away, basically just go with the flow. Abbeyo was helpless and could only encourage other survivors to rush forward and consume Wang's bullets. But whether it was Abbeyo, Gaochi Chiang, or Xiaomi, what they didn't know was that Su Chen had already left the public lounge. As early as when they were renovating the hotel, Su Chen, Wang, and others had considered the issue of safety. They opened another door outside the common room. This door leads to a secure staircase outside the hotel. At this time, Su Chen had already passed the emergency stairs and reached the upper floor of the hotel. Because Wang, Sun Yuan, and others were all in the public lounge. The enemy just came up and searched, and after making sure that there was no one on this floor, they retreated. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain, Su Chen walked briskly through the corridor. He walked down the stairs slowly. As soon as he turned the corner, Su Chen saw Abbeyo, Gaochi Chiang, Xiaomi, and others hiding behind the wall and peeking around. Su Chen's eyes became extremely cold. He raised the rifle in his hand, and the next moment, he pulled the trigger. But maybe Abbeyo was not destined to die. At this moment, a younger brother suddenly came over and blocked the bullet for Abbeyo. Bang! Abbeyo and others were startled by the sudden gunshot. After seeing Su Chen at the corner, Abbeyo subconsciously dodged to the side. Su Chen did not hesitate and kept pulling the trigger without stopping. Bang! 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 A bullet hit Abbeyo, and blood splattered instantly. Intense pain instantly swept through Abbeyo's entire body, and even the gun in his hand fell to the ground. But in order to survive, he had to endure the pain and stagger towards the stairs to the next floor. Su Chen had no intention of chasing Abbeyo, and his gun was already pointed at Gaochi Chiang and Xiaomi. Da-da-da. Gaochi Chiang, Xiaomi, and several other bosses also died in the hail of bullets. But in just a few moments, all the team leaders of the survivors were killed by Su Chen. The younger brothers next to him were so scared that they quickly dropped their weapons and begged for mercy from Su Chen. Su Chen walked forward and picked up the pistol that Abbeyo dropped. Then he felt relieved. Your boss is dead. If you want to live, surrender quickly. Su Chen shouted to his younger brothers in the corridor. Kill him and avenge the bosses. There were still a few loyal young men who raised their weapons and rushed towards Su Chen. Act recklessly. Su Chen snorted coldly, raised his rifle, and fired a few shots. Those people fell directly to the ground. It's good to be young. You can fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Su Chen shook his head, looked at the others, and said loudly, "Who else?" Ding, ding, ding. The remaining survivors dropped their weapons one after another. Joke. In terms of skills, Su Chen can kill Zhao Xiong with just a few strikes. In terms of equipment, Su Chen was holding a rifle and had a pistol on his waist. Now Abbeyo's life or death is unknown. Gao Xiangjuan, Xiaomi, and others are all dead. How desperate must they be to refuse to surrender and fight Su Chen head-on? Chapter 124 Level. In a short while, all the weapons of the survivors were confiscated. They were also tied up with ropes by Sun Yuan and He Wang and locked in a room nearby. At this moment, Zhou Xinhong on the rooftop reported through the intercom. "Boss Su, it's bad. A large number of zombies are rushing towards us." Just now, there was a fierce battle between the two sides, with explosions, shouting, and gunshots. With such a big commotion, how could it not attract zombies? Fortunately, the defense of the Yolan Hotel did not completely collapse. "Brother Sun, take your men to the first floor of the hotel and quickly seal the broken windows. Don't let the zombies in," Su Chen ordered in a deep voice. "Yes, Boss Su." Sun Yuan called a few of his younger brothers and asked them to follow him to the lower floor. Su Chen looked at He Wang again. "Brother He, take a few people and clean up the battlefield." "Yes." He Wang nodded in agreement and asked his woman Wu Li and several others to clean the room together. Not long after, the windows on the first floor that were blown open were sealed again by Sun Yuan and his men. He Wang, Wu Li, and others also cleaned up the battlefield upstairs. Next, it's time to deal with these prisoners. There were about 150 to 160 enemies who originally attacked them. After a fierce battle, there are less than 100 people left. Most of the survivors who died were killed by Su Chen alone. But even so, the remaining survivors, squatting in the corner, filled the common room to the brim. Under their awed gazes, Su Chen slowly walked up to them. Li Dong was very sensible. He pulled a chair over and asked Su Chen to sit down. "Who among you is the leader?" Su Chen lit a cigarette and took a puff. The originally tired body felt much more relaxed under the stimulation of nicotine. Everyone greedily inhaled Su Chen's secondhand smoke. Then they all turned their eyes to the several big men in the crowd. Su Chen frowned. "Pull them out." "Yes." Li Dong, along with a few others, rushed forward like wolves and tigers and pulled those people out. "Besides these few people, are there any others?" Su Chen asked again. Everyone turned their attention to the other people. One after another, a total of about 10 people were pulled out. They are all close confidants of leaders such as Abbeyo, Gao Xiangjuan, and Xiaomi. Then Su Chen asked some more questions and pulled out all the survivors who had a good relationship with these people. Whether it is the people who were caught or the remaining survivors. They were all worried, not knowing how Su Chen would deal with them. "Kill them all." Su Chen pointed at the person who was pulled out and said coldly. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. "There are more than 20 people here. Can Su Chen just kill them?" "Boss Su, please give me a chance. We were all forced." Someone quickly begged for mercy. "If I fail today, will you give me a chance?" Everyone was speechless for a moment. Given Su Chen's relationship with the survivors, if Abbeyo's side wins today, I'm afraid Su Chen's and will be extremely miserable. "Li Dong, what are you still standing there for?" Su Chen shouted in a deep voice. Li Dong did not dare to hesitate and raised the knives in his hands together with his companions. Faced with the slaughter, the leader's cronies still wanted to resist. But unfortunately, they were all tied up with ropes and couldn't move at all. A moment later, all these people were killed by Li Dong and his men. More than 20 bodies were lying on the ground, and the pungent smell of blood filled the room. Looking at such a bloody scene, He Wang, Sun Yuan, and others showed expressions of pity. But he didn't say anything, because they know very well that this is a doomsday world where the strong prey on the weak. If you want to survive, you must become more brutal than others. According to Su Chen's instructions, Li Dong and others stabbed the hearts of these people and kept their heads. After dealing with those confidants, Su Chen turned his attention to other people. Everyone couldn't help but shudder and were extremely frightened. "I don't know why Su Chen will punish me." But to their surprise, Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. "You don't have to be afraid. I won't kill you, and I will allow you to join my team." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and could hardly believe their ears. In fact, most of the survivors didn't really want to risk their lives with Su Chen. They just want to get supplies and survive. In desperation, they had to follow the orders of Abbeyo, Gao Xiangjuan, and others and attack the Yolan Hotel. But now that Su Chen allows them to join, they won't have to go hungry in the future. Is there still a need to fight? What are you standing there for? Come and meet Boss Su. Li Dong on the side spoke up. Everyone just reacted and said quickly, "Meet Boss Su." Seeing this, Su Chen showed a satisfied smile. The reason why he was unwilling to accept these survivors before was because of ambitious bosses like Abbeyo and Gaochi Chiang. Now these bosses are either dead or escaped. Their close associates were also dragged out and all executed. The remaining survivors can still be absorbed into the team. After all, building a survivor base in the future will require a large number of manpower. As for the food issue, there is almost an unlimited supply of instant noodles and compressed biscuits in Su Chen's storage space. He himself didn't like to eat it, so he just gave it to the survivors. Anyway, the best thing to do is to prevent these people from starving to death. After the extreme cold is over, we will provide them with farm tools and seeds and let them fend for themselves. With the joint efforts of He Wang and Sun Yuan, all the survivors were registered. There are now 113 people in the Yolan Hotel. Su Chen also established new rules, dividing the survivors in the team into 4 levels. New survivors are all at level 1. Their rations were extremely meager and could only guarantee basic survival. The second level is those who joined Su Chen's team before. Their treatment is slightly better than that of the first level. The third level belongs to Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, and other people who have made great contributions. They were able to obtain better food, as well as superior equipment such as cold-proof clothing and compound crossbows. The fourth level belongs to the leadership class, which currently consists of only He Wang and Sun Yuan. Compared with the survivors of the first and second levels, the treatment of the leadership class is almost like heaven. As for Su Chen, as the one who makes the rules, he naturally does not belong to any of these classes. After finishing all this, Sun Yuan came over. Boss Su, that kid Abbeyo is not dead. Should we chase him to his lair and kill him? A ferocious look appeared on his face, and he made a click gesture. Chapter 125 Woof Woof Woof. Yes, Boss Su. A great man once said that it is better to pursue the enemy with your remaining courage than to seek fame by imitating the tyrant. He Wang on the side also echoed. Whether it is him, Sun Yuan, or Zhou Xinhong and other veteran survivors, almost all of them have a deep hatred with Abbeyo. Now Abbeyo's men were completely wiped out, and he himself was seriously injured. Now is the right time to kill him and take revenge. Okay, let's go together. If we can get rid of Abbeyo as soon as possible, we can feel at ease. So Su Chen nodded and agreed. He kept He Wang to be in charge of the hotel. Sun Yuan and I gathered 7 or 8 people and took our equipment. Fortunately, after a while, the zombies outside gradually dispersed. Su Chen and his group left the hotel easily and headed towards Abbeyo's lair. In addition to his own people, Su Chen also brought a younger brother named Abbeyo. Under the guidance of this little brother, the group entered Abbeyo's lair without much effort. Su Chen's shot hit Abbeyo's abdomen. Although he didn't hurt any vital parts, he became extremely weak. He struggled to stay alive and fled back to the camp. Seeing Abbeyo in such a miserable state, Xiaomi was shocked and rushed to treat him. After digging out the bullet, Xiaomi used alcohol to disinfect Abbeyo. Although he was a man of steel, Abbeyo couldn't help but let out a low growl when Xiaomi poured alcohol on the wound. Xiaomi didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly bandaged Abbeyo. After everything was settled, Xiaomi said carefully, "Brother Abbeyo, what happened?" "We failed." Abbeyo sighed and recounted the entire battle that had just taken place. After hearing this, Xiaomi's face turned pale instantly. She never expected that Su Chen was so powerful. Then what should we do?" "Pack your things, let's get ready to escape," Abbeyo said, pulling himself together. He fled with injuries, while Gaochi Chiang, Xiaomi, and others were beaten to death on the spot. None of the remaining survivors have returned yet. Either they were killed by Su Chen or they were captured. There's no point in staying here any longer. Oh good. Xiaomi quickly got up and went to pack her things. Fortunately, Abbeyo has a sense of crisis and always keeps useful supplies properly. Therefore, Xiaomi got the things done without much effort. Just then, there was a faint sound of something falling to the ground outside. Abbeyo's heart moved, and he instantly realized something was wrong. He glanced at Xiaomi, who was completely unaware, and said calmly, "Mayor, go to the front and call all my brothers over." "Okay, Brother Abbeyo." Xiaomi didn't think much about it. She stood up and pushed the door open to walk out. After she left, Abbeyo endured the pain, grabbed the backpack beside him, and quickly walked towards another door. In order to capture Su Chen, Abbeyo mobilized all his forces. Apart from Xiaomi, there are only 5 or 6 survivors in the camp. When Su Chen and his men entered the hotel, as soon as they entered the door, they saw the survivors warming themselves by the fire. Seeing Su Chen and others rushing in, they were stunned for a moment and subconsciously reached for the weapons beside them. But Sun Yuan and others were faster and raised the compound crossbows in their hands. Swish, swish, swish. After a round of volleys, the survivors fell straight to the ground and stopped breathing. Check your surroundings, Su Chen ordered. Yes. Before Sun Yuan and others could take any action, they heard footsteps. Following closely behind was a slim figure who walked into the hall. It was Xiaomi. Xiaomi was stunned for a moment, then became panicked, turned around, and ran. Wait. Su Chen held down Sun Yuan's compound crossbow and sneered. Catch him alive. Yes. Sun Yuan called his younger brothers and hurriedly followed Xiaomi. Xiaomi didn't expect that Su Chen would come to her door. She trotted back into the room. Brother Biao, this is not good. Before Xiaomi could finish her words, she was stunned. The room was empty. Not to mention a Biao. Even the backpack containing supplies that she had just packed was missing. No matter how stupid Xiaomi was, she still realized at this moment that a Biao had abandoned her and ran away alone. A Biao, you bastard. Xiaomi cursed and was about to turn around and run away. Sun Yuan and his men caught up with her and pinned her to the ground. Xiaomi, long time no see. Su Chen walked in slowly from outside and said with a smile. Su Chen, I was wrong, please forgive me. You can ask me to do anything. I'll be your dog. Woof woof woof. Without a Biao's protection, Xiaomi suddenly panicked and lay on the ground begging Su Chen for mercy. But Su Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and said in a deep voice, Where are a Biao and his men? I don't know. This scumbag, ran away on his own. When talking about a Biao, Xiaomi became so angry that she started cursing. Su Chen did not believe her words and asked Sun Yuan to take people to search the house inside and out. He felt relieved only after making sure that a Biao had really escaped. You two take her back first, and the rest of you gather up the remaining supplies. Yes, Boss Su. When Su Chen returned to the Yolan hotel, the two girls at Nomadison had already come out. Lin Ying is treating the injured survivors. Seeing Su Chen coming back, Lu Linger hesitated for a moment and walked forward. Aiken, I know my limits, Su Chen said lightly. He naturally understood that Lu Linger wanted to talk about Xiaomi. Hearing Su Chen say this, Lu Linger didn't dare to say anything more. They went to the next room and saw Xiaomi lying on the ground tied up. After seeing Lu Linger, her eyes instantly brightened. Linger, we are good sisters. Please help me, begged Su Chen. Hearing this, Lu Linger showed a look of pity. But fortunately, she remembered Su Chen's training, so she just bit her lip and said nothing. Su Chen was quite satisfied with Lu Linger's performance. It seems that my previous training did work. Xiaomi, have you ever thought that you would end up like this? Thinking back to her previous life, Xiaomi almost killed herself in order to survive. Thinking about this life again, Xiaomi colluded with a Biao and tried to kill him many times. At this moment, Su Chen felt indescribably happy. Xiaomi was speechless. Her eyes turned to Lu Linger beside her. They originally came to Phoenix Mountain together. However, at this moment, the situations of the two were completely different. Although a Biao did not treat Xiaomi badly, how good could Xiaomi's treatment be in the doomsday? Her face was haggard, her skin was rough, and her clothes were tattered. On the other hand, Lu Linger became more and more radiant and beautiful under Su Chen's care. Chapter 126 Bad Habits. While Xiaomi felt ashamed of herself, she also felt hatred towards Su Chen and Lu Linger. They clearly came here together, so why can Lu Linger live such a peaceful life? It's all Su Chen's fault. I took off all my clothes and came to his door. How could Su Chen refuse me? But Xiaomi's life is still in Su Chen's hands. She didn't dare show any dissatisfaction, but instead looked humble and flattering. Su Chen, I was wrong. No, you don't know you're wrong. You just know you're going to die. Su Chen took out the dagger and handed it to Lu Ling. Lu Linger was slightly stunned and didn't understand what Su Chen meant. She conspired with a Biao many times to kill me. Now you kill her to prove your loyalty to me, Su Chen said lightly. When Lu Linger heard this, her eyes widened immediately. As a weak woman, she didn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone kill anyone. Now she was asked to kill her former best friend Xiaomi. She really couldn't do it. But Su Chen's attitude was extremely firm. For a moment, Lu Linger didn't know what to do. Su Chen sneered, hugged Lu Linger from behind, then held her hand, raised the knife, and slowly walked towards Xiaomi. Seeing that there was no room for maneuver, Xiaomi suddenly became desperate. Su Chen, you stinky man, you lowly man. And Lu Linger, you stinky cousin. Lu Linger, who originally felt reluctant, suddenly became angry when she heard Xiaomi's angry scolding at her. She no longer hesitated, and let Su Chen hold her hand and stab the dagger into Xiaomi's chest. The curses from Xiaomi gradually became weaker and finally disappeared. Looking at her best friend who died in her hands, Lu Linger couldn't help feeling a little relieved. Fortunately, I didn't get too close to Xiaomi at the beginning, so I was able to return to Su Chen. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll die here today. You have to listen to me from now on, understand? Su Chen stroked Lu Linger's hair and whispered in her ear. That's for sure. From now on, I belong to the master from the inside out. Lu Linger hurriedly hugged Su Chen tightly and showed her loyalty to him. Very good. Su Chen smiled slightly, turned around, and walked out of the room with Lu Linger. He asked Li Dong to clean the room and temporarily throw Xiao Mei's body into the warehouse, waiting for subsequent mutations. With this great victory, it is natural to reward all the survivors. Su Chen called everyone over, including the survivors who had just come over. Li Dong fought hard today, and I will reward you with a piece of frozen meat. Chen Yu, you have performed well, and I will reward you with a pack of cigarettes. When Su Chen went to Shannon City before, he looted a large amount of supplies. In addition, we had just seized a lot of things in Abbeyo's lair. So he distributed the supplies to his subordinates as a reward according to their performance. Looking at Li Dong and others holding their awards happily, the other survivors in the audience were so envious that their dicks turned purple. After rewarding them, Su Chen waved his hand again, signaling everyone to be quiet. Newcomers can also rest assured. As long as you abide by the rules and work hard, if you make contributions in the future, you will not only be rewarded, but also promoted to a higher rank. As soon as these words were spoken, the newly joined survivors suddenly became excited. They have some complaints in their hearts about the fact that their treatment cannot be compared with that of the elderly, but they dare not express it. Now that Su Chen has offered such conditions, it also gives them an opportunity to be promoted. How could they not be excited? Long live Boss Su. Brother Su is wise. Everyone cheered. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. He knows it very well. If you don't give these newcomers opportunities for promotion, they will become resentful over time. By then, more and more people will surely become dissatisfied, which will then lead to rebellion. But if you set the rules for promotion yourself, no matter how harsh the conditions are, these people will just sharpen their brains and find ways to climb up. This is the bad nature of human beings. The lively atmosphere at the Yolan Hotel was different. At this time, Abbeyo was in a very miserable situation. After escaping from the camp, he hurried through the snow, one step deep and one step shallow. Now that the overall situation on Phoenix Mountain has been settled, Su Chen can be said to have united all the survivors. If they continue to stay on the mountain, they will not only face the danger of Su Chen, but they may also be killed by zombies. Forced into a corner, Abbeyo had no choice but to consider leaving Phoenix Mountain. Although the supplies around him could ensure that Abbeyo would not freeze to death or starve to death. But the nearest city to Phoenix Mountain is about 10 to 20 kilometers away. The road was covered with snow and he had been shot. It was still unknown whether he could get out alive. Fortunately, the zombies on Phoenix Mountain were attracted by the battle in the morning. Abbeyo did not find any trace of zombies on the way down the mountain. After walking for a while, Abbeyo felt out of breath and had to stop to rest. However, at this moment, a low roar suddenly came from the corner ahead. Immediately afterwards, a hideous-looking zombie slowly walked out. When the two men met each other, Abbeyo was stunned. I was almost out of the resort. How could I still encounter zombies? But zombies have no thoughts and won't think too much. It let out a wow and rushed towards Abbeyo quickly. Abbeyo was startled and quickly picked up the fire axe beside him. Fortunately, there was a lot of snow on the road and it was quite slippery. When the zombie rushed to Abbeyo, he accidentally slipped and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Abbeyo was overjoyed. He picked up the axe in his hand and hit the zombie's head hard. Crack! The zombie's head suddenly shattered into pieces, and various brain tissues flowed all over the ground. After killing the zombies, Abbeyo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he pulled out the fire axe, he suddenly noticed that there was a grayish-white stone in the zombie's head. What is this? Abbeyo frowned and took out the grayish-white stone. He looked carefully for a while, but couldn't see any results. When Abbeyo and Zhao Xiong helped Su Chen hunt zombies, Su Chen specifically said to try to keep the zombies intact. So while they killed the zombies by hitting their heads, they also tried not to damage the zombies' brain tissue. Even though he hunted so many zombies, Abbeyo actually had no idea that there were energy crystals in the zombies' heads. Suddenly, Abbeyo felt a warm sensation in his lower abdomen. He reached in and touched it, and his hands were immediately covered in blood. It turned out that when Xiaomi killed the zombie just now, the wound that she had sutured for him had come unstitched. This is the end. Abbeyo, who was already weak, was now gasping for breath. He sat down and leaned against a tree, feeling that he might have to die here today. At this moment, the blood on Abbeyo's hand accidentally stained the energy crystal. Chapter 127 Strength Improvement. Next, something happened that surprised Abbeyo. After the energy crystal came into contact with Abbeyo's blood, it suddenly became slightly hot. Before Abbeyo could react, it turned into powder and sank into his body. Oh. Abbeyo was startled and jumped up subconsciously, lowering his head to check his body. But after looking at it over and over again for a long time, he didn't find anything wrong. At this moment, Abbeyo suddenly felt something was wrong. His wound was still in severe pain just now, but now he didn't feel anything at all. Abbeyo quickly reached his hand into his pants again and touched the wound. To his surprise, the original wound disappeared without a trace. What is going on? Abbeyo didn't care about the cold and subconsciously lifted up his clothes. His injured abdomen was extremely flat at this moment, as if he had not been hit by the bullet. If there weren't bloodstains on his clothes, Abbeyo would have thought he was dreaming. He moved his body and felt no discomfort. On the contrary, I feel that my strength and speed have improved a little compared to before. Could it be because of the grayish-white stone just now? Abbeyo fell into deep thought. He had been curious before. What exactly did Su Chen need to disperse the zombies' corpses? He discussed this with Xiaomi, Zhao Xiong, and others, and they thought that Su Chen was probably doing some shameful biochemical experiments. But today it seems that Su Chen is very likely after the gray-white stone in the zombie's head. This Lao Lu is so fucking insidious. Let us work hard, and we will enjoy the benefits. Abbeyo cursed in his heart. He dressed himself again, glanced at Phoenix Mountain behind him, and then continued walking down the mountain. After Su Chen unified the remaining survivors, Phoenix Mountain finally fell into a rare peace. Of course, Su Chen was not idle during this period. On the one hand, he asked He Wang and Sun Yuan to constantly brainwash the newly joined survivors. On the other hand, he was also keeping a close eye on the warehouse in Area B. The bodies of people like Gao Xiangjuan, Xia Bowen, and others are still piled up in the warehouse. Su Chen is not only looking for the energy crystals in their heads, but also studying the process of transforming corpses into zombies. Based on observations during this period, what he could be sure of was that what the scientist in his previous life said was true. Basically, all the survivors who were still alive before the rainstorm came were infected with the zombie virus. The zombie virus during this period should be suppressed by the human immune system and will not be activated immediately. But when a person dies, the zombie virus takes over the body. Under normal circumstances, it takes about 12 to 24 hours for a person to transform into a zombie. Under low temperature conditions, this process will be greatly prolonged. The zombies transformed after natural death seem to carry more ferocious zombie viruses in their bodies. Humans bitten by them will turn into zombies within 1 to 6 hours. In other words, as the zombie virus continues to infect, the conversion rate will become faster. In the end, once bitten, you will turn into a zombie in less than 5 minutes. Su Chen carefully kept the recorded results. In any case, these are rare materials. After completing his observation, Su Chen blew away all the zombies without mercy. It's a pity this time. There were more than 80 corpses in total, and Su Chen only harvested more than 30 energy crystals. There is still a long way to go before he can upgrade his RV and strengthen his body. And during this process, Su Chen also noticed it keenly. The chance of finding energy crystals from a corpse that was relatively strong when alive is higher. From this perspective, I should hunt more zombies that look stronger in the future.